Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Latios. Luster Purge. Pikachu. Use Volt Tackle. The stadium was quiet as they watched intensely at the two Pokémon, attacking each other at full force. The attack hit the Pikachu in midair, but gasps were heard when they all saw the Pikachu continue its charge towards the Latios, through the Luster Purge. Pikachu was starting to close in on Latios. That was when Pikachu's trainer gave a sudden command. Now. Use Iron Tail. The Latios noticed Pikachu a second too late and soon there was an explosion. Smoke everywhere and the crowd was silent, wondering the outcome. The smoke cleared and in the center of the battlefield were both the Latios and Pikachu, unconscious. There was only silence until everyone realized what this meant. Pikachu and Latios are both unable to battle. All 6 of Ash's Pokémon have been eliminated. So moving on to the finals is Tobias the victor. Ash? Are you awake? Ash opened his eyes and found himself staring at himself. It had been a whole month since the Sinnoh League. He was currently wearing a dark blue and white hoodie and black jeans. He also had a red and white cap that was somehow able to contain the messy forest of hair he had on his head. He hadn't worn a hoodie since he traveled through Hoenn and Kanto. His mother had told him that today was an exciting new day and made him a new set of clothes for today. Yeah, I'm awake. Ash replied to his mother and opened the door of his room to see his mother standing in front of the door. In his mother's arms was Pikachu, his best friend ever since he started his Pokémon journey 4 years ago. Pikachu jumped out of his mother's arms and onto his shoulder. Ash sweetie. That looks so good on you. Hold on, let me get my camera. In an instant Ash's mother was gone. Ash and Pikachu's sweat dropped as they shared a glance. Before they knew it, Ash's mother returned and had her camera. Alright, now both of you look at the camera. Ash and Pikachu shared another glance and looked at the camera lens, smiling. The two were soon blinded by the sudden flash of light. Ah, my sweet little Ashy boy and his Pikachu. You both are growing up so fast. After rubbing his eyes trying to get rid of the flashing spots, he looked at his mother. So what's so special about today, Mom? Ash's mom turned around and started to leave. You'll have to find out. Ash turned his head towards Pikachu while following his mother. Do you have any idea of where we're going? Pikachu simply shook his head. Ash smiled and exited his house, making sure to lock the door. He was surprised at what he saw in front of his house. Mom, when did you get a car? In front of Ash was a car. As if you expected something else. I bought it a few days ago. I don't use it much though. I prefer walking but for days like today it's useful. Ash's mother walked to the driver's seat and entered the car. Ash walked to the spot next to the driver's and entered. You still haven't told me where we're going or what we're doing. So impatient. Just wait, Ash. Ash's mother pressed the pedal and soon they were off. Ash recognized the route they were going through. It was the road to Viridian City, except for vehicles. The route Ash took when he started his journey was Route 1, where there were wild Pokémon and it was more forest-like. Soon they were in Viridian City, which had expanded ever since Ash visited it last when he traveled through Kanto for the second time. Ash took the drive to reflect on his journeys, or rather his most recent one. Sinnoh. Sinnoh was his longest journey and by far the biggest region he's been to. He also met so many people and gained plenty of rivals. He also made it to the top 4 in the Sinnoh League, the farthest he has ever gotten in a regional league. He triumphed over the harmonious Nando, the perfectionist Conway, and his greatest moment, his rival Paul. That battle was considered to be the biggest battle of the entire Sinnoh League. It was a battle Ash had been fighting for months, both with Pokémon and beliefs, losing every time. So to finally come out on top, Ash felt like he achieved more than just a placement in the brackets. But the next battle was against a trainer with a legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon that creates nightmares, had crushed his hopes and dreams right then. But when Ash along with Sceptile had broken through the nightmare and defeated the pitch-black Pokémon, the thing that came next surprised every person in the stadium. He had a Latios. Ash. Hurry or you'll miss your flight. Ash's mother's distressed voice rang out, snapping Ash back to reality. Flight. Ash looked around and noticed they were at the new Viridian airport. Wait, Mom, where am I going? Ash stepped out of the car and to the back of the car where his mother was. "Here, Ash." She tossed him a black and blue messenger bag and a wallet. "That wallet has your plane ticket. Now go quickly." Ash's mother was now pushing him towards the airport. Ash was just confused. "Wait, Mom, what's going on?" "Your flight is going to leave soon, Ash. Just go and you'll find out." Ash's mother hugged him and rubbed Pikachu's head. "Pikachu, take good care of Ash, okay?" Pikachu let out a cry and Ash's mother quickly entered her car and drove off. Ash stared at where his mother drove off, then at Pikachu. "What just happened?" Pikachu shrugged. Ash placed the messenger bag strap around his right shoulder so the bag was hanging on his right side. Ash then checked his wallet. It had cash, a debit card, some ID, and a ticket. Ash inspected the plane ticket. It had a number on it, his seat number, and his name. But nothing about the location he was going to. "Well, Pikachu? Should we go?" Pikachu nodded and Ash shrugged. He entered the terminal and found his plane. "Wonder where Mom is sending us." Pikachu replied with his usual cry. When they found their seat, Ash decided to see what his mother packed for him in his bag. Let's see. Some Pokémon food and a recipe book. Probably courtesy of Brock. What is this? Trans coupon. Looks like a coupon for a watch. Looks like a Poketch. Some clothes, some potions, a map. Ash flipped open the electronic map, and finally found out where he was going. "We're going to Unova, Pikachu." Pikachu tilted his head. "Pika? I have no idea. But we'll be landing in a place called Nuvema town. My mom marked a place on the map, so I think that's where we should go." Ash put the map back into his bag and continued to look through it. There was nothing else in his bag, so Ash closed his bag and looked outside the plane window. The plane started to ascend into the sky. "Wow, Pikachu. Look at all the flying types." Ash and Pikachu stared in awe at all the flying type Pokémon that were in the sky. Ash had been to many places, underground, inside volcanoes, deep forests, even underwater. But he has never been above the clouds before. He's flown on different flying type Pokémon, but never above the clouds. Above the clouds was a flying type paradise. "I wish I could join them." A Starly flew by his window. Ash and Pikachu waved. The Starly opened its mouth and said what Ash presumed as hello, though Ash and Pikachu couldn't hear it because of the window. The Starly soon flew away to its flock. "I wonder what the Unova region is like," Ash wondered, looking at his buddy. Pikachu only shrugged before snuggling into Ash's lap, falling asleep. Ash let out a chuckle before going back to looking outside the window, amazed at all the flying type Pokémon. He could even see a Dragonite in the distance. It was a couple of hours until the plane landed. Ash carefully scooped up Pikachu and exited the plane. Pikachu started to stir by the time Ash stepped out of the terminal. "Awake?" Pikachu stretched and nodded before climbing up back to his place on Ash's shoulder. "Great. Now then," Ash pulled out his electronic map. "There's a place that Mom marked not too far from here. So let's go there." Ash blinked as he saw something fly by him. It was a Pokémon, a small gray bird. But Ash can't remember ever seeing a Pokémon like it before. It kind of looked like a Starly, though more gray and had a smaller beak. Ash decided to continue towards the destination, noticing more of the birds. He was no certain that he had never encountered a Pokémon like it before. It wasn't long until he made it to the marked destination. "Juniper Laboratory," Ash read aloud. He looked at Pikachu before entering, as the doors were glass and he felt knocking wasn't the best idea. Besides, if it was a laboratory, then there was no need to knock. "Hello?" Ash called out. There was no one in sight. Ash was about to leave until he heard a voice. "Oh, I'm sorry. Can I help you?" Ash turned around and saw a young-looking woman. She was wearing a white shirt and a green skirt with a long lab coat. Sorry. I was just wondering, Ash had no idea how to say this. He just decided on introducing himself. "I'm Ash Ketchum from Kanto and I was wondering dash." "Oh. You're Ash. I'm sorry, I forgot you were arriving today." Ash blinked. Apparently this woman knew he would be here before he did. Please, follow me. Ash shared a glance at Pikachu and followed. They entered a room with a bed and a desk. That was all the room had to offer. Here, you can stay here for the night. I know it's not much, but it's all I have right now. The woman turned towards Ash and gave him a smile. Anyways, I am Aurea Juniper, the professor of the Unova Region. It's nice to meet you, Ash. Same here. If you don't mind, can you explain to me what's going on? My mom just sent me here without telling me anything. Ash was really hoping to get some answers at last. Of course, follow me. Ash followed Juniper to another room. This room had a lot of monitors in it. I think it's best if you hear everything from the perpetrators themselves. Juniper pressed a button and soon two familiar faces were on the main monitor. Mom! Professor Oak! Ash exclaimed. The two chuckled at his expression. Hello, Ash. How are you enjoying Unova so far? Oak asked. Ash rolled his eyes. Everything's great, Professor. So Mom, can you tell me what's going on? His mom and Oak looked at each other. Ash, sweetie. Every time you come home, what do you do? Ash thought about it. When he returned from the Indigo League, he immediately went to the Orange Islands. When he returned from that, he went to Johto immediately after. After Johto, he went to Hoenn about a week after. Then a day after he returned from Hoenn he left for the Battle Frontier. Then to Sinnoh almost immediately after. And after Sinnoh, I leave for my next journey, Ash answered. His mother nodded. You're always so happy when you go on your journey. While I sometimes wish you would stay a little longer, it makes me happier to see you happy. But after you returned from Sinnoh, you stayed for over 2 weeks. Ash frowned. He realized that it was because he was still trying to get over his crushing defeat. It wasn't the loss itself, but rather the fact that he fought so hard, fought with everything he had. And lost it all. He returned home so he could recover. And that's why we thought to get your spirit high again, we would send you on a surprise journey. Juniper, if you will. Oak looked at Juniper who nodded. Ash turned towards her to see her holding a tray. Unova is filled with Pokémon that aren't found anywhere else in the world. What you may consider common in your world, like a Pidgey, would be really rare here. And the other way around. So this is a Pokédex for this region. Ash looked at the rectangle device in surprise. The 5 Pokeballs were self-explanatory. I have also signed you up for the Unova League, per Mrs. Ketchum's request. Ash looked back at the monitor. Before you say anything, Ash, just know that I will always be proud of you. And you are my son, so you're going to get back up no matter what. Thanks a lot, Mom, Professor Oak, and Professor Juniper. I'll give it a shot. I've been out of it for too long. Time to win the Unova League. Ash exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air with Pikachu mimicking his action, shouting at Pika. The 3 adults smiled and Ash said goodbye to Professor Oak and his mother. Alright, Ash. I have a few things for you from your mother. Juniper handed Ash a duffel bag. There's a tent and sleeping bag in there for you. Ash graciously took the bag. He then bowed. Thanks so much, Professor Juniper. That's not all, Ash. She picked up a watch from the table. You should have a coupon for this transceiver. Ash nodded and pulled it out of his wallet and gave it to Juniper. This is kind of like a Poke Gear, where you can talk to people through it. Only difference is that it has video chat. I've already taken the liberty to register myself, Professor Oak, and your mother. Wow, thanks so much, Professor. Ash was admiring the small piece of technology. I should also let you know, once you catch more than 6 Pokémon, any other Pokémon you catch will be sent to me instead of Professor Oak. It will make things simpler for you. I don't know what to say. Thanks for all this. Professor. Ash thanked the professor once again. Juniper chuckled. Well, it's getting late. Tomorrow 3 new trainers will be here, so I will have to give them their starter Pokémon. If you want, you can check them out tomorrow. Ash's eyes sparkled. Really? I can. Thanks, Professor. Juniper laughed at Ash's sudden change when it came to Pokémon. It's getting late. You should probably get some rest. Ash was about to nod when a sound was heard in the room. Ash rubbed the back of his head while Juniper laughed. After dinner of course. Ash yawned as he stepped out of the room Juniper lent him. It was the next day and Ash was ready to start his new adventure. Ash suddenly felt something hit his leg. Looking down, Ash saw a little Pokémon. It had a shell on its chest and its head reminded Ash of ice cream. Ash pulled out his new Pokédex from his pocket and faced it towards the Pokémon. Oshawott. The sea otter Pokémon. Oshawott is a water-type Pokémon. The scalchop on its stomach isn't just used for battle, it can be used to break open hard berries as well. So its shell is a weapon. That's pretty cool. Ash put away his Pokédex before crouching down. Hey there. So you're Oshawott, huh? I'm Ash. You look like a strong Pokémon. Oshawott was surprised but then put its hands on its hips and posed in a prideful pose. Ash patted its head and Pikachu jumped down from Ash's shoulder to greet Oshawott. Ash, have you seen Sinnoh? I see you've met Oshawott. Ash looked up to see Juniper walking towards him. Ash picked up Oshawott. Yeah, he's a really cool Pokémon. This Oshawott is a real troublemaker. He likes to leave his Pokeball whenever he feels like. Juniper shook her head, seeming to recall previous experiences with Oshawott. This cute guy is a troublemaker. Huh. Ash looked at Oshawott smiling before placing him back on the ground. Oshawott, return, Juniper said, pointing a Pokeball at Oshawott. The Oshawott was sucked into the Pokeball. Well Ash, would you like to see the starter Pokémon? Ash's eyes lit up immediately. You bet I do. They were now in front of the entrance. Professor Juniper was holding a capsule that had 3 Pokeballs in it. She released each of them and 3 Pokémon were on the ground. One was a green snake of sorts. It looked very serious. Another was an orange and black pig. It looked very excitable. And the last was an Oshawott. This is a different Oshawott, right? Ash asked, crouching to get a better look at the 3 Pokémon. I'm impressed you can tell Ash. Yes, this Oshawott is a different one. Doesn't cause that much trouble, both Juniper and Ash chuckled at that. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Snivy. The grass snake Pokémon. Snivy is a grass-type Pokémon. Being exposed to sunlight makes its movements swifter. It uses vines more adeptly than its hands. Wow, you're a really cool Pokémon. The Snivy looked away with a small smile on its face, making Ash smile. He moved on to Tepig. Tepig. The fire pig Pokémon. Tepig is a fire-type Pokémon. It loves to eat roasted berries, but sometimes it gets too excited and burns them to a crisp. Huh, you're a real fun one. The Tepig grew a big smile on its face and wagged its tail faster. And you're really calm and cool. Ash said to the Oshawott. The Oshawott pounded its chest with pride. Ash stood back up. They're all awesome Pokémon. I'm glad you think so. The 3 new trainers should be arriving soon, Juniper said, looking towards the door. I hope they aren't late for their first Pokémon. Ash and Pikachu shared a glance at each other and chuckled. The 2 turned towards the door, waiting for the new trainers to make an arrival. It wasn't long until 3 figures started to make an appearance. Soon the glass door opened. Sorry we're late, Professor. The first person to enter was a girl. She had blonde hair, had a white skirt, an orange jumper, a green beret, and orange tights. She was currently bowing to Juniper. Thanks to you, Bianca, we're all late. The next person to enter was a tall boy. He had black hair, had glasses, a blue coat, a white shirt with a Y-shaped pattern, and black dress pants. Don't blame it all on her, Cheren. You know how her dad is. The next, and final person, to enter was a girl. She was Ash's height with long brown hair. She had a white hat with a pink Pokeball symbol on it. She was wearing a tank shirt underneath a black waistcoat and a pair of denim shorts. Bianca, don't worry about it, Juniper said, making the girl stand straight again. Here you 3, Juniper walked over to a desk where there were 3 trays, each of them holding 5 Pokeballs and a Pokédex. This is a Pokédex. Do any of you know what the Pokédex does? Cheren answered in an instant. The Pokédex is a device that can give you information about a Pokémon, even more information if you catch a Pokémon. Correct, Cheren. Now then, I think it is about time you all choose your very first Pokémon. Juniper gestured towards the starter Pokémon. The three didn't seem to even notice Ash was there as they all looked between themselves. Who should choose first? Cheren asked, glancing over at the starter Pokémon. He seemed to have his eyes on Snivy. I think Hilda should choose first. Bianca declared. This surprised the two. Me? Are you sure, Bianca? Bianca gave her a bright smile. Of course. After all, it was my fault you were late. I was late too, Cheren mumbled. Hilda smiled and nodded. She walked over towards the starter Pokémon, holding her Pokédex. She was about to scan each of the Pokémon before shaking her head and putting her Pokédex in her pocket. Ash was slightly surprised. Didn't she want to know about the Pokémon? Hilda looked at all three of them. Snivy didn't seem to necessarily care too much, Tepig was wagging its tail, and Oshawott had a blank expression. Hilda picked up the Oshawott. Hey, want to be my new partner? Oshawott seemed surprised before giving a nod. Hilda turned towards Juniper. I choose Oshawott. Juniper smiled. Oshawott is a good choice. Here is her Pokeball. Juniper handed Hilda her Pokeball before turning towards Bianca and Cheren. Bianca ran up to the two remaining Pokémon and picked up Tepig. Alright, I choose Tepig and you get Snivy. Cheren. What? Why do you get to choose my Pokémon? Cheren sighed and looked at Snivy. Well, I wanted Snivy in the first place, so I guess it works out. The two received their Pokémon's respective Pokeballs. The three then bowed to Juniper. Thank you so much. Juniper seemed surprised but smiled nonetheless. I take pride in being able to send young trainers like you into the world of Pokémon. The three nodded and looked at each other, but it was then that Hilda finally noticed Ash. Hey, who are you? Everyone looked in his direction. Professor Juniper walked over to Ash. Everyone, this is Ash. He's a trainer from the Kanto region and he's going to challenge the Unova League. Hi there, Ash said. I'm Ash Ketchum. And this is my partner Pikachu. A Pikachu? Cheren asked. He pulled up his Pokédex and held it up in front of Pikachu. Pikachu. The mouse Pokémon. Pikachu is an electric-type Pokémon. It occasionally uses an electric shock to recharge a fellow Pikachu that is in a weakened state. It is uncommon in the Unova region. The Unova League? Hilda asked, also looking at the Pikachu, though unlike Cheren she was directly in front of Pikachu who was on Ash's shoulder. That's right. If you sign up at the Pokémon Center in Accumula Town, you can enter the Unova League. It is a challenge to become the strongest trainer in the region, Juniper explained. I may take on that challenge, Cheren said. I'm not interested in becoming the strongest trainer, but maybe I'll give it a shot, Bianca said, hugging her Tepig. I'll think about it as well, Hilda said, now rubbing Pikachu's head. By the way, Ash looked to Cheren. Is your Pikachu strong? Ash looked at Pikachu and grinned. You bet. Then how about a battle? Ash was a bit surprised. Cheren had only just received his started Pokémon. Ash looked at the Snivy next to him and was surprised to see it so determined. Our first battle in Unova, you're on Cheren. Something just sparked in Ash, something he hadn't felt since his battle with Paul. If you both are sure, then let's go to the battlefield outside, Juniper said, exiting the lab with all four trainers following. They were soon in an outside battlefield. Juniper was the referee while Ash and Cheren were standing across from one another, their Pokémon already on the battlefield. Hilda and Bianca were standing at the side. This is a one-on-one battle between Ash from Pallet Town and Cheren from Nuvema Town. The battle ends when one Pokémon on either side is defeated. Battle begin. Cheren pushed up his glasses. Snivy, Vine Whip. Vine sprouted from Snivy's back and started to go straight towards Pikachu. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail glowed and Pikachu did a spin and knocked both of the vines away, surprising Cheren. Both of the vines? I thought you would be able to knock away only one, Cheren said, still slightly surprised. That spin Pikachu did was able to knock away both vines with just one hit. Pikachu spun around twice really fast. That's something we learned in our previous journey. Now it's my turn, quick attack. Pikachu suddenly gained a burst of speed that surprised Cheren. Snivy, meet it with a tackle. Snivy also charged at Pikachu, much slower though, which ended up causing Snivy to be knocked back. Snivy got back up, though had sparks flying around his body. What are those sparks around Snivy? Bianca asked. Is quick attack an electric type move? No, that's Pikachu's ability. If a Pokémon makes physical contact with Pikachu, they may be paralyzed. Their movement will be slower and they may not be able to attack, Juniper explained. Do our Pokémon also have abilities like that? Hilda asked. Juniper nodded. Every Pokémon has a special ability. Some are only activated in certain circumstances however. Cheren was analyzing the situation. He had used all of Snivy's moves, which were currently only 2. If he wanted to turn this around, he would have to think about Ash's next move. It was clear to Cheren that Ash is holding back, which is understandable considering this is not only his first battle, but it was also Snivy's first battle. But he will make him regret underestimating him and Snivy. Snivy. Vine Whip. But use only one vine. This surprised everyone but Snivy did as told. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pikachu knocked the vine away with Iron Tail. The other vine. Cheren called. Snivy's other vine appeared and grabbed Pikachu. Toss it. Snivy raised Pikachu into the sky and slammed him on the ground. Pikachu. Ash called out, worried for his friend. He saw Pikachu get up with some bruises, but was fine. Ash let out a sigh of relief before grinning at Cheren. You're pretty good, Cheren. Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. No one noticed the clouds in the sky as Pikachu started the attack. Pika dash, Cheren had no idea what he could do against the attack. Chew. Pikachu unleashed the electric attack, but to everyone's surprise, the attack was redirected into the clouds. All of a sudden a blue lightning bolt struck Pikachu, surprising everyone even more. Pikachu. Ash called out as he raced to his friend. The lightning bolt disappeared but Pikachu was now unconscious with smoke around his body. Ash lifted up Pikachu. Ash. Bring Pikachu to my lab now. Juniper called, rushing inside. Ash nodded, racing inside after the professor. Hilda and Bianca decided to follow, worried about Pikachu. Cheren gave a quick glance at the clouds, wondering when they appeared before following the others. Juniper placed Pikachu on a bed and hooked up some machines to him and started to analyze what had happened. She was looking back and forth between different monitors, punching keys in order to get results. Ash was just sitting by Pikachu's side, worried. A gasp made everyone in the room turn towards Juniper. Professor? What's wrong? Hilda asked. Juniper turned towards Ash with a frown. Ash, I'm afraid that lightning bolt had drained all of Pikachu's energy. Ash was confused. Can't Pikachu regain his energy? Juniper shook her head. I meant, Pikachu had all of his electric energy drained. Meaning Pikachu can no longer use electric-type moves. Ash stared at Juniper as he started to comprehend what she just said. His mind went back to an event similar to this all the way back in Hoenn. Except then it was the opposite, Pikachu had stored too much electric energy. Now Pikachu was drained of it all. Why? Why did this have to happen? Ash placed his head on Pikachu's bed. It was Pikachu's Thunderbolt that had allowed them to have the bond they had. Just then the power in the lab turned off. What's this? Did a something short-circuit? Juniper asked, inspecting various devices. You all wait here, I'll be back. Juniper left, leaving the 4 trainers in silence. So Ash, Bianca said, trying to start a conversation. How long have you had Pikachu? Ash raised his head from the bed and looked up. I guess 4 years now. Really? You're from Kanto, right? Which Pokémon was your starter? Cheren asked. Ash smiled as he looked at Pikachu. It was Pikachu. I overslept the day I had to get my first Pokémon and I ended up with this guy. Ash was now rubbing Pikachu's head. Hilda was curious about Ash and his bond with Pikachu. It was clear that bond seemed to be a part of his strength. What about you, Ash? Ash looked at Hilda quizzically. What about me? Tell us about you. You are clearly a good trainer and you said something about journeys earlier, which was plural, so you must have had plenty of adventures. Ash was surprised by Hilda's excitement and sharpness. You'll get used to it, Ash looked at Cheren confused. She can pick any sentence to pieces in order to get the information she wants. I see. Well, I've been to Kanto, the Orange Islands, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh. I've had too many adventures to even count, Ash said, rubbing the back of his head. It sounded like he was gloating. So you've met many kinds of Pokémon then? Ash grinned. Lots. I've met just about every Pokémon in each region. And the fact that there's a whole region of Pokémon I've never seen before is awesome. Before Hilda could say something, a sudden movement cut her off. The trainer stared at Pikachu, who stood up on the bed. Pikachu. How are you feeling? Ash asked. Pikachu didn't respond, but only jumped out of the bed and made his way towards the window. Pikachu, where are you going? Pikachu jumped towards the window, but Ash quickly caught him. Pikachu, what's wrong? Pikachu tried to use Thunderbolt but failed. So instead he pointed outside. You want to go outside? Why? Pika. That's not a good enough reason. Pika. Alright, I trust you, Pikachu. Ash opened the window and jumped out. You guys wait inside. Ash said before letting Pikachu out as his hands. The three new trainers just watched from the window as Ash and Pikachu stepped into the middle of the field. Pikachu suddenly stopped in the middle of the field and looked up towards the sky. Ash stopped next to him and did the same. His eyes widened as the clouds started to cackle with electricity, and soon there was a bright flash, blinding him for a moment. When Ash opened his eyes, he was no longer standing on solid ground. Where am I? Around him was darkness, with sparks flying occasionally. Pikachu was next to him and seemed to be back to normal. Pika. Something flew above him, making Ash and Pikachu look up. Their eyes widened as they saw a giant black creature, blending in with the darkness. It would have completely blended in if it weren't for the blue electricity around it. What are your ideals? Asked a loud, deep voice. Ideals? The black creature now flew below Ash and Pikachu. Will you fight the truth? The truth? The creature landed in front of Ash and Pikachu, causing a wind to blow, nearly making the two stumble and fall. The only thing Ash could see was red, glowing eyes. The creature let out a roar and the world flashed brightly once again. Ash closed his eyes and crossed his arms in front of him to shield himself from the light. When Ash opened his eyes, he was back on the field. He looked around, then at Pikachu, who had sparks flying around him. Pikachu. Pikachu looked at Ash and tilted his head. Pika. Was that a dream? Ash wondered as he looked up at the sky, that was now as clear as day. Ash then glanced at Pikachu, who still had sparks flying around his body. Ash crouched to touch him but felt a shock. Pikachu, can you use electric moves again? Pikachu tilted his head, looking for something to use a Thunderbolt on. Just use Thunderbolt on me. Ash exclaimed. Pikachu blinked before nodding. Ash screamed and sparks were now flying around his body as he was now charred. Yep, you're just as strong as ever. Ash. Ash turned around and saw his friends run over to him. Are you all right? Hilda asked worriedly. Ash got up and dusted himself off before giving everyone a thumbs up. I'm fine. But better news, Pikachu can use electric-type moves again. Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder and gave out a happy cry. Hilda was surprised. He was just hit by a Thunderbolt but was happy simply because his Pokémon was feeling better. Hilda looked at Oshawott, who was in her arms, wondering if she'll be able to bond with Oshawott like Ash and Pikachu. Oshawott seemed to have sensed her thoughts and met her gaze, giving her a smile. Osha. Hilda responded with a smile. Yeah, she whispered. We'll be best friends, and become the very best. They were all going back to the lab. Ash noticed Hilda wasn't with them and stopped and turned around. Hilda. You coming? Hilda nodded and ran up to him. They all walked back to the lab to talk for the rest of the day. A large black Pokémon? Juniper asked, surprised. They were all at the dinner table eating dinner. Ash had just described what had happened when he went outside. Yeah, it was such a huge Pokémon. Do you have any idea what it could be, Professor? I think you may have met the legendary Pokémon Zekrom. Everyone at the table stopped eating and looked at Juniper with incredulous expressions on their faces. The Zekrom from the legend? How could that be? Cheren put a hand under his chin, thinking. It is the only explanation I have at the moment. It could be that it drained Pikachu's energy in order to get your attention, Ash. Ash blinked before pointing towards himself. Me? Why would it want my attention? I do not have all the answers, but maybe it wanted to make you aware of its existence. Ash looked at Pikachu, both sharing a smile before looking back at Juniper. Well, that's fine with me. I would love to meet Zekrom. Cheren pushed up his glasses. To meet the legendary Zekrom. Hilda looked outside and noticed it was getting late. Professor, do you mind if we stay overnight? We did not expect such to stay here for so long. Juniper smiled at Hilda. Of course. I'll show you where the rooms are. I'll pass. Everyone looked at Cheren. It's better to get used to sleeping in the outdoors. And I would like to get started on my journey sooner rather than later. Are you sure, Cheren? Hilda asked. Cheren nodded. The next time we meet, we'll have a battle, Hilda. Hilda nodded with a smile. I'll get stronger, I won't let you down, Cheren. Cheren smiled before bidding everyone farewell and leaving. I'll show you two girls the guest room, Juniper said, and with that they all went to sleep. All excited for the next day. Ash stepped outside the lab and both he and Pikachu stretched their arms. I guess we should get going, huh, Pikachu? Pika. Pikachu cheered. Ash had already said goodbye to Juniper, and Bianca had left early. Meanwhile, Hilda was still in the lab. Let's get going then. Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder, and as Ash started to head off to Route 1, he was stopped by a voice. Ash. Wait. Ash turned around and saw Hilda running towards him. What's up, Hilda? You need something? Ash asked. The girl looked away, trying to gather her thoughts. Can I? Ash tilted his head, waiting for her to continue. Can I travel with you? Hilda blurted, her face turning red after. Ash opened his mouth to speak, but Hilda cut him off. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It's better if you travel alone, right? In order to get stronger, traveling alone is the best thing to do. I'm sorry, Ash. Ash blinked as he remembered his old friend May. She had left after his second journey through Kanto, claiming that she will be stronger if she traveled alone. He knew that it was not true. After all, May lost to Dawn, a new coordinator, while May had nearly 2 years of experience. Hilda, I don't mind. Hilda looked up in surprise. Traveling with someone doesn't make you weaker. You get stronger and the journey's more fun. More the merrier, as I always say. Ash gave her a thumbs up while Pikachu cheered as well. Thank you so much, Ash and Pikachu. Hilda exclaimed before hugging Ash, catching him off guard. When they separated from the hug, Ash was curious about something. But why do you want to travel with me? Hilda looked down. I'm scared. I'm afraid that I will be hurt by a Pokémon, or Oshawott will be really injured. Anything can happen and there may be no one to help me. But you and Pikachu are strong, and you're really brave. So I thought if I stuck around you, I'll be fine. I'm pretty selfish, huh? Ash shook his head. It's natural to be afraid. Pokémon are awesome creatures, but they can be scary at times as well. You chose the right person to travel with, Hilda. I promise that you won't get hurt with me around. Hilda looked up at Ash in surprise, who had a smile on his face which was contagious as she also smiled. She will finally enter the world of Pokémon. I'm going to be the very best. Ash, Pikachu, and Hilda's Oshawott sweat dropped as they watched Hilda shout at the top of a hill. The hill they were on wasn't necessarily a big hill, as you still couldn't see over the trees in the distance, but it can still carry your voice, especially if you scream at the top of your lungs. What was that all about? Ash asked, though he had a good idea as to what it was for. Hilda turned around and walked back towards them. I'm making a promise. No matter what, I won't give up and I'll achieve my dream. Ash smiled as he remembered himself doing something similar, granted he was much more immature than Hilda. So your dream is to be the very best? Hilda picked up Oshawott before looking at Ash. I'm not sure what I want to be. I've always been scared of big, scary Pokémon like a Scolipede, so being a Pokémon trainer wasn't something that I wanted to be. But I love the Unova region. Honestly, I was planning on just being a normal person with a normal job like a clothes designer or something. Ash tilted his head. He never had a problem like that before. Ever since he met his father's Rapid Ash, he had always wanted to become a Pokémon trainer. He just wanted to be friends with all the Pokémon. And later his dream changed to becoming the very best. Hilda's situation was different. Though he was reminded of May, who didn't even like Pokémon to begin with. So why did you choose to become a trainer then? Hilda looked down. It's because of Bianca. She wanted to go out into the world and see what it holds for her. She wasn't scared at all. I realized that I would never truly be able to understand Pokémon if I never even tried. She looked back at Ash with a determined expression, the fire in her eyes surprising even Ash. My dream is to become friends with Pokémon. Hilda ran back to the top of the hill. I will be friends with every Pokémon there is. Pikachu. Pika. I feel like I'm too young to say this, but she reminds me of, well, me. Pika, Pikachu agreed, nodding his head. Ash and Hilda had finally entered the forest of Route. Hilda was slightly scared, as she had never been in a forest before. Ash, what kind of Pokémon live in forests? A lot. Bug types, flying types, normal types, especially grass types, Ash answered, looking around to see any Pokémon. I see, which ones are your favorite, Ash? The two walked beside each other, Hilda waiting for an answer. I don't have any preferences. They're all amazing. Ash gave Hilda a grin which made her blink. You like them all? Ash nodded. Once you meet a really scary Pokémon, like a Steelix, you'll see. Pokémon aren't all about appearances. I see. Hilda decided to change the topic. I've never been in this forest before. There's a road we take which has barely any Pokémon. The cars are just too noisy for the Pokémon. Ash adjusted his cap as the sun started to shine in front of him. The smoke doesn't help either. But that's why the roads are at a good distance away from the forests. Hilda looked at Ash with admiration. Wow, Ash, you sure know your stuff. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Not really. This is just something I was told when I was younger. He then gave her a grin. So, are you excited? Nervous? Scared? Scared? Police. Nuvema town isn't known for having tough wild Pokémon. Hilda said with a confident grin. But this is exciting. Everything is so new. I've always been around people and never really interacted with Pokémon before. Just as Hilda said that, a bush rustled and Ash turned around. Hilda let out a quiet shriek and immediately hid behind his back. Wow, what's that Pokémon? Ash asked. Hilda peeked from behind Ash and saw a little pup. Oh, that's a Lillipup. Hilda exclaimed, stepping forward from behind Ash. Ash, never having seen said Pokémon before, pulled out his Pokédex. Lillipup. The puppy Pokémon. Lillipup is a normal type Pokémon. Though it is a very brave Pokémon, it's also smart enough to check its foe's strength and avoid battle. It's so cute. Hilda exclaimed. Ash had a thoughtful expression and turned to Hilda. Hey Hilda. Yeah, Ash? Ash turned towards her and gave her a grin. Why don't you catch that Lillipup? Hilda blinked as she comprehended what Ash just said. You heard me. This Lillipup is the first Pokémon we've seen since entering this route. Make it your first Pokémon. What? This will be my first battle. What if Oshawott gets hurt? If Oshawott gets hurt, I'll heal her. And you should have faith in your Pokémon. If you don't believe in them, who will? Besides, Oshawott is just raring to go. Ash pointed towards Oshawott, who was already in front of Lillipup, the two staring each other down. Hilda took a deep breath before walking in front of Ash. Okay Ash, I'll show you that I'm no newbie. She stared at the Lillipup. You will be my friend. Oshawott. Use. Ash blinked as Hilda paused. You don't know any of Oshawott's moves, do you? Hilda turned towards him, gave him a sheepish grin and shook her head. Ash sighed. Use your Pokédex. Oh. Right. Hilda pulled out her Pokédex and scanned Oshawott. Oshawott used tackle. Oshawott charged straight towards Lillipup. Ash noticed that the Lillipup stayed and didn't flee, meaning it didn't see Hilda as a threat. The Lillipup jumped into the air at the last second and headbutted Oshawott. Oshawott. Are you okay? Hilda asked worriedly. Oshawott responded with a cry while rubbing its head. Hilda breathed out a sigh of relief. Good. Use water gun. Oshawott shot out a torrent of water, hitting the Lillipup and knocking it down. The Lillipup got up and shook the water out of its fur. The Lillipup charged straight at Oshawott. Oshawott was hit and sent flying back. Oshawott. Ash noticed that Oshawott should have been able to dodge, but didn't. Maybe it was distracted. Oshawott. Water gun worked last time, so use it again. Oshawott nodded before shooting another torrent of water towards Lillipup. Lillipup saw the attack coming and dodged and charged once again straight at Oshawott. Oshawott was hit directly once again and was sent flying near Hilda. Oshawott. Why didn't you dodge? Oshawott got back up, bruised and stood in front of the Lillipup again. Ash recognized this determination. Many of his Pokémon had done something similar like this in the past, all for one reason. Hilda, Oshawott is awaiting your orders. You need to command her to dodge, attack, everything. Hilda looked at Ash and blinked. My orders. But why? What if I say something that hurts Oshawott? Not saying anything will do the same thing. And Oshawott trusts you. Don't betray her trust. Trust? Hilda turned towards Oshawott. Oshawott, you, trust me. Oshawott tilted her head towards Hilda, giving her a grin. Osha. Hilda's eyes started to water as Oshawott turned back to glare at the Lillipup. I trust you to Oshawott. Let's beat this Lillipup. We can't lose our very first Pokémon battle. Use tackle. Oshawott charged towards Lillipup once again. If Lillipup does the same thing it did last time, then I'll have to think of something to counter it. Just as Hilda thought, Lillipup jumped into the sky again and was going to headbutt Oshawott again. Think, what can I do? Wait, Lillipup's guard is down and is now vulnerable to attacks. Oshawott, water gun. Hilda called quickly. Oshawott responded immediately and the Lillipup was knocked onto the ground. Ash was surprised to say the least. That was awesome, Hilda. Hilda didn't say anything but the wide grin on her face spoke louder than words. The Lillipup glared at Oshawott, who had a proud smile on her face, similar to her trainer. The Lillipup quickly disappeared from view. Hilda blinked then rubbed her eyes. The Lillipup was gone. Where'd it go? Hilda asked, looking around. Ash and Pikachu also looked around. Did it run away because it realized Hilda was a threat after all? Oshawott. Ash and Pikachu turned back to where Hilda was and saw Oshawott near Hilda, injured. There was Lillipup, still standing, though exhausted. Near Oshawott was a hole in the ground. It used dig. Ash exclaimed, surprised. Dig? Hilda asked. I'm going to assume that means Lillipup digs a hole in the ground. To prove her rather obvious assumption, Lillipup did just that once again. Oh no. Oshawott got back up and was now looking around, waiting for Lillipup to make its appearance. There was a slight crack in the ground beneath Oshawott and soon Oshawott was hit by Lillipup once again. Oshawott. Are you okay? Oshawott stood back up, this time struggling. Oh no, maybe we should forfeit. There's no point fighting a losing battle. Osha. Oshawott shouted, surprising Hilda. Don't tell me you want to continue, even though you're hurt. Oshawott only nodded and gave Lillipup a determined glare, who only responded back with its own determined glare. Hilda turned towards Ash. Ash, what should I do? Ash looked at Hilda, then at Oshawott, then back at Hilda. Oshawott is confident in you, so be confident in Oshawott. Hilda nodded and looked back at Oshawott. I won't let you down, Oshawott. Let's finish this once and for all, Oshawott. Water gun. Oshawott did just that, but this time Lillipup used dig to avoid it. Where will it appear now? Every time it has been below Oshawott, but how can Oshawott counter it? There was a crack in the dirt below Oshawott and Hilda acted quickly. Jump in the air and use water gun below you. Oshawott immediately did so. When Lillipup appeared, it was surprised to see Oshawott above it. Oshawott used water gun and knocked Lillipup back on the ground, knocked out at last. We won. Hilda stared at the knocked out Lillipup, then at her Oshawott, who was panting. Hilda grew a big smile on her face before hugging Oshawott. We won. We did it. Oshawott. You were so amazing. You're incredible. Hilda kept giving out the compliments to Oshawott until Ash interrupted her. Hilda? Are you gonna catch the Lillipup or what? Hilda looked back at the Lillipup, who was starting to get back up. Oh. Right. Hilda took out a Pokeball from her bag and threw it at the Lillipup. You're mine. The Pokeball hit the Lillipup and Lillipup was soon inside the now shaking Pokeball. The center of the Pokeball glowed red as it shook. Ash and Hilda watched anxiously until at last, the Pokeball stopped and a click was heard. Did I catch it? Ash nodded. Congratulations, Hilda. Hilda looked at Ash, Pikachu, Oshawott, then at the Pokeball on the ground. She walked over to the Pokeball and picked it up. Soon a huge grin was once again spread on her face. I just caught my first Pokémon. Hilda held the Pokeball up high and Oshawott cheered with her. That was incredible, Hilda. For your first Pokémon battle, you did amazing. Hilda blushed at the praise and smiled. Hilda looked down at Oshawott. Thanks, Ash. And of course, thank you, Oshawott. From now on, I will return your trust. Oshawott smiled and patted its scalchop, before falling to the ground. Oshawott. Hilda crouched down and picked up Oshawott, who was now unconscious. Ash looked at Oshawott. She's just exhausted. Though it would be best if we healed her and Lillipup. Hilda looked up at Ash. How do we do that? I don't have any medicine. Don't worry, I got a potion. Ash put down his bag and pulled out a potion and a cloth. Hold Oshawott still. Hilda nodded and Ash sprayed Oshawott's bruises, causing Oshawott to squirm in Hilda's arms. It's okay, Oshawott. It's okay, Hilda said with a voice that reminded Ash of a mother and her baby. Ash then pressed the cloth on Oshawott's bruises and it wasn't long until the bruises were no longer there. Next is Lillipup. Hilda nodded and gently placed Oshawott next to Pikachu. She threw Lillipup's Pokeball in the air and Lillipup emerged, though extremely exhausted. Hilda, I think you should heal Lillipup. Hilda was once again surprised. Huh? Why me? You're more experienced. Actually, I haven't really healed Pokémon that much. But that's beside the point. You need to show Lillipup that he can depend on you. I guess that makes sense. I wouldn't want Lillipup to think he can't depend on me. Hilda quickly accepted that and picked up Lillipup and held him in her arms. Ash gave her the potion and cloth. Hilda started spraying Lillipup's bruises, causing Lillipup to squirm. Please stay still, I'm trying to heal you. Hilda sprayed another spot and Lillipup let out a cry and bit Hilda's arm. Hilda bit her lip in order to endure the pain. She remembered Ash getting hit by Pikachu's Thunderbolt for the sole reason to make sure Pikachu was feeling better. She continued to spray Lillipup's wounds and then pressed the cloth, and before they knew it, Lillipup's bruises were gone as well. Hilda put Lillipup on the ground, now that Lillipup was healed. She looked at her arm and saw bite marks. She crouched down to meet Lillipup's gaze. Hey there, Lillipup, from now on we'll be friends, okay? Lillipup glanced at her arm, then raised a paw to realize he was healed. And it was the trainer in front of him who healed him, his trainer. Lillipup nodded slightly, still not completely trusting this trainer. Hilda was just glad Lillipup didn't hate her. Now then, Lillipup, Hilda stood up and gestured towards Ash, Pikachu, and Oshawott, who was now awake. Meet my friends. That's Ash, that's Pikachu, and that's Oshawott. Pikachu and Oshawott greeted Lillipup and were talking about whatever Pokémon talk about. Hilda was surprised at how Lillipup was actually conversing with Oshawott with no resentment whatsoever. Here, Hilda turned and saw Ash with a bandage. Lillipup bit you, didn't he? Hilda looked back at her arm and saw the bite marks. I'm impressed. Not every trainer is willing to go so far for a Pokémon. Seeing Hilda didn't take the bandage, Ash grabbed her arm and put the bandage on it himself. Hilda however laughed quietly at Ash's comment. You would though. Ash looked at her with a smile. Pokémon are my life. My friends. My family. Hilda noticed a warmth in his eyes. She continued to unknowingly stare until Ash broke the eye contact. Realizing she was staring, Hilda blushed and shook her head. Ash turned back to see the three Pokémon getting along with one another so well. Well, they all seem to be quite friendly with each other, huh? Hilda looked over to the Pokémon. True to Ash's word, they were playing together happily. Yeah, makes me wish I can make friends that quick, Hilda joked, and the two shared a laugh. Their laughing was interrupted when two gurgling sounds were heard. Both trainers immediately halted their laughter, staring at each other. Hilda's face reddened as she laughed again while Ash rubbed the back of his head. What do you say we have lunch now? Ash had Pokémon food placed for the Pokémon. He and Hilda were eating just a simple sandwich on a picnic cloth. Hilda had brought lunch for them. These sandwiches are good, Hilda. Did you make them? Hilda nodded. I made them right before we left. Well, you did a good job. They're delicious. Ash exclaimed, continuing to eat his sandwich. There was a sudden rustle in the bush, making Hilda jump, but this time she did not go and cower behind Ash. Huh? What the dash? In front of them was a young boy with an orange cap, an orange shirt, and shorts. Who are you guys? Ash stood up and wiped some crumbs from his mouth. Hi, my name's Ash. That's my partner Pikachu. Hilda copied Ash and stood up. I'm Hilda, and those are my partners Oshawott and Lillipup. Oh, hi. My name's Jimmy. What are you guys doing? We're having lunch. We're on our way to Accumula town, Hilda explained. Are you heading to Nuvema town? The boy nodded. I'm meeting my brother. I wasn't able to visit him, but now that I have a Pokémon I can visit him whenever I want. The boy then realized something. Hey, are you guys trainers? Do you want to have a battle? Hilda looked at her Pokémon. They had just fought each other and are no doubt exhausted. Sorry, my Pokémon are too tired to battle. Oh, the boy was disappointed before looking at Ash. What about you? HM. What do you say, Pikachu? Pikachu responded with a cheer. Sure, I accept. The boy grinned. Great. Do you know a good place to battle? They were all back at where Hilda caught Lillipup. It was still a nice battle spot, except there were a few holes now. Jimmy stood opposite of Ash. I'm stronger than I look, Ash. I choose you, Patrat. Jimmy tossed a Pokeball in the air and a squirrel was in its place. It had red eyes and was standing on its hind feet. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Patrat. The Scout Pokémon. Patrat is a normal type Pokémon. Extremely cautious, one of them will always be on the lookout, but it won't notice a foe coming from behind. Behind, huh? Pikachu, you're up. Pikachu jumped in front of Ash, cheeks sparking for a true, proper battle. Patrat, tackle. Jimmy commanded. Patrat dashed straight towards Pikachu with a surprising amount of speed. Meet it head-on with quick attack. Ash commanded. The two charged at each other and collided into one another. Patrat, however, had sparks flying around its body. What's wrong, Patrat? Jimmy asked. Patrat is paralyzed. Pikachu's ability is static, meaning if you make physical contact with Pikachu, you'll be paralyzed, explained Ash. Jimmy's eyes widened as he looked back at his Patrat. We still haven't lost. Patrat, use bite. Patrat tried to move, but was struggling to do so. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu did just that and Patrat screamed as it was struck by lightning. Patrat. Jimmy called out. Patrat was still standing, although it was struggling. Gur, we have one last chance, Patrat. Use bite. Patrat started running towards Pikachu, fangs sharpened. Pikachu, dodge then use Thunderbolt. Pikachu easily dodged Patrat, because the paralysis slowed Patrat down, and used Thunderbolt. Jimmy immediately commanded Patrat. Bide. Ash's eyes widened but it was too late as Patrat was struck with the Thunderbolt. Patrat was struck once again, but it didn't scream. Instead it was focusing on something else. It was storing Pikachu's attack. Let him have it, Patrat. Patrat was now surrounded by a reddish aura and charged at Pikachu. Volt Tackle. This attack surprised Hilda and Jimmy, neither have actually heard of the attack before. Pikachu started charging at Patrat as well, enveloped in electricity. The two attacks met head-on, but one of them was overpowered by the other. Pikachu jumped back in front of Ash, while Patrat was sent flying in front of Jimmy, unconscious. Patrat is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. Hilda announced, still shocked at Pikachu's display of power. Wow, Jimmy said, returning his Patrat. Good job buddy, Ash said rubbing Pikachu's head affectionately. That power was able to fell a legend, Ash mumbled under his breath. Jimmy looked at Pikachu with shock. How is that possible? Ash and Hilda looked at him. There is no way a Pokémon that small should have such power. The size of a Pokémon doesn't determine its strength, Ash said. It's about how much you believe in your Pokémon. Jimmy just shook his head. I'm challenging the Unova League. You can bet that I'm going to beat you and win it all. Jimmy exclaimed, running off. What's up with him? Ash asked, watching Jimmy run off towards Nuvema town. Hilda shrugged. He's just a sore loser. But we should get going. I would like to get to Accumula town before night falls. Yeah, that would be for the best. Though I am curious as to what Pokémon appear at night, Ash said. I don't think there's any nocturnal Pokémon around here. It's just Patriots and Lillipups around here. Is that so? That's too bad. Well, let's get going, Ash said, grabbing his backpack and duffel bag. Hey Ash, are you going to catch a Pokémon soon? Hilda asked, remembering that Ash still only has Pikachu. Of course. I'm going to need some more Pokémon for when I challenge the first gym, Ash said with a grin on his face. I wonder what my first catch in Unova will be though. It sure is exciting, wondering what Pokémon you'll meet next, Hilda said with a smile on her face. So you're not scared anymore? I'm not as scared. I mean, this little cutie, Hilda said, glancing at Lillipup, bit me for trying to heal it. Imagine if I actually angered a scary, strong Pokémon. Ash laughed, making Hilda pout. It's not funny. Ash smiled sheepishly. Sorry. But you're warming up to Pokémon and that's a good thing. And you were really amazing in your battle with Lillipup. I can't wait to battle you one day. Battle, us. Right. If I were to take on the Unova League, we would eventually fight. Hilda didn't like the sound of that. If one of them lost, would their friendship be lost as well? She recalled how Jimmy's attitude changed the moment he lost. Of course we battle. And you better promise me this, you won't hold back just 'cause we're friends. Hilda looked at Ash who had a grin on his face and was extending his hand. Only if you promise that we stay as friends no matter the outcome. Hilda said. I don't know what you're talking about, but sure, I promise. Hilda smiled and they shook on it. She then looked up. It's getting late Ash. I don't think we're getting to Accumula town today. Ash looked up and frowned. Man, we really wasted time today. He then looked at Hilda and shook his head. Not that I would say we wasted any time. You got a new friend and that's what matters. The two found a good place to have dinner and camp for the night. Too bad we don't have a table. We'll just have to eat on the cloth again. So now we need firewood and berries. I'll go get berries. What kind of berries do you need Ash? Hilda asked. Ash showed her his recipe book and pointed to 2 berries. Oran and Sherry. I'll leave finding the berries to you then. I'll go get some firewood, Pikachu watch over the camp. Pikachu saluted him and Ash went into the darkness of the forest. Hilda suddenly felt cold but had no idea why. I should go get the berries. Oshawott, you guard the camp with Pikachu. Lillipup, you and I are going berry hunting. Hilda soon also disappeared into the darkness of the forest. Hilda was walking with Lillipup right beside her. Maybe I can find a nocturnal Pokémon here and catch it. That sure would surprise Ash. Hey Lillipup, found anything? Lillipup was currently sniffing the ground hoping to smell traces of berries. Lillipup soon raised his head and cried as he ran off. Hey! Don't run off on your own. Hilda ran off behind him. She caught up to him and the two were soon at a small fruit tree. Lillipup, don't run off like that again. I don't want something to happen to you. Hilda put her hands on her hips and Lillipup looked at the ground. Hilda sighed and crouched down to pet Lillipup. It's fine, just don't do that again. Besides, you found orange berries. Hilda grabbed a couple and placed them into a bag. Now we need cherry berries. Lillipup nodded and started sniffing the ground again. Lillipup suddenly stopped and started to growl. What is it, Lillipup? Hilda looked in the direction Lillipup was looking in, which was darkness. Is someone there? Hilda called out. There was some sort of tension in the atmosphere, however Hilda had no idea why. Rustling was heard, but it soon disappeared. Hilda wasn't sure if she was imagining things, but she thought she saw a flash of green. Lillipup stopped growling and the two looked at each other. Are they gone? Lillipup nodded and Hilda let out a sigh of relief. Let's just find some cherry berries and head back. Ash is probably waiting for us. Hilda and Lillipup found some cherry berries and returned back to the campsite. Ash then made dinner, courtesy of the recipe book, and now they were ready to sleep. You didn't bring a sleeping bag? Ash asked with an incredulous look on his face. Hilda gave Ash a sheepish smile. No, I didn't really think about sleeping outside. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Well, I guess you can use mine. Hilda looked at him in shock. I've slept in the outdoors before, so it's no big deal. But we'll have to get you a sleeping bag once we get to Accumula town. Sorry, Ash. I'll make it up to you one day, Hilda promised. This is so weird. Hilda looked at Ash curiously, who had a sheepish smile on his face. Usually it's me who forgets these kinds of things and it ends up with me apologizing. Have you traveled with people before? Hilda asked, before realizing that was a stupid question. Ash nodded. Yeah, usually with a good friend of mine and someone I would meet along the way. By the end of my journey we would go our separate ways. By the end of our journey. Hilda mumbled before shaking her head. It was taking them a whole day just to travel through the first route. This journey isn't going to end soon. She put on a smile again and watched as Ash get out his sleeping bag. Here you go. Hilda looked up again and saw Ash place his sleeping bag. I have a tent, but it's not really necessary here. Now then. Pikachu, help me find a good branch. Hilda blinked as Pikachu started climbing a tree and was jumping from tree to tree. He soon called out so Ash from a tree near where Hilda was standing. That's a good one. Pikachu nodded and Ash grinned as he started to climb the tree at a speed that surprised Hilda. He's like a human panseer, Hilda muttered. I'm going to change into my pajamas. No peeking. Ash blinked before looking away. Sure. No need to worry. Hilda changed quickly and saw Ash and Pikachu lying down on the branch. She looked down at her two Pokémon. Well, ready to go to bed? Her two Pokémon nodded and they all got into the sleeping bag. Good night, you two. Hilda turned towards the nearby tree. Good night, Ash. Good night, Pikachu. Night, she heard Ash mumbled. Pikachu responded similarly. Hilda giggled before snuggling up to her two Pokémon. Hilda awoke in the morning. She recalled the events of the day before. So much stuff happened in such a short amount of time, she said to herself, stretching. By her side, Lillipup and Oshawott started to stir. Hey, you two. Did you sleep well? Her two Pokémon nodded. Hilda looked up at the tree Ash and Pikachu were in and giggled. Ash was snoring soundly, one leg dangling off the branch. In his arms was Pikachu, who was also snoring. We'll have to wake them up. Ash is the one who makes your Pokémon food, Hilda said, making the two Pokémon go over to the tree Ash was in. They started shouting at Ash, who continued to sleep. Geez, he's a heavy sleeper, maybe I should make breakfast. Yeah, I'll make an amazing breakfast. To show how much I appreciate what he's done. Lillipup. Oshawott. Help me find some ingredients. Ash and Pikachu both woke up at the same time to the feeling of cold water. Ash and Pikachu fell off the tree and onto the ground. They got a glimpse of Oshawott running in a direction. They also noticed that Hilda and Lillipup were no longer nearby and the sleeping bag was rolled up. What was that about, and where did Hilda go? Ash put the sleeping bag in his duffel bag and put his now soaked sweater away. The two then noticed an aroma in the air. Did something use sweet scent? They decided to follow the aroma. He didn't need a Pokémon to do that though. Eventually they were at the place they had dinner. You're finally awake. Ash blinked as he saw the cloth they used to eat dinner and lunch on. On it was food. A lot of food. Sitting on the cloth was Hilda. Next to the cloth were Hilda's Pokémon with empty bowls in front of them. Is this breakfast? Ash asked, eyeing the food. I think I'm still sleeping, 'cause that looks too good to be breakfast. Hilda laughed. That's a strange phrase. But you can only have some once you make the Pokémon food. Ash looked at Hilda's Pokémon who were sitting in front of their bowl. Alright, be back in a sec. Ash grabbed the Pokémon's bowls and was gone in, well, a sec. He returned with the 3 bowls filled with Pokémon food. The Pokémon cheered as Ash placed their bowls in front of them. Ash then quickly sat down in front of Hilda, both eating. Wow, Hilda! This is incredible. Ash praised, eating another bite. This is probably the best breakfast I've ever had. Hilda blushed at the praise. You're exaggerating. Before, Hilda was worried that she may have made too much. But now, seeing Ash wolf down everything, showed her she didn't have anything to worry about. Geez Ash, you're such a pig. Ash stopped eating for a second. I am not, and continued eating. Hilda laughed and continued eating her food. Soon they were all done eating and they packed up and were on the road again. According to my map, we're getting close to Accumula town, Ash said looking up from his map. Hilda put her hands behind her back and clasped them. It sure feels like we've been traveling for a long time. But it's only been a day. Ash grinned and put away his map. He then put his hands behind his head. Traveling is really fun. Especially with your friends and Pokémon. Definitely. I wonder how Cheren and Bianca are doing. I'm sure they're fine. But you better be ready to battle them one day. Hilda nodded, hoping that there won't be bad blood between them when the day comes. One day. Ash glanced at her. Don't worry about losing your friends over a battle. Battles help trainers grow and understand one another. Hilda nodded, regaining her smile. Hey Ash. Yeah. Are you psychic? Ash raised a brow as he looked at her. Where'd that come from? You always seem to know what's on my mind. How? Ash looked at the sky and grinned. Well, you figured out my secret. I am psychic. Hilda gave him an amused look. Oh really? What am I thinking about right now? Ash blinked before putting a hand under his chin. You're thinking about food. Hilda laughed. Are you hungry already? Hey, how'd you know? Hilda laughed even harder and ran ahead with Lillipup beside her. Ash looked at Pikachu and Oshawott before running with them to catch up to Hilda, who was now standing at the top of a hill. There it is Ash. I can see Accumula town in the distance. Ash caught up to Hilda and looked ahead. Indeed, a town was in front of them and was quite lively. Sweet. Let's get going dash. Ash was cut off by the cries of their Pokémon. Ash and Hilda turned around and were surprised to see a hot air balloon in the sky. It wasn't an ordinary hot air balloon however, it was a hot air balloon with the balloon part being a cat Ash knew all too well. The basket had 2 people in it and a Pokémon. Below the basket was a glass ball with their Pokémon in it. You have got to be kidding me. Hey! Who are you? And give us back our Pokémon. Who are you, is the question indeed. A female voice responded. We'll answer you as we feel the need. A male voice was heard. Bringing the blinding white light of evil into the future. Moving the hammer of justice down on the black darkness of the universe. Carving our names in the rock of eternity. A different voice was heard. It was hard to describe, but it was male. The fiery destroyer, Jesse. Jesse had long purple hair and was wearing a white shirt and white skirt. The shirt had a red R on it. And with thunderous emotion, I am James. James had short blue hair. He had a white shirt and white pants, his shirt also bearing a red R. Wisest of the wise, Meowth. Instead of a human, Meowth was a Pokémon. A cat who can talk. And now gather, under the name of Team Rocket. All three shouted. Wobbuffet. A blue odd-looking Pokémon appeared. Give us back our Pokémon. Hilda shouted, not caring for their motto in the slightest. We worked hard on our new motto and you just ignore it. No feedback or anything. James shouted. What are you even doing here? Ash shouted. Meowth scratched the back of his head. That's a funny story. The twerp is still in Pallet Town? Jessie asked. James and Meowth nodded. They were currently camping in Route 1, their hot air balloon nearby. I don't think he's going to be leaving anytime soon, James said. What do we do then? Pikachu isn't leaving the twerp anytime soon and we don't stand a chance against all of his Pokémon, Meowth said. Delibird. The three turned around in surprise as they saw a familiar bird approach them with letters. It's you. What do you want? Meowth shouted. The Delibird remained unfazed and handed each of them a letter before flying off. What's this? James asked, opening the letter. It's a letter for us to return to base, Jessie said after reading the letter. Do you think? James started. That we're getting a promotion. Meowth exclaimed. The three looked at each other with sparkles in their eyes and jumped in their balloon, singing happily as they flew off to Team Rocket's base. Happy days, glorious days be to Team Rocket. What are you three doing here? A Team Rocket member known as Domino asked. We're here because of the letter we received from the boss, James said, handing Domino his letter. Domino read the letter before crumpling it up and throwing it at the ground. These were meant to be sent to Butch and Cassidy. How did that dumb bird mess this up again? With that, Domino stormed off, not hearing the broken shards of the three Rocket members' hearts. Jessie crumpled up her paper. I'm going to get that bird and pummel it to a pulp. What do you think the boss wants with those two? Meowth asked. Maybe they're in trouble. James suggested. Jessie gave an evil grin at that. In trouble, HM? I wonder what kind of punishment the boss is going to give them. Let's stick around the base for a bit, in case they need our assistance. Meowth sighed. I don't think they're going to want our help with anything. It wasn't long until they saw Butch and Cassidy enter Giovanni's room. The trio stood outside the door with cups pressed against the door. I'm going to need you two to head to the Unova Region. I need you two to find an item called the Reveal Glass. The moment you do, contact Dr. Zager. Understood? The eavesdroppers immediately left the area quickly before they were caught. Hey guys, how about we search for this Reveal Glass ourselves? I was thinking the same thing, Meowth. Jessie said. When we do, the boss is bound to give us a promotion. I'll search where the Unova Region is, James said. With that, they flew off back to Viridian City. James did his research and located the Unova Region. It's far away from here actually. Taking our balloon will take us days. We can take a plane there though. Where are we gonna get the money for a plane? Meowth asked. We're in debt already. Are you forgetting who we are, Meowth? We're Team Rocket. All we need to do is steal 2 tickets. Jessie said. And steal 2 tickets they did, and they were on the plane to Unova. Coincidentally, they were on the same plane as Ash but neither noticed each other. When they arrived in Unova, they quickly left towards Route 1 and made a hideout. Okay, so what's the plan? Jessie asked. We find this mirror. We're unknown in this region because of how separated it is from Kanto, so we can ask around for information. However, Pokémon from Kanto are considered to be rare here, so we should try and not use our Pokémon too much, James explained. What about me then? Meowth pointed to himself. Well, how about one person does the mingling while the other 2 remain hidden? Jessie said. James clapped his hands. Perfect. Now let's dash. Shoo. Quiet. Meowth pushed both of their heads down and they stared outside of their hideout, which was a cave with bushes in the way. Is that the twerp? Meowth whispered. And who's the new twerpet? Jessie asked. He's pretty popular with the ladies. Reminds me of myself when I was younger, James said with a nod. That earned him a slap on the head from Jessie. How about I call your darling Jessibelle for you then? Pikachu's here. If we get Pikachu and the mirror, we'll be the boss's favorites. Meowth exclaimed quietly. Then let's get us a Pikachu. And now we're here, with Pikachu as ours. Meowth finished his story. Whatever. Pikachu used dash. I wouldn't do that, twerp. That glass ball is indestructible and all Pikachu would be doing would be zapping its buddies. And that ball is also too small for any physical attacks. Meowth said proudly. I'm impressed, Meowth. When you said you had this one all sorted out, I had my doubts. But you've proven me wrong. James said, impressed. Heh, this is what years of Pikachu capturing does for you. Meowth exclaimed. Ash gritted his teeth, thinking of anything he can do. The balloon wasn't too high up, so he could get to the top of a tree and jump for it. Only problem is that they would notice and just fly higher. Ha! We left them speechless. Now let's get out of here, Meowth. Jessie said. On it. Meowth exclaimed, and the balloon started to rise. Oshawott. A cry was heard and they heard the sound of something being broken. The trio looked down and saw the glass ball was broken and the Pokémon were falling. Ash and Hilda quickly caught their Pokémon. All of them looked to the side to see the culprit and it was an Oshawott. The Oshawott was holding its Scalchop, implying it used it in order to break the ball. Meowth. I thought you said it was indestructible. Jessie shouted. It is. From the inside at least. Meowth. Both Jessie and James shouted. Whatever, they landed the balloon and jumped out. We'll have to take their Pokémon by force. Seviper. Jessie shouted. Carnivine. James called out, only to be bitten by said Pokémon. Not me. The bait is over there. Seviper used Poison Tail. Carnivine used Bullet Seed. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to counter the Bullet Seed. Ash called out. Lillipup dodged to the right and hit it hard with Tackle. Hilda commanded. Their Pokémon did as told and were able to counter the Pokémon. Seviper was knocked back but Carnivine continued. Carnivine used Bite. Carnivine was about to bite Pikachu who was caught off guard but was hit by a water gun. Oshawott stepped in front of Pikachu. Thanks, Oshawott. Wait a second, you're that Oshawott from Professor Juniper's lab, aren't you? The Oshawott nodded and turned back towards Team Rocket. You want to battle, huh? Okay. Let them have it, Oshawott. Water gun. Oshawott used water gun once again on Carnivine, though Carnivine wasn't too affected. Carnivine is a grass type. What moves do you have, Oshawott? Normally Ash would be able to check his Pokédex, but he doesn't own Oshawott so he couldn't. Oshawott grinned before charging at the Carnivine while holding his Scalchop. The Scalchop started to glow a white color and hit the Carnivine, knocking it back into James. That was Fury Cutter. Seviper. Seviper was charging at Oshawott, who used his Scalchop again. This time it glowed blue and Seviper was sent flying into Jessie. What attack was that? Ash wondered. I'm up next. Meowth started to charge towards them, surprising Ash since Meowth never participated in battles before. But he was immediately knocked down by Lillipup's tackle. Good job, Lillipup. Hilda praised. Lillipup barked in response. Ash gave a grin towards Team Rocker. So I think you know what comes next. It's been a while. Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Pikachu jumped in the air as Team Rocket's eyes widened. Pikachu used Thunderbolt, sending jolts down their bodies until an explosion and Team Rocket were being sent flying in the sky. This may be odd, but I kind of missed this, James said. I was thinking the same thing, Jessie said. And I'm thinking, you two are idiots, Meowth said. We're blasting off again. And all that could be seen was a sparkle in the sky. Ash looked at Pikachu. To think that they're back. Anyways, Ash turned around. Thanks for the help, Osha. Oshawott was no longer where it was and had disappeared. Where did Oshawott go? I'm so glad you're both okay. Hilda embraced her two Pokémon. She then looked at Ash. Hey Ash, who were those people? They're Team Rocket. They're an evil organization dedicated to stealing Pokémon. Ash explained. Evil organization? Those exist? Hilda asked, furrowing her brows. Why would anyone want to steal Pokémon? People are just cruel like that. But don't worry. Those three never actually succeed. Besides, I'll be here and make sure nothing happens to you and your Pokémon. Ash gave her a heartwarming smile that made her face redden as she smiled back. Now let's go to Accumula Town. With that, the two trainers walked towards Accumula Town, finally almost out of route. We're finally here. Hilda cheered. The two and their Pokémon had reached Accumula Town. We just need to find the Pokémon Center and you can register for the Unova League. Ash walked next to Hilda. But for a small town, it sure is big. I haven't been to Accumula Town in months, so much things have changed. Hilda looked around. Meanwhile, the two Pokémon at her feet were looking around in amazement. Hilda looked down at them and smiled. This is the first time you two have ever been in such a big, busy place, huh? Well, this is only a small town compared to other cities. Accumula Town was filled with apartment buildings and houses. It seemed like the perfect place to live if you didn't want the noise of cars and the city. Hilda then realized something. Hey Ash, don't you have to sign up for the Unova League as well? Ash shook his head. Professor Juniper already signed me up. It sure surprised me though. Surprised you? Ash laughed. That's a story for another time. That, and Ash didn't want to bring up his most recent loss. Fair enough. So what does a Pokémon Center look like? Ash thought about it. The ones I've been to, which were a lot, all had red or orange roofs. So I think that's our best bet. Hilda nodded and the two started to walk through the town. There were a lot of people walking around. Ash was told that Accumula Town was a small town, but it definitely didn't seem like one. Rue. Ash and Hilda stopped and looked at each other. Did you say something? Hilda asked. Ash shook his head. I heard something though. Ash turned to his side and saw blue eyes staring at him from an alley. What's that? The blue eyes quickly disappeared into the darkness of the alley. Hey! Ash ran into the alley. Ash! Hilda's voice was not heard as Ash was already gone. Hilda sighed and looked at her Pokémon. What was that all about? He even left you behind, Pikachu. Pikachu looked towards the alley and was about to chase after Ash, but Hilda stopped him. Wait, Pikachu. If there are people like Team Rocket around, then you shouldn't go on your own. According to Professor Juniper, you're a rare Pokémon in this region. Pikachu frowned and looked back at the alley. Hilda smiled and patted Pikachu's head. Don't worry. I'm sure Ash will be fine. I can call him if he's gone for too long. So how about you help me find the Pokémon Center? Hilda. Hilda turned around and was surprised to see her best friend. Bianca. The two friends gave each other a hug. I thought you would be in Striaton City by now. Bianca shook her head. I've been training at the Battle Club ever since I got here yesterday. Bianca looked down at Hilda's Pokémon. Oh wow. You have a Lillipup as well. Bianca crouched down to pet Lillipup, but Lillipup immediately went behind Hilda's legs. Ah, you're quite shy, huh? Hilda laughed. Lillipup is probably getting used to so much human interactions. He appeared in front of us so suddenly and was a fierce battler. Wow! And isn't this Ash's Pikachu? Bianca was now looking at Pikachu. Yeah, Ash was with me but he ran off. Wow, sounds like you've been having fun, Hilda. Bianca stood back up. Hilda nodded. Who would have thought being a Pokémon trainer would be so much fun? I know, right? Hey, have you signed up for the Unova League? Hilda shook her head. Well, come on. Cheren and I already signed up. Bianca dragged Hilda to the Pokémon Center. When they entered, Hilda was amazed. It was like a hotel. There was a counter in front of them, a hallway that leads to rooms. Another hallway with a plus symbol meaning that was where they take injured Pokémon. There were tables to the side where there were trainers talking while waiting for their Pokémon to heal. There were stairs that lead up to some machines. Bianca laughed at Hilda's amazed expression. Isn't it amazing? I was so surprised as well. The nurse is also really nice. Bianca led Hilda to the counter. Nurse. I have a friend here who would like to sign up for the Unova League. The nurse gave Hilda a smile. Hello, my name is Nurse Joy. You want to sign up for the Unova League? Hilda nodded. Alright, I will need your Pokédex. Hilda handed Nurse Joy her Pokédex. Nurse Joy inserted it into a machine and started typing things on a computer. It was very quick and Nurse Joy returned Hilda's Pokédex. You are now signed up for the Unova League. Here is your badge case. Best of luck to you. Thank you. Hilda accepted the badge case then looked at her Pokémon. Nurse Joy, can you look at my Pokémon for me? Nurse Joy nodded. Of course. Hilda returned her 2 Pokémon into her Pokeballs. Pikachu jumped up onto the counter. A Pikachu, how rare. He's actually owned by a friend of mine. Can you still look after him? Of course. Please wait for a moment, Audino. Nurse Joy called out and a pink and cream-colored Pokémon appeared. Nurse Joy placed the Pokémon on a cart that Audino was pushing and the 2 went into the checkup room. An Audino, Hilda pulled out her Pokédex. Audino. The hearing Pokémon. Audino is a normal-type Pokémon. Using the feelers on its ears, it can tell how someone is feeling or when an egg might hatch. Hilda put away her Pokédex. So cool. Let's go sit while we wait, Bianca suggested. Hilda nodded in agreement and the 2 went to sit at a nearby table. Hilda took out her badge case. So what is this for? Nurse Joy explained everything for me. In order to enter the Unova League, you need to defeat 8 gym leaders and get badges from them. There's more than 8 gym badges though, so you may need to customize your badge case if you get a badge that doesn't fit in there, Bianca explained. Oh, so are gym leaders tough? Bianca nodded. They apparently have different Pokémon depending on how much badges you have. They're people who have the ability to win the league itself. Really? And I signed up to defeat them. Hilda's eyes widened. Relax, Hilda. The more gym leaders you face, the stronger you get. All you need to do is battle and you'll get stronger. I've only caught 1 Pokémon, but I feel like a whole different person than I was the day I received Tepig. And I will continue to grow, and I will show my father. Bianca, thanks. And I know, one day you'll be able to defeat your father and show him that you belong in the world of Pokémon. Hilda gave her friend a grin who responded in kind. Thanks, Hilda. A voice was heard over the speakers. Hilda, please come to the counter for your Pokémon. Hilda went and received her Pokémon. Pikachu greeted her with a Pika. Hey Pikachu. So are they all good, Nurse Joy? Nurse Joy nodded. They're all in perfect condition. Please continue to treat them with care. Hilda nodded and put her Pokeballs in her bag. Pikachu jumped onto her shoulder. Thank you very much, Nurse Joy. It was my pleasure, please come again. Bianca and Hilda exited the Pokemon Center. Hilda looked at Pikachu. We need to find Ash. Why don't we go see if he was at the Battle Club? Bianca suggested. Hilda tilted her head. Battle Club? What's that? It's where trainers can train and become better. They have training exercises for many kinds of Pokemon and even the trainers. You're even able to contact and battle trainers. Ash doesn't have any other Pokemon on him though. But I guess it can't hurt to go take a look. Lead the way, Bianca. Ash was running through the alleys, chasing the Pokemon he saw before. It blends into the darkness. All I can see is some red on it. Ash jumped over a fallen-over trash can and continued to chase the mysterious Pokemon. But it looks like a Zorua, and if it is, I've got to catch it. Ash continued running, taking many turns and jumping over many trash cans. I feel like I've jumped over this trash can 10 times, huh, Pikachu? Ash looked at his shoulder to realize that a certain electric mouse was missing. I left Pikachu with Hilda. Maybe I should head back. A certain laughter filled the air and Ash looked in front of him and there was, indeed, a Zorua. The Zorua turned around and shook its tail before running off. Was it taunting me? Ash wondered before continuing his chase after it. Not long after he saw the end of the alley. Standing at the side was a young man with a cap and t-shirt and shorts. Excuse me, have you seen a Pokemon run by here? The man shook his head and Ash sighed. Thanks anyways. Ash stepped outside the alley and saw a plaza of sorts. There was a crowd standing around some people. Ash recognized one of the people in the crowd. Cheren. Ash ran up to him. Cheren seemed surprised. Ash, how are you doing? Cheren politely asked. Ash grinned. I'm doing great. Ash looked at the crowd and the people in front of them who seemed to be preparing to give a speech. What's going on? I don't know. These people said they had something of the utmost importance to tell us Pokémon trainers. May we please have your undivided attention? Ash and Cheren moved towards the front of the crowd. Everyone stopped talking. There was a man with green hair. He had a unique designed robe and a red eyepiece over his red eye. Standing at his side were about 8 or 9 other people wearing white medieval clothing. My name is Getsis. I am here representing our beloved Team Plasma. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk to you about Pokémon Liberation. Getsis spoke with a loud, deep, clear voice. Pokémon Liberation. What's that, Cheren? Ash asked. The crowd was also confused. The word liberate means to free something from imprisonment or something similar. So are they trying to free Pokémon from people like Team Rocket? Team who? I'm sure most of you believe that humans and Pokémon are partners who stand alongside one another. However, is that really the truth? Or is it a false reality that we believed was true? The crowd was slowly realizing what Getsis was implying. Ash and Cheren remained quiet. Pokémon are controlled by us humans. They are used for our selfish goals. We force them to battle. People were starting to look around at one another. Unlike us humans, Pokémon have living potential within themselves. We have much to learn from these beings. So what responsibility do we have towards these wonderful beings called Pokémon? The crowd starting whispering. Getsis smiled. That's right. Liberation is the answer. Then humans and Pokémon will truly be equals. I shall end this here. But please, take what I said into consideration and think about the right course of action. Thank you for your time. Getsis turned around to his followers, until a shout was heard. You're wrong. Getsis turned around and Ash was standing directly in front of him. Everything you said right now, it's all wrong. 2 of Getsis' followers stepped forward but Getsis signaled them back. Wrong, you say? Child, you are too young to understand. Pokémon live alongside us humans because they trust us. And we trust them. Who are you to decide whether Pokémon should be free from us? Getsis glanced down then back at Ash to see a fire that he's only seen in one person before. Getsis hid a smile. You have Pokeballs on your belt, making you a Pokémon trainer. Someone who will confine the wonderful beings known as Pokémon into Pokeballs. Ash opened his mouth but Getsis quickly spoke. You must know, of the many types of people in this world. There are those who are oblivious to all that happens around them, there are those who would sacrifice everything, and there are those who would hurt for gain. All those people have hurt Pokémon. They were oblivious to their Pokémon's well-being. They sacrificed their Pokémon for a cause. They hurt their Pokémon for profit. Tell me, have you not encountered people like these? Ash shut his mouth. Remember this, child, Pokémon being friends with humans, is merely an ideal. An ideal cannot face the truth. Ash's eyes widened and Getsis and his followers were soon gone. Ash clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. A hand was placed on Ash's shoulder. Ash turned around and saw Cheren. Relax, Ash. There's nothing to worry about. Pokémon rely on humans, and we them. Ash sighed and smiled. Yeah, you're right, Cheren. The crowd around them had disappeared, but there were still some people talking about what just happened. Your Pokémon. Ash and Cheren turned around and saw a boy Ash's age approach them. He had green hair, a white shirt with a black shirt underneath, and khaki pants. He was wearing a cap. Just now, it was saying. Slow down there, Cheren said. What are you talking about? No one said anything. So you can't hear them, how sad. Who are you? Cheren asked. My name is N introduced while grasping his necklace. I'm Ash from Kanto, Ash introduced. And I'm Cheren from Nuvema town. We're both competing in the Unova League. The Unova League? So you will capture Pokémon and confine them in Pokeballs. Then you will force them to fight. Are Pokémon really happy that way? Ash gritted his teeth. Don't tell me you're on their side. Side? They speak the truth. Look around you, everyone is accepting the truth. Ash and Cheren looked around and their eyes widened as trainers began releasing their Pokémon. Both trainers and Pokémon were in tears. Why? Ash asked. Didn't they have a bond? Didn't they care about one another? N stepped forward. You see now, don't you? They have accepted the truth that Pokémon don't need humans. It was only a false reality we have been living in. Ash whipped his head around. That isn't true at all. Ash stepped forward towards N but something attacked Ash. Ash quickly stepped back and avoided the sharp claws. On the ground was a purple cat Pokémon. Friend, would you fight for me? The Pokémon looked at N and meowed. Thank you. Now, face me and we'll see whether your words hold meaning. I don't have any Pokémon on me, Ash said glaring at N. No wonder I did not hear any voices. The moment N said that, something appeared in front of Ash. Oshawott! Ash exclaimed. It wasn't Hilda's Oshawott however. Oshawott turned his head at Ash and gave him a grin. You want to fight? With a nod Ash gave N a grin. Looks like we can fight after all. N however looked shocked. Your voice, how? Why? You just met him. Ash, Cheren, and Oshawott were confused at N's words. N shook his head and let go of his necklace. Shall we begin? Ash nodded. Are you ready, Purloin? Purloin. Ash pulled out his Pokédex to scan Purloin. N noticed this. Use Scratch. Purloin charged at Oshawott and sent him flying. Oshawott. What was that for? N pulled down his cap. The Pokédex is a tool used for battle. If you truly believe in your Pokémon, you would not need such a tool. Ash let out a tch. He put away his Pokédex. That's fine, we can beat you without a Pokédex. Oshawott, use water gun. Oshawott shot a torrent of water towards the Purloin. Dodge and used Scratch. Purloin immediately dodged out of the way at a fast speed and once again scratched Oshawott. Oshawott. Are you alright? Oshawott let out a determined cry as an answer. Good. So a cat Pokémon. It's fast and uses its claws. I don't need a Pokédex to tell me that. Use Fury Cutter. Oshawott charged at the Purloin with his Scalchop glowing white and it transformed into a sharp object. Purloin, use Assist. Assist? Cheren asked. Purloin immediately used its claws to stop the Fury Cutter and did a jump and delivered a vicious strike to Oshawott. Was that foul play? What other Pokémon does he have? Oshawott. Ash shouted. Oshawott got up, struggling. He glared at Purloin who had a smirk on her face. There is nothing you can do. My bond with Pokémon is strong. Much stronger than yours and Oshawott's. Ash gritted his teeth and looked back at Oshawott. He then saw that determination in Oshawott to defeat the Purloin. He then looked at N and gave him a smirk. That's what you think. Sure, we may have only met a handful of times, sure we may have never actually talked. But that doesn't mean we can't form a bond. Oshawott has helped us before and is willing to help me again. That shows Oshawott wants to form a bond with me. And we'll create that bond by winning against you. N pulled his cap over his eyes once again. I will then show you the difference between one who has a bond, and one who doesn't. Naivety will only get you so far. Purloin, Agility, and Fury swipes. Purloin used Assist instead of Agility. However, Purloin ended up using Agility in the end and raced to Oshawott with a great amount of speed. How could he know what move Assist would turn into? Cheren muttered, amazed. Ash was waiting for Purloin to get right in front of Oshawott. He just hoped Oshawott would be able to respond quickly. Water Gun. There was no hesitation, as Oshawott immediately used Water Gun, hitting Purloin. Quick, Fury Cutter. Oshawott pulled out his Scalchop as it glowed white and transformed. Oshawott ran in front of Purloin who was attempting to recover. Oshawott swiped his blade in a horizontal slash, sending Purloin to be sent flying towards N. N crouched down and caught Purloin. Purloin was knocked out. So quickly, are you alright? N asked Purloin. Purloin nodded slightly. N stood up and returned Purloin into its Pokeball. I never expected Pokémon to say such things. N looked at Ash and Oshawott. Ash was petting Oshawott's head, complimenting him. Ash stood up and looked at N. That was a good battle. N didn't say anything and the two just stared, tension in the air. As long as Pokémon are confined in Pokeballs, Pokémon will never become perfect beings. I will change that. I will change the world for them, because they are my friends. N turned around and swiftly left. That was impressive, Ash. Ash turned towards Cheren. Waiting until the last second, you are quite the trainer. Ash rubbed the back of his. Not really. Trust me, soon you'll be able to think of that kind of stuff on the fly. Cheren adjusted his glasses. I see. I will train some more then. I have already trained enough at the Battle Club. I shall be on my way, Ash. Until we meet again. Tell Hilda I said hi. Cheren quickly left as well, heading to the exit of Accumula town. Ash looked down at Oshawott. Now what am I going to do about you? I'll have to send you back to Professor Juniper. Oshawott immediately expressed his thought of the idea, with a firm shake of his head. You don't want to go back. Oshawott nodded at that. Ash scratched his head. Then what do you want to do? Oshawott pointed at Ash's Pokeballs. You want to be my Pokémon? Oshawott nodded. Ash grew a smile on his face. Then let's go to the Pokémon Center and ask the professor. Oshawott cheered and they were about to head to the Pokémon Center before coming to a realization. Hey, Oshawott. You wouldn't happen to know where the Pokémon Center is, would you? Hilda and Bianca were soon standing in front of a giant green building with glass windows. It had a Pokémon battlefield as a logo. This is it. This is the Battle Club. This is the biggest club I've ever seen, Hilda said in amazement. They stepped inside and they were greeted to an entrance similar to the Pokémon Centers. Wow! Pikachu was just as amazed while Bianca giggled at her friend's amazement. Don't you have a friend to look for? Oh, right. She approached the counter where a tall man, buff man was standing. Excuse me. HM. Haven't seen you here before. Name's Don George. Hi, I'm Hilda. I was wondering if you've seen a friend of mine here. He has a blue sweater, a cap, spiky hair, probably carrying a duffel bag. HM, can't say that I have. If you want to find a trainer, why not search the trainer database? Hilda tilted her head. Trainer database? Don George nodded. You can search for any trainer who has registered their X-transceiver to the Battle Club's network. Really? That's so cool. Why didn't you tell me about that before, Bianca? I'm pretty sure I mentioned it at some point, Bianca said. Hilda and Bianca went up to one of the computers. Bianca touched a few buttons. Now we can search for Ash. Hilda nodded. Okay, let's see. Nope. Can't find him. So he must not have been here then, Bianca concluded. What do you think you're doing? The two jumped at the sudden shout. They immediately went outside and saw Don George shouting at a trainer. Wasn't that your very first Pokémon? Why would you release it? You two were so close. That's what I thought. But in reality, all we're doing is hurting Pokémon. We're not helping them by capturing them. We were just lying to ourselves when we said we were friends and we need each other. Pokémon don't need us. Are you a fool? You two were inseparable. Think about how she must feel. Don George gestured to the Pokémon next to him. Leave me alone, Don George. The boy who Don George was shouting at ran away. Get back here. Don George shouted. He then looked around and saw another trainer releasing their Pokémon and ran towards them. Hey! Bianca, what's going on? Hilda asked, surprised at seeing some people releasing their Pokémon. I have no idea, Bianca said. Hilda glanced at the Pokémon that was on the ground, crying. It was a small Pokémon with a purple face with a black body with white stripes and white ribbons. There. It will be all right. I'm sure your trainer will be back for you. Pikachu approached the Pokémon and gave it a light pat. The Pokémon's cries had quieted down, but it was still sniffling. Hilda stood up and picked up the little Pokémon. Come on, we need to find Ash. He'll know what to do. Bianca nodded and they walked into town, trying their best to ignore the crying trainers and Pokémon. They soon reached the plaza where they saw Ash talking to an Oshawott. Ash! Hilda called out. Ash turned and smiled as he saw them. Hilda! Bianca! Pikachu! Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder as he approached them with Oshawott at his side. Ash, we've got a problem. People are releasing their Pokémon. Ash stopped scratching Pikachu as he stared at Hilda in shock, until the realization dawned on him. No way, people actually. Ash? Ash shook his head. Team Plasma, will pay. Ash? Separating people and Pokémon isn't helping anyone. Ash? Ash looked up and saw everyone staring at him. Oh, sorry. I guess I should tell you what happened. Ash explained to Hilda and Bianca what had occurred in the plaza, and about Team Plasma and N. But, humans and Pokémon, we need each other. Ash nodded. Cheren said the same thing, and I agree. Ash then noticed the Pokémon in Hilda's arms. What's that Pokémon? Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Gothita. The fixation Pokémon. Gothita is a psychic-type Pokémon. It stares intently at everything. It can become so obsessed with watching that it doesn't notice attacks. Ash put away his Pokédex. That's a cool Pokémon. It was a trainer's, Bianca explained. It was so sad, seeing a Pokémon that loved its trainer be released. Ash's mind went to his beloved Infernape, who was released because he was too weak. But these Pokémon were released for no reason. Even if they had a bond with their trainer, they were still released. We can't really do anything about it though, Ash said. The two girls looked at him in surprise. They were influenced, but in the end it was their decision. The two girls went silent. Bianca then took notice of Oshawott. Oh wow! Is this your Oshawott, Ash? Ash shook his head. He's actually Professor Juniper's Oshawott. He's been following us though and I think he would like to join me. Really? That's awesome, Ash! Hilda exclaimed. Ash grinned. It is. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where the Pokémon Center is, would you? Hilda rolled her eyes. Of course I know where it is. I don't get distracted as easily as you do. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Well, you two better get going. I want to get to Striaton City before night. Bianca then raced off. Ash looked at the sky. But it's going to be night soon. Bianca doesn't have any sense of time, Hilda laughed. Now come on. Hilda led Ash to the Pokémon Center, where he contacted Professor Juniper. Hilda told him he was going to return the Gothita to the Battle Club while he talked to the professor. So that's where Oshawott disappeared to. You have no idea how worried I was. Juniper exclaimed. So do you mind if he stays with me? Ash asked hopefully. Juniper gave him a smile. Of course. Besides, he would just run away again if I don't. I'll send you his Pokeball right away. Ash grew a big smile on his face. Thanks so much, Professor. Juniper gave him a two-finger salute before cutting off the video. Soon a Pokeball appeared in a Pokeball transporter. All right, Oshawott, you're now a part of the team. Ash pointed the Pokeball towards Oshawott and returned him. That's so cool, you have an Oshawott, Ash. Hilda said, now returning. Ash nodded. So did you register for the Unova League? Hilda nodded. Yep. Even got myself a badge case. Ash blinked. I don't have one of those. Ash raced to the counter. Nurse Joy. I need a badge case. After showing Nurse Joy he was a trainer competing in the Unova League, Ash received his badge case. Ash also requested a room, they were only able to get one room though with 2 beds. Ash and Hilda got ready for bed and entered their room. They let out their Pokémon, since they were small enough to sleep in the room. Tomorrow we need to buy you a sleeping bag, Ash said, looking through his backpack. Yeah, I know, Hilda said, hugging her two Pokémon while sitting on her bed. Hilda's sleepwear consisted of shorts and a tank top. Ash's was his shorts and t-shirt. Then I guess we should head out after we do that, huh? Ash was still looking for something in his bag. Well, I was thinking we could do something else tomorrow. Ash stopped looking through his bag. Like what? Well, there's this place called the Battle Club and I was wondering if you would like to check it out. Do we get to battle there? Hilda nodded. Then let's check it out. Hilda laughed. You love Pokémon battles, don't you? Of course. Battles helps you understand your Pokémon and opponent better. Ash said, once again looking through his bag for something. Hey, what are you looking for? Hilda asked. Yep. I lost it, Ash said. Hilda tilted her head. Lost what? My map. How did you lose the map? Hilda exclaimed. Hey, I must have dropped it or something. Ash. Sorry. Hilda shook her head. You're unbelievable, you know that. You're the one who forgot their sleeping bag. You're the experienced one here. What does experience have to do with anything? Hilda blinked. She just took in what they were arguing about. Why are we even arguing about this? You started it, Ash mumbled. Ignoring Ash, I must be more tired when I talk. I must be more talk when I'm tired, wait, Ash laughed and Hilda pouted. Shut up. When I'm tired I say weird stuff, okay? Ash stopped laughing after a while. Yeah, it's pretty late, Ash looked at his X-transceiver for the time. We should probably go to sleep. Hilda nodded. Good idea. Night Ash, night Pikachu, night Oshawott. The three responded in kind and soon they were all fast asleep. We have finally arrived in the Unova Region, Dr. Zager, a female voice said. Good. You two have been training for this. Now it will be up to you two to find it. Don't let Giovanni down, Cassidy. Butch. The two nodded. We shall begin immediately. They turned off their laptop and looked at each other. Where shall we begin? The male voice, Butch, said. Our first step is to capture some Unova Pokémon. That way we won't stand out and draw any attention to ourselves, Cassidy said. I'll capture the Pokémon. You search for any clues. We can't fail. Those Team Plasma guys, are they good or bad? James asked. Hard to tell. They're so sincere and passionate, they probably just want the best for Pokémon, Meowth said. I wonder if they know anything about the reveal glass, said Jessie. Maybe. I'll disguise myself and ask them the next time we see them, James said. We'll get the reveal glass and the boss will put us as his personal bodyguards. Meowth said, making the trio cheer. Hilda woke up the next morning, looking around before remembering that she was in the Pokémon Center of Accumula town. She noticed her two Pokémon were still sleeping, as well as Ash and his Pokémon. Hilda got out of her bed and looked at the snoring Ash. Hilda giggled, then decided to go take a shower and get dressed. They had a long day ahead of them. When she finished and returned to her room, she opened the door and noticed Ash was gone. He must have went to take a shower and get ready as well. To her surprise, all of the Pokémon except her Oshawott were still sleeping. Hey Oshawott. Hilda went over to her Oshawott and patted her head. It's going to get confusing calling you Oshawott when Ash also has an Oshawott. Hilda put a hand to her chin. Am I able to call you something else? Like, give you a nickname? Oshawott thought about it before nodding. What should I name you then? I'll have to think of something later. The door opened once again and Ash appeared in a t-shirt and jeans. Don't tell me they're still sleeping, Ash said, looking at Pikachu and his Oshawott. Hilda nodded and went over to her Lillipup. Should we wake them up and put them in their Pokeballs? Ash nodded and the two did so without any problem. Well, Ash got shocked by Pikachu but everything was fine otherwise. Hilda returned her Oshawott before realizing something. Hey Ash, why don't you put Pikachu in his Pokeball? Ash blinked before looking at Pikachu. Pikachu actually hates going inside his Pokeball. The last time he was in a Pokeball was when I first got him 4 years ago. So Pokemon don't like it inside the Pokeballs? Ash shrugged. I don't know. From what I can remember, there are only two Pokémon I know that do not like being in Pokeballs. Pikachu, and Meowth from Team Rocket. Other than them, every other Pokémon is fine with it. There are Pokémon that don't want to be captured by trainers, but I don't think they resent the Pokeball specifically. Hilda looked at Pikachu curiously before reaching out and petting his head. Pokémon sure are amazing. They're practically people, having different tastes and opinions. Ash nodded before putting on his sweater. Let's go to the battle club. I can't wait to battle. Ash pumped his fist into the air in anticipation. Actually, Hilda started, making Ash slowly turn towards her. I think we should do our shopping first. It would be best to get it out of the way now, don't you think? Ash thought about it. Well, when you put it like that, how about you go do the shopping while I dash? Hilda put her hands on her waist with raised eyebrows. Ash put his hands in the air. While I accompany you and help you out. Hilda smiled before leaving the room with her bag. Good. You're in charge of Pokémon supplies. I'll be in charge of stuff we need to survive. I'll be waiting outside, don't forget to return the room keys to Nurse Joy. Ash let out a sigh of relief when she left. Pikachu jumped on Ash's shoulder and tilted his head. I've never seen her angry, but I don't think I want to. Pikachu nodded in agreement, saying what Ash would presume to be a wise man. Ash packed everything up and went to the counter and gave Nurse Joy the room keys. Thanks for letting us stay here. Nurse Joy smiled. You're welcome. Please come again. Ash nodded before exiting the Pokémon Center. There he saw Hilda holding Oshawott looking at the sky. So, do you know where the Pokemart is? Ash asked suddenly, making her jump. Hilda hit Ash's shoulder lightly. Don't startle me like that. And for your information, I do, since I didn't run off into the back alley the moment we stepped into town, unlike someone. Ash rubbed the back of his head. So come on. Do you know what you need to get? Ash nodded. I'm going to have to get some extra potions and maybe some canned Pokemon food. That way we can feed our Pokemon in case we can't find any berries. That's it? Ash nodded. Wow. I need to get a sleeping bag, maybe some cooking utensils, some ingredients, and I think that's it. Oh, it's gonna be on your wallet by the way. Ash turned towards her. My wallet? Why? Hilda turned towards him and gave him a cheeky grin. Men always pay for ladies, don't you know, Ash? Having spent the past 4 years of his life with a guy who couldn't get a girl but knew how to get one, Ash had picked up on some manners. So he knew about paying for a girl on dates, but that's only if you're on a date. Not shopping for stuff. What if I ask nicely? No. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to pay. Unless. Ha. You don't have any money on you. Hilda rubbed the back of her head. I may not. Didn't your parents prepare you at all for your journey? Ash asked with a sigh. Hilda blinked. My parents. Her eyes widened. I forgot to call my mom. Hilda placed Oshawott down and looked at her right arm. She began pressing buttons and soon a woman's face appeared on the extransceiver screen. Hilda. I was so worried about you. You never contacted me since you went to get your Pokemon 2 days ago. The woman was wearing a white shirt and had a hairstyle similar to Hilda's. I'm sorry, Mom. I've been so caught up with my journey I forgot to call. Hilda's mom sighed. You and your one-track mind. If it weren't for Bianca, I would have called the police to look for you. Hilda looked down. Sorry, Mom. It's fine, Hilda. Cheer up. Hilda looked up and saw her mom giving her a smile. You're having fun on your Pokemon journey and that's a good thing. So how many Pokemon do you have? I have 2. I chose Oshawott as my starter and I caught a Lillipup on the way here to Accumula town. Hilda exclaimed, picking up Oshawott with her free left arm. Ah, she's so cute. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Hilda's mom noticed Hilda contemplating something in her head. I know that look, Hilda. You have that look when you don't know if you should tell me something. Let me guess, boyfriend. Hilda blushed and shook her head. MOM. No. It's just, great, now you've made it so much more awkward. Hilda's mom let out a laugh. Awkward? What could be more awkward than telling me you have a boyfriend? Unless. Hilda's mom raised a brow. You did something unscrupulous. Hilda's eyes widened. MOM. Hilda's mom laughed again. Just teasing, dear. But you better tell me, or else. Hilda gulped, thinking how she should word this. I'm traveling with someone. Hilda's mom tilted her head. Oh. Is it Cheren? I know it isn't Bianca. No mom, it's someone I met when I started my journey. HM. Just spit it out, dear. I'm traveling with a guy named Ketchum. Hilda ended up blurting out. Hilda closed her eyes and took a deep breath. That ended up sounding worse than she wanted. She opened her eyes at the sound of laughter. She saw her mother in hysterics. Mom. Her mother stopped laughing and wiped away a tear. Sorry honey, you should have seen the look on your face. I'm so glad I recorded this conversation. Hilda's eyes widened, but before she could speak Hilda's mom cut her off. I already knew that you were traveling with Ash. Aurea told me. The professor? Hilda said. But how? She said she saw you two leaving together. So why don't you introduce me? Hilda glanced at Ash, then at her mother. With the way things are now, it could only get more awkward. Sorry mom, we need to do some shopping. Then we have to go to the battle club. Wish I could introduce you, but we're pretty busy. What do you mean? It's still early, Hilda. Hilda closed her eyes and frowned as Ash spoke. I wouldn't mind meeting your mother. Was he listening this whole time? He shouldn't be so calm about this. Hilda's mother laughed while Hilda wanted to just turn off the stupid watch. She didn't notice Ash looking over her shoulder. So you must be Ash. Aurea has told me a lot about you. Ash rubbed the back of his head. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. He's quite the catch, dear. Now then, I better let you two be. Ash, please take care of Hilda. She's a delicate little girl. Don't worry ma'am, she won't get a scratch as long as she's with me. My, quite the gentleman. I think he's a keeper, dear. Hilda's mom gave Hilda a wink. Mom. And with that, Hilda turned off the X-transceiver, panting. She was still wondering what had just happened. Your mom's really nice. I can tell she cares about you. Hilda turned to face Ash, who had a smile on his face, as if nothing her mother said was embarrassing or awkward. How, what are you? Ash tilted his head. What? Hilda shook her head. Nothing. Now come on, let's go shopping. I need to clear my head. Okay, hey, is something wrong? Nope. Nothing's wrong. Everything is just fine. Okay, if you say so. Hilda looked at Ash with an exasperated expression before deciding to drop it. She returned Oshawott to her Pokeball and the two went to do their shopping. The two soon got their shopping done, and luckily for Ash, his wallet wasn't too light. They were soon in front of the battle club and the duo entered. Hello. Hilda called out. From the corner she saw Don George and the Gothita appear. You're back. Don George said. This little fella has been waiting for ya. Don George gestured towards the Gothita, who ran up to Hilda. Hilda crouched down. Hey little girl. Hilda rubbed the Gothita's head. The Gothita seemed to like the affection and Hilda picked her up. You're so cute, how could any trainer not want you? Hilda looked at Don George, who had a thoughtful expression on his face. The little fella really likes you, missy. Would you mind if she joins you on your journey? Hilda looked at Don George in surprise. And me? But what if her trainer comes back for her? Ash looked down as Don George stared at Hilda. I doubt that. What? Why? That trainer is no longer a trainer. They returned their Pokédex and trainer card, Don George said sadly. He looked at the little Pokémon in Hilda's arms. She was his first Pokémon. The two were so close, but it seems he went back to his hometown. Hilda looked down at the little Pokémon sadly. Poor thing, but what does that have to do with me? You still haven't figured it out. The Gothita likes you quite a bit. I don't think it would want to stay here with me, so I would appreciate it if you would take her with you. Hilda looked down at Gothita. Gothita? Would you want to come with me? Gothita nodded and Hilda smiled. Hilda pulled out an empty Pokeball and lightly tapped it against Gothita. It shook 3 times in her hand before a click was heard. All right. I have another friend. Now then, who are you, kid? Don George asked Ash. I'm Ash from Kanto, and this is my partner Pikachu. Ash raised his shoulder and Pikachu waved, having already met the man. So you're Ash. Well, would you two like to register yourselves in the battle club? That way anyone can send you a request to battle you or just talk. Ash and Hilda agreed and Don George registered the 2 trainers into the battle club network. So we can just search for someone and battle them? Ash asked, walking over to a computer. Don George nodded. That's right. You can even search for someone of your skill level. It's organized by gym badges. Then I guess we would choose someone who doesn't have any gym badges, huh? Hilda said, looking at the computer. Hey Ash, how about these 2? Ash looked at the screen. There were 2 boys with 2 tough-looking Pokémon. Are we able to battle them? Don George looked at the 2 they chose. What a lucky break. The 2 are battling each other right now, follow me. They followed Don George into a battlefield. There they saw 2 boys battling each other. One boy had a yellow t-shirt and green hair. The other had brown hair and a red t-shirt. Whoa, what are those Pokémon? Ash asked, pulling out his Pokédex. Hilda did the same. Servine. The grass snake Pokémon. Servine is a grass-type Pokémon and is the evolved form of Snivy. When it gets dirty, its leaves can't be used in photosynthesis, so it always keeps itself clean. Duat. The DSPLN Pokémon. Duat is a water-type Pokémon and is the evolved form of Oshawott. As a result of strict training, each Duat learns different forms for using the Scalchops. So those are the evolved forms of the starters, awesome. Ash exclaimed, putting away his Pokédex. Servine used Leaf Tornado. The trainer with green hair called out. Duat dodge. The other trainer called out, but it was too late as the Duat was hit by the attack, being knocked to the ground. I've never seen that move before, Ash said watching with awe. Good Servine, now finish it with Vine Whip. Vines appeared from behind Servine and headed straight towards Duat. Duat. Block with Razor Shell. Duat stood up and grabbed the 2 Scalchops at its side and they transformed into a razor that glowed blue. Duat used the razors to block the vines. So that's what that attack is called, Ash said to himself. Hilda glanced at Ash, wondering how he could be so engrossed in a Pokémon battle. Awesome Duat. Now, Water Gun. The Duat shot a torrent of water towards Servine. Servine, dodge and finish this with Vine Whip. Servine jumped out of the way and vines once again appeared and started to hit Duat, until it finally fainted. Duat. You did your best, return. That was great Servine, the boy who won patted his Servine's head. He then noticed Ash and Hilda. That was an awesome battle. Ash exclaimed. The boy smiled. Thanks. I'm training for the Striaton gym. Do one of you want to battle? The 2 grinned. I'll battle you. They exclaimed simultaneously. They then looked at each other. Ash, you've had much more battles than me already. It's my turn. What? That doesn't matter. It kinda does. You battled a trainer in Route 1 and that end guy. I on the other hand fought a Lillipup and that's it. But there's plenty of trainers out there, Ash. Ash sighed, not being able to deny anything Hilda said. Not to mention he knew Hilda needed much more battle experience than he did. Fine, Ash conceded at last with a grumble before walking over to the sides. Hilda sighed. Sorry, he can be childish at times. The guy nodded. But this will be your first fight against a trainer, right? Hilda was about to ask how he knew, but realized that they just argued in front of him. Ha, yeah. But I won't lose. The guy laughed. That's the spirit. Servine, ready for another fight? The Servine nodded and they went to the opposite sides of the battlefield. Servine, you're up. Who should I use? Oshawott? But that Duat got defeated so easily, how about? Hilda gripped the third Pokeball in her bag and tossed it on the field. Your first battle, Gothita. Ash was surprised. Are you sure, Hilda? You only just got her. You should do some training before using her. Hilda pulled out her Pokédex to scan Gothita. Sure, I'm sure, Ash. Besides, there's no time better than the present. Hilda put away her Pokédex. You ready, Gothita? The Gothita nodded and gave a determined look towards the Servine. The guy had an amused look on his face. Alright, let's start easy. Servine, use tackle. Servine started to charge at Gothita. Hilda quickly recalled Gothita's moves in her head. Dodge and use tickle. Ash and Pikachu blinked as Gothita also charged at the Servine, avoiding the tackle and started to tickle the Servine. The Servine started to laugh to the point tears were falling out of its eyes. The trainer was also surprised. Hilda used the situation to her advantage. Pound. Gothita's hand started to glow and a powerful smack was heard and Servine staggered back with a bruise on its stomach. Servine, are you alright? A nod from Servine made his trainer look back at the Gothita. Guess we shouldn't underestimate them. Alright, use Leaf Tornado. Servine summoned thousands of leaves and spun around causing them to be caught by the wind and turn into a twister. Servine then threw the twister towards Gothita. Let's see if we can stop that tornado in its tracks. Gothita, use Confusion. Gothita's eyes glowed blue and some of the leaves were affected, however the leaves that weren't affected continued and hit Gothita, making it cry as it was sent flying near Hilda. Gothita. Are you alright? Gothita stood up and stared back at the Servine. I don't think we should continue, the trainer said. Hilda looked up towards him. You wouldn't want to hurt your Pokémon, would you? Hilda looked at Gothita, who was struggling to stand after that one attack. Yeah, you're probably right. But we're still going to continue. Ash looked at Hilda with concern. Hilda, there's nothing wrong with forfeiting. It's not worth having your Pokémon get injured badly. Hilda looked at Ash and gave him a grin. Ash, I believe in Gothita. And I know she won't let me down. Isn't that right, Gothita? Gothita looked at her trainer, who gave her a huge smile. Gothita's eyes watered before turning back to the Servine, more determined than ever. This was her chance to prove her worth. Gothita raised her arm and it started to glow. At the same time, her eyes glowed blue. Gothita. Gothita lowered her arm and a purple, zigzag-like beam shot out of her arm and hit Servine directly, knocking it to the ground in front of Servine. Servine. Are you alright? Servine got up and gave Gothita a grin. The trainer sighed. I guess we're continuing after all. Hilda looked at Gothita in amazement. That was incredible, Gothita. She pulled out her Pokédex once again to see what move that was. Ash looked at the two in wonder. Not even 20 minutes ago she received that Gothita and she already has a new move. That's so awesome. So, that was Psybeam. Good to know. Hilda pocketed her Pokédex as she gave her opponent a grin. I stand by my decision to continue. Good. After getting hit like that, I don't think Servine would want to fight someone else. Servine, use Leaf Tornado again. Servine unleashed the tornado of leaves once again as Hilda gulped, wondering what to do. Psybeam is a straight beam that hits wherever Gothita aims. So what if Gothita moved her arm while using the attack? Will the Psybeam move? One way to find out. Gothita. Use Psybeam but aim your arm at the leaves, move your arm in an arc. Gothita did just that and the beam had struck with the leaves and caused numerous explosions. The smoke cleared up and the two Pokémon were still standing. The trainer was shocked. What? Hilda didn't waste any opportunity. Gothita, use Confusion to hold Servine in place. Gothita's eyes glowed blue and did as told. Now run up to the Servine and use Tickle. The trainer's eyes widened. Servine, get out of there. Gothita approached the Servine and was ready to tickle, but Servine was able to use its tail to hit Gothita away. Gothita rolled on the ground and saw the Servine approaching her. Gothita immediately started to cry. The crying caused everyone in the room to stare at Gothita in confusion. Gee, Gothita? Hilda asked slowly. The trainer and his Servine were trying to understand what was going on. Ash, on the other hand, was wondering when was the last time he saw a Pokémon cry on the battlefield. Wait a second, Pikachu. Doesn't Gothita's crying seem familiar? A certain Bonesley appeared in Ash and Pikachu's mind. Hilda also seemed to catch on, remembering what one of Gothita's moves were, and a grin started to form on her face. She watched as Servine approached Gothita to cheer her up. Psybeam. Hilda called out once Servine was right next to Gothita. Gothita's crying ceased immediately and unleashed its Psybeam at Servine, sending it flying. What? The trainer was at a loss of words as Servine was hit directly and was on the ground next to him. Servine. Get up. Servine did so, though struggling greatly. Don George laughed. That Gothita's awfully good at fake crying. Fake crying. Wait, fake tears. He looked at Hilda, who had a grin on her face. He also smiled. You are clever, Miss Hilda. But that's the last trick you'll be able to pull on me. Hilda returned his determined grin with her own. Gothita and Servine were also staring at each other, awaiting their trainer's orders. Ash and Don George were watching with anticipation, unsure of who would win. As soon as both trainers opened their mouth, the lights in the battle club turned off. Everyone looked up at the ceiling. What on earth? Don George muttered. I wonder what happened. Just then, a man burst into the room. Sir. We need you to come with us. What's the situation? Just follow me, sir. Don George did so, but quickly addressed the trainers. Feel free to leave. This is a problem for me to deal with. With that, Don George left with his assistant. The trainer Hilda was facing side and returned Servine. Looks like we can't continue our battle. Let's call it a draw. Hilda returned Gothita. Okay, but next time I'll win. Keep that confidence up. Well, I'll be going. The trainer left while Hilda and Ash watched. Wait, I don't know his name. Hilda realized as the trainer left. I'm sure you'll see him again, Ash said. He then gave Hilda a grin. But that was an awesome battle. Using tickle and fake tears to lower Servine's guard, then strike with powerful attacks, that was awesome. Hilda blushed. Thanks, Ash. I mean it. You and Gothita trust each other so much. And you were able to keep your cool. You have a knack for battling. Hilda's blush only deepened. Thanks a lot, Ash. You know, I was kind of nervous since it would be my first battle, but it started to get a lot more fun. Ash grinned. Pokémon battles are great. They help you understand your Pokémon better, as well as your opponent. Hilda tilted her head. You said the same thing last night. What do you mean, understand your opponent? Ash scratched the back of his head. It's not easy to explain, but you'll understand one day. Hilda pouted. You make me sound like a little kid. Ash chuckled before looking at the door. Want to find out what happened? Are we allowed to interfere? Hilda asked. Ash shrugged. They may need help, let's just go see. Ash and Hilda exited the room with the battlefield and saw Don George coming inside from outside the club. Don George. Did you find out what happened? We only know that something had damaged the generator, Don George said. We're going to look at the security footage now to see what exactly it was. Can we see? Maybe we can help identify what Pokémon it was, Ash suggested. Don George agreed and they entered the room with several computers. Show us the video, Don George said to his assistant who was sitting in front of a computer. The assistant nodded and clicked an icon. They all huddled around the computer, watching the replay where the generator was. Soon a shadow had dashed by the camera and ran straight into the generator. The mysterious shadow got up and ran off. So, what was that? Hilda asked. The assistant rewound to the moment the shadow appeared and zoomed in. It was a skinny Pokémon that was colored black. Kinda looks like an Umbreon, Ash said, looking closely at the image. Though Umbreons have longer legs and ears. And Umbreons are rare in the Unova region, Don George said. Though I can't say I can think of any other Pokémon that could be. Maybe a Deerling. This happened only today, right? Everyone looked at Hilda. Well, maybe it's still around. Let's try and searching for it. But how would we find it? Ash asked, looking back at the screen. What would a Pokémon be even doing near the generator? Don George closed his eyes. He opened them when he came to a realization. The room next to the generator is our food storage. Though I have to wonder how a Pokémon would find it. Then how about we start there? Maybe we can find a clue. Hilda said. Alright. We'll search there. Can I ask you two to search outside the club? In case it got away. Hilda and Ash nodded. Thank you. Now let's get moving. Ash and Hilda were now behind the club. So do you have any idea what Pokémon that could have been? Ash asked. Hilda shook her head. I've never seen a Pokémon like that before. But that's why I think it was covered in something. Covered in something? Yeah, like soot or smoke or something. That would make sense. Ash then had an idea. Hey, how about you use Lillipup to try and find the Pokémon? That's a good idea. Hilda grabbed Lillipup's Pokeball and was about to release Lillipup until they saw something dash past them. That was it. Come on. Ash shouted, running after the shadow. Hilda stood there staring where Ash once stood. She soon quickly gave chase. Ash. Wait up. Ash continued running, no intention on stopping until he found out what that Pokémon was. Pikachu was in front of him, leading him. They eventually started to chase the Pokémon behind the alleys. This seems familiar. Ash muttered as he jumped over a trash can. It wasn't long until they cornered the mysterious Pokémon. In front of Ash was a long, slender black little Pokémon. It was the size of Pikachu. It also had a snout, which made Ash recognize what Pokémon it was. A Tepig, Ash whispered, approaching the Pokémon. The Tepig took a step back but hit the wall. It looked back at Ash with a scared expression. Ash gave Tepig a warm smile. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. Not trusting Ash, Tepig attempted to run for it but Ash quickly grabbed it. Hold on. Ash noticed a rope tied around its snout. What's this? The Tepig continued to squirm in his arms. Calm down, Tepig. I'm not going to hurt you. The Tepig stopped struggling and glared at Ash. Tepig attempted to use an attack on Ash, but ended up sneezing smoke. Ash coughed, face now covered in smoke, and looked back at Tepig. Not with a glare, but a warm smile that made Tepig's eyes widen before looking down with a sad expression. See? I'm not going to hurt you, now let me untie this rope. Ash let Tepig down and untied the rope around Tepig's snout. The Tepig was now free. Tepig ran around happily before falling down. Ash quickly caught him. You must have been unable to eat with that rope around your snout. Ash pulled out a can of Pokémon food from his bag. He put the food into a bowl and gave it to Tepig, who ate too fast for its own good. Slow down. You'll choke. Tepig slowed down and ate the food at a moderate pace. Ash was happy for the Pokémon and pulled out a cloth from his bag and started to clean Tepig. Ash frowned as he was cleaning Tepig. Who would do this to a Pokémon? Ash noticed Tepig was done eating and was just waiting for Ash to finish cleaning him. Ash smiled and put away the bowl and cloth and petted Tepig's head. No more stealing, okay? Tepig nodded and Ash's smile widened. Ash opened his mouth to say something when suddenly Pikachu let out a scream. Ash turned around and noticed Pikachu was gone. Ash looked up and was surprised to see two figures on top of a building with Pikachu in a glass case. Normally we'd say our motto first, but that would just waste valuable time. Let's get out of here, Botch. It's Butch. Hey. Ash shouted before gritting his teeth as he saw them turn around. The building they were on was simply a local house, making it easy for Ash to climb, and climb he did with Tepig on his shoulder. Climbing the house and standing on the roof definitely surprised the duo. Give me back Pikachu, Ash said, gripping Oshawot's Pokeball. We won't be doing that. Billy, distract him while I call Dr. Zagger. Ash got a good look at the two. The woman had long blonde hair and was wearing a black shirt with a red R on it. The guy who was now standing in front of Ash had green hair and also a black shirt with a red R on it. It's Butch. Go Drillbur. Ash gritted his teeth as the mole Pokémon appeared. They were fighting on top of a roof and that Drillbur looked like it wants to dig. Oshawott. Ash called out Oshawott. AshxHilda instantly recognized the situation and grabbed his Scalchop. Ash was about to pull out his Pokédex but Butch called out an attack. Fury swipes. Drillbur charged at AshxHilda, ready to slash at AshxHilda with its sharp claws. Keep it away from you with water gun. AshxHilda shot a torrent of water straight at Drillbur, knocking it out instantly. Damn it, but. Keep him distracted. The woman shouted, still on her laptop. It's Butch. And what's taking so long anyways? Butch looked for a Pokeball that wouldn't lead to destruction. Mytiana. Ash looked closely at the two and had a feeling he's seen them before. They were awfully familiar. He shook his head. The Mytiana was growling at him, trying to intimidate him. Unfortunately for the Mytiana, Ash had been threatened by plenty at once before and didn't even flinch. Fortunately for the Mytiana, it did well to intimidate AshxHilda, who ran behind Ash's legs. AshxHilda. I need you. AshxHilda simply shook his head before resuming his cowering. Tepig then stepped in front of Ash. You want to battle, Tepig? Tepig responded with a nod and Ash smirked. Alright. Ember. Tepig released flames that hit Mytiana. Don't lose to that little pig. Use Crunch. Butch called out. Mytiana charged at Tepig, fangs sharpened. Ash noticed that there was a significant height difference between the two Pokémon. Tepig, duck then tackle. Tepig awaited Mytiana to get close and when Mytiana tried to bite Tepig, Tepig ducked and tackled Mytiana's underside, knocking it back a bit. Again. Ash called out and Tepig charged at Mytiana once again, this time knocking it into the woman. Butch. Get this mud off me. Sorry Cassidy. Butch returned his Mytiana and Cassidy stood up. Ash took this time to race towards Pikachu and get him out of the glass case. Pikachu jumped into his arms. Glad you're alright, buddy. Ash turned towards the Rocket duo, all three Pokémon by his side. It's time for a triple finish. Ash called out. Tepig used Ember, AshxHilda used Water Gun, and Pikachu used Thunderbolt. The duo's eyes widened as the attacks neared. There was an explosion and smoke. When the smoke cleared, Ash was surprised to see a Shuckle in front of them with a barrier in front of them. You messed up badly, Biff. We weren't supposed to be seen so soon. You were the one who wanted to grab the rat Jessie is always after. Shut up. Let's get out of here. Cassidy threw a smoke bomb and when the smoke cleared they were gone. Ash sighed as he looked at his Pokémon. Thanks AshxHilda, and thank you Tepig. I don't know what I would have done without you. Tepig wagged his tail happily. Ash returned AshxHilda and jumped off the house with Tepig and Pikachu. Ash looked back at the house and rubbed the back of his head. I'm just glad we didn't damage the house. But I wonder why they're here. It's been a long time since we last saw them. Ash eventually returned to the battle club and saw Hilda and Don George standing in front of the entrance. Hilda ran up to him and hit him on the shoulder. Where were you? Do you have any idea how worried I was when Lillipup couldn't trace your scent? Ash blinked, not sure how to handle the situation. Sorry. Hilda shook her head. Geez, Ash. Hey, why's your face covered in smoke? And why do reek? Hilda pinched her nose and took a step back. Ash sniffed his shoulder and cringed. Don George laughed. Hey, is this the shadow Pokémon? Hilda was staring at Tepig, from a distance, who was in Ash's arms. Yeah, it was a Tepig. He had a rope tied to his snout, causing him to sneeze smoke instead of embers. He ended up getting covered in smoke making him look black, Ash explained. He sure seems to like you, Ash, Hilda stated, looking at the happy Tepig in Ash's arms. I know that Tepig. Don George exclaimed, startling the two trainers. They looked at him waiting for an explanation. A trainer from a few days ago released him and tied him to a post. I was going to help him but Tepig broke free on his own and chased after his trainer. Guess he couldn't find him. Ash and Hilda looked at Tepig with sad expressions. Poor Tepig, Hilda said. Ash rubbed the back of Tepig's head. He must have come back for food. Don George nodded. I'm just curious how he knew where the food supply was. Wait, I think that was the time when our food supply dropped dramatically. Ash and Hilda looked at Don George with shocked expressions. You don't mean Tepig's trainer stole food? Hilda exclaimed. That's horrible. That food is for tired Pokémon. Are you going to find him? Ash asked. Don George shook his head, surprising the two trainers. Nah, he's long gone now. I've already restocked anyways. There's no reason to find him. But since you two are traveling, you'll be meeting him at some point. So if you do me a favor and beat him in a Pokémon battle. Ash gave Don George a determined look. Of course. Don George then looked at Tepig. So Ash, why don't you capture Tepig? Ash blinked before looking at Tepig. Me? Don George laughed. Of course. It really likes you. What do you say, Tepig? With a cry of affirmation, Ash tapped his Pokeball against Tepig and watched as it shook 3 times before clicking. Alright. I just got a Tepig. Ash exclaimed. The two trainers said goodbye to Don George and were about to continue their journey by going to route where they were, until their stomachs growled. Oh my gosh, I hope no one heard that. Hilda said, face reddening. Ash laughed. Let's get something to eat then leave. Hilda nodded. And you can tell me everything that happened when you went on a Tepig chase. Ash nodded and they went to eat at a cafe. Ash told Hilda everything that happened and they ended up talking about a variety of things afterwards, both getting some laughs. That was the last straw. Calm down Jessie, James said, him and Meowth watching as Jessie crushed a paper cup. Calm down James. That Cassidy tried to steal Pikachu. Our Pikachu. She's got a point James. We can't let this slide, Meowth said. James sighed. I know. It's just if we make ourselves known to them now, it will only hurt us. We should focus on finding the reveal glass. Gur, fine. You better find something out to brighten my mood. Ash and Hilda had finally left Accumula town. It was just after lunch, meaning they would most likely not make it to Striaton City by the end of the day. Route 2 was a forest similar to Route 1, only larger. It sure is humid here, Ash said, taking off his hat and using it to fan himself. Why don't you use Oshawott to cool yourself? Hilda joked. Ash responded by sticking his tongue out at her, making Hilda laugh. Hearing Hilda laugh made Ash smile for unknown reasons. Actually, that may not be a bad idea, Ash said after thinking about it. Hilda looked at Ash curiously. What may not be a bad idea? Ash looked at Hilda and grinned. Using Oshawott to cool down. Hilda gave Ash an incredulous look. Are you serious? You can get sick. You suggested it, Ash countered. I was joking. It's still a good idea. No. I need you to stay healthy and feed our Pokémon. No way am I going to let you get sick. Hilda declared. Ash laughed. At least I don't have to worry about getting sick. Hilda grinned and they continued through the forest. There's so many branches and trees. I wonder where a good spot to set up camp would be. I'll see if Lillipup could find us a nice spot. Hilda released the little pup Pokémon. Lillipup, help us find a good spot for camp. Lillipup barked and started to look around. Ash and Hilda followed Lillipup into the bushes and found a nice little clearing. There were twigs and leaves, but they could easily clear it up and set up camp. Good job Lillipup. Hilda said, petting Lillipup who responded with a happy bark. Ash released his Oshawott and Tepig. Alright you two. We're going to clean up this area for camp. The two Pokémon nodded and they started to clear the fallen branches and leaves. Ash, Pikachu, Hilda, and her Pokémon also helped and by dinner it was cleared up. Good work everyone. Now it's time I make dinner. Ash, you should make the Pokémon food, Hilda said. Ash nodded and Pikachu jumped on his shoulder. Let's go look for some berries buddy. Take Lillipup with you, he'll help you find the berries you need faster, Hilda said, and Lillipup walked over to Ash's side. Ash gave Hilda a grateful look before leaving to find berries. I wonder if this forest has any pecha berries. Ash wondered aloud. That way we have something to cure poison. Pikachu and Lillipup continued to search for berries as it became darker. Lillipup started barking and Ash went over to where Lillipup was and saw various berry trees. Wow! Pecha berries, oran berries, and rost berries. This is perfect. Good work Lillipup. Ash petted Lillipup before putting the berries in a bag. Meanwhile with Hilda, Hilda had finished making dinner and was waiting for Ash. She was currently sitting on the cloth they used. Beside her were her Oshawott and Gothita. She looked at her Oshawott. I just realized, you haven't had a battle since we caught Lillipup, huh? Oshawott thought about it before nodding. I'll use you in my next battle for sure, Oshawott. As soon as she said that, Ash had appeared from the bushes. Hey Hilda. I got so much berries that we should be good for a long time. Ash exclaimed, holding up a bag that was filled with berries. And it was all thanks to your Lillipup. Hilda crouched down and petted her Lillipup. Good job Lillipup. I'll make sure Ash makes something special for you. Huh? Hilda looked at Ash. Don't tell me you weren't going to, after how much help he was. Ash rubbed the back of his head. I guess I should get started then. Hilda nodded. You better hurry or else your dinner will get cold. Ash quickly grabbed his recipe book and made his way to make the Pokémon food. He was done fairly quickly and distributed the food to each of the Pokémon and sat down with Hilda. Ash raised a brow. You didn't eat yet? Hilda shook her head. I rather eat with company. It's boring to eat by yourself, even if the person you're eating with has an appetite of a Darmanitan. Ash just nodded, oblivious to her jab. They ate dinner and started to set up camp. It was then Hilda approached Ash. Ash? Ash placed his sleeping bag down a good distance away from Hilda's. Misty had so pleasantly told him that he was to not sleep anywhere near a girl. What's up? Tomorrow, will you battle with me? Ash looked up surprised before grinning. Of course. I was thinking about doing some training before continuing anyways. Hilda smiled and thanked Ash before slipping into her newly bought sleeping bag. Ash's sleeping bag was blue while hers was pink. Good night, Ash. Night. The next morning the two ate their breakfast and packed up, ready to continue. But first, they decided to have their battle and were now standing across from one another in the clearing. Let's go Oshawott. Hilda exclaimed, releasing Oshawott. Her Oshawott stood proud and ready to battle. Ash was cut off by the sound of one of his Pokeballs opening. Soon his own Oshawott was standing in front of him. Oshawott? Do you want to battle? Oshawott turned around and patted his Scalchop, nodding. Alright, let's do this then. I'll have the first move if you don't mind, Hilda called out. Oshawott, water gun. Hilda's Oshawott did just that and hit Ash's Oshawott with the water. Oshawott, use tackle. Ash called out. Oshawott shook his head before charging at Hilda's Oshawott. Oshawott, you use tackle as well. Hilda called out. Hilda's Oshawott also charged at Ash's Oshawott and the two ended up tackling into each other, making them both fall down. Try Razor Shell. Ash called out, and Ash's Oshawott grabbed his Scalchop and it glowed and transformed into a razor. Ash's Oshawott charged straight at Hilda's Oshawott, ready to deliver a powerful blow. Oshawott, you use Razor Shell as well. Hilda called out, forgetting that her Oshawott did not know Razor Shell. Hilda's Oshawott looked at her, before grabbing her own Scalchop and charged at the charging Oshawott. However, Hilda's Oshawott's Scalchop did not glow and Ash's Oshawott was able to get a direct hit. Oshawott! Hilda shouted, running up to her Oshawott who was on the ground. Are you alright? Her Oshawott gave a nod. Let's stop there, Ash said. Hilda looked up and saw Ash, Pikachu, and Oshawott approach her. Right now your Oshawott only knows 2 moves. But if your Oshawott can learn Razor Shell, she would have an edge in battles. Hilda snorted at Ash's unintentional joke before looking at her Oshawott. How will she learn to use Razor Shell though? Pokémon can learn moves in many different ways. Some learn moves just by evolving, some learn moves in certain circumstances, some learn moves if they get a surge of confidence, like your Gothita with Psybeam, and some learn moves by training hard. So if we train hard, I'm sure your Oshawott can learn Razor Shell, Ash explained, himself having witnessed Pokémon learn moves through each of those methods. Let's get training then Oshawott. Hilda's Oshawott nodded. How about my Oshawott help yours train then? You don't mind, do you buddy? Ash asked his Oshawott. His Oshawott nodded and walked over to Hilda's Oshawott, giving her a smile and a pat on the shoulder. Hilda's Oshawott looked up and nodded. Hilda and the two Oshawotts went to one side of the clearing to train. Alright, Oshawott. The two Oshawotts looked at her when she said her name and she sweat dropped. Ash's Oshawott. Can you demonstrate a razor shell? Ash's Oshawott nodded before pulling out his scalchop and turning it into a glowing razor. Hilda looked at her Oshawott. Can you try it? Hilda's Oshawott pulled out her own scalchop and raised it, but nothing happening to it. Hilda frowned. How do you do it? She asked Ash's Oshawott, who began explaining. Hilda understood absolutely nothing of what Oshawott was telling her, but her own Oshawott was listening intently. Her own Oshawott tried again, and focused intently on Ash's Oshawott. Hilda watched as her Oshawott's scalchop began to glow. The glow disappeared as fast as it appeared, however. That was great, Oshawott. Her Oshawott smiled at the praise and tried again, failing to make it glow this time. She frowned and looked down in disappointment. Ash's Oshawott patted her shoulder. Oshawott's right, Oshawott. Hilda blinked at the confusing statement but continued. You can't expect to get it right away. Practice makes perfect. So let's not stop until you've mastered razor shell. Hilda's Oshawott nodded and continued to try again with Ash's Oshawott and Hilda's support. Meanwhile, Ash was training Tepig. Ash was standing to the side as Pikachu and Tepig stood across from one another. Alright Tepig, you're going to go up against Pikachu. Make sure to give it your all. Tepig nodded, released an ember attack. Pikachu was surprised and used quick attack to avoid the embers. Pikachu countered by releasing a thunderbolt. The dodge surprised Tepig and he just took the attack head-on, being knocked out in one attack. Ash and Pikachu ran up to Tepig and Ash healed him with a potion. Tepig, are you alright? Tepig gave Ash a nod once the stinging from the potion was gone. We need to work on your reactions. Even though in a battle I'll be telling you what to do, it's still a good idea to have you be able to dodge whenever. Take Pikachu for example, he was able to react quickly to your surprise ember attack. Tepig nodded, listening to Ash intently, determined to not let Ash down. He was weak, he knew that, as it was the reason his old trainer abandoned him. Tepig turned towards Pikachu and let out another cry. You want to continue? Ash asked. His reply was another cry from Tepig, making Ash grin. That's the spirit. Pikachu, stand over there and use Thunderbolt on Tepig. Pikachu ran over to where he was standing originally and used Thunderbolt. Tepig saw the attack coming and quickly got out of the way. Pikachu however quickly charged towards Tepig with a quick attack, hitting Tepig and knocking him back. Don't celebrate just because you dodged one attack, Tepig, Ash said from the side. Once you dodge, you should counterattack. Tepig nodded and Pikachu fired another Thunderbolt. Tepig ran to the side and avoided the attack. Tepig lost his footing but still fired an ember attack. Pikachu however used the time it took for Tepig to attack to dodge. Well, you got the general idea down. You just need to get used to it. Tepig nodded and Pikachu fired another Thunderbolt, Tepig dodging and using Ember almost immediately after. Pikachu dodged quickly and fired another Thunderbolt. Tepig wasn't caught off guard this time and dodged once more and instead of Ember used Tackle, landing a direct hit against Pikachu. That was great, Tepig. Ash said, running up to Tepig. Tepig let out a cheer and walked over to Pikachu and thanked him. Pikachu responded with a happy cry. Let's keep training. We have no idea what our first gym battle will be like, but I'll use you for sure, Tepig. Tepig cheered and went back to training with Pikachu. Ash smiled at Tepig's enthusiasm, extremely thankful that he was able to get such an ambitious Pokémon on his team. He looked over to where Hilda was training with the two Oshawotts. He saw Hilda's Oshawott continuing to try and master Razor Shell, progressively getting closer and closer. He saw his Oshawott and Hilda continue to support her. Hilda looked over and made eye contact with Ash, surprising him, and he quickly looked away, feeling his face heat up for some reason. He returned his attention towards his two Pokémon who were continuing to train. Why did I look away though? Ash mumbled as he watched Pikachu starting to be unable to hit Tepig anymore. At this point, the two Pokémon kept firing attacks at one another, missing and counterattacking. Ash clapped his hands, indicating for the two Pokémon to stop, and they did. They walked over to him. That was great, Tepig. You're definitely ready for our first gym battle. Tepig let out a happy squeal at that. And thanks buddy, for helping out Tepig. Pikachu gave Ash a smile and cheered. Ash let the two Pokémon talk and walked over to Hilda and the two Oshawotts. How's your training going? Hilda and the two Pokémon stopped and turned towards Ash. It's going great. My Oshawott's slowly learning and it's all thanks to your Oshawott. Ash turned to his Oshawott. That's good to hear. I'm proud of you buddy. Oshawott's eyes lit up at the praise and started dancing in celebration. Ash, Hilda's Oshawott laughed, until the sound of a growling stomach interrupted them. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Well, it's lunchtime. What do you say we make lunch and hit the road? The two Oshawotts cheered immediately and Hilda only giggled. The two made their lunches for the Pokémon and themselves and were eating on the cloth, just talking about various things. That is, until a rustle in the bush was heard, then a thud. Ow! Who's there? Ash asked, standing up and walking towards the bush. What's that smell? A familiar blonde girl jumped up from the bush, startling Ash. Bianca? Hilda said, still sitting on the cloth. Hilda. Ignoring Ash, Bianca raced over to where Hilda was sitting. Did you make this? Hilda nodded. Yep, we're having lunch before leaving to Striaton City. But didn't you leave yesterday? Shouldn't you be there already? Bianca's face reddened slightly and she twiddled her fingers. I may have gotten lost, and I ran out of food, but now I found you. You just saved my life. Hilda chuckled before giving Bianca half of her lunch. Here you go Bianca. Bianca gratefully and happily accepted the food. You're a lifesaver Hill. Bianca quickly ate the food given to her at a pace that could almost match Ash. Almost. Hey, Hill, why's there so much food here? Do you want to get fat or something? Hilda immediately shook her head. Of course not. Ash is traveling with me, you ran by him earlier. Bianca turned around and saw Ash approaching them. Oh hello Ash. Didn't see you there. Ash sat back down and finished his lunch with the two girls, all of them talking. So you two are traveling together? They both nodded and Bianca gave Hilda a smile. Ah, how cute. Hilda sighed. Please don't start Bianca, I got enough of that from my mom yesterday. Bianca pouted. Your mom already beat me to the punch, no fair. Fine, since you did share your lunch with me. Bianca looked around at their campsite and noticed their Pokémon eating nearby. Oh wow. You two have a lot of Pokémon. Bianca pulled out her Pokédex and scanned Gothita. Is that your Oshawott and Tepig, Ash? Ash nodded. The Oshawott was Professor Juniper's and she gave him to me. The Tepig was released by its trainer so it decided to join me. Wow, lucky. Hey Ash, want to have a battle with me? Hilda and Ash looked at her in surprise. Well, you're an experienced trainer and I feel like if I have a battle with you, I'll learn some things. Ash nodded and grinned. Makes sense. I accept. A loud clearing of throat was heard as the two turned towards Hilda. You'll have your battle after we clean up, right? The two nodded quickly and helped pack up and Bianca released her Tepig, preparing for the battle while Ash and Hilda packed up and returned their Pokémon. Soon Ash and Bianca were standing across from one another. Hilda was at the side with her Oshawott in her arms. Is a 2-on-2 battle fine? Bianca asked. Ash nodded and Bianca sent out her first Pokémon. Tepig, I choose you. Ash looked at Pikachu was standing by his side. You're up Pikachu. Pikachu nodded and ran in front of Ash. Bianca contained the grin on her face. She knew that Pikachu was strong, but she's been training at the battle club and has a few tricks up her sleeve. Tepig, Ember. Bianca's Tepig shot out a massive storm of fire pellets towards Pikachu. Ash was surprised at how many fire pellets were being shot. Quick attack. Ash called out. Using the sudden burst of speed, Pikachu dodged the Ember and charged straight at Tepig. Pikachu was directly in Tepig's line of sight. Ember again. Bianca called out once Pikachu was closer. Tepig immediately released more pellets of fire, each hitting Pikachu who had no time to react. Pikachu had collided with the pellets and was sent flying back a bit, burn marks over his body. Pikachu. Are you alright? Pikachu stood up and let out a cry, letting Ash know he wasn't hurt. Ash let out a sigh of relief. Good. Use Thunderbolt. Counter with another Ember. Bianca called out once again and the two attacks collided, resulting in an explosion to see neither attack had overpowered the other. Ash was surprised, as he was unable to land a single hit against Bianca. Her Ember was stronger than most Ember attacks. Granted, Pikachu was holding back, but it was still impressive. Volt Tackle. If there was a move that could get through her Ember, it was that move. The move that felled two legends. Bianca, however, had a counter. Tepig, use Flame Charge. Ash blinked as Bianca called out the unfamiliar attack. Tepig started running, but unlike Pikachu who was enveloped in electricity, Tepig was enveloped by flames. The two Pokémon collided head first, both struggling for dominance. There was soon an explosion, and when the smoke cleared, they saw Tepig standing, sparks flying around his body and with several bruises. Pikachu was in a better state, standing proudly with some burn marks but nothing too bad. Let's finish this, Pikachu. Dodge it, Tepig. Bianca called out, even though she had no idea what Pikachu was going to do. His cheeks cackling, Pikachu released a thunderbolt that struck Tepig head-on, knocking it out. Oh no! Tepig! Scratching his head, Ash figured he should end the battle there. Pikachu, return. Ash called out. He walked over to Pikachu when all of a sudden there was a loud cry and a blur. Pikachu was hit by a fast, direct attack and sent flying into Ash's arms, sustaining much more damage than any of Tepig's attacks. Pikachu! Ash exclaimed. Bianca and Hilda gasped and they saw the culprit on the battlefield. It was a purloin, standing on its hind legs. It was covered in various bruises but it just glared at Ash and Pikachu. Hilda pulled out her Pokédex to scan it. Purloin. The devious Pokémon. Purloin is a dark-type Pokémon. Their cute act is a ruse. They trick people and steal their valuables just to see the looks on their faces. The Purloin then ran off into the forest. Hey! Ash shouted. He then looked at Pikachu who was hurt from the sudden attack. That was probably pursuit, and that Purloin was. Hilda returned her Oshawott and released Lillipup. Lillipup, a Purloin attacked Pikachu out of nowhere. Help me find it. Wait, Hilda. Hilda, who was about to chase after it, stopped at Ash's voice. She turned towards him and saw him healing Pikachu with a potion. That Purloin, it was Ens. Ens? But didn't you say it just appeared out of nowhere, making it a wild Pokémon? But for a wild Pokémon to come into the city and battle for a trainer, it's clear that it really liked En. And I guess it must be mad at me for beating it in a battle. But revenge isn't going to solve anything. Hilda exclaimed. I know, I just wanted to let you know so you didn't do anything rash, Ash then chuckled. This sounds really weird coming from my mouth. Hilda giggled. It does. Now if you don't mind, I'm going after it. Before Hilda could say anything, she ran off into the forest chasing the Purloin. Bianca, who just watched the conversation that took place, had no idea what was going on. She watched as Ash healed Pikachu. Is there anything I can help with, Ash? Ash shook his head. Nah, all Pikachu needs is some rest at this point. What attack could do so much damage to Pikachu? For a wild Pokémon from around here, it's strange. Ash thought about it. It was also strange to him as well. It could have been Sucker Punch, he supposed. But he didn't remember En using Sucker Punch against him, and Sucker Punch only worked if an attack was called. He was returning a Pokémon instead. Pursuit. It hurts a lot more when the Pokémon isn't expecting the attack and lets their guard down, in other words when you're returning them. Hilda was following Lillipup who had found the Purloin scent and the two were on its trail. Where did it go? Hilda wondered as they continued running through bushes. The twigs were not doing her bare legs any favors. The two soon heard a cry of pain in nearby and soon found the Purloin being attacked by a Patrat. The Patrat had was baring its teeth, ready to attack. Lillipup, use Tackle. Lillipup ran straight at the Patrat and landed a direct hit. The Patrat, seeing it was outnumbered, ran away into the bushes. Hilda let out a sigh of relief before turning to the Purloin. The Purloin was seriously injured, to the point where it was trying to stand but couldn't. "Hey there," Hilda said, crouching down. "Are you Ens Purloin?" The Purloin looked away at the mention of her friend's name. "You must have cared for him deeply. I understand why you attacked Pikachu like that, but you can't blame them." The Purloin closed its eyes and understood that this trainer's words were true. The Purloin just missed her friend and blamed the Pikachu's trainer as the reason her friend didn't take her with him. The Purloin felt itself being picked up. It opened its eyes and saw the trainer holding her. "Your injuries are very serious. You must have been attacked by numerous wild Pokémon, huh? We should get you to a Pokémon Center as soon as possible." Hilda carried the Purloin, who was surprised that Hilda was going to help her, after attacking Hilda's friend. Purloin couldn't stay conscious anymore and fell asleep. Hilda followed Lillipup, who knew the way back. Soon Hilda entered the familiar clearing and saw Ash, Bianca, and Pikachu. Pikachu was currently sleeping, similar to the Purloin in her arms. "You found it," Ash said. Hilda nodded and approached Ash. "It's really hurt, I don't think potions alone can help it," Hilda said, looking at the Purloin worriedly. "We should take it to a Pokémon Center then," Ash said. Hilda nodded, her thoughts exactly. "But how far are we from Stridon City?" Bianca approached the two. "I just looked it up, and it's not more than a 10-minute walk from here." The two trainers looked relieved at that. Hilda returned her Lillipup and the trio started to head towards Stridon City, eager to heal their Pokémon. "I'm surprised you knew this was Ens Purloin, Ash," Hilda said. Ash shrugged. "I just guessed. Can't believe I was right though." "Wait, you just guessed?" Hilda asked, giving Ash an incredulous look. "Do you have any idea how awkward it would be if you were wrong?" "Awkward?" "Hilda, Purloin's a Pokémon. So? Pokémon are practically people." What?" Pokémon are Pokémon," Bianca said, joining the conversation. Before Hilda could reply, there was an explosion directly in front of them. "What was that?" Bianca shouted, coughing from the smoke. "What a question, twerpish indeed." A familiar female voice echoed through the air. "We'll answer these questions as we feel the need." A familiar male voice echoed. "Bringing the blinding white light of evil into the future. Moving the hammer of justice down onto the black darkness of the universe. Carving our names in the rock of eternity." A voice that didn't sound quite human echoed. "The fiery destroyer, Jesse. And with thunderous emotion, I am James. Wisest of the wise, Meowth. All now gather under the name of Team Rocket. Wobbuffet." The smoke had cleared and the trainers looked up and saw a hot air balloon. Ash and Hilda noticed two Pokémon missing from their arms. "Give Pikachu and Purloin back. They're seriously hurt." Ash exclaimed. "Hurt?" The trio looked down at the two Pokémon that were in a glass box. They were unconscious with bruises. "What should we do, Jesse?" James asked. Pikachu wouldn't be a good present for the boss in this condition," Jesse said. "Should we give them back, let them be healed, then steal them again?" James asked. "No, you idiots." The two looked at Meowth. "Imagine, if we healed them ourselves. The two Pokémon would be so grateful to us that they will like us more than the twerps. We then give them to the boss." The two humans were listening intently to Meowth. "He'll be on a tough mission, all his Pokémon down for the count. But then, two Pokémon jump on his shoulders, loyal to the end in perfect condition. They take down every single one of his enemies and then he'd say, 'Boy, these two Pokémon are so healthy and strong. And to think, if it weren't for Meowth and his friends I would have lost. A promotion is in order.'" Meowth finished his vision of what would happen and the trio began to break into song, flying away in their hot air balloon into the forest, ignoring the trainer's shouts. Purloin later woke up to find itself still in pain. It looked to its side and saw the familiar Pikachu that it had lost to before. Looking at Pikachu sleeping, and how injured he was, made Purloin feel a pang of guilt for attacking it. Pikachu woke up just then and the two Pokémon met eye contact. To Purloin's surprise, Pikachu didn't seem to be angry. Purloin decided to apologize for its actions and Pikachu responded by patting Purloin on the back and looking around. They were currently in a cage inside a cave, no doubt the cage was made of a sturdy material. Pikachu stood up and his tail glowed. Pikachu hit the metal bars with his glowing tail, but the bars were made of a sturdy material like the two Pokémon thought. Purloin tried to break the bars with its claws, but failed as well. They're awake. The two Pokémon turned around and saw Team Rocket. No need to worry, we're going to heal you up, James said. James was holding a box full of bottles, potions, and needles. Of course, you'll be in the care of me, Jessie, former nurse, Jessie said, pulling out one of the potions from the box. Pikachu responded by making his cheeks spark, indication of a thunderbolt. Meowth shook his head. I wouldn't do that if I were you, after all you may accidentally hurt little Purloin. Pikachu stopped and looked at Purloin. The cage was small so he would have hit Purloin and put it in an even more dire condition. Now then, let's see your wounds, Jessie said, opening the cage slowly. Purloin responded by scratching Jessie in the face. You naughty little thing. We'll show you what happens to bad patients. Jessie grabbed the Purloin and detained its claws. Purloin struggled to get out of Jessie's grip. Before Pikachu could react, James closed the cage. Jessie brought Purloin to a table and Meowth held Purloin down. Don't worry pal, we're gonna patch you right up. Meowth gave Purloin what he tried to make as a reassuring smile, but it ended up making Purloin struggle even more. Meowth. Stop looking at it with such a scary face, Jessie exclaimed. Meowth glared at her and rebutted. Look who's talkin'. There they are. The trio turned towards the entrance and saw the three trainers with a Lillipup in front of them. Hilda looked at the cave, saw Pikachu in a cage and Purloin on a table. What are you going to do to Purloin? We were going to heal it into tip-top shape. Then it'll realize who it can really count on, James said, gripping a Pokeball. I wouldn't trust you guys to heal any Pokémon, Bianca exclaimed, unknowingly shattering Jessie's heart. How dare you, you rude brat. Jessie stepped away from the table and threw a Pokeball in the air. Seviper. Oshawott. Ash sent out his Oshawott. Carnivine. James called out. Lillipup. Bianca sent out a Lillipup, surprising Ash and Hilda. You have one too, Bianca? Hilda asked. Bianca winked at Hilda. Yep. Isn't she a cutie? Hilda, we'll handle them. You go get Purloin and Pikachu, Ash said, to which Hilda nodded and with Lillipup ran towards Pikachu's cage. I can't open it, Hilda said, trying different ways to open it. What is this thing made of? Step away from the cage, twerp. Hilda turned around and saw the cat Pokémon that was somehow able to talk. What Pokémon are you? Hilda pulled out her Pokédex. Meowth. The Scratch Cat Pokémon. Meowth is a normal-type Pokémon. It is nocturnal in nature. If it spots something shiny, its eyes glitter brightly. Hilda put away her Pokédex. You're not nocturnal, and you can talk. Are you a special Meowth or something? Meowth grinned. I'm the most special Meowth there is. And that Pikachu is the most special Pikachu there is, so step away if you don't want to get hurt. Meowth's claws had grown and glowed. Lillipup stepped in front of Hilda, growling at Meowth. Tackle. Hilda called out. Lillipup raced towards Meowth, who swung his claws, aiming to strike Lillipup. Duck. Lillipup ducked and avoided the attack and delivered a direct tackle. Meowth's eyes widened as he was knocked into James. Ah! Meowth. Lillipup, use bite. This time it was Bianca's Lillipup who attacked and bit James' Carnivine, knocking it into Seviper. Now Oshawott, use Razor Shell. Ash called out. Ash's Oshawott charged straight at the two vulnerable Pokémon with his Scalchop, and hit both of them. Hilda went up to Purloin who was tied down to the table and released it. There, you're free. The Purloin tried to stand but failed, still hurt. Be careful. Hilda exclaimed, catching Purloin before it fell. She lifted the Purloin and carried it in her arms. Now to get Pikachu out of there, I know. Hilda returned Lillipup and sent out Gothita. Gothita, use confusion on the bars. Gothita nodded and did just that, bending the bars. Pikachu finished the job with an iron tail, breaking the now bent bars. Pikachu thanked her before running over to Ash and jumping on his shoulder. Hey buddy, good to see you. Using the reunion, the rocket trio slipped away and outside of the cage, hoping to get away. Oh no you don't. Ash ran after them and saw them quickly escaping in their balloon. Ash looked at Pikachu and the two nodded. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu jumped off of Ash's shoulder and released a Thunderbolt, hitting the balloon and Team Rocket, resulting in a familiar explosion. All I wanted was to become friends with them. James exclaimed, flying in an odd position. No promotion. Meowth whined. How dare that brat insult my nursing skills. Jessie shouted in anger, making her two comrades sweat drop. We're blasting off again. Pikachu landed on the ground with grace, before collapsing. Pikachu. Ash ran up to Pikachu and picked him up. We should get to the Pokémon Center immediately, Bianca said. Ash and Hilda nodded, returning their Pokémon before heading off to Striaton City, carrying two injured Pokémon. The trio had finally entered Striaton City, but instead of looking at the various sites they headed straight to the Pokémon Center. They found the Pokémon Center fairly quickly because there was a large spinning sign with a Pokeball logo that symbolized the Pokémon Center. They received strange looks as they rushed through the city with two injured Pokémon in their arms. Nurse Joy! Ash shouted the moment the three entered the Pokémon Center. They received looks but didn't care as they raced to the counter. Oh my, those Pokémon are really hurt. Audino! Nurse Joy called, the moment she saw Purloin and Pikachu's condition. Two Audinos appeared pushing two carts. Quickly, put them on this. Ash and Hilda obeyed right away and Pikachu and Purloin were taken away by the Audinos. Will they be alright, Nurse Joy? Hilda asked. Nurse Joy nodded. Don't worry, it will take some time to heal them but they'll be fine by tomorrow. Before I go help them out, is there any Pokémon you would like to heal? Ash, Hilda, and Bianca gave Nurse Joy their Pokémon to heal and went to sit at a table. Man, now my shoulder feels cold, Ash said, adjusting his hat. Hilda shook her head. Pikachu's injured and all you can think about is your shoulder? Ash laughed. I'm worried about them, yeah. But Pikachu's tougher than he looks. Memories of Lake Acuity from Sinnoh flooded Ash's mind but he immediately shook those thoughts out. He is really strong for a Pikachu, but how come he hasn't evolved? Bianca asked. Pikachu requires something called a Thunderstone to evolve. I lost mine, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't want to evolve anyways and I'm fine with that, Ash then grinned. Besides, he'd be so heavy he'd break my shoulder. Hilda and Bianca laughed but were soon called up to the counter for their Pokémon. Thank you Nurse Joy. Hilda put her Pokeballs in her bag. But how did you get here so fast? You were in Accumula town the last time I saw you. Nurse Joy blinked before realizing the misunderstanding. Oh, you must mean my younger sister. Hilda and Bianca blinked. Sister. Nurse Joy nodded before pulling out a photo. These are all my sisters in the Unova region. Hilda and Bianca's eyes widened at the amount as Nurse Joy's in the picture. Those are all your sisters? Hilda asked, only seeing height differences and the color of the sign on their nurse's cap. That's right, and that's the one you met in Accumula town, Nurse Joy pointed to one of them. Hilda and Bianca only nodded. So are the Nurse Joys in Kanto your sisters as well? Ash asked. Nurse Joy turned towards him. So you're from Kanto? That explains the Pikachu. But no, they are my cousins. Ash nodded slowly. Now if you excuse me, I would like to check up on those Pokémon you brought in. Nurse Joy hurriedly went into the emergency room. The three trainers exited the Pokémon Center. We're finally in Striaton City, Hilda looked around them at the tall buildings. They thought Accumula town was big, Striaton City was on a whole other level. Normally I would challenge the gym, but what if it's a 3-on-3 battle? Ash said, folding his arms. Then why don't Hilda and I go challenge the gym and you watch Ash? Bianca suggested. Ash thought about it before agreeing. Where's the gym though? Hilda asked, expecting Ash to pull out his map, but she then remembered Ash lost the map. I guess we should ask someone. She saw a man with green hair walk by. Excuse me. Do you know where the Striaton City gym is? The man turned around. He was wearing some sort of waiter uniform and was carrying a bag of groceries. "Oh, I'm heading there right now. Would you like me to take you there?" He had a nice, professional voice. Hilda nodded, then looked over to her two companions. "Ash. Bianca. This man is going to lead us to the gym." Hilda then looked over to the man. What is your name, sir?" The man bowed. "My name is Silen, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Hilda. That guy is Ash and that girl is Bianca. We're all starting our journey here." Hilda introduced all of them as Ash and Bianca approached them. "Oh. Started? What Pokémon did you choose as your starter?" Silen asked. "I chose Oshawott," Hilda exclaimed, pulling out Oshawott's Pokeball. "And I chose Tepig." Bianca pulled out Tepig's Pokeball. Silen looked closely at the Pokeballs. "Even though they are in their Pokeballs, I can sense their love towards you." Silen then looked at Ash. "And what was your starter?" Ash rubbed the back of his head. "It was a Pikachu, but he's currently in the Pokémon Center." Silen looked surprised. "A Pikachu? How rare. I would love to see him once he heals." Ash nodded and soon they were in front of a restaurant. "Wow, is this a 5-star restaurant?" Bianca asked excitedly. Silen nodded. "I was wondering if you three would like something to eat. It's on me." Ash and Bianca agreed immediately while Hilda looked at Silen suspiciously. "But why? You just met us and no doubt is it expensive here." Silen smiled at Hilda. "Consider it as a gift for starting your Pokémon journey." Hilda still didn't believe Silen. "Come on, Hill. It's free food," Bianca said, pulling Hilda inside the restaurant with Ash following. When they entered, they saw a blue-haired man approach them with a similar, if not exact, outfit as Silen's. "Cress, a table for 3 please," Silen said. The man, Cress, looked at Silen then at the 3 trainers. He grew a small smile before nodding. He bowed to the 3. "Please, follow me." The trainers sat at a table and soon another waiter approached them. This waiter had red-colored hair. "What would you 3 like?" Before Bianca and Ash could list their orders, Hilda cut them off. "I'm sorry, but we were looking for the gym. Not this restaurant." "Come on, Bianca, Ash." "What? But Hill. Free food," Bianca exclaimed. "What if he ends up giving us the bill in the end?" Hilda replied. "This is a bit too generous. Who offers someone a meal at a 5-star restaurant?" Ash sighed and stood up from his seat. "As much as I would love to have some of their food, I'm more interested in the gym." Bianca sighed, seeing as it was 2 against, "Fine, let's find the gym and have our battles." A gym battle. The 3 trainers stopped as they saw all eyes on them. Everyone who was eating just stopped eating and stared at them. "Oh boy, we get to see Chili fight. Cress is going to wreck them. Silen's going to pass judgment." The 3 trainers were confused to say the least. The lights had turned off and the 3 waiters were standing in front of a large curtain. The spotlight landed on Silen. "Welcome, trainers, to the Striaton City Gym." Ash, Hilda, and Bianca were speechless. Cress stepped forward. "In order to challenge us you will need to solve our puzzle." Ash tilted his head. "Puzzle?" Chili stepped forward this time. "This is to test your knowledge on Pokémon types. Good luck." The 3 waiters went behind the curtains with all the customers following them. The 3 trainers looked at each other before stepping forward to open the curtains. "Stop right there." Chili's voice echoed through a speaker. "In order to open the curtains, you will need to choose the type that is super effective against the type on the curtain." The trainers looked at the curtain and noticed a flame symbol. On the ground were 3 buttons with 3 different symbols. "Oh, this is easy," Ash said with a grin. Hilda on the other hand had a confused expression. Ash?" Ash turned to Hilda. "What are Pokémon types?" Ash blinked. It was so silent you could hear the trainers breathing. "You don't know what Pokémon types are?" Hilda shook her head. Ash scratched the back of his head. "Well, types determine how much damage your Pokémon will take from an attack. A Pokémon who is weak to a certain type of attack will take more damage and a Pokémon who is resistant to a certain type will take less damage, Ash explained. Hilda nodded. Okay, that makes sense. So, how many types are there? There's fire, grass, water, electric, rock, ground, steel, ice, dark, psychic, bug, poison, ghost, flying, normal, fighting, and dragon, Ash said, listing them from memory. Hilda, on the hard time, had a hard time memorizing them. That's a lot. How do you know which types are effective against another? Ash shrugged. I just remember. Your Pokédex should tell you. Bianca spoke next. There's also the basic rock-paper-scissors ones. Grass beats water, water beats fire, and fire beats grass. Ash nodded and Hilda furrowed her brows. She looked back at the buttons, then at the curtain. So do I press the tears symbol, since water beats fire? Ash nodded and Hilda stood on top of the button with the tear. They heard a ding and the curtains opened. That was easy, Ash said, walking into the next room. The next room had another curtain and this time the symbol was a feather. On the ground the three symbols were a lightning bolt, a leaf, and an eyeball. So does that represent a flying type? Hilda asked. Seems like it, Ash responded. So, what beats flying? Bianca looked at all three symbols. Psychic maybe. Hilda looked at Ash, waiting for him to confirm. Electric beats flying, Ash stated. Bianca pouted while Hilda nodded and stepped on the lightning bolt button, opening the door once again. There was another curtain, this one having a leaf symbol on it. The ground had a flame, a tear, and a leaf symbol. Oh, I know this one. It's fire. Without asking Ash, Hilda stepped on it and the curtains opened. Instead of seeing a battlefield or the gym leaders, they saw a stairway. The three headed on downwards and were greeted by an underground battlefield. The battlefield was a rocky one with different sizes of rocks. There were bleachers on two sides. One side had all the customers. The other side was empty. The three waiters were standing on the other side of the battlefield. Let us properly introduce ourselves, Sillin said. I am Sillin, leader of the Striaton City Gym. And I'm Chili, leader of the Striaton City Gym. And last, but not least, I am Cress, leader of the Striaton City Gym. Ash furrowed his brow. 3 gym leaders. Cress stepped forward. That's right. We will choose who your opponents shall be. Who would like to battle first? Hilda and Bianca looked at each other. Let's decide with a coin, Bianca said. Just like old times. Hilda nodded and pulled out a coin. I pick Zekrom, you pick restful. Hilda flipped the coin in the air, caught it, and slapped it on her hand. It was restful. Yes. I'm going first. Bianca cheered, running up to the trainer box. Ash and Hilda went over to the bleachers. The 3 waiters looked at each other, before nodding. Chili went to the side, Cress went to the trainer box, and Sillin went over to the referee box. This will be a 2-on-2 Pokémon battle. Only the trainer is allowed to substitute Pokémon. Sillin shouted. May I ask for your name? Cress asked. I'm Bianca from Nuvema town. Nice to meet you. Bianca cheerfully introduced herself. Cress nodded. Likewise. Let us have a magnificent battle. Lillipup. Cress threw a Pokeball and the Pokémon that had appeared was the familiar puppy Pokémon. Bianca pulled out a Pokeball from her bag. I choose you Tepig. Bianca threw her Pokeball into the air and Tepig appeared. Everyone was surprised at her action. Her Tepig already? Hilda asked. She must have some kind of plan, Ash stated, though not entirely sure himself. You may have the first move, Cress said. Bianca nodded. Tepig, use tackle. Tepig ran straight towards Lillipup. Cress brushed back his bangs, though that didn't really do anything aside from getting the girls on the sideline to squeal. Use bite. Lillipup bared his fangs and dodged Tepig at the last second and bit Tepig. Tepig. Use Ember. Using the close distance between them to her advantage, Tepig shot out pellets of fire at Lillipup, landing a direct hit. Lillipup was knocked back and had burn marks. Lillipup, use Work Up. Cress called out. Lillipup barked and glowed slightly. What's work up? Ash asked aloud. Hilda shrugged. Cress spoke and answered their question. Work up raises a Pokémon's attack. Tackle. Lillipup charged at Tepig this time. Keep it away from you. Use Ember. Bianca shouted. Tepig fired Ember at Lillipup, but Lillipup used the rocks to his advantage and hid behind them. You can do that? Hilda asked surprised. Ash nodded. In a Pokémon battle the field is important. If you were fighting on a volcano, you wouldn't want to fight with a Pokémon that can't handle the heat. Hilda's sweat dropped. Who would fight on a volcano? But I understand. The two returned their attention to the battle, watching as Lillipup drew closer to Tepig, using the rocks as a shield. This isn't going anywhere, Bianca said aloud. Oh, what the heck? Tepig. Charge at Lillipup with flame charge. The sudden command surprised everyone in the room, Tepig included. Tepig then nodded and charged at the rock Lillipup was behind. Cress regained his composure quickly. Use tackle. Lillipup broke through the rocks and charged at Tepig to meet the attack head-on. The two small Pokémon collided head-first, resulting in an explosion with smoke covering them. The smoke soon cleared and both Pokémon were lying on the ground, unconscious. Sillin looked carefully at the two Pokémon before crossing his flags. Both Lillipup and Tepig are unable to battle. Trainers, please send out your next Pokémon. Bianca pouted. Ah. I was sure that would work. Oh well, she returned Tepig to her Pokeball. You did great. Now then, Bianca pulled out another Pokeball from her bag and threw it. You're up, Lillipup. Bianca's own Lillipup emerged, looking determined as any Lillipup. It is time for you to make an appearance, Panpour. Cress sent out a blue-colored monkey on the field. Panpour. Ash asked, pulling out his Pokédex. Panpour. The spray Pokémon. Panpour is a water-type Pokémon. The water stored inside the tuft on its head is full of nutrients. It waters plants with it using its tail. Wow, what a neat Pokémon. Ash exclaimed, looking at it with admiration. Hilda on the other hand frowned. Unlike Ash who had no knowledge of Unova, she had some. And she knew that there were 3 Pokémon known as the elemental monkeys. Before, she just thought they had different specialties, but now that she knows about Pokémon types, there may have been more to this gym than they thought. I'll take the first move if you don't mind. Work. Up, Cress said as Panpour began to glow. Oh no. Lillipup use bite. Lillipup raced towards Panpour with its teeth showing. Water gun, Cress said calmly. Panpour's tuft glowed as it shot out a huge torrent of water gun towards Lillipup, hitting it directly and sending it flying into a rock. Lillipup. Bianca exclaimed as she watched Lillipup get back up with bruises. Bianca let out a sigh of relief. Bite again. Lillipup once again charged at the Panpour. Cress flicked his bangs, causing more squeals. Water gun. Panpour once again shot a torrent of water at Lillipup, who managed to dodge quickly, but was hit by another one right away. Hilda watched the battle and put a finger on her chin. This seems very familiar. Ash looked at her. Huh? How so? The way Panpour is attacking Lillipup from far away and Lillipup struggling to get close, Hilda said. Now all we need is for Bianca to dash. Lillipup, use the rocks as shields to get closer. Do that. Now that you mention it, it is kinda like Tepig versus Lillipup, Ash said, agreeing with Hilda. They watched as Lillipup did what Cress's Lillipup did before. That won't work on me, use dig. Cress called out. Lillipup finally arrived where Panpour was once standing, only to see nothing but a hole in the ground. Where'd it go? Bianca exclaimed, looking around to no avail. Out of the ground from below, Panpour appeared and got a direct hit against Lillipup. Lillipup. Are you okay? Lillipup struggled to stand and had various bruises. Cress flicked his bangs once more. Dig. Panpour once again disappeared and Bianca bit her lip. What can I do if it comes from below again? Everyone was silent, tension in the air as they were all waiting for Panpour's next move. Hey Ash, Hilda asked, still looking at the battlefield. Why doesn't Bianca have her Lillipup use dig as well? Not all Pokémon know the same moves. Our Oshawotts are a good example. Mine knows Fury Cutter, yours doesn't, Ash explained. There's general moves that Pokémon will always learn, but then there's special moves that some Pokémon have that others don't, like your Lillipup and dig. Hilda nodded in understanding, watching Bianca and Lillipup. Out of nowhere, Panpour appeared from below the ground, but not from below but rather behind. Panpour shot a water gun straight at Lillipup, sending it flying into another rock and knocking it out. Sillin looked carefully at Lillipup and raised a flag towards Cress. Lillipup is unable to battle. With one Pokémon remaining, the victor is the gym leader. Cress gave a smile and returned his Panpour. Well done Panpour. Bianca returned her Lillipup. Thanks, you did well. Bianca sighed and pouted and kicked a rock. Aw man. I thought we had him. You did well for a new trainer, Cress complimented Bianca. Bianca thanked him for the battle and left to heal her Pokémon. Sillin then walked over to the trainer box with Chili in the referee box. Are you ready Hilda? Ash asked. Hilda gave Ash a grin and nodded before running over to the trainer box. This will be a 2-on-2 battle. Chili shouted. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokémon. Battle begin. I cannot wait to see what type of bond you have with your Pokémon. Sillin exclaimed, putting a hand over his heart. So let's get this started. Sillin tossed a Pokeball in the air and a familiar puppy Pokémon emerged. Another Lillipup? Ash said, having seen the little puppy Pokémon quite a lot recently. Hilda threw her own Pokeball out. Oshawott. Once again, everyone was surprised by her choosing her starter first. You may have the first move, Sillin said, giving Hilda a smile. Hilda nodded. Water gun. Oshawott immediately shot a torrent of water towards Sillin's Lillipup. Dig. Sillin shouted immediately. Hilda hid a smile as she knew exactly how to counter it, as her own Lillipup used that same attack against her. She saw Oshawott acting calm as well. But Sillin had another trick up his sleeves. Use work up underground. Hilda's eyes widened. He got a free pass to boost Lillipup's attack. Now. Hilda saw the crack from below. Jump and use water gun. Hilda called out. Oshawott did just so and the scene was familiar, Lillipup being knocked into a rock by the water gun. Impressive, Sillin said. I can see Oshawott trusts you very much to pull off such an incredible maneuver. Hilda grinned. Thanks. Water gun again. Oshawott shot another torrent of water at Lillipup. Hide behind a rock. Sillin called out, and Lillipup did just that. Destroy that rock with water gun. Hilda shouted, and Oshawott did just that. When the rock was destroyed, Lillipup was nowhere to be seen. Did it use dig? Hilda noticed a crack in the ground behind Oshawott. Oshawott, use razor shell behind you. It happened so fast. Lillipup jumped out of the ground, ready to tackle Oshawott, but Oshawott turned around so fast and pulled out her Scalchop, which transformed into a razor, and delivered a quick slash. Lillipup was sent flying to where Sillin was standing, unconscious. Chili raised a flag towards Hilda. Sillin's Lillipup is unable to battle. Hilda's Oshawott is the winner. Gym leader, please send out your next Pokémon. You fought with much bravado, thank you, Sillin returned Lillipup and pulled out another Pokeball. Glorify everyone with your presence Pansage. On the field was a similar Pokémon to Panpour, except it was green. A Pansage, Hilda said, pulling out her Pokédex to obtain detailed information on the Pokémon. Pansage. The grass monkey Pokémon. Pansage is a grass-type Pokémon. It's good at finding berries and gathers them from all over. It's kind enough to share them with friends. Hilda furrowed her brow. That wasn't helpful. Oshawott, return. Hilda had expected this. That was why Cress left the battlefield, because Sillin had the advantage over her. So she had Oshawott start off the fight by knocking out Lillipup while trying to take least amount of damage as possible, which was a success. You're up Gothita. Hilda sent out her little psychic Pokémon, also part of her strategy. Watching Bianca made her realize that approaching these monkeys wasn't easy, so it would be better to hit them back with range. It's unusual to see a trainer with a Gothita, Scylla had a surprised expression on his face before smirking. This will be a battle to savor. Panzage, use dig. Hilda bit her lip, knowing what Scylla was going to do. Stop it with confusion. Gothita's eyes glowed blue and Panzage stopped digging. Hit it against a rock. Gothita started to slowly lift Panzage, ready to fling him against the wall. Panzage, use bullet seed to get out of there. Panzage opened his mouth slowly and started firing seeds at Gothita, landing a direct hit and breaking the confusion. Work up. Panzage glowed, attack now boosted. Hilda furrowed her brows. Doesn't matter, Gothita used Psybeam. Gothita's eyes glowed once more and a purple, bright beam shot out of her hand straight towards Panzage. Dodge it, Scylla called, and at the last moment Panzage leapt to the side, avoiding the attack. Bullet seed again. Panzage fired more seeds at Gothita. Stop them with confusion. Hilda called out. The confusion however was unable to stop the seeds that were moving at a fast pace. Gothita was directly hit once again. The damage having been done, Gothita wouldn't be able to take one more attack from Panzage that had a boost from work up. Let us end this with dig. Scylla called out. Panzage burrowed into the ground quickly. Hilda quickly went over all of Gothita's moves, thinking about how to turn the situation in their favor. Thinking of a strategy, she called out to Gothita. Gothita. I have an idea but you're going to have to react as soon as I say it. Receiving a nod, Hilda waited. She saw a slight crumble below Gothita, not even a crack. Move to your left and use tickle. Immediately jumping slightly to her left, Gothita avoided the attack and started to tickle Panzage. Panzage was helpless against the tickling and started to laugh hysterically. Everyone was in shock at the events. Panzage. Get a hold of yourself. Scylla shouted, hoping Panzage will regain his senses. Unfortunately for him, that didn't happen. Use pound. Hilda shouted, and Gothita's right arm glowed white, before delivering a direct hit at Panzage's chest, sending him back. Panzage. Scylla shouted, watching as his Pokémon stood up once more. Phew, let's take over this battle, shall we? Get up close to Gothita. Hilda wasn't going to let that happen however. Use confusion to hold him still. Gothita did just that, but like last time Panzage used bullet seed to get out of it. Dodge quickly. Gothita got out of the way of the bullet seed attack at the last second, but Panzage was right in front of it. Scylla snapped his fingers. I'm afraid we have the advantage here. Use lick. Hilda's eyes widened and she took a step back. Lick. Ash shuddered at the memory of the many times lick has been used on his Pokémon, most recent being at the Sinnoh League. Panzage stuck out its tongue and took a good lick at Gothita. Gothita took a step back, then another, before falling on the ground unconscious and covered in Panzage's saliva. Gee Gothita! Hilda exclaimed, hurriedly returning the poor psychic-type Pokémon. This wasn't supposed to happen, Hilda said before sending out her Oshawott again. Let's end this quickly, use bullet seed. Panzage used bullet seed heading straight to Oshawott. Behind a rock. Hilda called and Oshawott quickly jumped behind a rock, avoiding the bullet seed. Use water gun. Oshawott shot a water gun at Panzage, who easily dodged out of the way and retaliated with another bullet seed. Oshawott quickly hid behind a rock once more. Hilda gritted her teeth, unsure of what to do. If you're not going to make a move, then allow me to do the honors. Use bullet seed on the rock Oshawott is hiding behind. Scylla called out. Panzage did just that, destroying the rock Oshawott was behind, leaving her defenseless. Now, use solar beam. Solar beam? Hilda asked, watching as Panzage was charging up. Ash's eyes widened. Hilda! Be careful! He shouted. Uh-oh, Hilda said, knowing if Ash is worried, she should be worried. Panzage fired a huge beam towards Oshawott. Hilda closed her eyes. Use water gun on the ground. The command was sudden, but Oshawott immediately did so with no hesitation, and propelled herself into the air. Everyone gasping in shock made Hilda open her eyes to see Oshawott in the sky, safe and unharmed. Ash had a huge grin. That was awesome Hilda. What just? Hilda shook her head. No time to think about that, use water gun. Oshawott shot a water gun at the Panzage that was now tired after using such a powerful attack. The water gun hit and Panzage was knocked back. However, Panzage was still fine. Oshawott landed on the ground with grace. How beautiful. Your timing couldn't have been more precise, and it is as clear as day that Oshawott trusts you more than you could know. But my Panzage appears to be weary. Why don't you heal yourself up, HM? Ash and Hilda were confused at Sillen's words. But it made sense when Panzage took a leaf from its head and ate it. Panzage looked energized as soon as it did so. Eating a leaf from Panzage's head whisks weariness away as if by magic. Now you tell me, Hilda mumbled as her Pokédex beeped from her pocket. Sillen pointed towards Oshawott. Let's wrap this up. Use bullet seed. Water gun to counter. Hilda quickly said. The two Pokémon shot their respective attacks at one another, attacks colliding resulting in an explosion. The smoke cleared and neither Pokémon were injured. Sillen put a hand to his chin. Despite having the power boost from work up and that bullet seed is a grass-type move, it still was even. Use solar beam again. Panzage started to charge up for the attack. It sure takes a while to charge up for the attack. Use razor shell. Hilda called out. Oshawott started running straight towards Panzage, whose eyes widened at the incoming Oshawott with the sharp razor in her hand. Release it, Panzage. Sillen commanded the moment Oshawott neared Panzage. Panzage did just as told and released the not fully charged solar beam at Oshawott, who delivered a vertical slash at Panzage. The two Pokémon were sent flying back, enveloped in smoke. Once again, there was tension in the air as everyone waited for the results. The smoke cleared, and on the ground was Oshawott. Standing with a few bruises was Panzage. Chili looked closely at Oshawott before raising a flag towards Sillen. Oshawott is unable to battle. With one Pokémon remaining, the victor is the gym leader. Cheers erupted from one side of the bleachers. Sillen put a hand over his heart. Phew, talk about too close for comfort. Thank you, my friend, Sillen returned Panzage. Hilda returned Oshawott and smiled lightly. Thank you, you fought well. She turned to Sillen and bowed, thanking him for the battle before running out of the gym. Hilda returned Oshawott and smiled lightly. Thank you, you fought well. She turned to Sillen and bowed, thanking him for the battle before running out of the gym. Wait. Hilda. Ash shouted, chasing after her. Hilda ran out of the gym and straight to the Pokémon Center. Her Pokémon had fought hard for her. She thought she may have done it, but alas, it all ended in failure. Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy turned from the counter. Yes. Oh, Hilda, how may I help you? Hilda placed Oshawott and Gothita's Pokeball on the counter. Can you heal them for me? Nurse Joy took the two Pokeballs and gave Hilda a smile. Of course. Please wait for a moment. Hilda nodded and walked over to one of the tables. She let out a sigh. Who would have thought Pokemon battles can get so hectic? Fancy seeing you here. Hilda looked to her side and saw a familiar face standing next to her table. Cheren. Hilda exclaimed, getting up to give her childhood friend a brief hug. It feels like a long time since I last saw you. Cheren pushed up his glasses. It has. May I sit with you? Receiving a nod from Hilda, Cheren sat across from Hilda. So how has your journey been so far? Hilda gave him a big smile. It's been great. I've caught 3 Pokemon. That's impressive. I have only 2 at the moment, Cheren said. But I do have 1 gym badge. Hilda's eyes widened. You beat the Striaton gym? Cheren nodded. Of course. It was a learning experience, to say the least. Hilda looked down. I lost earlier. I thought for sure I could win. Don't worry about it. It's just the beginning. If you want a recommendation, I think you should train at the Dream Yard, Cheren said. Hilda tilted her head. Dream Yard? Cheren stood up. It's to the northeast of here. Training there will definitely help you. Cheren started to leave. I see. Thanks, Cheren. Cheren gave a wave before leaving the Pokémon Center. She was soon called up to the counter. Here you go, Hilda, both are as healthy as they can be. Nurse Joy handed Hilda her Pokeballs. Hilda put them away in her bag. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Before Hilda could leave, Nurse Joy stopped her. Wait, Hilda, these two Pokémon have made a speedy recovery. An Audino appeared with a cart. Sitting on the cart was Pikachu and Purloin. Hilda went over to them. You two are all right. I'm so relieved. The two smiled at her, both jumping on her shoulders, making her laugh. Thank you, Nurse Joy. It was no problem. Please come again. Nurse Joy went over to another trainer to assist them. Hilda stepped outside of the Pokémon Center. She took Purloin off her shoulders before placing her on the ground. Well, Purloin, you can return to the wild. Be more careful, okay? Petting the Purloin's head, Hilda turned around with Pikachu on her shoulder, ready to search for Ash. She stopped when she felt something rubbing her leg. She looked down and saw Purloin rubbing its head against her leg. What is it? Did I forget something? I think it wants to join you. Hilda jumped at the voice and turned around to see Ash walking over to her with a grin. Pikachu cheered and jumped from Hilda's shoulder to Ash's. Hey buddy. Glad to see you're doing well. Really? Do you want to come with me, Purloin? Purloin was now hiding behind Hilda's legs, afraid of Ash. There's no need to be scared of Ash, Purloin. He forgives you for attacking Pikachu, right Ash? Ash nodded. Of course. If someone were to do something to separate Pikachu, and I don't think I would be happy with that person. Hilda smiled and picked up Purloin. See? Nothing to worry about. Hilda gave Purloin a big smile, making Purloin smile back. So, do you want to come with me, Purloin? A nod and a meow was her answer. Hilda took out a Pokeball and tapped Purloin. The ball shook in her hand 3 times before clicking. I just caught a Purloin. So do you have any plans now? Train to defeat Sillen. Rest? Ash asked. I actually ran into Cheren earlier and he told me about a good training spot, Hilda said. Ash was a bit surprised Hilda wanted to train right after losing, but realized it was only natural. Really? Where? To the northeast of here is the Dream Yard. He said that we can get some good training done there, Hilda explained. Ash nodded and the two headed towards the Dream Yard. By the way, Ash, why didn't you have your gym battle today? It's only a 2-on-2. Ash shrugged. I didn't want Pikachu to miss our first gym battle in Unova. Besides, I was more worried about you and how you were doing after that loss. Hilda smiled at Ash. That's sweet of you. I guess it kind of hurts, being defeated after working so hard to just turn the tables around. Ash nodded. Makes sense. Which, by the way, you did amazing out there. You thought of strategies off the fly and your Pokémon reacted immediately. It was like you were one with your Pokémon. Hilda blushed at the praise. It was nothing, besides, I'm sure you could do the same. Ash shrugged. Maybe, but that's not the point. I'm not you and you're not me. You shouldn't compare us. You should be proud that you worked so well with your Pokémon. I guess, Hilda said. They were soon outside the city in the outskirts. So the Dream Yard is this way, Hilda read a sign that pointed towards the forest. There was a path to walk on that presumably led to the Dream Yard. Let's get going then, Ash said, walking ahead. Wait up. Hilda called out, catching up to Ash. They walked through a small forest and soon came to a clearing. Wow. It's so calming here, Hilda said. It feels relaxing, that's for sure, Ash said. Pikachu let out a cha in agreement and closed his eyes. Are you sure this is the place Cheren said was perfect for training? Hilda nodded. Yep. Come on, let's keep going. The two walked on the path and soon a fence came into view. Whatever's behind here must be off limits, Ash said, observing the tall fence. There's a lot of debris. Must have been an old building, Hilda said after seeing a broken window frame. They continued onwards and noticed how serene the area was. They noticed there was a variety of Pokémon here. These Pokémon must have made a home of what's left of this building, Ash claimed, watching a patrat run under one of the debris with several more little patrats. It's quite a sight, isn't it? Ash and Hilda jumped at the sudden voice. They turned around and saw a young girl with brown hair and a huge lab coat that did not fit her and dragged on the floor. Seeing so many Pokémon living in peace. Yeah. Who are you exactly? Hilda asked, trying to be as polite as possible. Oh, I'm Amanita. I'm a friend of Professor Juniper. You must be Hilda. Wow, you look just like how she described you. Amanita exclaimed. She then turned to Ash. Who are you? I'm Ash from Kanto. This is my partner Pikachu. Ash gestured to Pikachu on his shoulder. Amanita gasped. A Pikachu. I haven't seen one in so long. Amanita approached Ash and patted Pikachu's head. After petting Pikachu, she looked at Hilda. So how's your journey coming along so far? Hilda rubbed the back of her head. I've caught 4 Pokémon so far and challenged the Stridon City Gym. Amanita's eyes widened. Wow. That's so great. How'd your gym battle go? Hilda looked down. Lost. Ash looked at Hilda with a frown before looking at Amanita with a grin. She lost, but she battled well. She was in sync with her Pokémon. Just some more training and beating Sinnoh will be no problem. Hilda's face reddened from the praise while Amanita seemed to be thinking. Sinnoh isn't a weak opponent. He stays calm no matter the situation and is able to react quickly. He has a deep bond with his Pansage as well. Amanita then slammed her fist into her palm. I got it. Amanita then pulled out a Pokeball from one of the pockets in the lab coat and handed it to Hilda. Your started was Oshawott, correct? Hilda nodded. Then this fella may prove to be useful. He isn't opening up much, but he has spirit. Hilda took the Pokeball and eyed it warily. Are you sure? You're giving me a Pokémon. Amanita nodded. Sure, I'm sure. I know you'll take good care of him. Check him out. Hilda furrowed her brows, not liking the idea of just taking a Pokémon. She looked at Ash who just shrugged and she sighed. She tossed the Pokeball in the air and out appeared a monkey similar to Panpour and Pansage, but was colored red instead. A Pansear. Hilda exclaimed. Ash had to pull out his Pokédex, having never seen the Pokémon before. Pansear. The high-temp Pokémon. Pansear is a fire-type Pokémon. Very intelligent, it roasts berries before eating them. It likes to help people. A fire type, Hilda said, looking at the monkey curiously. Now I have a good chance at winning now. She then looked at Amanita. Are you sure about giving him to me though? Amanita sighed. I'm sure, Hilda. Don't worry about it. She then looked at Pansear. From now on she will be your new trainer, all right? Pansear only nodded and Amanita smiled. Good. Well, I have to be going. I'll see you two soon. Hilda nodded and Amanita started to leave. When she walked next to Ash, she stopped. You know, Ash turned to her. You seem familiar. You said your name is Ash. Ash nodded. I'll keep that in mind. See ya. And with that she left, leaving the two trainers alone. Hilda crouched down to Pansear. Hi Pansear. I'm Hilda, let's get along, okay? Pansear nodded slightly, making Hilda smile even more. So let's see, your moves are, Scratch, Incinerate, and Bite. Not bad. Ash looked at Hilda curiously. What's Incinerate? Hilda shrugged. I have no idea. Hey, let's start training, okay buddy? Pansear nodded again, making Hilda sigh. I like that you're so agreeable, but you can be more, I don't know, energetic. Vocal. Pansear only tilted his head making Hilda sigh again. Ash walked a good distance away from them. I don't have a grass type, but let's try having Pansear fight against another fire type. Ash shouted, sending out his Tepig. Hilda nodded and looked at Pansear. Ready? Pansear jumped in front of Hilda and nodded, awaiting orders. Use Incinerate. Pansear shot a blast of fire towards Tepig. The blast was similar to that of a flamethrower, though slightly wider and weaker. Tepig, counter with Ember. Ash shouted. Tepig countered with just that and the two attacks met, cancelling each other out. Scratch. Hilda called out immediately, making Pansear run straight towards Tepig. Dodge. Ash called out, and Tepig was able to dodge at the last second. Hilda bit her lip. Incinerate. Pansear released another blast of fire, this time at close range. Tepig took that attack up front, being knocked back a bit. Not letting Tepig recover, Hilda called out another attack. Bite. Pansear jumped towards the staggering Tepig and delivered a direct attack. Tepig. Ash called out as Tepig squealed in pain, trying to shake off Pansear. Pansear, come back, Hilda shouted. Pansear stopped his attack and went back to Hilda, who crouched down and petted the monkey. That was excellent, Pansear. Ash crouched down near Tepig. You did great, buddy. Ash complimented before returning Tepig. I'm much more confident I can win this now. Hilda exclaimed. The type advantage will definitely help. Ash nodded. Though types don't always matter, you know. You can win as long as you believe in your Pokémon. I believed in Oshawott and Gothita and I didn't win, Hilda muttered, though quiet enough so that Ash didn't hear. It's almost dinner. Whadia say we buy dinner? Ash said, already leaving the dream yard. Her stomach growled as soon as Ash said that, making him laugh and her face redden. I'm all for dinner right now. The two were now eating at a small cafe. They would have went to the gym to eat, but it was too expensive for them, so they decided to eat at a small cafe. They were eating at one of the outdoor stands. So do you have any idea which Pokémon you're going to use against Sillen? Ash asked Hilda. Hilda swallowed her food before answering. Pansear for sure. I was going to choose Oshawott again, but she's probably still tired from today's battle and I don't want something similar happening where Pansear faints and Oshawott is my last Pokémon. I'm sure Oshawott can beat Panzage if you think of a different strategy, Ash said, taking a bite out of his sandwich. Maybe, but there's a less chance of losing if I were to use something that isn't weak against grass types, don't you think? Hilda took a sip of her tea, watching Ash furrow his brows. I guess. Ash said, finishing his sandwich. My, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Ash and Hilda nearly jumped out of their seats at the voice. They turned their heads to see a familiar green-haired man. I'm sorry, did I startle you? You did, but it's fine. Hilda said. But what are you doing here, Sillen? I had just returned from the Pokémon Center and was heading to the gym when I saw you too. Sillen then looked at Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. Is that your Pikachu, Ash? Ash nodded and looked at Pikachu. Pikachu, this is Sillen. He's one of the gym leaders at the Striaton City Gym. Pikachu gave the man a wave. Sillen approached Pikachu and observed him. How fascinating. To see a live Pikachu. And he's in such a fine condition. Yes, you can truly tell that you two have a deep bond. I can just sense the amount of nostalgia within those red cheeks. Ash and Hilda's sweat dropped as Sillen continued to say things neither could understand. Sillen then looked at Hilda after finishing observing Pikachu. I would also like to say I was impressed at your performance earlier. For a new trainer, you're quite talented. Hilda blushed. Thanks, but I'm prepared to battle you again. I trained earlier and am ready for a rematch. Sillen put a finger on his chin. If you would like, we could battle once you finish eating. My Lillipup and Panzage are healed and the restaurant is closed so there would be no distractions. Hilda stood up. Really? Hilda then looked at Ash. Oh, I guess Ash should have his gym battle first. Ash shook his head. I think you should have your battle first. I know what it's like to want a rematch after losing to someone. Pikachu looked at his trainer in surprise, making him frown. What? Pikachu said something neither Hilda nor Sillen could understand. What do you mean, that's not like me? I'm understanding. Pikachu responded once more. I'm not battle hungry. Hilda and Sillen laughed as the two continued to bicker. That's the taste of friendship, Sillen said. But he said it, would you like to have a rematch? Hilda nodded enthusiastically. Then I look forward to it. I shall wait for your arrival, and with that, Sillen left. Hilda turned to the two who were still bickering and laughed, finishing her dinner with Ash before heading off to the gym for her rematch. The two entered the restaurant, noticing how different it appeared when closed. They walked downstairs to the battlefield and saw Sillen already in the trainer box, Chili at the referee box, and Cress standing at the side. The battlefield was still in its state after the battles earlier and thus had not as much rocks but a lot of debris, but the holes were filled in. Hilda went to the trainer box while Ash went to the bleachers. There was no one around but them, just as Sillen had said. I am looking forward to see what type of flavors you shall bring to the table, Sillen said, gripping one of his pokeballs. Hilda and Ash had no idea what he meant by that. Sure, was Hilda's reply. Chili looked at the two, silently asking if they were ready. When he received a nod, he raised both his flags. The rematch between the Strident City Gym leader Sillen and the challenger Hilda will begin. This will be a 2-on-2 battle. The victor is decided when one person loses both of their Pokémon. Battle begin. Lillipup, return to the stage. The familiar pup Pokémon was on the field, growling fiercely. Hilda pulled out a Pokeball from her bag. I'm counting on you, Purloin. Hilda shouted, sending out her first Pokémon. This surprised everyone on the field, for different reasons. I didn't think she would use Purloin already, Ash said with a worried expression. I know that Purloin is strong, considering it almost defeated Oshawott with no real struggle, but Hilda hasn't even trained Purloin yet. Meanwhile, with the gym leaders. Sillen was quivering where he stood. PPP Purloin. Cress shook his head. Sillen, get a hold of yourself. You are in a battle. Don't let your phobia hold you down. Sillen slowly turned towards Cress. That's easy for you to say. Cress sighed as he shook his head at Sillen. The Purloin isn't going to attack you. If you don't want Lillipup to get hurt, you're going to need to overcome this. Sillen let out an audible gulp as he turned to the battlefield. Purloin was on all fours, waiting with an innocent look on her face. But to Sillen, she looked like she was ready to claw his face to the point it would be unrecognizable. Sillen ran behind Cress. It's glaring at me. Cress pushed his brother back onto the battlefield. No, it's not. Sillen, get your head in the game and don't disgrace our gym. That seemed to do it, as Sillen's eyes widened. He tightened his fists. Right, I shall not smear the Striaton Gym's name because of a wretched fiend. Hilda was not pleased at that. Who are you calling a wretched fiend? Sillen put his hands in the air. I meant no offense. Sillen then grew a grin on his face. Shall we begin? Hilda nodded and Sillen made his first move. Dig! Hilda almost groaned. Not again. Purloin, go over to it quickly and use Scratch. Purloin dashed at a fast speed, claws sharpened ready to scratch the pup. Lillipup however made its way underground before Purloin reached. Work up! Sillen called and they heard a faint bark as Lillipup gained a power boost. I need to take care of Lillipup fast, Hilda said quietly, waiting for Lillipup to burrow out of the ground. Hilda noticed the small cracks and acted. Scratch behind you. Purloin turned around at a fast speed and slashed at the burrowing Lillipup, sending it flying. Quite impressive. So far every time I used Dig you were able to counterattack. But let's see if you can handle this. Double team. Ash and Pikachu's eyes widened. This isn't good. Hilda and Purloin watched curiously as Lillipup split into 2. Then 3. Then 4, then 10, then even more. Why is there so many? Hilda pulled out her Pokédex. The user makes illusory copies of itself to raise its evasiveness. Hilda put away her Pokédex. That's new. What exactly do I do? Use Scratch. Purloin looked back at Hilda before trying to attack one of the Lillipup. It ended up being one of the copies. Use Tackle. The real Lillipup was able to get a direct hit against Purloin, making Purloin getting sent flying from the power-boosted Tackle. Purloin! Hilda exclaimed as Purloin stood up once again bruised. Scratch! Purloin dashed towards Lillipup once more. Knowing he couldn't outmatch Purloin in speed, Sillen commanded Lillipup to use Double Team once more. What can I do now? Hilda replayed the previous attack. Lillipup had been able to attack before Hilda could notice simply because there were so many. Who knows which one is the real one? If you're not going to attack, then allow me. Use Hidden Power. Each Lillipup started to have green orbs flying around them. Hilda gulped. Only one of them is real, so only one attack is real, right? Hilda said to herself, watching as the Lillipup released the orbs. To the naked eye, it would look like a poor little purloin was being attacked by hundreds or orbs and the purloin would need a trip to the hospital. Hilda closed her eyes and shouted an attack. Assist. Purloin's eyes glowed blue and all the orbs disappeared along with the copies, leaving one Lillipup standing, though unable to move. That's confusion. Ash exclaimed, watching the battle intensely. Scratch. Hilda called out and Purloin's eyes stopped glowing and Lillipup was free, but without giving Lillipup a chance to do anything, Purloin ran up to Lillipup quickly and sent it flying. Everyone looked at Lillipup, waiting for it to get up. When it didn't, Chili raised a flag towards Hilda. Lillipup is unable to battle. Purloin is the winner. Hilda let out a sigh of relief. When did you teach Lillipup all those moves? Hilda asked Sillin. Sillin returned Lillipup. It was right after I went to the Pokémon Center and healed him. We did some extra training. But it seems it wasn't enough. No matter, Panzage, let's go. Sillin tossed another Pokeball and the familiar grass monkey was on the field. Purloin, return. Hilda returned Purloin. Pansear. Hilda's new Pokémon appeared on the battlefield, surprising the brothers. She has her own Pansear. Chili said in surprise. Sillin however kept a neutral expression as the two monkeys stared at each other. This should be interesting. Panzage used Bullet Seed. Panzage let out a series of bullets towards Pansear. Hilda put a hand out as she called a counter. Incinerate. The two attacks collided, cancelling one another. Sillin closed his eyes. That Incinerate left a bad taste in my mouth. Hilda furrowed her brow. Even. Shouldn't a fire-type move be stronger than a grass-type move? Sillin outstretched his arm, calling an attack. Use Dig and work up. Panzage dug underground. Hilda was starting to get irritated at the attack. If only I had a counter to Dig. Hilda waited once again for Panzage to appear again. She was surprised when she saw Panzage appear from behind one of the rocks, with a charged-up solar beam. Fire! Sillin shouted, pointing at Pansear. Hilda's eyes widened. Pansear, dodge! Pansear jumped to the left and started to run as Panzage kept aiming the solar beam at Pansear. Eventually Panzage stopped the attack. When did he use solar beam? Or even tell Panzage to get out behind the rock? Sillin smirked and wagged his finger. This is the wonderful taste of a bond and a strategy. Without either, you are bound to lose. Hilda frowned and looked at Pansear. Let's show Sillin what we're made of. Pansear nodded. Use Incinerate. Pansear shot another blast of fire at Panzage, who jumped out of the way. Well done Panzage, now use Bullet Seed. Keep using Incinerate. The battle was going back and forth, the two monkeys firing their respective attacks and avoiding the others. The battle had ended up exhausting Pansear while Panzage still looked fine. This is going nowhere. On the contrary, this is exhausting your Pansear. It is obvious to me that you don't have a close bond with Pansear and had only just obtained Pansear, Sillin deduced, surprising Hilda. Obvious how? Hilda asked. That level of fitness for a Pansear is simply too low for a Pansear that had been trained. And its attacks would have been stronger as well, Sillin explained. Hilda looked surprised and then looked at Pansear, who kept panting and staring at Panzage. She clenched her fists. We'll grow a bond. I'll become friends with Pansear. And to do that, we won't lose. Incinerate. Pansear released another Incinerate towards Panzage. Dodge and use Bite. Panzage avoided the attack and rushed forward and bit on Pansear's head. Pansear started to try and get Panzage off of his head. Pansear, get it off you. Pansear continued to shake his head. Hilda then remembered something from her previous battle. Panzage was able to heal itself by eating a leaf from its head. The monkeys are similar, that was common knowledge to anyone from Unova. So Pansear may also have a special ability like that as well, Hilda said to herself. Pansear, use your tuft. Pansear stopped struggling and started to let his tuft heat up. Pansear's tuft started to heat up, making Panzage's eyes widen as he immediately let go of Pansear and jumped back. Incinerate now. Hilda called and Pansear let out a blast of fire, hitting Panzage before he could recover. Ash looked at Hilda and Pansear in amazement. That was so cool. Hilda's Pokédex beeped. The fire within the tuft on its head can reach 600 degrees Fahrenheit. It seems I did not give you enough credit, Cheren said as he watched Panzage struggle with various burn marks. But that won't be enough. Panzage used solar beam. Panzage fired a beam towards Pansear. Pansear dodge. Pansear, too exhausted, was unable to dodge and got blasted directly. Pansear was sent flying and hit the wall, falling on the ground. Chili looked at Pansear closely before raising a flag towards Cheren. Pansear is unable to battle. Panzage is the winner. Hilda returned Pansear. Thank you. You did your best, and I appreciate it. Hilda looked at the Panzage who was panting, clearly tired. This was looking just like her last battle. She just had to make sure the results weren't the same. Purloin, back to you. The purple cat Pokémon had re-entered the battlefield. Let's quickly heal up, have a snack Panzage. Cheren called out. Hilda reacted almost immediately. Scratch. Purloin ran over to Panzage swiftly to stop Panzage from eating the leaves on its head. When Purloin reached Panzage, Panzage finished eating the leaf and dug under the ground, avoiding the slash. Hilda observed the battlefield, looking at all the holes that were created in this battle thanks to Cheren's Lillipup and Panzage. They were all over the battlefield. Jump in the hole. This command surprised them all, but Purloin did just that and jumped in the hole. Use assist. The result of the attack was a cry from Panzage. Panzage jumped out of one of the holes with a Purloin biting its head. Everyone watched as Purloin glowed, healing slightly. Panzage. Shake it off. Panzage shook his head and eventually shook Purloin off. Purloin was able to land on her feet quickly. Purloin used scratch. Purloin ran up to Panzage, claws sharpened. Bullet seed to keep your distance, Cheren called out. Purloin ran faster than ever towards Panzage, avoiding the bullet seeds. Purloin tried to scratch Panzage, but Panzage back flipped out of the way and fired another bullet seed. Don't stop now. Keep the pressure. Hilda shouted and Purloin continued its onslaught and continued to swipe, doing its best to land a hit, but Panzage kept dodging. Sending bullet seeds that Purloin would easily dodge. There has to be a way to slow down Panzage, Hilda said quietly, watching the two Pokémon attack and miss. Panzage, mix things up. Get away from Purloin and use solar beam. Cheren called out. Panzage used dig to get away from Purloin and quickly burrowed out of the ground and fired a solar beam. Dodge and use assist. Jumping on the various debris and avoiding the solar beam and using assist. Purloin raised a paw and a purple zigzag beam shot out of Purloin's paw and it aimed at Panzage. Avoid that Psybeam. Cheren shouted, and Panzage did indeed avoid it. Neither Pokémon were landing a hit or taking a hit. However, with the ability to rejuvenate itself, Panzage would win. Solar beam. Panzage charged and fired a solar beam at Purloin, who dodged. Hilda furrowed her brow, watching Purloin carefully in case she gets too exhausted. It seems this battle will end with a rather bitter taste. The bond between you and Purloin is unsatisfactory for a trainer. Cheren's words hit Hilda like a brick, making her grit her teeth. How can he judge our bond just like that? Hilda wondered. I thought Purloin and I got along well despite only meeting earlier today. But if I can't win this battle, would that mean I don't trust Purloin? Or she doesn't trust me? She must trust me. She wanted to join me. So I can't let her down. I won't betray her trust. But what can I do? Hilda started to look for ways to turn the tables. She then noticed the dust. Purloin's other move. Purloin, get up close to Panzage. Cheren raised a brow. Keep it away with bullet seed. A familiar scene occurred as Purloin got up close to Panzage and dodging the bullet seed. Now use sand attack. Using the momentum from skidding across the battlefield, Purloin turned around and kicked sand at Panzage, who was now covered in sand. Panzage. Cheren shouted, worried as Panzage tried to get the sand out of his eyes. Let's finish this and get our badge. Use scratch. Purloin ran up to Panzage and instead of using scratch, Purloin delivered a series of scratch attacks. That's fury swipes. Ash exclaimed as Purloin then delivered a fierce scratch and sent Panzage against the wall behind Cheren. Chili looked closely at Panzage and raised a flag towards Hilda. Panzage is unable to battle. Purloin is the winner. The victory goes to the challenger Hilda. Hilda watched with amazement as Purloin started to walk back towards her, slowly and tiredly. Hilda ran up to Purloin and hugged the cat. Purloin. Thank you so much. You were amazing. Purloin smiled, glad she didn't let down Hilda like she did with N. Hilda, that was amazing. Hilda turned around and saw Ash approach her. Pikachu gave a cheer as well. Hilda smiled at the compliment. Thanks, Ash. I think I'm starting to get the hang of Pokémon battles. You fought really well even though you got those Pokémon today, Ash said. Hilda laughed and turned to see Sillin cleaning Panzage's eyes from the sand. The three brothers then approached them. That was a marvelous battle. I have underestimated you, you clearly understand the importance of bonds, Sillin said. Cress approached Hilda with a case. This is proof of your victory at the Striaton City Gym. Please accept the trio badge. Hilda took out the badge from the case. It was a thing badge with 3 gems inside it colored blue, red, and green. 1 badge down, 7 to go. Hilda put away the trio badge into her badge case and held it up. I did it, Ash. I got my first gym badge. Ash grinned. That's great, Hilda. Chili then approached Ash. If you would like, Ash, you can have your gym battle right now. Ash shook his head and gave the brothers a grin. Nah, I'll be back tomorrow. Pikachu's kinda tired right now and so am I. The brothers nodded. Then we'll see you tomorrow, Cress said before leaving. Ash and Hilda also left and went to the Pokémon Center, where Hilda healed Purloin and Pansear and were able to get a room. Ash and Hilda took a shower before going to their room. All their Pokémon were out, and it was quite a party now. You two did great today, Hilda said, complimenting Pansear and Purloin. The two nodded, happy with the compliment, especially Purloin. I'm so tired. Hilda said, lying down on her bed. Really? You only had 3 battles today, Ash said, making Hilda raise a brow. I think Pikachu was right earlier, Hilda said. Ash tilted his head. You really are battle hungry. I am not. Ash retorted, making Hilda and Pikachu laugh. So who do you think you're going to battle out of the 3 of them? Hilda asked Ash, who was now slipping into his bed. No idea. Ash said, making Hilda face fault. Why am I not surprised? Hilda shook her head. So you're ready for your battle? Definitely. We've been training a lot recently. We're ready for this, Ash exclaimed. Of course you are. Well, good night, Ash. You don't want to be tired for your battle. Yeah. Night. Good night. James is asking around town for information, Meowth said, walking into their hideout, which was a cave en route. Is he standing out? Jessie asked. Meowth shook his head. He's in disguise. He's asking like some foreign dummy. Perfect. Now then, Jessie turned behind her and faced her beloved Wobbuffet. I think it's time we found out how exactly your abilities work. I remember in Johto that lady said something about special moves and physical moves, Meowth said. Though that was a long time ago, so my memory's kinda foggy. Wobbuffet. Do you know how your attacks work? Jessie asked. Wobbuffet responded with its usual cry. While to some it may sound the same all the time, but Jessie knew her Pokémon well to tell the difference. Jessie clapped her hands. You do. That's great. Jessie. Meowth. The two turned around and saw James run inside the cave. What is it? Do you know where the reveal glass is? Jessie asked. James shook his head. I found out something better. There's a Pokémon in this region that has the ability to manipulate dreams. Manipulate dreams? Why would we need something like that? Jessie asked, folding her arms. Wait a second, Jessie. Imagine being able to convince people that they need to give us their Pokémon through their dreams. If we can do that, Team Rocket will have all the Pokémon in the world. We'll be unstoppable. James exclaimed. Jessie's eyes widened at the idea. Or even better, Meowth interjected. Say one day, the boss went to bed and is sleeping peacefully. All of a sudden, something horrible happens in that dream and it turns into a nightmare. That's where this dream Pokémon will step in. This dream Pokémon will change the boss's nightmare to something more peaceful. Then when he wakes up, he'll say, I had a wonderful dream last night. It must be thanks to this Pokémon that Meowth and his friends got me. I should give them a promotion as thanks. And we'll be living the good life. Jesse and James looked at each other before back at Meowth. That's brilliant. Ash woke up and noticed Hilda was still sleeping with Oshawott and Lillipup by her side. Pansear and Purloin were still sleeping on the ground with his own Pokémon. Ash got up and went over to the window. The sun still hadn't rose yet. It's so early, Ash said quietly. He wondered why he woke up so early. He usually slept in, even for important things. Ash glanced at Pikachu and chuckled. He heard movement behind him and saw Hilda's Purloin waking up. Morning Purloin. The Purloin looked at Ash for a second before looking away. Ash tilted his head and crouched down. What's wrong? Purloin turned her head to meet Ash's gaze and noticed he was worried. Purloin still felt bad about attacking Pikachu. She looked over at Pikachu who was sleeping contently. Ash noticed this and smiled slightly. Do you still feel bad about what happened? Purloin looked back at Ash and nodded slightly. Ash petted Purloin's head. Don't worry about it. We forgive you and you're now one of our friends. Ash stood up and grabbed some clothes and exited the room quietly. A few minutes later he returned with a towel on his head and was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. Everyone but Purloin was still asleep. He looked at Purloin. Want to get some breakfast? I'm starving. Purloin looked at Hilda, wondering if it was all right to go with Ash. I guess I'll have to eat something by myself then. Ash started to leave and Purloin found herself very hungry, especially after yesterday's battle. But before she could go with Ash, she heard something move. She looked back at Hilda and saw her sit up, rubbing her eyes. Hilda looked up and saw Ash and Purloin awake while the other Pokémon were still sleeping. She got out of her bed and stretched with a yawn. Morning Ash. Morning Purloin. Purloin ran up to Hilda and rubbed her head against Hilda's leg. Hilda giggled and crouched to pet the little cat. Perfect timing, I was about to go get breakfast. Want to join me? Ash asked. Hilda gave him a look of annoyance. I just woke up. I'm not going to get breakfast looking like this. Hilda gestured to her hair that was not in a ponytail, her sleeveless white shirt, and shorts. Ash rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, making Hilda sigh. Wait here as I get ready. Hilda grabbed some clothes before leaving for the shower. Minutes later, Ash was sitting on his bed tapping his foot impatiently. He knew from past experiences that girls took a long time to get ready, but that didn't mean he got any more patient. Hilda soon returned, dressed up in her usual attire. Ash bit his tongue so he didn't make a comment on how long she took, since that never ended well for him in the past. They went and ate breakfast before heading off to the Stridon City Gym for Ash's first gym battle in Unova. They arrived and just like the day before, it was packed with customers. Ash and Hilda walked up to Cress who was standing at the counter. Ash and Hilda. It is a pleasure to see you again, Cress said, writing something on a piece of paper. I take it you're here for your battle Ash. Ash gave Cress a grin and fist pumped. Of course. I can't wait to get my first gym badge. Quite confident, aren't you? Ash and Hilda turned around and saw Chili giving them a grin. I'm going to be your opponent today Ash, so you better be ready. I'll meet you at the battlefield. Chili tossed the plate he was holding at Cress who was able to skillfully catch it. Cress frowned at his brother's antics. Would you two like something to eat before the battle? It's on me. Ash was about to accept the offer but Hilda placed a hand on his mouth. We're fine, thanks. We just ate. Cress nodded and left with the plate in his hand. So are you ready Ash? Ash gave Hilda a grin. Of course I am. And I can't wait to see the Pokémon Chili has. Hilda blinked, wondering if Ash was serious. He probably has a Lillipup and a Pansear. Ash nodded. Probably. Then why are you so excited? Ash loved grinning, as he gave Hilda another one. Just 'cause they're the same species doesn't mean they aren't different. Like Syllan's Lillipup. It relies on evasiveness while yours relies on endurance. Hilda blinked, processing the information. Her Lillipup likes to take attacks head-on and then counterattack. To do that, you needed to have endurance, which is what Ash said. Scylla's Lillipup used Dig to evade and power up. It even had double team. To notice that right off the bat though, Ash, you really like Pokémon, don't you? They were now walking down the stairs to the battlefield. Of course. I said it before, Pokémon are my family. They're all amazing, isn't that right, buddy? Ash scratched Pikachu between the ears, knowing that it was where his partner loved being scratched. When they arrived at the battlefield, they saw Scylla in the referee box and Chili in the trainer box. Hilda went to the bleachers while Ash went to the other trainer box. Scylla gave Ash an apologetic look. We were going to have me as your opponent, but yesterday really took it out of my Pokémon, so Chili will be your opponent if you don't mind. Ash nodded. Of course I don't mind. I really wanted to battle you, Chili, and see your Pokémon. I can't wait to see your Pokémon. I heard from my brother that you're from Kanto. So you're an experienced Pokémon trainer, I take it? Ash nodded and Chili's grin grew. Then I don't have to hold back. Come on out. Chili threw a Pokeball out and out appeared a red-colored Pokémon in a white Judoji. What is that? Ash exclaimed, pulling out his Pokédex immediately. Throw. The Judo Pokémon. Throw is a fighting-type Pokémon. When it encounters a foe bigger than itself, it wants to throw it. It changes belts as it gets stronger. Putting away his Pokédex, Ash grinned. It looks strong. Ash turned to Pikachu on his shoulder. You're up, buddy. Pikachu nodded and ran onto the battlefield. Scylla raised his flags. This will be a 2-on-2 battle between Gym Leader Chili and the challenger Ash. Battle begin. Focus energy. Chili called out right away. Throw closed his eyes and glowed for a second. When Throw opened his eyes, he let out a loud cry, showing he was ready to beat up anything. Thunderbolt. Ash shouted. Pikachu released a stream of electricity towards Throw. Take it. Chili called out. Throw put his hands in a defensive stance and took the Thunderbolt without even budging. Ash and Pikachu were surprised. What? Chili then fist pumped. Seismic toss. Throw started to run towards Pikachu, arms ready to grab the mouse. Thunderbolt again. Ash shouted. Pikachu let out another Thunderbolt, hoping to stop Throw in its tracks. Don't stop. Throw continued to run through the Thunderbolt, not letting it faze him. He reached Pikachu and grabbed him. He started to spin Pikachu and then released, sending Pikachu flying into a rock. Pikachu. Ash shouted as Pikachu stood up. Let's go, quick attack. Pikachu gained a sudden burst in speed and charged towards Throw. Grab it. Chili commanded and Throw held his hands out, ready to stop Pikachu in its tracks. Change your course, Pikachu. Quick attack around it. Ash called out and Pikachu suddenly turned to the side and started running around Throw. Throw continued to keep an eye on Pikachu. Faster, Pikachu. Keep an eye on Pikachu. Chili called out and Throw attempted to not let Pikachu out of his sight, but Pikachu was too fast for him. Volt Tackle behind it. When Pikachu was behind Throw, his quick attack changed into Volt Tackle and struck Throw from behind, sending it flying. Throw! Chili exclaimed. Throw opened his eyes and landed on his feet. Chili let out a sigh of relief before pointing at Pikachu. Use Brick Break. Throw started running towards Pikachu once again. The move reminded Ash of his very first battle in Sinnoh. And he'd be mad if he made the same mistake again. Thunderbolt. Pikachu used Thunderbolt once more, but Throw continued to run through it, slower this time however. Throw was soon right in front of Pikachu and raised his arm. Dodge it, Pikachu. Pikachu jumped out of the way and Throw smashed the ground. There was now a large hole where Pikachu was standing. Ash and Pikachu audibly gulped at the same time. If you think that was strong, then check this out. Tighten your belt, Throw. Throw did just that and his muscles had grown and was visibly stronger. Ash's Pokédex beeped. When it tightens its belt, it becomes stronger. Now, Brick Break once more. Throw charged at Pikachu once again. Throw is powerful, but very slow. Dodge it and use Thunderbolt again. Throw once again missed Pikachu, who dodged and used another thunderbolt. Throw once again withstood the attack and now Pikachu was panting. Throw, grab one of the rocks. Throw went over to one of the rocks and held it over its head, surprising Ash and Pikachu. Now, start spinning that rock. Throw began to spin in place while holding the rock. Destroy that rock with thunderbolt. Ash called out. He had no idea what Chili was going to do, but it wouldn't be good. Chili grew a smirk. Dodge to your right. Surprisingly, Throw moved to the side while spinning the rock, avoiding the thunderbolt. What? Ash exclaimed as Throw continued to move towards Pikachu while spinning and was only getting faster and faster. Again. Pikachu fired another thunderbolt at Throw, who dodged once again. Get near it and smash it with the rock. Chili called out and Throw continued to spin towards Pikachu. Pikachu used Volt Tackle. Ash shouted, hoping a physical attack can get through. Pikachu charged at the spinning Throw. Lower the rock. Instead of spinning it in the air, Throw lowered it to ground level and continued spinning. This caused dust to rise and Pikachu's vision was decreasing. Pikachu was soon near Throw, ready to charge at it. Still spinning the rock, Throw was able to hit Pikachu out of his Volt Tackle and send Pikachu flying. As a result, however, the rock broke. Pikachu. Are you all right? Pikachu stood up once again, injured but could still fight. I understand using the battlefield to your advantage, but this is insane. Hilda exclaimed from the bleachers. Let's end this Throw. Use Seismic Toss. Throw started to run towards Pikachu with its hands held out in front. Let's meet them eye for eye. Volt Tackle. Ash shouted and Pikachu charged once more. This attack may result in Pikachu's defeat, but Ash knew those thunderbolts had to have done some damage. Stand your ground and grab it. Chili shouted. Throw stopped running and stomped his foot, arms out in front of him. Keep going Pikachu. Don't stop and give them your best Volt Tackle. Ash shouted and Pikachu started to shout as well, running as fast as he could towards Throw. Throw kept his hands open, ready to grab Pikachu. Pikachu charged into his hands, but the electricity made it hard for Throw to grab Pikachu, and Pikachu was able to deliver a direct attack at Throw's stomach, sending it flying across the battlefield. Sillin didn't need to as much as glance at Throw to know it was unable to battle. Sillin raised a flag towards Ash. Throw is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. Gym Leader, please select your next Pokémon. That was great buddy. Ash exclaimed as Pikachu walked back over to him, extremely exhausted and battered. You can rest now. Chili returned his throw. You did great. He looked over at Ash. I'm impressed Ash. You and Pikachu are quite the duo, but you won't be able to beat my partner, Pansear. Let's go. The red-colored monkey made its appearance. Ash gripped one of his Pokeballs. I know Oshawott would be the smart choice, but I made a promise. Tepig, I choose you. Ash's Tepig appeared on the stage and let out a cry with a determined expression. You sure have guts, challenging a fire-type expert like me to a fire-type match, Chili commented. I made Tepig a promise to let him battle in our first gym battle. Ash explained and Tepig cried out in confirmation. I see. The bond between you two is something I cannot wait to see. Let's start off with Incinerate. Pansear let out a blast of fire towards Tepig. Counter with Ember. Ash called out and Tepig did just that, the two attacks cancelling one another. Show me what else you've got. Pansear use Acrobatics. Chili called out. Pansear started to jump around the field, approaching Tepig. Use Ember. Tepig fired an Ember at the agile monkey but Pansear dodged. Again. Once again it dodged and Pansear soon delivered a direct hit. Don't let it get up. Use Scratch. Chili called out. Pansear raced to the knockdown Tepig. Ember. Ash called out. Tepig got up and fired a quick Ember which hit the Pansear in the face. Tackle it now. Tepig raced towards Pansear and landed a direct hit. Pansear, use Acrobatics once more. Chili called out. Recovering from the tackle, Pansear once again leapt at Tepig. Tepig saw the attack coming and dodged to the side. Incinerate. Pansear released a blast of fire once more at Tepig. Counter again with Ember. Ash called out. Tepig did just that and hit Pansear in the face directly. Tackle. Pansear was caught off guard by the Ember and was hit by the tackle attack. Pansear. Chili called out. Use bite. Pansear ran up to Tepig with its mouth open ready to bite Tepig. Ash saw an opening however. Use Ember at its mouth. Tepig released fire pellets and Pansear ended up swallowing the Ember. Pansear stopped in place. Its eyes widened and it began to fire incinerate like crazy. Hilda ducked to avoid being burnt to a crisp. Pansear. Calm down. Chili shouted, but quickly ducked to avoid an incinerate that was shot at him. Let's end this. Tackle. Ash shouted. Tepig ran straight towards Pansear, who was still firing incinerate at random spots. Tepig delivered a direct hit and sent Pansear flying. Sillen, who had ran to the side to take cover, returned to the referee box and raised a flag towards Ash. Pansear is unable to battle. With 2 Pokémon remaining, Ash the challenger wins. Ash grinned as he ran up to Tepig. Tepig jumped into his arms and they both cheered. You were great out there Tepig. Chili sighed as he returned to Pansear and walked over to Ash. Who would have thought that you would coincidentally find out Pansear's weakness? Hilda approached Ash from the bleachers. Weakness? Isn't it water? Hilda asked. That's what he's weak to type-wise. My Pansear, despite being a fire type, hates to eat hot things. He hates cold things as well. And I can tell your Tepig's Ember was really hot. Chili complimented Tepig, making Tepig cheer. But why did you use throw? Hilda asked. I caught him recently but I never got to use him because he's too strong to use against beginners, Chili explained. But once I heard you were from Kanto, I was psyched. And you didn't let me down Ash. Ash grinned. Your throw was really strong. So was your Pansear. Ash, the 3 trainers turned towards Sillen who had a box in his hands. This is proof you were victorious at our Striaton gym. Ash accepted the trio badge from Sillen. He looked at it before grinning and looking at Pikachu and Tepig. Our first gym badge in Unova guys. I would have loved to battle you myself, Sillen said. Your Pikachu is quite something. I want to battle you and Cress as well, Ash said, putting his new badge into the badge case. Maybe one day. You should head to Nakreen City for your next gym battle, Sillen suggested. Ash and Hilda nod and left the gym, saying goodbye to the 3 brothers. You were really amazing Ash, Hilda complimented. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Thanks. It's all thanks to Pikachu and Tepig we won though. Excuse me. Ash and Hilda turned around and saw a tall woman. She had a long lab coat and long dark blue hair. Are you Ash and Hilda? Ash and Hilda nodded and the woman gave them a big smile. I'm a friend of Professor Juniper. My name is Fennel. So what's the dream Pokémon called? Meowth asked, as he was finishing the machine that would lead to their success. James had his good old Pokémon cards that gives him information on Pokémon. It's called Mana. It also leaves behind dream mist when it eats a dream. Its evolved form Musharna can create dream mist at will and put Pokémon to sleep as well as create live dreams. Live dreams? Jessie asked, sitting and waiting for Meowth to be finished. James nodded. In other words, hallucinations but more precise and realistic. What are the chances of us finding a Musharna? Jessie asked, wanting it even more. I wouldn't say likely. We're better off finding a Mana and evolving it, James explained. Jessie sighed. Of course. Meowth, are you finished yet? Hold on. This Mana is a psychic type so I need to make sure it can't break out. And I need to make sure the twerp's Pokémon can't break it either. Meowth grabbed a wrench and started to tighten some bolts. Wait a second James, what if we do find a Musharna? Shouldn't we prepare ourselves against those live dreams? Jessie asked. That probably would be in our best interest. Meowth. I'm already ahead of you. Meowth went to a box and pulled out 3 visors. These will allow us to see through any sort of hallucination. Jessie and James took the visors and put them on. I'm impressed Meowth. Where did you get these? Heh, I asked a good old friend of ours from HQ for them, Meowth explained. You remember that Delibird, right? When is that Delibird going to arrive with our equipment? Calm down, Cassidy. Getting to Unova from Kanto isn't the easiest thing in the world. Maybe it got lost. I remember him. I hate that bird, Jessie exclaimed. He gave us these things for free so I wouldn't complain, James said. Though I wonder why. Maybe the boss ordered him to give us these as a reward for all the work we've done. Meowth suggested. The trio looked at each other before happy expressions took over their faces. Then we must not let him down. Jessie said. Ash and Hilda were sitting upstairs at a table in Fennel's house. Across from them was Fennel and Amanita, the girl who gave Hilda her panseer. So you both have the trio badge? Amanita asked. The two trainers nodded. That's great. Before you know it you'll be at the Pokémon League. Anyways, I'm here to ask you two for a favor, Fennel said. Ash and Hilda looked at her, waiting for her to continue. You two have been to the Dream Yard, correct? Yeah, we met Amanita there, Ash said. I want you two to find me something called Dream Mist. Ash and Hilda were confused. Dream Mist? Fennel nodded and opened a book, showing two Pokémon. These two Pokémon are Munna and Musharna. These two Pokémon have the ability to eat dreams. Ash and Hilda's eyes widened. Eat dreams? What happens when it does that? Hilda asked. Nothing serious happens, don't worry. The person or Pokémon would simply wake up, Fennel explained. But when they eat a dream, they produce something called Dream Mist. I don't know much about Dream Mist, which is why I want it. I specialize in studying dreams and collecting Dream Mist will be a huge help. So, you want us to find some Dream Mist? But where can we find a Munna or Musharna? Ash asked. Fennel adjusted her glasses. The Dream Yard used to be a research facility. It was destroyed by an unfortunate accident but is now home to wild Pokémon, Munna and Musharna being some of them. Are we allowed to go there though? There was a really tall fence and it seemed to be prohibited, Hilda said. You are correct, Hilda. Which is why I was able to get these. Fennel pulled out an envelope and handed it to Hilda. This is a writ from Officer Jenny that allows me to investigate the Dream Yard. With this, you should be able to search the Dream Yard without any disturbances. Hilda took the writ and looked at Ash. What do you think, Ash? Ash gave Hilda his usual grin. I say we do it. I want to meet Munna and Musharna as well. Hilda nodded and turned to Fennel. How do we collect Dream Mist? Fennel turned to Amanita who gave Hilda a small test tube. All you do is scoop it up with this, Amanita said. That's simple. Hilda nodded and stood up. You can count on us. We'll be back with some Dream Mist. Fennel nodded. Thank you and good luck. Ash and Hilda started to head back to the Dream Yard. So Fennel said Dream Mist is only made when Munna or Musharna eats dreams, right? Hilda asked, wanting to confirm with Ash. Pretty sure that's what she said, Ash replied. Then how do we get the Dream Mist to appear? Hilda furrowed her brows. This is going to be harder than we thought. I guess we just need to have them eat a dream then, Ash scratched his cheek. Or maybe we can catch a Munna for ourselves. That may work. Hilda exclaimed. Whoever finds a Munna or Musharna will get the honors of catching it, deal? Ash gave Hilda a confident grin. Deal. But just know that it's gonna be me. Munna, where are you? Jessie called out as she and James sneaked around through the tall grass. If only we had a good idea of where it lives. The townsfolk just said the Dream Yard and nothing else, James whined. Oh, stop complaining and start looking. Jessie almost yelled. I should have stayed back with Meowth, James complained once more but immediately started looking once Jessie glared at him. Oh Munna, Munna, Munna. Shoo! Jessie exclaimed and crouched down in the grass. James was about to speak but Jessie covered his mouth and forced him to crouch. Look! She whispered. James looked ahead and saw two people. They were both in some white medieval knight's outfit. They look like those people on the news. Everyone's talking about them and how they fight for Pokémon liberation, James explained quietly. Any sign of a Munna or Musharna? The male plasma grunt asked. The female one shook her head. No sign of it. I wonder if they know that we're searching for them and are hiding. I doubt it. They must be rare or something, the male one said. The two started to walk away. So they're searching for those dream Pokémon as well? Jesse looked at James. We need to make sure they do not get in our way. Follow them. James pointed to himself. Why do I have to follow them? Well, we don't have any Pokémon that are from this region and can blend in. Jesse exclaimed. James frowned, wondering how he blends in more than his own Pokémon before seeing a Patrat scurry by with various bruises. James had a sudden idea and tossed a Pokeball at it. The Pokeball shook 3 times before a ding was heard. Both Jesse and James stared at the Pokeball in shock. James picked up the Pokeball and took out one of his Pokémon cards. I think he'll be very useful to us. He's classified as the Scout Pokémon. James said. Recovering from her shock, Jessie spoke. Good. Use the rat to observe their movements. James nodded and released the Patrat, who looked around confused. James crouched down in front of it. Hey there. I'm James, your new trainer. Patrat took a few steps back before collapsing due to injuries. James quickly picked him up. You're hurt. Good thing I have a super potion. James sprayed the potion on Patrat, healing the bruises all over Patrat's body. Patrat woke up and noticed he was feeling much better. He looked at James, who gave him a smile. There, you're all better. But what happened to you? Did you get attacked by the Pokémon here? Patrat shook his head. Jesse stepped in. Did you get attacked by 2 trainers that looked like buffoons? Patrat nodded. Perfect. What do you say you help us out? They're getting in our way and we need someone to observe them. The Patrat nodded, wanting to help the trainer who healed him and to wrong the trainers who harmed him. James smiled. That was fast. They went that way. James pointed in a direction. Report back if you find out anything. Patrat nodded and ran off. Useful little rat, Jesse commented. Let's continue searching while we wait for Meowth. Ash and Hilda continued to chat as they eventually made their way to the destroyed building. How exactly do we get in? It looks like this whole place has been fenced off, Hilda said. Just climb the fence. Ash exclaimed, already starting to climb the fence. Are we allowed to do that? Hilda looked around, and seeing no other way she sighed. Fine, she said as Ash already made it to the other side. Hilda was considered to be the coolest goody-goody of Nuvema town. She never broke any rules or did outrageous things, but she was always easy to get along with. So climbing a fence was a first for her. Hilda, what are you doing? Ash asked with his head tilted as Hilda tried to climb the fence. What does it look like I'm doing? Hilda retorted, finding it very difficult to climb the fence. Put your shoes in the little gaps, Ash said, and Hilda did just that. Now that she had a grip, she climbed the fence rather easily and made it to the top. She sat on top of the fence and looked down at Ash. How do I get down? You can either jump, or climb down the way you climbed up, Ash explained. Hilda nodded and slowly made her way down, but this time she lost her grip and started to fall. Ash's eyes widened as Hilda fell right on top of him. Ow! Hilda opened her eyes and saw herself on top of Ash. She got up and extended a hand. Thanks for breaking my fall, Hilda said with a sheepish smile. Ash grabbed her hand and Hilda pulled him up. Ash dusted his pants. No problem. The two turned around and looked at the debris in front of them. Let's get searching. Ash exclaimed. They walked deeper into the dream yard, noticing all the Pokémon that have made this area their home. I see so many different types of Pokémon, but no Munas. Are Munas rare? Hilda asked. Ash shrugged. Before grinning. If they are, the more reason to catch one. Hilda rolled her eyes and they continued onwards. Hilda looked around a bit before realizing something. Hey Ash, if it's a competition to find a Muna first, shouldn't we split up? Ash blinked. Good idea. See ya Hilda. And like that, Ash disappeared, making Hilda sweat drop and shake her head. Ash is just so. Hilda smiled slightly as she walked in the opposite direction Ash went in. Maybe Lillipup and Gothita can help me. Hilda released her 2 trusty Pokémon and continued searching for Muna. Ash jumped on top of a piece of debris. See any mana buddy? Ash asked. Pikachu shook his head and Ash sighed. This is harder than I thought. Ash blinked as he saw a Patrat scurry by so quickly that Ash wasn't even sure if it was there. Shrugging, Ash continued his search. Pikachu seemed to notice something and jumped off Ash's shoulder. Did you find one? Pikachu shook his head and ran off. Ash quickly ran after Pikachu. Pikachu was standing behind a piece of debris. What's up, buddy? Ash asked, poking his head from behind the piece of debris. His eyes widened as he saw two people in a familiar knight's costume. Team Plasma, Ash whispered. Ash's eyes widened even more at what was in the male's hands. So that's a mana, huh? The female one said, looking at it closely. Aren't these flower patterns cute? So how do we get the dream mist from it? The male shrugged. I would assume it has it stored inside its body. So we need to get it out of its body then. Hey! Give us some dream mist. The female one shouted at the poor mana in the male's arms. You heard her, the male grunt said, dropping mana on the ground. Ash noticed that the mana was injured and couldn't get away. Ash's eyes widened once again when the two grunts started kicking the poor Pokémon. Ash gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. I thought they were supposed to care about a Pokémon's well-being. Ash jumped out from behind the debris. Stop! Ash exclaimed, surprising the two grunts. Huh? Who's this brat? The female grunt asked. Doesn't matter. I'll make sure he stays quiet, you get the dream mist, the male grunt said, pulling out a Pokeball. Pikachu jumped off from Ash's shoulder and his cheeks started to spark. Herdier. A light brown canine with blue fur appeared. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Herdier. The loyal dog Pokémon. Herdier is a normal-type Pokémon and is the evolved form of Lillipup. This very loyal Pokémon helps trainers, and it also takes care of other Pokémon. Ash slipped his Pokédex into his pocket and instantly called an attack. Thunderbolt. Pikachu sent out a stream of electricity which landed a direct hit against Herdier. A Pokédex, the male grunt said to himself. If we can get that, Herdier. Use takedown. Herdier charged towards Pikachu and landed a direct hit. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt once more. Ash shouted and Pikachu did just that. Dodge and use Crunch. The grunt exclaimed. Herdier avoided the Thunderbolt and headed straight towards Pikachu. Volt Tackle. Ash called out. Pikachu charged towards the Herdier and dealt a devastating blow against Herdier, sending it flying into its trainer. Ash grinned. Great job, buddy. The female grunt walked up to her partner who just got up and returned his Herdier. Were you going easy on him because he was a kid? Well, prepare yourself, kid, for I'm not holding back. The female grunt tossed a Pokeball into the air and out came a blue toad-like Pokémon. Ash was going to pull out his Pokédex, but the grunt commanded an attack. Mud Shot, Palpitoad. Ash's eyes widened as the Pokémon, now identified as Palpitoad, shot a ball of mud at Pikachu, sending Pikachu flying. Pikachu. Are you okay? Try Thunderbolt. Pikachu got up and used Thunderbolt, however Palpitoad took it and sustained no damage. I had a feeling it was a ground type. Use Iron Tail. Uproar. The female grunt commanded and Pikachu stopped his attack and tried to cover his ears from the loud noise. Ash was doing the same. Iron Tail, Pikachu. Ash tried to call out but Pikachu was unable to hear him as Palpitoad continued the uproar. When the uproar subsided, Pikachu was stunned slightly. Mud Shot. Pikachu was struck with a ball of mud and sent flying into Ash's arms, defeated. Pikachu. Thanks, buddy. Ash placed Pikachu on the ground and immediately threw another Pokeball. The familiar sea otter made its stand. Oshawott stood proud, until he saw his opponent and ran behind Ash's legs. Oshawott. Now's not the time to be scared. Oshawott looked at Ash, then noticed Pikachu on the ground injured and unconscious. Oshawott nodded and stepped forward with a gulp. That's the spirit. Now let's start with Water Gun. Oshawott shot a torrent of water and hit Palpitoad directly in the chest. Palpitoad used Uproar once more. The grunt commanded. Razor Shell. Ash commanded quickly. Oshawott began running to the Palpitoad with his Scalchop razor, but Palpitoad's uproar caused Oshawott to stop in his tracks and cover his eyes and ears. Ash endured the uproar and cupped his hands around his mouth. Oshawott. Oshawott opened his eyes and began running once more, enduring the uproar and delivered a direct horizontal slash, knocking out Palpitoad. How can this be? The grunt asked, returning her Palpitoad. She turned around towards the Munna. No matter, we must get the dream mist. The grunt resumed assaulting Munna and kicked her into a tree. Stop it! Ash exclaimed, running towards them. The male grunt stood in his way and shoved Ash on the ground. Stay out of our way, boy, the grunt said. Ash gritted his teeth as he saw the female grunt resume kicking the poor Munna. Oshawott, water gun! Ash exclaimed. Oshawott fired a water gun towards the female grunt, when it was soon intercepted by another water gun. In front of the female grunt was a duat, but the female grunt was still kicking the Munna. Ash whipped his head towards the grunt who had a smirk on his face. We always come prepared. Did you know this duat belonged to a trainer who released him? Ash's eyes widened. Then why do you have him? The grunt shrugged. He liked me and asked to join me. How could I say no? Ash got up, glared at the grunt who continued to smirk. He glanced at the Munna who was still being abused. There's one way, Ash muttered. Oshawott, water gun at duat. Counter. The grunt said and two water guns collided. Ash used the distraction, gripped a pokeball and tossed it. The pokeball was sent flying and it hit Munna, who was absorbed into it. The ball shook 3 times and then a click was heard. The two grunts stared with shocked expressions before the female grunt turned towards her partner and glared. Are you telling me you never bothered to capture it? The male grunt stepped back. You idiot. Ash tried to sneak away and grab the pokeball, but they noticed and the female grunt went to pick up the pokeball, when it was suddenly snatched by a quick blur. Ash turned to his side to see a familiar purple cat holding Munna's pokeball in her paws. Good job, Purloin. Ash looked to the side to see Hilda standing on some debris. She jumped down and stood next to Ash's Oshawott. Purloin handed Ash Munna's pokeball. Ash took it and gave Purloin a quick pet on the head. The two trainers and their Pokémon glared at the two plasma grunts. This is all your fault. The female grunt exclaimed. My fault. You were the one who wasn't able to get the dream mist fast enough. The male grunt retorted. If you had just captured it, we would have all the time in the world. The female grunt shouted. Let's get out of here, the male grunt said, returning his duat. The two grunts then ran away. Ash let out a breath as he walked over to Hilda. Thanks for the help, Hilda. Hilda returned Purloin and gave Ash a smile. What would you do without me, huh? Ash laughed and released the Munna. The Munna floated for a second before falling. Ash quickly caught her. You poor thing, to go through that, no Pokémon should ever have to go through something like that. Ash shook his head at the memory of the abuse Munna just went through. The Munna opened its eyes and saw Ash's eyes. Munna could sense Ash's emotion, and it wasn't anything malicious. Munna liked that and closed her eyes. So that's a Munna, Hilda said, pulling out her Pokédex. It's so cute. Munna. The Dream Eater Pokémon. Munna is a psychic-type Pokémon. This Pokémon appears before people and Pokémon who are having nightmares and eats those dreams. Hilda put away her Pokédex. Looks like you won't have to worry about having any nightmares, Ash. Ash laughed. I guess so. Now let's go heal Munna and Pikachu. Ash turned around and saw Pikachu still on the grass. I'll carry Pikachu, Hilda said, running over to Pikachu and picking him up. Ash returned Oshawott and ran up to Hilda. They both started to leave when a sudden thud from behind them shook the ground. They turned around and their eyes widened at the giant Wobbuffet in front of them. Can Wobbuffets get that big? Ash shook his head. I doubt that. That can't be a Munna. Then what is it? What is it, is the question indeed. Jessie's voice could be heard through a microphone. We'll answer you as we feel the need. James's voice also could be heard through a microphone. Bringing the blinding white light of evil into the future. Moving the hammer of justice down on the black darkness of the universe. Carving our names in the rock of eternity. Meowth's voice was also heard through a microphone, but his was the loudest. The fiery destroyer, Jesse. And with thunderous emotion, I am James. Wisest of the wise, Meowth. And now gather, under the name of Team Rocket. Wobbuffet. Team Rocket's inside of that giant Wobbuffet? Hilda asked, her eyes wide. Meet our Mecha Wobbuffet 2.0. The voice of Meowth was heard. And here's what it can do. The Mecha Wobbuffet's arms extended and grabbed both Pikachu and Munna from Ash and Hilda's arms. Pikachu. Munna. Ash shouted. Team Rocket laughed. We got ourselves both a Munna and Pikachu. This is a guaranteed promotion. James exclaimed. Oh no you don't. Tepig, Ember. Ash released Tepig, who fired an Ember. To their surprise, the Ember was reflected before it reached the machine. Ash and Tepig jumped out of the way. What was that? They heard Team Rocket laugh. Our Mecha Wobbuffet 2.0 can reflect any and all attacks. Meowth explained. Hilda furrowed her brows. The Ember had never even reached the robot to be reflected, so it couldn't have been the machine. Hilda looked closely at the machine before noticing something on the head. Ash. On the head. Ash looked where Hilda was pointing and saw a satellite of some sort. That satellite must be projecting their Wobbuffet's attack. Ash scratched his head. What? That thing is using a Pokémon attack? Hilda face-palmed and shook her head. No, their Wobbuffet is probably inside the machine and is hooked up to the satellite. So whatever Wobbuffet uses is sent through that satellite to reflect our attacks. Ash's brain was ready to explode at this point. Okay. So destroying it will solve all our problems. Hilda nodded and Ash looked at Tepig. Can you reach the top of that machine? Tepig fired an Ember in response, but it was reflected once again. Ahahaha. There is nothing you can do now, twerp, Jesse laughed. The machine was starting to lift off with rockets attached to the foot of the machine. Oh no you don't. Get back down here. Ash shouted, returning Tepig and running towards the machine. Why would we do that? Meowth asked. Go Theta. Use Psybeam at the rockets. Hilda called out. Go Theta fired a beam and destroyed one of the rocket boosters, but the Wobbuffet was still able to fly with one of its boosters. Ash looked around and saw a familiar dove Pokémon. Ash once again threw a Pokeball at it and caught the Pokémon. He immediately sent it out. Hey, mind if you give me a hand? I need you to destroy something that's on top of that thing's head. Ash pointed towards the flying machine. The little bird Pokémon nodded and flew off. Jesse and James were rejoicing while Meowth remained flying the machine. They didn't notice their satellite get destroyed, so they were confused by the sudden thud against their machine. Meowth, what was that? James asked. Meowth turned the machine around and they were surprised to see Ash and Hilda with all their Pokémon using attacks. Jessie whipped her head to her Wobbuffet. What are you doing? Wobbuffet used Mirror Coat, but it didn't do anything for the machine and soon the machine plummeted to the ground. Meowth. I thought we were indestructible. They stepped out of the rubble and ended up facing the twerps. Ash however rushed towards the rubble to try and find his two Pokémon, but Team Rocket stood in his way. Ash gritted his teeth. Tepig Ember, Oshawott Water Gun. The two Pokémon sent their attacks at Team Rocket. Wobbuffet. Jessie called out. Wobbuffet appeared in front of Jessie and reflected both attacks. Now! Ash shouted. From above, Ash's bird Pokémon came and delivered a direct quick attack, sending Wobbuffet flying into the trio. Ugh, return. Jessie returned Wobbuffet before standing up once more. Yanmega. Ancient Power. Carnivine. Bullet Seed. Oshawott, Water Gun against Yanmega. Tepig, Ember against Carnivine, Ash commanded. The two Pokémon did so, overpowering the attacks and defeating both Pokémon. Ash rushed past them and pulled out Pikachu and Munna from the destroyed machine. He noticed both Pokémon were now conscious. I'm glad you're both okay. Ash turned around and glared at Team Rocket. Team Rocket turned around to escape but stopped by Hilda. Ash looked at Pikachu, who nodded. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu fired a Thunderbolt at Team Rocket, resulting in an explosion and a familiar scene. This felt like it went by too fast, James said. Look on the bright side. The Munna and Pikachu are with the twerp now. Meowth said. That's right. Pikachu and Munna will be ours. Jessie exclaimed. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Ash adjusted his cap and returned his Pokémon. We need to get to the Pokémon Center now, Ash said, running to the fence. Hilda returned her Pokémon and followed Ash back to the Pokémon Center. A man in a purple cloak stepped forward from behind a large piece of debris. This is most troublesome. The man turned around and saw a Munna float by. He tossed a black and yellow Pokeball at it. The Ultra Ball shook 3 times before capturing the Munna. The man then disappeared into thin air. Ash and Hilda were eating at the Pokémon Center at a table. Ash was silent, remembering what those plasma grunts did to Munna. I still can't believe them. Hilda looked down. I thought they wanted Pokémon to be free, happy. I had a feeling I would find you here. Ash and Hilda looked up to see Fennel approach them. So how'd it go? Ash pulled down his cap. I caught a Munna. Fennel clapped her hands. Wonderful. Do you mind if I see it? Hilda looked at Ash with a worried expression. Nurse Joy is taking care of it, Hilda spoke for Ash. Fennel frowned before smiling. That's fine. I hope you two will stop by tomorrow to show it to me, and with that, Fennel left. Hilda was opened her mouth to say something but was interrupted by the speaker calling them both to the front desk. Nurse Joy handed them both their Pokeballs and Pikachu jumped on Ash's shoulder. Ash noticed he only received 2 Pokeballs. Nurse Joy, what about Munna? Munna is fine but she'll need a full night's rest to fully recover, Nurse Joy explained, handing Ash Munna's Pokeball. Ash let out a breath of relief. Thank you Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy nodded before leaving to heal other Pokémon. Ash took his bird Pokémon's Pokeball and sent out the little dove. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Pidove. The tiny pigeon Pokémon. Pidove is a normal and flying type Pokémon. This very forgetful Pokémon will wait for a new order from its trainer even though it already has one. Ash put away his Pokédex and raised an arm. Pidove flew and landed on his arm. Ash faced Pidove and smiled. Hey, I'm Ash. Sorry about just catching you out of nowhere. Things weren't going in my favor so I want to say thanks for helping us out. Pidove responded with a cheer. So if you want to go back to the dream yard just let me know. Pidove placed a wing near her beak, adopting something that resembled a thinking pose, before raising both wings. You want to come with me? A cheer and Ash grinned. Great. Glad to have you on the team Pidove. Ash returned Pidove and turned to face Hilda. Man, things have been crazy around here, huh? Hilda giggled. It seems like wherever you go something exciting happens. Ash and Pikachu looked at each other before laughing. You know, that's true. And you don't even know the half of it. Hilda blinked before tilting her head. What do you mean? Ash shrugged before heading off to their room. Hilda frowned and chased after him. Ash. Ash kept walking with a grin on his face as Hilda kept shouting his name. He was not expecting Hilda to jump on his back however, resulting in the two of them to fall on the ground. Ow, what was that for Hilda? You're the one who kept ignoring me, Hilda responded, getting up. Ash got up as well and sighed. I guess that's true. Ash looked around and then back at Hilda. He rubbed his head sheepishly. Which one is our room? Hilda rolled her eyes at Ash and walked a few doors down before stopping and opening a door. The two went to sleep after chatting for a while. In the middle of the night, Munna awoke. She floated out of the bed and opened the door with her confusion. Munna sensed a nightmare and was determined to take it as a snack. She eventually found the room that was the source of the nightmare and opened the door with confusion. There she saw a girl sleeping on one side of the room in a bed and a boy sleeping on the other side of the room. The boy, she recognized, was the one who saved her. She went up to him and nudged him, trying to wake him up but to no avail. Munna decided to begin eating his nightmare. When Munna finished eating the nightmare, Ash began to stir. He sat up and rubbed his eyes and looked around before spotting Munna. Munna! Ash whispered. He got out of bed and hugged the little Pokémon. How are you feeling? Munna responded with a happy cheer, making Ash smile. Glad to hear that. Ash looked behind Munna and noticed that there was a blue puff of smoke that had an image in it. Is that my dream? Ash asked. Munna nodded and they both watched the nightmare. It was a replay of the events that happened earlier. Ash clenched his fists. Those guys are gonna pay for what they did to you. Munna said worriedly, snapping Ash from his thoughts. Sorry, I just hate it when people abuse Pokémon like that. Hey, that reminds me, Ash went to his bag and pulled out the test tube Fennel gave him. He scooped up some of the dream mist and closed the tube. Fennel's going to be happy when I show her this. Thanks Munna. Munna responded with a happy cheer making Ash smile. Ash pulled out his Pokédex from his bag and scanned Munna to learn more about her moves. This is incredible. Ash and Hilda put their hands on their ears from Fennel's squeal. I have never seen dream mist like this before. Ash took off his hat and rubbed his head. What's different? Ash asked. Amanita showed them a picture of dream mist on a monitor. Dream mist is normally pink-colored. But the one your Munna produced was blue. Amanita said. So. Meaning Ash, your Munna is a rare kind of its species. If you don't mind, would you leave Munna here with me so I may do some more research? Fennel asked. Ash furrowed his brows as he looked at Munna. Munna didn't seem to like that idea and floated into Ash's arms. I don't know, what will you be researching? Fennel gave Ash a smile. Nothing to fear. All we'll be doing is have Munna eat some dreams. That's all. And if you ever want her back all you need to do is ask. Ash looked at Munna and gave her a smile. What do you say Munna? It would really help Fennel out if you stay. Fennel nodded. And if you ever want to see Ash, let me know and I'll contact him right away. Munna nodded and floated out of Ash's hands towards Fennel. Ash handed Fennel Munna's Pokeball. Take good care of her. She's been through a lot. Fennel nodded. You can count on me Ash. Remember to call if you ever want to see her. Ash nodded. Thanks Fennel. Thanks Amanita. With that, Ash and Hilda left Stridon City for Route 3, ready to go to Nakreen City and get their second gym badge. Hilda was looking at a new map that Ash bought them. Hilda decided she would keep the map since Ash wasn't to be trusted with it. So we head this way and when we get to a fork in the path we turn left and continue from there, Hilda explained. Ash nodded then tilted his head. What if we don't turn left? We would reach a cave called Wellspring Cave, Hilda said. Ash scratched his head. On one hand, he wanted to get his second gym badge. On the other, he would love to meet some more Pokémon. Pokémon, or badge? Ash put out his hands in front of him. One hand had a Pokeball while the other had his badge case. Hilda just watched Ash with an amused expression as he lifted one hand, then the other, and kept repeating. Ash soon came to a decision and put away his badge case and Pokeball. Let's go to Wellspring Cave. Hilda rolled her eyes. I knew you were going to say that. But it's not like we're going to get there today. This route is quite big, so it will take us a while to reach the cave, Hilda explained to Ash, who sighed then looked at Pikachu. Well I guess we can do some training today then. Gotta prepare for the next gym. Ash fist pumped with a grin on his face, making Hilda laugh. They decided to continue walking for a bit before finding a spot to train. The two trainers released all their Pokémon. On Ash's side there was Pikachu, Oshawott, Tepig, and Pidove. On Hilda's side there was her Oshawott, Lillipup, Gothita, Pansear, and Purloin. Alright everyone. It is time to do some training, Ash exclaimed making all the Pokémon cheer except for Pansear who was neutral. So let's start off with Oshawott. Both Oshawotts cheered before looking at each other. My Oshawott, Ash clarified. Ash's Oshawott cheered and walked over to Ash. Okay, I need a training buddy for Oshawott, Ash said, looking over his Pokémon. Pidove, let's start with you and see how fast you are in the air. Pidove raised a wing in agreement before lifting off. Ash directed his other Pokémon to work on their moves and stamina while he trained Pidove and Oshawott. His other Pokémon did just that and went to the side to not interfere with Ash's training. Hilda and her Pokémon decided to stand aside and watch Ash train Oshawott and Pidove, maybe learn a few things as well. Ash nodded to Pidove, signaling that Pidove was flying at an appropriate height. Ash turned to Oshawott. All right Oshawott, you're going to fire water gun at Pidove and try to hit her, got it? Oshawott nodded and Ash looked up at Pidove. And Pidove, you're going to dodge the water gun attacks and fire an air cutter as a counterattack, okay? Pidove let out a cry in confirmation and Ash grinned. Now Oshawott. Oshawott immediately fired a water gun that shot straight towards Pidove. Pidove however easily dodged the attack and flapped a wing causing wind to take a physical form and head straight towards Oshawott. Oshawott, counter with water gun. Ash commanded. Oshawott fired a water gun which hit the air cutter and resulted in a small explosion, the attacks cancelling each other out. Ash fist pumped. That's it. Keep doing just that you two. The two Pokémon nodded and continued their training as Ash walked over to Pikachu and Tepig. Okay Tepig, we're going to work on getting you to learn a new move. Tepig cheered at that, making Ash grin. Bianca's Tepig had a move called Flame Charge. It seems to be similar to Pikachu's Volt Tackle, but her Tepig didn't get hurt by the attack. If you learn this move, you'll have a huge edge in close battles. So we're going to have you and Pikachu run around this area. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle every so often to give Tepig an example of what his attack is going to look like. Ash's two Pokémon nodded and started to run around the clearing. Ash turned towards Hilda to see her talking to her Pokémon, telling them what to do. He watched as her Pokémon split up and started to train. Gothita and Lillipup were training together, working on their attacks while Oshawott and Purloin were training with Pansear to improve Pansear's evasiveness. Ash turned back to his own Pokémon, making sure they were training correctly. He watched as Pidove kept avoiding Oshawott's water gun and counterattacking. Minutes passed and Oshawott was now easily dodging Pidove's attacks and finally, Oshawott landed a direct hit. Great job Oshawott. Ash praised, making the little otter dance. Ash looked up at Pidove. Are you all right Pidove? Pidove responded with a cry signifying that she was fine and fired an air cutter at Oshawott, whose guard was down. Oshawott was sent flying a short distance before glaring at Pidove. You can't let your guard up Oshawott, Ash said. Continue your training, I don't think Pidove is going to go easy on you anymore. Oshawott nodded and patted his Scalchop before firing a water gun at Pidove who dodged and counterattacked. Ash nodded as the two continued training and looked towards Pikachu and Tepig. Pikachu and Tepig raced to one side of the field and back and continued to do so. The difference in speed was very noticeable, after all Pikachu has defeated many Pokémon with speed alone. Ash remembered that Pikachu learned Volt Tackle by accident when he used Quick Attack. He was hoping that by running and increasing Tepig's speed and endurance, Tepig would be able to learn Flame Charge. Maybe it's too early, Ash mumbled. Tepig. Pikachu. The two Pokémon stopped their training and ran over to Ash. We're going to change it up. You two are going to train by battling now. Tepig, I want you to use Tackle and Pikachu I want you to use Quick Attack. The two Pokémon nodded before running a certain distance away from each other. Pikachu quickly gained a burst of speed and charged towards Tepig. Tepig decided to meet the attack with Tackle and also raced towards Pikachu. Ash noticed that Tepig was much faster than before and seemed to have a much better footing. Hey! A Pokémon! Ash turned around and a couple of kids entered the clearing. They were approaching Hilda's Gothita and Lillipup. Hilda also noticed them and walked over to the kids from watching her other Pokémon's training. Hi there kids, what are you doing out here in this forest? The kids were startled by Hilda's appearance and quickly ran away. Hilda frowned and turned towards Ash. Was it something I said? Ash shrugged and opened his mouth to say something until he heard Pikachu cry. Ash turned around quickly and saw Pikachu get sent flying. Pikachu! Ash exclaimed running towards Pikachu. All of the Pokémon stopped training and went over to Ash and Pikachu. Are you all right? Pikachu nodded and stood up and glared at what attacked him. It was a small brown crocodile with black striped across its body. It interestingly enough had a pair of red sunglasses. Oh, that's a Sandile, Hilda exclaimed, bother her and Ash pulling out their Pokédex. Sandile. The Desert Croc Pokémon. Sandile is a ground and dark type Pokémon. They live hidden under hot desert sands in order to keep their body temperature from dropping. What's a Sandile doing out here in a forest then? Hilda asked aloud. Who knows, Ash watched as Pikachu and Sandile had a stare down. But I do know that it's trying to pick a fight with Pikachu, and we're not going to run away. Pikachu let out a few sparks and a cry in agreement. Quick attack. Pikachu gained a burst of speed and charged at Sandile. Sandile was able to avoid the attack by burrowing underground. Ash resisted the urge to groan, having seen this attack a lot as of late. Be careful Pikachu, it could come out of anywhere. Ash and Pikachu kept a good look at the ground, waiting for the attack. Sandile appeared from behind Pikachu immediately, and before Ash and Pikachu could react, the Sandile shot a sand vortex out of its mouth. Pikachu! Ash shouted as Pikachu was now caught in a vortex of sand, continuously taking damage. The Sandile raised its feet for an attack but stopped and turned around, looking at the bushes. Sandile then dug underground and retreated, making the vortex surrounding Pikachu disappear. Ash ran up to Pikachu and picked him up. You did great Pikachu. Next time, we'll defeat that Sandile for sure. Ash fist pumped and Pikachu weakly mimicked him. Here, Ash turned his head to see Hilda handing him a super potion. Thanks, Ash healed Pikachu and soon Pikachu was as good as new. Why do you think it ran away? Hilda put a finger on her chin before turning to where the bushes were. There must have been something in those bushes that startled Sandile. Really? Ash turned towards the bushes and called out. Anybody there? The bushes rustled before a lady appeared from the bushes with some kids following her. So there really are trainers here, the lady mumbled. The woman had brown hair, a light orange shirt, blue jeans, and was wearing a light green apron. Both Ash and Hilda approached the woman. Is there something we can do for you? Hilda asked. The woman seemed to snap out of her thoughts and looked at them both. Oh, I'm sorry. I just came to apologize if my students, she gestured to the children standing behind her, caused any inconveniences for you. Hilda immediately shook her head and gave the woman a big smile. Not at all. It's great that kids are getting so interested in Pokémon. The woman let out a sigh of relief and gave Hilda a smile. Thank you. My name is Daniela, I'm a teacher at the Route 3 kindergarten class. I'm Hilda and that's Ash. Hilda pointed to Ash who was talking to his Pokémon. We're Pokémon trainers competing for the Unova League. Is that so? Are you two traveling together? Daniela asked. Hilda nodded and Daniela tilted her head. That's very interesting. Two rivals to travel together, that is. Hilda nodded. But we're also friends and it's not like a Pokémon battle is going to ruin our friendship. Daniela laughed. That is very true. Cool. It's a tepig. Daniela and Hilda looked over to where Ash was and noticed all the kids that were behind Daniela 1 second ago were now surrounding both Ash and Hilda's Pokémon. Ash was standing with his hands on his hips, telling the kids various facts about each Pokémon. They sure love Pokémon, Hilda said. Daniela nodded before turning to Hilda. Why don't you and Ash stop by our school? My grandmother also runs a daycare next to the school and there's even a battlefield. A daycare? Hilda asked, tilting her head. Why do you need a daycare when you have a school? Daniela laughed. Sorry, I meant a Pokémon daycare. Hilda blinked. A Pokémon daycare? Daniela nodded. It's where trainers can leave their Pokémon to be taken care of. That's cool, I would love to check it out. Hilda exclaimed before calling Ash over and telling him about Daniela's offer. Ash's eyes started to shine. There's a daycare here. I want to check it out. Hilda's sweat dropped while Daniela laughed. Then follow me. Come on kids, we're heading back. Mr. Ash and Mississippi Hilda are our special guests for the day. Returning their Pokémon, Ash and Hilda followed Daniela and the kids down a different path that exited the forest into a large clearing. In the large clearing were two buildings, both similar in size. One had a clock on a tower that extended from the roof while the other had the image of a Pokémon egg above the door. Daniela. Walking towards them was an old woman. She was holding an incubator which contained an egg inside. Daniela seemed surprised and told the kids to go play. She then went over to the woman. Grandma, what's wrong? Daniela's grandmother looked down at the incubator. Another abandoned egg. Both Daniela and Ash's eyes widened. That's the 5th one this week. Daniela, what's wrong? Hilda watched as Daniela took the incubator from her grandmother's hands. She was looking at the egg with a sad expression. Daniela turned to Hilda. Trainers would leave their Pokémon with my grandmother, the daycare owner, and sometimes a Pokémon egg would appear. We would offer them to the trainers but they would always refuse. Daniela's grandmother turned to Ash and Hilda. And who are these young trainers? Oh. Daniela gestured to the trainers. These two are trainers the children ran into. This is Ash and Hilda. It's nice to meet you. Ash and Hilda said simultaneously. It's nice to meet you as well. My name is Karina. Why don't I show you around the daycare? Karina offered. That would be great. I wonder what kind of Pokémon we'll see. Hilda looked at Ash, expecting an excited reaction. Ash did not disappoint as his eyes lit up once more. Karina led them to an area behind the daycare. There was an even larger clearing that was fenced off. There were plenty of Pokémon running around. Whoa, Hilda said, amazed at the amount of Pokémon running around. Ash was also amazed. While the clearing wasn't nearly as large as Professor Oak's ranch, it was still large for a daycare backyard. All these Pokémon were entrusted to us by trainers to take care of, Karina explained. We sometimes let the children play with them if we know it's safe. Hilda looked at Karina curiously. Safe? Karina nodded. Some Pokémon do not like attention. They may act hostile to anyone, even their own trainer. Hilda gasped. So even my own Pokémon can attack me? It depends. If you are collecting badges, then you should be fine, Karina said. Sometimes Pokémon don't listen to you even if you have all 8 badges though. Hilda and Karina turned towards Ash who was watching the Pokémon run around. He had a small smile on his face as he said those words. Sometimes that's just not enough. Sometimes you may have to prove to them that you are dedicated towards them. But as long as you don't give up, they will listen to you. Karina nodded. Well said. There's no need to be afraid, as long as you don't give up on them. Hilda looked at Karina and Ash in astonishment but then smiled and nodded. I understand. Look at all those Pokémon. Meowth exclaimed, watching the Pokémon run around from a distance. That is a Pokémon daycare, correct? James nodded. That's right. So those Pokémon must be strong. If we manage to bring the boss all those strong Pokémon dash. Hold it you two. James and Meowth turned towards Jessie. Since that's a Pokémon daycare, no doubt that they must have a large supply of Pokémon eggs. James tilted his head. What are Pokémon eggs going to do for us though? We need strong Pokémon. It's simple. Meowth exclaimed, cutting in. Imagine one day, the boss is completely stressed from. Then when he enters his room, he finds so many cute baby Pokémon. Just looking at their faces make me relax. Then when they evolve, they will be the most loyal Pokémon he's ever had, more loyal than his overgrown cat. And you know what he'd say? I wouldn't have such cute and loyal Pokémon if it weren't for Meowth and his friends. I ought to give them a promotion. Jessie clapped her hands. That's exactly it, Meowth. James on the other put a finger on his chin. That seems a bit far-fetched. Jessie smacked James on the head. The only thing far-fetched here is you. Let's get to work on stealing those eggs. So would either of you like to leave your Pokémon here? Karina asked Ash and Hilda. Ash immediately shook his head. I rather train my Pokémon myself. Same with me. How can I call myself a Pokémon trainer if I let someone else raise my Pokémon? Hilda said. Ash looked slightly surprised at her words but grinned. Karina nodded, understanding. Come with me, I would like to show you two something. Ash and Hilda followed Karina back into the daycare building but this time they entered room to the side. It was a dark room and they couldn't see anything. Karina then flipped a switch and Ash and Hilda gasped at the sight. They saw shelves, full of Pokémon eggs. Are these all eggs that were? Hilda didn't finish her sentence, but Karina understood and nodded. All of them abandoned by trainers. Trainers do not want to have the responsibility of taking care of newborn Pokémon. TCH, Ash let out, looking at the many designs on the eggs. Pikachu even jumped off of his shoulder to look at the eggs himself. Karina noticed the atmosphere changed as the two trainers observed the room. She smiled, knowing these two trainers cared deeply for Pokémon. I bet you two are hungry. Would you like to join us for lunch? Accepting Karina's offer, Ash and Hilda joined Karina and Daniela for lunch. They all sat outside of the school at one of the picnic tables. The students each sat at the other several picnic tables. So you're from the Kanto region? Daniela asked, surprised. Ash nodded. Yep, me and my buddy Pikachu. Ash gestured to Pikachu who was sitting with the kids. So that's why you have a Pikachu. And here I thought you were just really lucky and found it here in Unova, Karina laughed. So you came to Unova to compete in the league? Daniela asked. Ash blinked before nodding, deciding not to tell them that it wasn't his decision. That's very impressive. And you Hilda, you're just starting out but you seem so much more mature than your typical beginner. Hilda smiled at the compliment. Thanks, but I think that's partly thanks to Ash and his immaturity. Hey. Hilda laughed. Well and he's helped me realize a lot about Pokémon and the world. That's better, Ash said, about to take a bite out of his sandwich when all of a sudden it disappeared from his hands resulting in him biting nothing. Ash blinked and looked around before noticing a vine retreating into the bushes, holding his sandwich. Hey! Give me back my sandwich! Ash shouted, jumping up from the table and chasing the retreating vine. Everyone watched in surprise as Ash chased the vine. Hilda stood up and Pikachu jumped onto her shoulder. I better follow him before he runs into trouble. Don't worry about us. We'll be back. Just be careful, Karina said. Hilda nodded and ran off after Ash. Ash chased the vine and eventually saw what the vine belonged to. A Snivy. His voice surprised the Snivy who was taking a bite out of his sandwich. The Snivy started to run, using its vines to swing from the branches giving it a speed boost. Hey! Get back here! Ash climbed up a tree and mimicked Snivy's actions, swinging from branch to branch with only his arms. You're not stealing my food and getting away with it. Ash shouted, surprising the Snivy that Ash was catching up. The Snivy jumped down and took another bite from the sandwich just to taunt Ash. It was successful, as Ash jumped down and started running towards it with a battle cry. The Snivy simply used its vine whip on a tree branch and went back to swinging away. This time, Ash decided to chase it by foot. Eventually they reached a rather tall, steep hill. Ash stopped at the base as he watched Snivy use vine whip to latch on branches to climb up. Ash didn't falter and started to climb as well. When he reached the top, the Snivy was beyond surprised that this human continued to chase it just for a sandwich that it already ate. The Snivy decided to humor this human and stood a certain distance away from him, and raised its right hand and did a gesture for Ash to battle it. Ash understood and grinned. Prepare yourself then. Ash exclaimed, gripping one of his Pokeballs. I choose you. Tepig. Tepig appeared and let out a cry. Snivy was slightly surprised by the choice, or rather the Pokemon itself, but prepared itself nonetheless. Tepig, use Ember. Tepig fired an Ember but the Snivy easily jumped out of the way, surprising Ash and Tepig. It's fast. The Snivy jumped and its tail started to glow green. It hit Tepig directly on the head, dealing damage. Was that Leaf Blade? Ash wondered before watching as Snivy jumped back, waiting for Ash's move. Ash pulled out Tepig's Pokeball. Return. Ash returned Tepig for the moment. Oshawott. Ash sent out Oshawott who stood proud. Ash extended an arm. Water gun. Oshawott fired a water gun but Snivy once again dodged. Oshawott used water gun once more. The Snivy once again jumped out of the way, but Oshawott saw that and landed the hit. Oshawott cheered but Ash noticed that Snivy was barely affected. Even if that was not very effective, it still should have done some damage. What happened next surprised Ash. The Snivy jumped into the air, winked and did a spin. Hearts flew towards Oshawott and surrounded him before making contact with Oshawott. Ash's eyes widened as Oshawott was ogling Snivy with a dreamy expression. Oshawott. Snap out of it. Ash called out but it was no use. Oshawott was smitten by Snivy. Snivy let out a small smirk at its work before vines appeared from behind its neck and went straight towards Oshawott, ready to deal a barrage of whips. Ash's eyes widened and he immediately jumped in front of Oshawott and hugged the little otter. The vine whip smacked Ash hard on the back. Snivy was shocked and retreated its vines as Ash gritted his teeth at the stinging pain. He looked down at Oshawott, who was struggling to get out of his grip to go and be with Snivy. Snap out of it, Oshawott. Oshawott still didn't seem to hear Ash and he pulled out Oshawott's pokeball, returning Oshawott. Ash stood up and turned towards Snivy. That vine whip of yours was really strong. Snivy was still stunned from the display just now and was even more surprised from Ash's comment. Ash pulled out another pokeball then held it out in front of him. I'm impressed. I want to catch you now. Tepig. Tepig returned and gave a determined glare at Snivy. Snivy was even more surprised at Ash's words but refocused itself for the battle. Ember. Tepig fired Ember but Snivy easily dodged. Tackle. Tepig then started to run towards Snivy. Snivy tried to dodge but Tepig was too fast and landed a direct hit. Snivy let out a cry before using Vine Whip and grabbing Tepig. Tepig used Ember to escape. Tepig fired an Ember at Snivy but Snivy jumped into the air while still holding Tepig. Snivy once again winked and hearts appeared around Tepig. Ash clenched his fists as the hearts made contact with Tepig. Snivy grew a smirk as it let go of Tepig. Tepig. Can you hear me? Ash shouted. Tepig only continued looking at Snivy with a look similar to Oshawott's. Snivy ran towards Tepig, tail glowing once again. Tepig, dodge. Ash shouted but his command fell upon deaf ears, as Tepig was hit hard by Snivy's leaf blade and sent flying to the side. Tepig. Pull yourself together. Snivy once again ran towards Tepig who was standing up. In Tepig's eyes, it looked like Snivy was running to him to give him a big hug. That was not the case as Snivy jumped and delivered another leaf blade to Tepig's head directly. Tepig. Snap you of it. Ash called out but Tepig was still infatuated with the Snivy. Snivy decided to end this and started to spin in place, leaves surrounding it in the form of a tornado. Snivy then sent the tornado flying towards Tepig. Tepig. Ash shouted as Tepig was hit and sent flying. Ash's eyes widened as Tepig was sent flying off of the cliff. Ash ran to the edge and he watched Tepig fall down. Ash was ready to jump off and save Tepig when two vines shot towards the falling Tepig and caught him. Ash whipped his head to the side and saw Snivy at the edge, doing its best to pull up Tepig. When Tepig was pulled up, he was no longer infatuated but only because he was unconscious. Ash immediately crouched down and hugged Tepig. I'm so glad you're all right. Ash turned back towards Snivy. Thanks so much, Snivy. Snivy turned its head away from Ash and walked back to its original spot, staring at Ash. Ash was surprised. You still want to battle? Snivy nodded and Ash grinned and stood up, returning Tepig. Ash. Ash turned around at the sudden shout. He went over to the edge of the cliff and saw Hilda and Pikachu at the base. Thank goodness you're all right. What are you doing up there? Ash gave Hilda a sheepish smile and rubbed the back of his head. I'll explain later. Hey buddy. Want to come up and help me? Pikachu nodded and quickly climbed up the cliff, jumping from branch to branch until he landed in front of Ash. Wait, what about me? Ash blinked before shrugging. I don't know, just wait I guess. Hilda raised a brow before glaring at Ash. You want me to wait down here while you're having an epic battle or something? Hilda exclaimed. Ash's sweat dropped as he turned back to Snivy. Sorry Hilda, but my opponent is getting impatient. Hilda stomped her foot. I think you're the one who's impatient. Ugh, fine. I'll just find a way to get up there. Hilda ran off around the cliff to try and find a path up there. Ash looked at Pikachu. Think she's mad at me? Pikachu shrugged and Ash smiled slightly. Yeah, that can wait. Right now we have a tough opponent in front of us. Let's go Pikachu. Pikachu nodded and started running towards Snivy. Snivy immediately used Vine Whip to try and grab hold of Pikachu. Dodge it with Quick Attack. Pikachu used the burst of speed from Quick Attack and avoided the vines with ease before landing a direct hit against Snivy. Snivy staggered back before releasing a leaf tornado. Charged through with Volt Tackle. Pikachu started running towards Snivy covered in electricity. Pikachu charged into the leaf tornado and through determination was able to charge through and was going to deliver a direct hit against Snivy. But Snivy was no longer where it was. Pikachu stopped the volt tackle and looked around. Pikachu above you. Pikachu looked up and saw Snivy in the air, once again using Attract. Pikachu, get out of there. Pikachu started running away but the hearts were already on his tail and eventually touched Pikachu, making him stop in place. Pikachu. Don't fall for its tricks. Ash shouted. Ash noticed Pikachu fighting against the Attract. Come on Pikachu and use Thunderbolt. Sparks started to fly from Pikachu's cheeks. Snivy noticed this and decided to act quickly and release a leaf tornado. Pikachu tried his hardest and put all of his might into resisting the infatuation and tried to release a Thunderbolt. But it was too late and Pikachu was hit by the leaf tornado, getting knocked out. Ash ran over to Pikachu and picked him up. Thanks buddy. Ash looked over at the Snivy who was panting. Ash could only grin, not because of Snivy's condition but because of Snivy's willpower and determination. Ash. Ash looked to the side and saw Hilda run towards him. I found a path that lead up here. Hilda looked at Pikachu who was unconscious then at the Snivy. A wild Snivy. Hilda gasped before looking back at Pikachu. I'll hold Pikachu for you. Ash handed Hilda Pikachu. Thanks. Also, this isn't a wild Snivy. Hilda and Snivy were both surprised by Ash's words. This Snivy must have been released by its original trainer. Maybe because of Team Plasma. Snivy didn't say anything but only waited for Ash. Ash grinned and released his final Pokémon. But I'm going to catch this Snivy. Pidove appeared in the sky with a loud cry. Snivy immediately used Vine Whip, attempting to grab Pidove and bring it down to the ground. Fly higher Pidove. Pidove did just that and soon the vines reached their maximum length, unable to reach Pidove. Now, Air Cutter. Pidove used Air Cutter but the Snivy avoided it and used Leaf Tornado. Gust. Pidove began flapping its wings in order to counter the Leaf Tornado but the Leaf Tornado overpowered the gusts of wind and hit Pidove, making it fall down to the ground. Pidove. Pidove quickly regained its balance and avoided crashing. Let's go. Quick attack. Pidove immediately charged towards Snivy, who used Vine Whip to counter the fast attack. Pidove easily maneuvered between the vines and hit Snivy directly. Snivy stood up once again and winked, using Attract. Hilda, who hadn't seen the previous fights, was wondering what that attack was. Her Pokédex beeped. If it is the opposite gender of the user, the target becomes infatuated and less likely to attack. Infatuated? She asked aloud, looking at Pikachu. She wondered if this was how Pikachu ended up being beaten. She'd have to ask Ash after. In the heat of the moment, Ash forgot what gender his Pidove was. Pidove, get out of there. Pidove did her best avoiding the hearts, but was eventually hit. It had no effect however. Oh. Pidove's a girl. That's right. Hilda's sweat dropped. Forgetting his own Pokémon's gender. I sure hope he doesn't forget that I'm a girl. Alright Pidove. Use Air Cutter. Pidove did just that, and was able to hit Snivy directly. Snivy wasn't ready to give up just yet and used Leaf Tornado. Go above it and use Quick Attack. Pidove flew above the Leaf Tornado, avoiding it completely and dived towards Snivy, hitting Snivy and sending it flying. It was now on the ground, trying to stand but failing. Ash pulled out an empty Pokeball and tossed it at Snivy. The ball shook 3 times before the familiar click was heard. Ash grinned as he picked up Snivy's Pokeball. He then held out his arm and Pidove landed on it. Thanks a lot Pidove. I couldn't have done this without you. Pidove let out a cheer before Ash returned her to her Pokeball. Ash clipped both Pidove and Snivy's Pokeballs to his belt before walking over to Hilda. Pikachu was awake, though injured, and jumped back on Ash's shoulder. So, want to tell me about what happened on our way back? Hilda asked, gesturing to the path she took. Ash nodded and did just that as they headed back to the daycare. Wow, that Snivy is really something. Ash nodded, holding Snivy's Pokeball. I think during that battle I understood it some more. It must have been abandoned and stopped trusting humans. Hilda looked at Snivy's Pokeball sadly. That's really sad. Do you think it was because of Team Plasma? Ash shook his head. At first I thought that. But then, wouldn't Snivy be more, I don't know, sentimental? Snivy just continued its life like normal. So I think it was just genuinely released. Makes me wonder why. Snivy is really powerful. The two soon returned to the daycare where they saw a giant truck parked in front of it. Where did that truck come from? Ash asked. Let's go ask Karina and Daniela, Hilda suggested, and the two headed over to the schoolyard where they saw both of them. Karina. Daniela. What's with the truck? Both stopped talking to one another and walked over to Ash and Hilda. Karina spoke. Those people are Pokémon egg inspectors. They say they are here to inspect the Pokémon eggs. Ash tilted his head. I've never heard of a Pokémon egg inspector. Karina shook her head. Neither have I, things are changing in this day and age I suppose. Hilda frowned and looked back at the daycare. Should we go check up on them? They said we aren't allowed to watch as they inspect the eggs, Daniela said. All the more reason to check up on them. Hilda exclaimed, running off to the daycare. Ash blinked before running after her. They entered the daycare and headed to the room where the eggs were stored. Hilda gasped before running back, colliding into Ash. Ow, Ash rubbed his head as he stood up. What happened, Hilda? The eggs. Hilda exclaimed, jumping up. They're gone. Ash's eyes widened. What? They heard the sound of an engine roar and they turned around to see the truck begin to move. Hey! Wait! The truck then started to drive off. Ash and Hilda immediately began chase. Pidove. Pidove appeared and Ash told it to follow the truck. Ash and Hilda continued running, but eventually the truck was out of their sight and the two stopped, panting. Come on Ash, there's no way that truck would drive through the forest, so it must continue on the path. Right, Ash said, and the two resumed running, following the tire tracks on the ground. Eventually, they found the truck just sitting on the path. Ash immediately busted into the back but found that it was completely empty. They must have exited the truck and have another escape route, Hilda deduced. Pidove soon returned and pointed in a direction in the forest. They went that way. Pidove nodded. Great. Thanks Pidove. With that, Ash and Hilda ran into the forest. Talk about a treasure haul. Jessie exclaimed, holding one of the egg containers. What Pokémon do you think is inside this one? How the heck am I supposed to know? Now why don't you help us out here by putting these eggs in this box? Exclaimed Meowth. Meowth and James were placing each egg inside a huge box to carry by their balloon. The three were currently hiding in a small R in the forest. Phew, this is hard work. But the reward will be worth it, right? James asked, carefully placing an egg inside a box. You bet. I can only imagine the boss's face when he sees all these rare Pokémon. Meowth exclaimed. Just then all three felt their hair stand on end. The familiar feeling of electricity was in the air. They slowly turned around and saw an unfamiliar face. A green-haired boy was standing next to a black zebra-like Pokémon with white stripes. The boy had a somewhat neutral expression while the Pokémon was glaring at them, letting an electric charge fill the air. May I ask where you received these eggs? N asked calmly. The three snapped out of their stupor before glaring at N. We don't need to answer your questions. Now scram before you get hurt, boy. I see, so you stole them. N closed his eyes. Stealing Pokémon, not to release but to use for your own gain, how despicable. Oh yeah? We'll show you despicable. Seviper. Jessie released Seviper and James followed with Carnivine. Humph, Blitzel, Shock Wave. Blitzel's main shined and released Shock Wave, knocking out both Seviper and Carnivine instantly. Now, charge then Shock Wave. Blitzel charged quickly before releasing an even more powerful Shock Wave, sending Team Rocket flying. We never even got to say our motto. Meowth exclaimed. Who was that brat anyways? Jessie angrily exclaimed. Wait, what about our balloon? James exclaimed. Team Rocket is blasting off again. And looked at the box of Pokémon eggs. Only one stood out to him, as it seemed to be calling out to him. He took out a light blue and white egg out of the container and fled. Ash and Hilda arrived and all they saw was a familiar Meowth hot air balloon, a box filled with the eggs and one empty container. Ash and Hilda were upset. While they managed to find the stolen eggs, one was still stolen nonetheless. They had thought it simply fell out of the container but they couldn't find it anywhere. Ash and Hilda then returned to the daycare after finding the scene. They explained everything to Karina and Daniela and they were able to use the truck to return the eggs. They also described to them what Team Rocket looks like and Daniela said she would contact Officer Jenny. Daniela also healed their Pokémon, both grateful for that. Cheer up you two. You two did your best and we are grateful, Karina said, trying to cheer up the two trainers. Ash let out a sigh. But one Pokémon was still stolen. I understand your concern, but remember that it was still in an egg. For all we know, someone could have walked by and took one for themselves. So they must be willing to take responsibility for the newborn, Karina explained. But what if they want to sell the egg? Ash blurted out. Karina smiled at Ash's concern. There's no need to worry, Ash. We don't have any rare Pokémon eggs. It wouldn't be sold for much, and besides, the Pokémon egg that was stolen was close to hatching. But still, aren't you worried? Hilda asked. Karina nodded. Of course I am. But I also accept that there's nothing we can do about it. We just need to hope that the trainer that took it will take good care of it. Ash and Hilda nodded, cheering up slightly and continued to place the eggs back on the shelves. After doing just that, they accepted Karina's offer for staying the night. They then got ready to leave and head to the Wellspring Cave the next day. So you two are leaving? Daniela asked, standing next to Karina in front of the daycare. Hilda nodded. Thank you for everything. Karina shook her head. We should be thanking you too. If it weren't for you two, who knows what would have happened to the Pokémon eggs? Hilda shook her head. We didn't even do anything. Daniela. Karina looked towards Daniela who nodded and went inside the daycare. We wouldn't have been able to find the eggs ourselves, so we would like you two to have. Daniela returned, holding two Pokémon egg containers. Both Ash and Hilda's eyes widened. Are you serious? You're giving us Pokémon eggs? Hilda exclaimed, extremely shocked. Karina nodded. And I'm not going to accept no for an answer. These Pokémon would be much happier in your hands. Ash and Hilda grabbed an egg each for themselves, completely speechless. Are you sure? Ash asked. Karina laughed. Of course I'm sure. When my grandmother makes a decision, you can't change her mind, Daniela said. Take care of them. Ash and Hilda nodded and thanked them again, ready to leave once more. You two take care, why here, Karina said. We will. Thank you once again. Hilda said. Thank you very much. Ash said. And with that, the two trainers left the daycare, now heading to Wellspring Cave. So, what kind of Pokémon do you think are in these eggs? Ash asked, looking down at his egg curiously. His egg was tan with some brown spots. I don't know. But I know they will be cute. Hilda hugged her container as she said that. Her egg was a dark blue and white egg. Ash and Pikachu laughed and they continued their way down the path. It was a few minutes until they saw a familiar figure standing in the middle of a clearing. Hilda immediately recognized the person and ran up to them. Cheren. She immediately handed Ash her egg and gave Cheren a hug which he awkwardly returned, making Hilda laugh. You haven't changed at all. I haven't seen you since Nuvema town. On the contrary, I have become much stronger, Cheren said, adjusting his glasses. It's good to see you, Hilda. And you too, Ash. Ash gave Cheren a grin. You too, Cheren. So you've become stronger. Cheren gave Ash a nod, but before Ash could speak, Cheren spoke. I would like to have a battle with you, Hilda. Hilda pointed to herself in surprise. Me? Cheren nodded. I said back in Nuvema town that the next time we meet, we'll battle. I hope you didn't forget. Of course I didn't forget. Hilda exclaimed before grinning. I gladly accept your challenge. Ash sighed but then grinned. I can't wait to see this. Two childhood friends going all out. Ash and Pikachu stood to the side as Cheren and Hilda went to opposite sides of the clearing. This will be a 2-on-2 battle with substitutions, if you don't mind. Hilda nodded. I don't mind. I choose you, Gothita. The small psychic type appeared on the field, adjusting her bow tie. Cheren pulled out his Pokédex for an analysis before putting it away. A psychic type. Purloin, I choose you. Hilda furrowed her brow, remembering what Ash told her about type advantages. Dark-type Pokémon are unaffected by Psychic-type moves. And Dark-type moves are super effective against Psychic-type Pokémon. Cheren pushed up his glasses and called out an attack. Use Scratch. Purloin raced towards Gothita and with glowing claws, scratched Gothita, making her stagger back. Gothita. Let's get back at them with Pound. Gothita started to run towards Purloin with a glowing hand. Dodge. On command, Purloin jumped out of the way and landed behind Gothita. Behind you. Gothita did a spin and delivered the Pound, hitting Purloin's face. Assist. Purloin stood on its hind legs and pointed its paw at Gothita. A vine appeared and grabbed Gothita. Slam it into the ground. Purloin raised its paw, raising the vine into the air. Hilda quickly acted. Gothita, use confusion. Gothita's eyes glowed and the vine around it loosened and Gothita started to fall. Now, Psybeam to catch yourself. Gothita pointed her hand towards the ground and used Psybeam, which was able to slow down her fall. Impressive, Cheren complimented. Scratch. Purloin once again ran up to Gothita, claw glowing. Counter with Pound. Gothita's own hand glowed and the two Pokémon kept hitting each other back and forth with Scratch and Pound. Gothita raised her hand, ready to finish this. But Cheren was prepared. Pursuit. Purloin delivered a quick jab at Gothita, sending her flying. Gothita. Hilda exclaimed as Gothita struggled to stand. Scratch one final time, Cheren called out. Purloin ran towards the weakened Gothita and jumped, ready to scratch Gothita for the final time. Hilda waited until Purloin was almost directly in front of Gothita. Hilda then punched the air in front of her. Pound punch. Gothita immediately did just that, and punched Purloin in the face before Purloin could scratch Gothita. Hilda watched as Purloin laid on the ground. Much to her dismay, Purloin stood back up, albeit struggling. Pursuit. Purloin ran up to Gothita again and was ready to deliver a quick jab again. Hilda once again did the same thing as before. Pound punch. Gothita did just that but Cheren saw it coming. Not happening, Cheren said. As he said that, Purloin jumped and avoided the pound and finished Gothita off with pursuit. Hilda returned Gothita. Thanks. You did great. Hilda noticed Cheren returning Purloin. She knew she was at a disadvantage, but she had confidence in her Pokémon's ability. Pansear, you're up. Cheren seemed surprised. I didn't know you had a Pansear. You really are full of surprises. Cheren tossed a Pokeball and out came a Pidove. Hilda grew a determined expression. And I'm going to show you even more surprises. Incinerate. Pansear immediately fired an Incinerate at Pidove. Pidove easily flew into the sky, avoiding the attack. Air Cutter. Remember our training. Hilda exclaimed. Pansear dodged the attack by doing cartwheels. Wow! Ash exclaimed. That reminds me of Chili's Pansear. Keep up your momentum and use acrobatics. Pansear continued doing flips and eventually jumped into the air to hit Pidove. So Pansear learned acrobatics, Ash said to himself. Use Gust to blow it back. Before Pansear could hit Pidove, Pidove flapped its wing and sent Pansear crashing into the ground. Pansear. Can you still fight? Hilda asked. Pansear stood up once more with its usual neutral expression. All right, use Incinerate. Once again, Pansear fired an Incinerate at Pidove, who dodged once more. Cheren pushed up his glasses. I have done my training. It was thanks to Pidove that I won my trio badge. Air Cutter once more. Counter with Incinerate. Pansear countered the gust of winds with the fire. The attacks ended up being equal and cancelling each other out. Down and direct with quick attack. Pidove glowed before flying towards Panseer at a fast speed and hit Panseer directly. Hilda clenched her fists as Panseer stood back up. I don't want to lose, I don't want to seem weak to Cheren. Panseer looked back at Hilda and noticed how determined she was. Panseer looked back at Cheren, who was simply staring at them calmly. Once I win. Cheren pushed his glasses up. Pidove should have gained enough battle experience to evolve. Air Cutter. Pidove used Air Cutter once more. Panseer quickly and easily dodged the attacks like before. Incinerate. As soon as Pidove stopped using Air Cutter, Panseer fired Incinerate and was able to hit Pidove, making an explosion. Incinerate is a weak fire-type move, Cheren said. So Pidove should be just fine. As soon as Cheren said that, the dust clouds cleared and Pidove was still flying, just scratched but not severely injured. Wow, Ash whispered, amazed at Pidove's endurance. He then turned his head to Pikachu. Doesn't it remind you of Swellow? Pikachu nodded and they returned their attention to the battle. Panseer, use another Incinerate. Hilda gritted her teeth. Incinerate was the only fire-type move Panseer had. Dodge and counter. Pidove once again easily dodged the blast of fire and used Air Cutter once more. Not yet. Not losing just yet. Counter directly with Incinerate. Hilda shouted. Panseer unleashed yet another Incinerate. Cheren furrowed his brow as the attacks nearly countered each other. Stronger. Stronger? Hilda asked, confused. This time, the Air Cutter was stronger and able to cut through the Incinerate and hit Panseer directly, sending him flying. Panseer. Is it still standing? Cheren asked, slightly surprised as Panseer stood up once again. You have done well in training Panseer in endurance. Hilda looked surprised at those words. No, I barely did anything. She whispered. But now's the perfect time to get stronger. Right, Panseer? Panseer only gave Hilda a neutral expression. Humph. Let's finish this. 1. Final Air Cutter. Hilda clenched her fist before punching the air in front of her. Come on, Panseer. Stronger. A stronger Incinerate. Panseer blinked, before turning back to the flying Pidove and the incoming Air Cutter. For a reason unknown to Panseer, Panseer felt like he had to do something more. Panseer opened his mouth, but instead of spewing fire, he released a fireball that went straight through the Air Cutter. The moment it made contact with Pidove, the fireball burst and Pidove crashed to the ground. Whoa! Ash exclaimed, shocked along with everyone else. What move was that? Hilda grew a huge grin on her face. That was amazing, Panseer. Panseer merely looked at Hilda with its usual expression. Cheren returned Pidove. Good work. So your Panseer learned Flame Burst. I think we should call this a draw. Huh? Why? Hilda asked, surprised. Probably because both Panseer and Cheren's purloin are really exhausted, right? Ash said, walking up to Hilda. Correct, Cheren walked towards them both. Oh, sure. Hilda crouched down and pet Panseer's head. She then pulled out Panseer's Pokeball. You were great. Take a break. She then looked back her egg from Ash. I look forward to our next battle, Hilda. I'm not going to hold back. Cheren gave Hilda a small smile. Hilda gave Cheren a huge smile in return. Neither am I. The next time we battle, I'll be a completely different trainer. Ash watched the two childhood friends talk and it made him reminisce on his past rivalries. Don't forget Cheren. We'll have to battle one day as well. Cheren turned to Ash and nodded. Of course. I would like to have a rematch with you at some point. So, where are you headed, Cheren? Hilda asked. Cheren pushed his glasses up. I was going to go check out the Wellspring Cave to see what other Pokémon I can catch for the Pokédex. Ash and Hilda were definitely surprised by this. You're catching Pokémon, for the Pokédex? Ash asked. Cheren nodded. The professor is able to obtain more information when she is able to observe a Pokémon closely. It's my way of thanking her for allowing me to become a trainer. Ash was very impressed by Cheren. Hilda just laughed. That's so you, Cheren. You think so? Well, what about you two? We're also heading to Wellspring Cave to see what kinds of Pokémon live there, Ash explained with his usual enthusiastic tone. Let's go there together then. Hilda exclaimed. The two males nodded and they continued on the path, heading to Wellspring Cave. On their way, they had various conversations. So you two have known each other for 10 years? Cheren and Hilda nodded. I don't really remember how met exactly though, but along with Bianca we have been really close, Hilda explained. Cheren adjusted his glasses, making Ash wonder if he needed new glasses. I think it had something to do with Bianca getting in trouble for something back in preschool. Hilda put a finger on her chin. Was that it? It didn't have anything to do with Bianca breaking your glasses. I didn't have glasses back then. Wait, you didn't? No. So Bianca got in trouble for something in preschool, how does that tie us two in? Cheren shrugged. I just remember her getting in trouble. I don't remember how we got involved. Hilda's sweat dropped before turning to Ash. What about you, Ash? Any childhood memories you want to share? Ash scratched his cheek as he tried to recall memories. Until I turned 10, I don't think my life was that interesting. I remember enrolling in a summer camp once. But that's about it. Hilda and Cheren seemed surprised by that. Really? A lot of crazy stuff has happened around you. Ash laughed. Well, that was before I started my journey. Things became hectic the moment I stepped into Professor Oak's lab on the day I got Pikachu. Cheren put a hand on his chin. I recall you saying you overslept the day you were supposed to receive your first Pokémon and receive Pikachu. You also said you have been with Pikachu for 4 years. Ash's sweat dropped while Hilda laughed awkwardly. You see, Cheren is able to remember things that stick out to him forever. I guess you gave him one heck of a first impression, Ash. Cheren gave Hilda a glare while Ash and Hilda laughed. They soon reached a fork in the road. One path split to the left and the other continued forward. The three continued forward. There were 2 figures in the distance on the path. Hey, there's someone there, Ash said. Wait a second, I recognize that green beret from anywhere. Hilda exclaimed, running forward. Bianca. Ash and Cheren looked at each other before they followed Hilda. Bianca turned towards them and was wearing a shocked expression. Hilda. Cheren. Ash. Hilda ran up to her before noticing the second person. The second person was a small girl. The girl looked like she was crying. Who's this? This is Wendy. She's from Nacrene City, Bianca introduced the girl with a smile that looked off to Hilda. So what is she doing here? And what's wrong? Cheren asked, also noticing something was off with Bianca. Bianca took a deep breath. It's horrible, you guys. Some people in white clothes came by and stole this girl's Pokémon. Ash, Hilda, and Cheren's eyes widened. Was it Team Rocket? Asked immediately. Bianca shook her head. I would have known for sure if it was them. But these guys had weird clothes. Like they were from the Pioneer era. Cheren adjusted his glasses. I have my suspicions, but that can wait. Where did they go, Bianca? Bianca looked at Wendy. She said they ran off in that direction. I haven't checked because I couldn't just leave her here with no Pokémon. You've made a wise decision, for once, Cheren said, resulting in Bianca sticking her tongue at him. Cheren ignored her. The Wellspring Cave. We were heading there anyways. Ash nodded. Let's get going. Bianca, take care of our eggs. Ash handed Bianca his egg and ran down the path. Hilda did the same and ran off along with Cheren. Bianca only blinked before looking at the 2 eggs. Okay. Just be careful, you guys. The 3 trainers were now hiding in the bushes in front of Wellspring Cave. Those 2, they are part of Team Plasma. Ash said quietly. 2 Team Plasma grunts were standing in front of the entrance. The 2 grunts were both male. I had a feeling. But I thought they were trying to liberate Pokémon. Why would they steal a Pokémon then? Cheren asked. I don't know, but I know they aren't exactly good. Guys, Ash clenched his fist. No matter. Let's think about this tactically. We should use our numbers as an advantage. We have 3 trainers on our side, but they have 2 standing guard, Cheren said, rubbing his chin. But there may be more inside the cave. They have to want something from that cave, Hilda stated. Cheren nodded. So let's have one of us stand by and hide while two of us goes and take them on. I want to battle them. Ash had a very determined expression. I'll assist you then, Ash. The experience will definitely help, Cheren said, then turned to Hilda. You're going to wait here and enter on our signal, okay? And Ash, we need to approach them carefully. Hilda nodded. Understood. Good luck you two. Ash grinned. We won't need luck. Ash jumped out of the bushes. Cheren's eyes widened. Wait, Ash. Cheren followed Ash out of the bushes. Hilda's sweat dropped. Very careful, Ash. The two grunts immediately gripped their pokeballs as they saw Ash and Cheren run towards them. Hey kids, get lost, the left grunt shouted. Wait, we may be able to liberate their Pokémon, the right grunt said, eyeing their pokeballs. The left grunt grinned and tossed a pokeball. Out of it appeared a black zebra-like Pokémon with white stripes. Shock Wave, Blitzel. The Blitzel released an electric beam out of the mane on its head. Ash's eyes widened. Thunderbolt. Pikachu jumped off from Ash's shoulder and countered the shock wave with Thunderbolt, cancelling the attack. What was that about? Patrat, dig. The right grunt released Patrat, who immediately dug into the ground. Cheren sent out his own Pokémon. Snivy, Vine Whip on Pikachu. Ash looked at Cheren in surprise. Pikachu was also surprised the moment Snivy's vines picked up Pikachu and raised him above the ground. This resulted in Patrat's dig to miss. Ash grinned. Thunderbolt. Snivy released Pikachu, who fired a Thunderbolt and hit Patrat directly. Thanks Cheren. Cheren nodded. Snivy, use Leaf Tornado. Snivy used Leaf Tornado and hit Patrat, knocking it out. TCH, the right grunt returned his Patrat. Blitzel, Flame Charge. The Blitzel started charging towards Snivy with fire surrounding it. Pikachu, let's return the favor. Volt Tackle. Pikachu charged towards Blitzel with electricity surrounding it. The two Pokémon collided and were struggling for dominance. Ash turned to Cheren. Cheren. Leaf Tornado. Snivy fired the tornado and it was heading straight for both Pokémon. Jump now. Ash shouted. Pikachu jumped out of the fight and avoided the tornado. The tornado hit Blitzel directly. Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail turned metal and Pikachu did a spin before hitting Blitzel on the head with his tail. Blitzel fell onto the ground, unconscious. Return. We have to report. The left grunt said, both grunts running into the cave. Hilda was watching from the bushes and was amazed. Their coordination was amazing. Cheren returned Snivy. We can't get held up. No doubt they have reinforcements coming. Ash nodded and Pikachu jumped back onto his shoulder. Let's get moving. Ash ran into the cave and Cheren followed. The cave was damp and quiet. The moment they entered the cave, they saw another pair of grunts running up to them. They're the ones who defeated you. The new left grunt asked. The original left grunt gulped and nodded. The new right grunt sighed and tossed a pokeball. Can't trust you to get anything done. Out from the pokeball appeared a round, small bipedal Pokémon with a black face, a blue carapace, and a yellow stomach. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Carablast. The clamping Pokémon. Carablast is a bug-type Pokémon. For some reason they evolve when they receive electrical energy while they are attacking Shelmet. Ash frowned. That doesn't help at all. Let me see, Cheren pulled out his Pokédex and tapped a different button. When they feel threatened, they spit an acidic liquid to drive attackers away. This Pokémon targets Shelmet. Why did yours have different information? Ash asked, surprised. There are different type of Pokémon entries. You just tap this button, Cheren pointed to a button at the bottom right of the Pokédex. I see. Those Pokédexes, if we can get them, Lord Zinzalin would be most pleased, the new right grunt said. The new left grunt nodded and sent out his own Pokémon, which was a Pidove. A bug type and a flying type. Purloin, Cheren sent out. Purloin appeared but was still exhausted. Ash, cover me while I heal Purloin, Cheren said, pulling out a potion from his bag. Ash nodded and sent out his own Pidove. Air Cutter. Pidove fired wind slashes and hit both of the Pokémon. Don't let glasses over their heel. The new left grunt said to the new right grunt. The new right grunt nodded. Headbutt Carablast. The Carablast began charging at Cheren's purloin. Oh no you don't. Ash shouted. Pidove, quick attack. Stay out of the way. The new left grunt said. His Pidove charged at Ash's Pidove. No, you stay out of my way. Ash exclaimed. Ash's Pidove avoided the sudden attack and glowed. Ash's Pidove then charged at the opponent Pidove at a fast speed and hit it directly. Ash grinned as the opponent Pidove fell to the ground, knocked out. That's what I'm talking about. The Carablast however was able to hit Purloin directly, but Purloin was still able to stand. Ash looked at Cheren. Sorry Cheren. Cheren shook his head. It's fine. I was prepared in case this happened. Payback. Purloin glowed before charging at the Carablast and delivering a slash that sent Carablast into the cave walls, knocking it out. Your Purloin had payback? Ash asked, surprised. Cheren nodded. It is only effective if it works after the opponent attacks. So it was pointless for me to use it against Hilda. It still would have done damage and give you an edge though, Ash said. Cheren only shrugged at that. The two new grunts returned their Pokémon. Call in more reinforcements from below. Zinzalin must not be disturbed. Where is the Pokémon you stole from the girl? Ash asked, angrily. What girl? Oh, you must mean that little girl. Our leader has it, one of the grunts said. Give it back. Ash exclaimed. No, don't you think it's sad that a Pokémon must be held in contempt by someone as young as her? The grunt asked. What? That makes no sense. She misses her Pokémon. She cares deeply for it, so what makes you think the Pokémon doesn't feel the same way? Cheren asked. The grunt sighed. Another naive trainer. How sad. The new right grunt turned to the original left. Grunt. What are you waiting for? Go get reinforcements. The only ones left are the guards of Lord Zinzalin though, the original left grunt said. Just get them. Lord Zinzalin can take care of himself. He isn't one of the 7 sages for no reason. The original left grunt nodded and ran away. Ash, we need to hinder their sight. Cheren exclaimed. Ash nodded. Pidove, gust. Pidove flapped her wings resulting in sand to rise, preventing any of the grunts from seeing. Let's go dash. Ash was about to run past the grunts but Cheren put a hand on his shoulder. Ash, we should stay here. Their remaining reinforcements are coming, meaning their leader will be completely defenseless. Using this distraction, we can send Hilda to fight them. Wow, you have everything planned, Ash was amazed by Cheren's thinking. But shouldn't I be the one to fight the leader? I have more Pokémon that can fight. Cheren shook his head. Think again Ash. Pidove and Pikachu have been fighting for a while. Not to mention Hilda has probably healed both her Pokémon by now. Hilda is the better option. Not to mention these two are the guards of their leader. No doubt they will be stronger. We better hurry and call her in here. Cheren tapped his X-transceiver. Hilda was sitting up against a tree, bored out of her mind. She was just looking at the town map, seeing if anything was interesting in the next town. Fossil revitalization. What's that? Just then, her X-transceiver started to beep. Ah! Hilda put away her map and tapped her X-transceiver. Hilda here. I know that, Cheren said. Hilda glared but Cheren ignored her glare. Hurry up. We have created a distraction. Prepare yourself for a big battle. What? Okay. Hilda jumped over the bush and rushed into the cave, determined. When she entered, she saw a low of smoke and Ash and Cheren. Ash. Cheren. Shoo. Cheren said. They don't know that you're here. Run through the smoke and try to find their leader. Hilda nodded and ran past the smoke. As soon as she did, 2 other people came through the smoke. The 2 were dressed similar to the grunts, with barely any difference in clothing. One was male and the other was female. These children are who you were struggling with? The male one said. Air. How pathetic, the female one said. Hilda was now hiding behind a rock. It's up to me. Hilda quietly stepped away. She released her Lillipup to help her find her way through the cave. Soon Hilda found stairs and went down it. I wonder how the leader looks like, Hilda whispered. The cave was very quiet. So quiet that it was a bit odd. According to the map, this cave is known for Woobat and Roggenrola. So. Where are the Pokémon? Lillipup was sniffing the ground and suddenly ran off. Hey. Lillipup. Hilda ran off after her Lillipup. Lillipup ran behind a rock and found a large underwater lake. There was a small island far in the distance as well. She could barely make out a figure on the island. There was a path of ice made from the island to where she was standing. However, that was not what Lillipup was interested in. Lillipup's bark made Hilda turn towards him. What's Roa? Hilda ran over to the object Lillipup was barking at. It was a Pokémon that was encased in ice. Hilda immediately tossed a Pokeball. Pansear, flame burst. Pansear appeared from its Pokeball and fired a fireball at the ice. The ice melted and the Pokémon that was in it fell down. Hilda quickly caught it. A Roggenrola. Hilda returned Pansear and pulled out her Pokédex. Roggenrola. The mantle Pokémon. Roggenrola is a rock-type Pokémon. The hexagonal-shaped hole is its ear. It has a tendency to walk in the direction the sound is coming from. It doesn't look so good. How did it end up frozen like that? Hilda asked, pulling out a potion to heal the Roggenrola. It should be fine, maybe. I'm not sure how rock types biology work. The Roggenrola soon started to move. Oh, are you alright? The Roggenrola looked at Hilda, who wondered where Roggenrola's eyes were, and nodded before doing a dance. Hilda laughed slightly before gasping. I need to get to that island. Hilda walked over to the path of ice. She tapped the ice with her foot. Lillipup did just that. You think it's safe, Lillipup? Lillipup just continued to tap it. The Roggenrola she thought immediately ran onto the ice and danced on it. Hey. That's dangerous. Seeing that the ice wasn't melting, Hilda gulped and began walking on ice. I'm really treading on thin ice here, Hilda laughed nervously. She soon reached the island and was standing directly in front of the person she saw. The person had their back turned, so all she saw was a purple cloak. I was told that the enemies were two males, the voice was a deep male's voice. You would make an excellent Team Plasma recruit. The man turned around. The man had short, gray hair and the plasma emblem on his chest. Hilda gulped and grew a determined expression. Give back Wendy's Pokémon. Wendy? Do you mean a little girl? Hilda gave him a nod, still glaring at him. The man pulled out a Pokeball. He then tossed it to Hilda, who barely caught it. Hilda looked at him, shocked. You may keep it. If you can defeat me. What? Out of nowhere, a Pokémon that resembled a snowflake appeared and fired an ice beam at Hilda, who was able to jump out of the way in time. Hilda quickly pulled out her Pokédex. Cryogonal. The crystallizing Pokémon. Cryogonal is an ice-type Pokémon. They are composed of ice crystals. They capture prey with chains of ice, freezing the prey at -148 F. N-148 degrees. Hilda exclaimed. The cryogonal started to spin towards them. Dig, Lillipup. Lillipup dug out of the way, but the cryogonal continued its spin towards her and was about to hit her. To Hilda's surprise, the Roggenrola from before appeared and took the rapid spin meant for Hilda. This seemed to interest the man. I thought I had gotten rid of all the wild Pokémon here. Not to mention, taking the hit for a human. Lillipup appeared from the ground and attempted to strike the cryogonal. Cryogonal however easily avoided the attack. Is that the best you can do? Ice Beam. Cryogonal fired a beam of ice straight at Lillipup, freezing the puppy Pokémon and knocking it out. Return Lillipup. Go Gothita. Psybeam. Gothita appeared and immediately fired Psybeam straight at the cryogonal. Ice Beam. The cryogonal used Ice Beam and just went straight through the Psybeam, hitting Gothita directly and knocking her out. Thanks, return. Hilda returned Gothita and was about to use another Pokémon when the man spoke. We should introduce ourselves before we continue. My name is Zinzalin, the man bowed. I'm Hilda, Hilda said warily. Now that we have that out of the way, why do you compliment your Pokémon once they faint? They failed their duty, so what right do they have to be complimented? Hilda was caught off guard by the question. Well, their self-esteem would just decrease, and that's not right. I want to make sure they know how much I appreciate how well they did in battle. Humph. Now why don't you answer my question? What did you mean when you said you had gotten rid of all the wild Pokémon here? Zinzalin raised an arm, gesturing to a certain spot. Hilda could make out an ice block that suddenly fell into the water. Exactly what I meant. They are all probably at the bottom of the lake, no more air to breathe. These children are who you were struggling with? Air. How pathetic. Don't think we're weak. Ash exclaimed, Pidove flying in front of him. Whirlipede. The female guard sent out. Dwebble. The male guard sent out. Ash and Cheren both pulled out their Pokédex. Whirlipede. The Curlipede Pokémon. Whirlipede is a bug and poison-type Pokémon and is the evolved form of Venipede. Storing energy for evolution, it sits. But, when predators approach, it moves to stab them with poison spikes. Dwebble. The Rock-in Pokémon. Dwebble is a bug and rock-type Pokémon. When it finds a stone of a suitable size, it secretes a liquid from its mouth to open up a hole to crawl into. More bug-type Pokémon. Cheren muttered. Purloin, use assist. Purloin raised its hand and fired wind slashes at the two Pokémon. Let's make that a double air cutter. Ash exclaimed, fist pumping the air. Pidove also fired the wind slashes at the two Pokémon. The two attacks combined and resulted in a large and powerful air cutter. Into your shell, Dwebble. Dwebble duck into its shell. Let's get rolling, Whirlipede. Roll out. Whirlipede began rolling and the air cutters were just deflected off of Whirlipede. The air cutters were deflected off of Dwebble's shell. Whirlipede continued rolling and did a jump, getting a direct hit against Pidove. Pidove. Ash quickly caught Pidove, who was crashing into the ground. Thanks, you did a great job. Dwebble, bug bite. The Dwebble bit Purloin, dealing massive damage. Slash. Dwebble's pincers slashed at Purloin, knocking it out. Already? Cheren said, returning Purloin. Tepig. Come on out. Ash released Tepig, who was ready for a battle. I wasn't planning on using this Pokémon, but here we go. Timpole. Out from Cheren's Pokémon was a Pokémon that resembled a tadpole. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Timpole, the tadpole Pokémon. Timpole is a water-type Pokémon. By vibrating its cheeks, it emits sound waves imperceptible to humans and warns others of danger. What do you mean you weren't planning on using it? Ash asked, frowning slightly. As in I was planning on giving it to the professor, Cheren explained. Ash nodded. Oh, I get it. Let's finish this. Tepig, flame charge. Bubble beam. Tepig charged straight towards Whirlipede covered in fire and Timpole fired bubbles straight at Dwebble. Keep up the rollout, Whirlipede. Whirlipede continued its rolling and met Tepig head on. The bubble beam was able to knock out Dwebble right away. Come on, Tepig. You can do it. Don't you dare let up, Whirlipede. Allow me to assist you, Ash, Cheren said. Mud shot. Timpole fired two balls of mud at Whirlipede, causing it to stop its rollout, resulting in Tepig getting a direct hit and knocking it out. How is that fair? The female guard exclaimed, returning her Whirlipede. Cheren adjusted his glasses. Fair. In a double battle it is the duty of the other trainer to watch their partner's back. Not to mention we just fought your friends without a break. Ash stated, gesturing to the grunts behind the guards. It's not like they're strong enough to weaken any Pokémon, the male guard said, sending out another Pokémon. This time it was a Patrat. Ash, Cheren immediately stated. Ash turned to him. They clearly do not work well with each other. Let's try and mess them up. They're starting to bug me. Ash grinned and nodded. I like the way you think, Cheren. Herdier, go, the female grunt sent out. Tepig, use Ember at the Patrat. Ash commanded. Tepig fired pellets of fire straight at the Patrat, who started running to dodge it. Bubble Beam, Cheren commanded. Timpole attacked the area that Patrat was going to run to. This caused Patrat to start running in the opposite direction. Herdier, Thunderbolt on that Timpole. Herdier fired off a Thunderbolt straight to Timpole. Tepig, counter with Ember. Tepig did just that and it resulted in an explosion. Keep using Bubble Beam, Cheren said. Timpole kept chasing the Patrat around by firing bubble beams behind it. What is your pathetic Patrat doing? Herdier used Takedown on Timpole. Not yet. Tepig, Flame Charge. Tepig interrupted the takedown with another flame charge. The female guard gritted her teeth. Why are you so insistent on getting in my way? No reason, Ash responded with a grin, infuriating the female grunt even more. That's it. The male guard shouted suddenly. Patrat, crunch that Timpole. Patrat started to run towards Timpole, avoiding the bubble beams. Tepig. Get to Timpole quickly. Ash shouted. Tepig quickly ran over to his partner. You pick a fight then run. Herdier, Shadow Ball. Herdier fired a purple ball of dark energy at Tepig. Ash. Let's end this. Ash nodded. Timpole. Timpole used its tail to jump into the air and avoided Patriot's crunch. Timpole landed on Tepig's back and fired a mud shot at the incoming Shadow Ball. Tepig, tackle at that Patrat. Tepig tackled Patrat and sent it flying into the wall. Ash, you don't have to hold back. Ash looked at Cheren before nodding. Straight at Herdier. Flame Charge. Tepig used Flame Charge and ran straight to Herdier. Patrat. Help out Herdier with tackle. Patrat jumped from the wall it was sent into and charged at the running Herdier. Timpole, fire mud shot behind you, on the ground. Timpole turned around while on Tepig's back and fired mud shot on the ground resulting in an explosion and dust cloud. Take down, and don't you dare stop. Herdier once again the two Pokémon collided. Tepig, in the air. Tepig let up its attack and allowed Herdier to send him and Timpole into the air. What are they planning, the female guard wondered. She did not see the incoming tackle. From her partner's Patrat. What was that for? She looked at her partner who cowered in fear. Just get your Patrat on Herdier's back. That way you can't do anything stupid. The male guard nodded and instructed his Patrat to do just that, doing something similar to Tepig and Timpole. Cheren grew a small smirk. We did it, Ash. Ash didn't bother hiding his grin. Let them have it, Cheren. Timpole, Supersonic. Supersonic waves came out of Timpole's mouth and made contact with the two Pokémon. And now Herdier was trying to shake off Patrat while Patrat was scratching Herdier. Get your Patrat off my Herdier. What? You just told me to tell Patrat to get on your Herdier. Idiot. Do you not understand the situation? Our Pokémon are confused and are attacking each other. Ash and Cheren only watched as the two trainers and the two Pokémon continue to fight each other. Ash, go check up on Hilda. I'll deal with them. Ash nodded and returned Tepig. He then ran off. Man, Pikachu, for a new trainer, Cheren sure is something. Pikachu nodded, agreeing completely. I can't wait to battle him. Hilda's eyes widened and she started to tremble. She looked at the water, then back at the man. Did you really? The Roggenrola was also not happy with this, not in the slightest. From the hole inside Roggenrola, a rock formed and was shot straight at Cryogonal. Cryogonal was hit by one, then another, then another. Rock Blast. Super effective, and would have done some serious damage, if you weren't a weak wild Pokémon. Hilda clenched her right fist so hard that her nails ended up cutting her palm, resulting in blood dripping down her hand. You're horrible. She took out a Pokeball using her left hand. Pansear. Flame Burst. Pansear fired a fireball but the Cryogonal dodged easily. Pansear continued to fire flame bursts and Roggenrola joined in using Rock Blast but the Cryogonal kept dodging. Cryogonal has considerably more experience than you do. Icy Wind. Cryogonal created gusts of icy winds that was starting to freeze everything around them. PP Pansear. FF Flame Burst. Pansear fired a flame burst and hit Cryogonal directly, stopping the icy wind. Cryogonal however quickly flew back and used rapid spin, hitting Pansear into the air. Hilda quickly returned Pansear before Pansear could fall into the water. Phew. Thanks Pansear. AshxHilda. AshxHilda appeared, ready to fight with her Scalchop in hand. Is that your last Pokémon? Hilda looked at Zinzalin with gritted teeth. You do realize once your AshxHilda faints, you shall return the Pokémon I liberated. Hilda shook her head. Well, I'm not losing. Water gun. AshxHilda fired a torrent of water at Cryogonal, who simply dodged once more. Its movement is so unpredictable. Hilda noticed how the Roggenrola was also continuing to fire rock blasts. What if I can predict which direction Cryogonal will dodge the rock blast? Hilda whispered. Roggenrola. Can you use rock blast to the left, right, and below Cryogonal? Roggenrola nodded and did just that. This surprised Zinzalin. Cryogonal dodged all 3 rock blasts by flying upwards. Now AshxHilda. AshxHilda fired a water gun and landed the hit, making Cryogonal fall to the ground. A wild Pokémon listened to you. How interesting. And here I thought only our king could do that. You may end up being a thorn in Lord Getz's side. Zinzalin looked at his Cryogonal. Get up and use Ice Beam. Cryogonal fired a beam of ice straight at Hilda. AshxHilda's eyes widened and acted without thinking, taking the attack for Hilda. AshxHilda. Hilda caught her frozen AshxHilda and looked at it sadly. AshxHilda. It seems you have lost, Hilda glared at Zinzalin, hugging her frozen Pokémon tightly. I will never forgive you. Hilda shouted. Zinzalin didn't seem to care as he approached Hilda, who stepped back. I would like my liberated Pokémon back, as you were unable to defeat me. Hilda clutched the frozen AshxHilda even more, not willing to give up the liberated Pokémon in her bag. I see you do not like keeping your end of the deal. I don't like deal breakers. Zinzalin took another step forward and Hilda took another step back. The frozen block of ice in Hilda's arms started to shake and AshxHilda broke out and fired a water gun at Zinzalin. Zinzalin's Cryogonal took the hit for him. Thank you AshxHilda. Hilda adjusted her cap. Now, use Razor Shell. AshxHilda ran up to Cryogonal and delivered a horizontal slash. Roggenrola followed the attack with Headbutt. Rapid Spin. Cryogonal started to spin and charged straight at AshxHilda. Roggenrola once again blocked the attack. You're really defensive, aren't you? Hilda said as Roggenrola pushed back Cryogonal. Freeze that Roggenrola. Cryogonal used Ice Beam once more and aimed straight at Roggenrola. AshxHilda decided to return the favor and jump in front of Roggenrola, using her Scalchop to block the Ice Beam, though it was slowly being pushed back. Don't give up AshxHilda. Hilda encouraged her AshxHilda who was doing her best to stand her ground against the Ice Beam. What are mere words going to do? The fact is Cryogonal is much stronger than you. Encouraging it isn't going to do you any good. That's what you think. I'm not going to take advice from you. Keep going AshxHilda. Stop holding back Cryogonal. Show this child the truth of this world. Cryogonal started to increase the power but was suddenly hit by a rock blast. Nice shot Roggenrola. Hilda complimented. The Roggenrola danced before firing another rock blast at the Cryogonal. It has to be getting weak, I can see it's getting tired. Cryogonal, let's be done with the games. Cryogonal used the chain that extended from its mouth and grabbed Roggenrola. It then tossed Roggenrola straight at AshxHilda, knocking both Pokémon out. AshxHilda. Roggenrola. Hilda ran towards the 2 Pokémon. You two battled really hard. Return AshxHilda. And thanks Roggenrola. Hilda returned her AshxHilda and rubbed the top of Roggenrola. Zinzalin started to approach Hilda once more. Now you have been defeated. Give me your Pokémon. Hilda shook her head and stepped back again, no more room to step back. I don't understand. What makes you think Pokémon are happy by being separated from their trainers? You are a new trainer, are you not? So you do not understand our goal, or the words you are saying. I understand one thing for sure. Pokémon like being with humans. Perhaps, Zinzalin whispered very quietly. I have gotten tired of this. I have spent way too long here. Cryogonal. Hilda gasped as Cryogonal fired an ice beam straight at her. Hilda tried to run but Cryogonal was too quick. Hilda soon lost all form of feeling as her body became numb and her consciousness was gone. Cryogonal used its chain to grab Hilda and pull her over to Zinzalin. I wonder how far she would have gone with Pokémon coexisting alongside her. She reminds me of our king. But I thought Lord Getsis said. Hilda. Zinzalin and Cryogonal turned to the voice and saw Ash running across the ice bridge. That boy, so he was the one Lord Getsis referred to. Zinzalin looked at Ash's eyes which had a fire in them. Yes, I see the resemblance. Zinzalin turned to the frozen Hilda. He grabbed her by the head and held her up facing Ash, who stopped immediately. You, what did you do to her? Isn't it obvious? Frozen like the countless Pokémon at the bottom of this lake. Ash and Pikachu's eyes widened. What? So you must be a friend of this girl. Zinzalin raised her higher, making Ash clench his fist. Let her go. Cryogonal continued flying around the lake. You see, this girl broke our agreement. She should be punished, don't you think? Zinzalin moved and held Hilda above the lake. What do you think you're doing? Ash took a step forward, but Zinzalin lowered his arm slightly. Be careful, I get startled easily. I may end up dropping the poor girl into the cold water. You're horrible. Ash shouted and Pikachu's cheeks started to spark. Tell me, which do you care about more? Your Pokémon. Pikachu was about ready to shock the man. Or this girl. Zinzalin tapped Hilda's hat which was frozen over. Ash was about ready to explode. I care for both equally. They're both my friends. I see. So you two aren't as similar as Lord Getsis said, Zinzalin muttered before looking back at the girl. Now then, what shall I do with this girl? I have a feeling that she will only get in the way in the future, same with you. As soon as Zinzalin said that, Cryogonal appeared right in front of Ash and used Ice Beam. Pikachu was however quick enough and used Thunderbolt, sending Cryogonal to be sent flying back quickly. Pikachu, use Dash. Not so fast. Ash stopped immediately as Zinzalin lowered Hilda and her frozen feet were touching the water. You coward. Ash growled, Pikachu doing the same. If you want to save her, place all your Pokeballs on the ground. Ash immediately put his guard up and stepped back. Doing so resulted in Zinzalin lowering Hilda into the water. Ash closed his eyes and started to unclip each of his Pokeballs from his belt. This resulted in Zinzalin raising Hilda out of the water. Pikachu looked at Ash in surprise. Don't worry Pikachu. I'll figure something out. Pikachu nodded, trusting Ash's words. Ash slowly placed each one of his Pokeballs on the ground. Pikachu decided to also stand next to the 5 Pokeballs. Ash stepped in front of his Pokeballs and Pikachu. Now let Hilda go. Zinzalin snapped a finger. Ash felt a sudden chill behind him. He turned around and was shocked as Cryogonal appeared and froze all of Ash's Pokeballs and Pikachu as well as Ash's legs. Hey! What's the big idea? Ash tried to move but was stuck. Allow me to test you. Ashes watched as Zinzalin raised Hilda, before letting go of her head, dropping her into the lake. Time slowed down for Ash as he met Hilda's lifeless eyes falling into the lake. Before Ash knew it, he broke out of the ice and jumped into the lake after her. Zinzalin smirked and turned to the frozen Pikachu and Pokeballs. He started to walk over to them but was suddenly hit by a leaf tornado. Cheren pushed up his glasses and had a hateful expression on his face. I shall never forgive you. Snivy also glared at Zinzalin before glowing. Ash swam as fast as he could to Hilda who was sinking into the water like a rock. You can do it Ash. You've done something similar before. Ash thought to himself as he recalled a certain underwater temple. He reached Hilda quickly. He ignored the Pokémon that were at the bottom of the lake and grabbed Hilda. He held her close as he began to kick his legs, trying to make it back to the surface before he ran out of air. Ash reached the surface and struggled to keep afloat with Hilda. He could barely make out Cheren fighting Zinzalin, Cheren's Servine fighting Cryogonal. Ash focused on returning to land with Hilda and began to swim to the main part of the cave, away from the island. Cheren will save my Pokémon. I need to save Hilda. Ash soon made it to land with Hilda and coughed as he tried to compose himself. He looked at Hilda's scared yet lifeless expression. Ash touched her frozen hand. No doubt she's going to have a fever, maybe something even worse. Ash whipped his head back to the island. I need Tepig, but I can't leave her here. What if there are more members of Team Plasma? Ash saw an explosion and then noticed Cheren's figure stand triumphantly while Zinzalin was on his knees. Ash let out a sigh of relief. Cheren must have won. You will pay dearly for what you have done. Leaf Tornado. Cheren commanded his new Servine, who was also enraged. A mere grass-type move won't do you any good. Cryogonal, Ice Beam, Zinzalin commanded. Cryogonal fired an ice beam straight at the Leaf Tornado. Cheren pushed his glasses up as the two attacks collided, resulting in an explosion. Then how about this? Leaf Blade. Servine's tail glowed green and it quickly ran and slammed its tail against Cryogonal, sending it into the ground. Grab it with Vine Whip. Vines appeared out from behind Servine's neck and wrapped around the Cryogonal. Won't work, boy. Rapid Spin. The Cryogonal spun and was able to get out of the vines. Ice Beam. Cryogonal fired a beam of ice straight to Servine. Solar Beam. Servine fired an extremely powerful and bright beam which overpowered the ice beam and hit Cryogonal directly, knocking it out. Zinzalin fell to his knees. How? Solar Beam needs to be charged. He looked up and saw Cheren giving him a glare. Cheren turned around and picked up Ash's Pokeballs, the frozen Pikachu, and the fainted Roggenrola. You're not getting away. You shall pay for your crimes, Cheren said with a voice colder than Cryogonal. Zinzalin glared at Cheren, returning Cryogonal. He watched as Cheren made his way across the ice bridge with Servine following. Zinzalin then grew a small smile. We'll see about that. Zinzalin then disappeared into thin air, surprising Cheren. Did he teleport? Cheren asked before shaking his head. He quickly ran over to Ash and the frozen Hilda. I don't have a fire-type Pokémon, Cheren said, handing Ash his frozen Pokémon. Ash held up Tepig's Pokeball. If we can defrost Tepig, we can defrost everyone. Cheren rubbed his chin. If we can get rid of the ice in the part of the Pokeball that opens, then we can free Tepig. We will need something sharp. Ash nodded and looked around. He saw a sharp rock and immediately grabbed it. Will this do, Cheren? Cheren nodded and Ash began destroying the ice around Tepig's Pokeball. He was successful and Tepig appeared. Tepig looked at the situation and was shocked. Ember, now Tepig. Tepig nodded and used Ember to defrost Ash's Pokeballs, Pikachu, and Hilda. Ash placed his Pokeballs back on his belt and picked up Hilda. We need to get her to a hospital. Both Pikachu and Tepig jumped onto Ash's shoulder. Nacrene City should have won, Cheren said. Oh, first let me tell Bianca to get the girl out of here. She doesn't need to see this. Ash nodded and watched as Cheren used his X-Transceiver and talked with Bianca. He finished the conversation quickly and gave Ash a nod. Cheren picked up the fainted Roggenrola and the two made their way out of the cave. They exited the cave and noticed that the sun was going down. Has it been that long? Ash asked, looking up at the sky which was turning orange. It seems so. Let's hurry, we cannot afford to wait. Ash nodded and they ran as fast they could to Nacrene City. They entered the city and received various stares, but paid them no mind. Cheren asked for directions and the two were off. How is she? Ash asked, looking at Hilda who was sleeping on a hospital bed. It was currently around midnight when they arrived at the hospital. He was currently wearing a pair of sweatpants and a shirt with a Pokeball on it, as his clothes were soaked. The doctor looked at his clipboard. She'll be fine. Just give her a few days at the very least. Ash watched with a sad expression as Hilda was shivering slightly. Please leave and get some rest while we treat her. Ash nodded and walked out of the room. He saw Cheren and Bianca approach him. How is she? Cheren asked. Ash tried to smile. She'll be fine, he says. Has hypothermia or something. But give her a few days and she will be just fine. Bianca let out a breath of relief. Cheren just sat down on a seat against the wall. This is all my fault. If we had just finished our battle quicker instead of messing around. It's not your fault, Cheren. You did the best you could, right, Ash? Bianca looked at Ash, who nodded immediately. That's right, Cheren. It's none of our fault. It's that man's fault. Ash clenched his fist. Bianca nodded. Exactly. Bianca exclaimed before realizing where they were. Why don't we head back to the Pokémon Center? Ash and Cheren nodded and began making their way back in silence. I returned Wendy's Pokémon. You should have seen how happy she was. She really appreciated what you guys did for her. Ash and Cheren nodded but said nothing. Cheren suddenly punched the wall of a building, startling Bianca and Ash. Cheren. I have decided. I'm going to get stronger. I will become the champion. And I will make them pay. Bianca was shocked beyond belief, having never heard Cheren say something so angrily and passionate. Ash nodded, agreeing with Cheren's words. Yeah, getting stronger is definitely the way to go. Just remember, Cheren, your Pokémon are your partners. Without them, you won't be getting anything done. Cheren turned to Ash. Of course. I won't ever forget that. Not after what happened. The three stepped into the Pokémon Center and saw Nurse Joy still at the counter. She noticed the three and smiled. Ash, Cheren. Your Pokémon have made a healthy recovery. Audino approached the two with a cart. On the cart were 3 trays, one with 4 Pokeballs and Pikachu, one with 6 Pokeballs, and the other with 5 Pokeballs and Roggenrola. Pikachu jumped into Ash's arms and Ash hugged him before claiming his Pokeballs and Hilda's. The eggs were with Nurse Joy. Cheren took his Pokeballs and picked up the Roggenrola. Someone else entered the Pokémon Center just then. They turned around and saw Officer Jenny. Ash, Cheren. I have some questions for you too, she said immediately. The two weren't surprised, as they expected this. They went to sit at one of the tables. So it was Team Plasma that killed so many wild Pokémon? That's what the leader said. He said something about Pokémon frozen at the bottom of the lake, Ash said. Officer Jenny wrote that down in her notes. Do you know what his name? What he looked like? He had a purple cloak, gray hair, and has a cryogonal for a Pokémon, Cheren said. That doesn't help much, Officer Jenny sighed. Unfortunately, we cannot use your testimony to convict Team Plasma without proof. Cheren had a feeling this would happen and could only narrow his eyes. Ash and Bianca, on the other hand, were not happy with that. What? After how much Pokémon they killed, they're just going to get off scot-free. Ash shouted, Pikachu also shouting. Please, settle down. We couldn't find proof that it was Team Plasma who killed those Pokémon. The only reason we're not suspecting you three is because none of you have an Ice-type Pokémon. For all we know, they could have been killed by someone else. Ash was about to lash out but Cheren quickly placed a hand on his mouth. What will happen to the bodies of the Pokémon then? Officer Jenny looked down. They will be given proper burials at the Celestial Tower. Ash eventually calmed down and asked, Celestial Tower? Officer Jenny nodded. It's a grave site for Pokémon. It's located in West Unova. We'll definitely pay a visit when we're in the area, Cheren said. Officer Jenny stood up. Thank you for your time. It's quite late, I suggest you three get some rest. Officer Jenny then exited the Pokémon Center and left by her motorcycle. Bianca and Cheren stood up, ready to head to their rooms. Come on Ash, Bianca said. You need to rest. Ash looked up and noticed Bianca's worried expression. Cheren had already left. Yeah, I just need to make a quick call. Bianca nodded and left. Ash sighed and looked at Pikachu, whose ears dropped immediately after they left. I'm worried too, buddy. Ash went to the video phones. He dialed a number and waited. Eventually, a familiar woman in a lab coat appeared. Ash? What a surprise. I didn't expect you to call so late. Ash rubbed the back of his head. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Professor. Professor Juniper shook her head. Of course not. Now. What do you need? I would like to send a Pokémon over, Ash said, taking Pidov's Pokeball. Now. Ash nodded. Very well. Just put it in the transporter. As she said that, the transporter next to the phone opened. Ash placed Pidov's Pokeball in it and it was soon gone. Professor Juniper held it up for Ash to see. Thanks, Professor. If you don't mind, I need to call someone else. Professor Juniper nodded. It's fine, Ash. Best of luck to you and Hilda. With that, the call ended. So far luck hasn't been kind to us, Ash muttered before dialing another number. Ash? Another familiar woman in a lab coat was on the screen. Hi, Fennel. Ash greeted. Pikachu also waved from his shoulder. It's good to see you. How are you doing? To be honest, not so good. I was wondering if you could send Munna here. The moment Ash said Munna's name, Munna appeared on the screen. Fennel frowned. Oh dear. I'll send her to you immediately. Munna, return to your Pokeball. You're going back with Ash. Ash watched as Fennel returned Munna and placed it in her transporter. The transporter next to the video phone glowed and Munna's Pokeball was now there. Ash picked up Munna's Pokeball and showed it to Fennel. I got it. Thanks, Fennel. Fennel nodded. Anytime, Ash. I should let you go. Thanks again, Fennel. The video call ended. Ash looked at Pikachu. Well, hopefully no nightmares for us, huh buddy? Pikachu nodded and Ash headed to his room. When he entered, he noticed just how empty it was. There were 2 beds, but only Ash was staying in this room. We've never been alone, huh? Pikachu looked at Ash as Ash sat down on his bed. Misty, Tracy, May, Max, Dawn, Brock, Hilda. They have always been with us. Pikachu let out a sad cha as he sat on Ash's lap. Ash smiled softly as he scratched Pikachu between the ears. Pikachu let out cries of pleasure, making Ash's smile widen. Pikachu felt something wet hit his cheek and looked up to see tears flowing from Ash's eyes and the smile he had was gone. Pika. Ash stopped scratching Pikachu's head. I couldn't protect her, Pikachu. I promised her and her mother but I couldn't keep my promise. Pika. And those Pokémon, when I jumped in the lake, there were so many. Arg. Ash clutched his head at the memory. Too many unmoving bodies at the bottom of the lake. Pikapi. That's right, I have to. Ash went over to Hilda's bag and took out her 4 Pokeballs. He released each of the Pokémon. They each looked around for their trainer before looking at Ash with worried expressions. Hilda's currently in the hospital, but she'll be fine in a few days. Hilda's Pokémon let out breaths of relief at the news. They then noticed tears started to flow from Ash's eyes and looked at him worriedly. Ash fell on his knees. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help her. The Pokémon looked surprised at Ash's sudden breakdown. They had known him to be a strong, passionate trainer and the one who encouraged their trainer. Ash still couldn't get over the events that had just took place. Even with the encouragement from Pikachu. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists, the memories flowing through his mind once more. He opened his eyes when he felt a sudden wetness on hand. He opened his eyes and saw Lillipup liking his hand. Purloin went over to him and rubbed her head against his other hand. Oshawott and Gothita took a direct approach and tackled Ash, giving him a hug. Pansear only went over to Ash and patted his shoulder. Ash let out a chuckle. Hilda sure is lucky to have such amazing Pokémon. And you guys are lucky to have Hilda as a trainer. Ash rubbed his eyes with his arm and gave the Pokémon a smile. Thanks you guys. What do you say we pay Hilda a visit? Her Pokémon cheered but before Ash could return them, someone entered his room. Hey Ash, are you still up? Ash turned to the door and saw Cheren. Yeah, what's up Cheren? Cheren gestured to a small Pokémon next to him. This one just ran off and was trying to enter your room. Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the Roggenrola. He put his Pokédex away in his bag. Why? Cheren shrugged and the 2 trainers watched as Roggenrola approached Hilda's Pokémon. Do you guys know this Roggenrola? Ash asked. Hilda's Pokémon nodded and spoke. Ash turned to Pikachu. What did they say? Pikachu explained what they said and Ash nodded in understanding. So this Roggenrola fought alongside Hilda against that man? Hilda's Pokémon nodded and Cheren was surprised. Can you understand what Pikachu is saying? Ash rubbed the back of his head. Kind of. It's more like, I understand him rather than know what Pika means. I'm sure you can understand what your Pokémon say. The closer the bond, the better. I see. I have so much to learn. Well, good night Ash. Good night Cheren, Ash said, watching Cheren leave. He then returned Hilda's Pokémon. Hey Roggenrola, we're going to pay Hilda a visit. Want to come along? Roggenrola nodded and Ash put on his bag and exited his room. As Ash headed to the hospital, he turned to his partner on his shoulder. Do you think Hilda will want to continue traveling? Pikachu tilted his head. She went through so much. No doubt is she going to question her journey. He soon reached the hospital and quietly snuck into Hilda's room. He turned on the lights and looked around and noticed there wasn't a chair. He went into another room and took one of the chairs there and brought it to Hilda's room. He placed Roggenrola on the floor and Pikachu jumped down from his shoulder. She looks like she's having a nightmare, Ash said as Hilda had a contorted expression and looked like she was in pain. Ash pulled out a Pokeball and opened it and Munna appeared. Munna was happy to see him but noticed Hilda in the bed. She looked at Ash who gave her a small smile. We had a problem. But, can you eat her nightmare? Munna nodded and floated over to Hilda's head. Munna opened her mouth and Hilda's body glowed purple. Ash watched as Munna ate the purple glow around Hilda. Before long, the glow was gone and Hilda started to open her eyes. Ash felt like hitting himself for forgetting that once Munna eats someone's dreams, the person wakes up. Hilda opened her eyes and everything was blurry. She waited for her eyes to adjust but all she saw was a white ceiling. Which was soon blocked by a familiar pink Pokémon. Munna. Mun. Munna said happily before landing on Hilda's stomach. Hilda decided to turn to her side and saw her familiar raven-haired companion. Ash. Hey. How are you feeling? Ash asked awkwardly. Hilda giggled before giving Ash a smile. My head feels a little light but other than that, I'm fine. That's good to hear. Hilda decided to sit up but her hand was being held. Looking at her hand, her face could only heat up. Ash. You. Huh. Never mind. Hilda sat up against the wall. The movement made Ash realize where his hands were. Ash let go of Hilda's hand, his face heating up. Sorry. This feeling was new to him. He's touched many girls' hands and even stood next to some in breathing distance. Yet now he was embarrassed. Hilda meanwhile watched Ash curiously as his face turned red, then shake his head, then slap himself in the face. Hilda stifled a laugh. Ash, are you all right? Ash took his hand off his face and looked at Hilda. Seeing her amused expression, Ash rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I'm fine. Just, thinking about something. Hilda retained her amused expression and merely rose a brow. I see. So, what am I doing here anyways? Ash looked at her in surprise. You don't remember? Hilda hugged Munna and tried to think. All of a sudden, Munna opened her mouth and the familiar blue puff of smoke appeared in front of Hilda. Hilda, having never seen this before, looked on in amazement. Ash watched as the nightmare took place. It was much different from the real event, but that was to be expected from a nightmare. All of Hilda's Pokémon were scrawled out on the ground and she was in the air being strangled by the Cryogonal's chains. Zinzalin was a shadow with glowing red eyes. Hilda's Oshawott was able to save Hilda, but then the Cryogonal created a very sharp ice dagger and sent it straight at Oshawott. It went straight through Oshawott's scalchop and pierced Oshawott's heart. Ash cringed at the painful scream both Hilda and Oshawott let out. For a mere nightmare, it was scarily realistic. Torture had befallen her other Pokémon. The Cryogonal had held Lillipup's head underwater, drowning him. It froze Gothita before destroying her. It then strangled both Purloin and Pansear at the same time. Even the egg was crushed and the baby Pokémon would never have been born. Ash's eyes widened as him and Pikachu were next. The two were frozen together in a similar way to how Hilda was. Even more similar was him and Pikachu being dropped into the water. It seemed that was the point where Mana ate the dream, as it had ended and the blue puff of smoke was in the air. Ash and Pikachu were stunned at what they just witnessed. A horrible nightmare. Ash wished he would have made it sooner and saved Hilda from the agony of that nightmare. He turned to Hilda and saw her and Mana hugging each other tightly. Mana was clearly frightened, and to Ash's surprise, it was Hilda comforting Mana. "It's okay, Mana, it's only a nightmare." Ash and Pikachu looked at each other, then back at Hilda. Hilda noticed the stares and looked at them with a smile. "So that's how dream mist works, huh?" Hilda tilted her head and gave Ash a smile. "You don't have to worry about me, Ash. Nightmares don't bother me. They're only there to get you down. To hinder you. And they aren't real." Ash blinked before looking back at the puff of smoke. "But it still must have hurt you in some way. To even have this nightmare in the first place. I'm still scared." Hilda watched as Mana floated from her arms and landed on Ash's head. "That battle was really scary. He attacked not just my Pokémon, but me as well. But I guess this proves that the world isn't black and white." Ash remained quiet and Hilda continued. "But does that mean it's gray? I don't know. There's still so much I need to learn about the world. And that's why." Hilda looked at Ash with a determined expression. "I want to continue traveling with you, Ash." Ash could see so many emotions in her eyes. Emotions he was all too familiar with. He also saw slight fear in her eyes. Ash wanted to rid that fear. Placing his hand on hers was a start, and he noticed Hilda's face heat up. "I'm glad. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure you never go through something like that again." Hilda could hear the guilt in Ash's voice and responded by placing her other hand on Ash's, feeling his skin warm up. "It wasn't your fault, Ash. Not yours, or Cheren's. I'm actually happy you trusted me to get the job done. Yeah, and you did great. Wendy was really happy when we gave her back her Pokémon. Bianca told her it was all thanks to you and told us that she really wants to see you." Hilda nodded and let go of Ash's hand. Ash suddenly remembered the Pokémon at the bottom of the bed. He picked up Roggenrola and placed him on the bed. "This little guy came here to see you." Hilda looked surprised. "Oh. You're the Roggenrola that fought with me." Hilda put a hand on Roggenrola and rubbed him. "What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? He came to see how you're doing." Ash explained and Roggenrola nodded. "Ah, thank you, Roggenrola." Hilda then recalled the events at Wellspring Cave, and her smile disappeared. "Oh, but you're friends." Roggenrola looked down. Pikachu patted Roggenrola, who looked at Pikachu in appreciation. "Officer Jenny said they were going to take the Pokémon to a place called Celestial Tower," Ash told Hilda. "Oh, that's pretty far from here," Hilda said before looking back at Roggenrola. "So what are you going to do now, Roggenrola?" Roggenrola just looked down at the bed, thinking. Ash got an idea just then. "Why don't you join us? We'll probably visit Celestial Tower one day." Roggenrola looked at Ash, and while they couldn't tell, Roggenrola was surprised at the offer. He looked at Hilda, who gave him a smile. Roggenrola did a jump, agreeing to the offer. Hilda clapped her hands. "That's great, Roggenrola. Who do you want to be your trainer?" Isn't that obvious, Hilda? "It would be you." Hilda blinked and Ash explained. "Well, he fought alongside you and came to see how you're doing. No doubt he would prefer to join you, am I right?" Ash looked at Roggenrola, who jumped again, agreeing with Ash. Ash put down his bag and pulled out a Pokeball and handed it to Hilda. Hilda accepted it and tapped Roggenrola's head. Roggenrola was SCKED into the Pokeball, which shook 3 times before clicking. "I never expected to catch a Pokémon like this," Hilda laughed before handing Ash Roggenrola's Pokeball. Ash laughed as well, taking Roggenrola's Pokeball and placing it inside his bag. "I recommend you send one of your Pokémon to Professor Juniper. A trainer can only hold 6 Pokémon at a time." I only have 5 though." "Yeah, but when your egg hatches you won't be able to catch the Pokémon." "Oh. That would be bad." Ash nodded before pulling out Hilda's Pokémon. "These guys were really worried about you." After letting Hilda's Pokémon see Hilda, Ash returned them and left the hospital. He turned to Pikachu who was on his shoulder. Hopefully the doctors will release her tomorrow. Pikachu nodded in agreement before sensing something. Ash noticed Pikachu's ears straighten. What's up, buddy? Pikachu jumped off of Ash's shoulder and ran to the north. Ash quickly gave chase and soon ended up in front of a large building. It was very big and had large windows. It looked modern yet ancient, with various pillars but were renovated to match the current era. Pikachu stood in front of Ash, staring at the entrance. Ash noticed a shadow looking up at the building. The shadow was standing underneath the roof that extended slightly, so the shadow was hidden from the moonlight. The shadow turned around and stepped forward. Ash's eyes widened at the person and he and Pikachu relaxed. N, what are you doing here so late? Ash asked, approaching N. N pulled down his cap. Ash, do you care about Pokémon? Immediately, Ash responded. Of course I do. I love Pokémon. Ash then noticed the small Pokémon in N's arms. It was small and Ash could only see white. It looked like it was sleeping. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. What's that Pokémon? Vanillite. The fresh snow Pokémon. Vanillite is an ice-type Pokémon. Theoretically, this Pokémon formed from icicles bathed in energy from the morning sun. Their breath is -58 F. Ash put away his Pokédex. Wow, that's an awesome Pokémon. N said nothing as the Vanillite started to stir. Vanillite looked up at N. Vanil. N looked down at Vanillite. Shoo, go to sleep, friend. You need to sleep. Vanillite did just that and Ash watched, impressed. Wow N, you're really good with Pokémon. Ash then recalled his previous encounter with N, so is it true? Can you really speak with Pokémon? I hear their voices. I understand their feelings. The hurt, the sadness. Ash said nothing before looking at Pikachu. You know, I can understand Pikachu. N looked up, surprised. I don't know exactly what he says, but I can understand him. Pikachu jumped back onto Ash's shoulder and let out a cry in agreement, saying it was the same way for him. And he understands me as well. Ash turned back to N who regained his neutral expression. I bet you don't hear sadness in Pikachu's voice. No. I don't. Ash grinned. See? There's no need to separate people from Pokémon. Those Team Plasma guys are completely wrong on that. N's eyes narrowed. Ash, what do you wish for Pokémon? Do you wish for them to be happy? Ash suddenly was on guard. N was mysterious, and Ash had no idea what to expect. Of course I want them to be happy. N said nothing. He started to walk away. Ash watched him walk away to his left and into the shadows. Ash saw a familiar pair of blue eyes stare at him before N disappeared completely. Wait. Ash ran in the direction N was heading in and ended up exiting the city and entering wetlands. Ash saw the pair of blue eyes and continued running, following the eyes. Ash ran up some slopes and was now on top of a cliff, with N in front of him, still holding Vanillite. What's the big idea, N? N was standing near the edge and overlooking a forest. The moon was still high in the sky and was behind N. N turned around and suddenly 3 Pokémon jumped in front of him. 2 were a Pidove and a Timpole. The other one was new to him and Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Timburr. The muscular Pokémon. Timburr is a fighting-type Pokémon. Always carrying squared logs, they help out with construction. As they grow, they carry bigger logs. Ash put his Pokédex into his bag and then spoke. I want to see things no one can see. The truths of Pokémon inside Pokeball. The ideals of how trainers should be. And a future where Pokémon have become perfect. Do you feel the same, Ash? Ash blinked and looked at Pikachu then back at N. I have no idea what you're talking about. Truth of Pokeballs. Trainers' ideals. That doesn't make sense. No one is the same. N pulled down his cap. I expected more from you. I wonder, are you able to see the future I can see? Allow me and my friends to test you. A battle? Right now? N didn't respond and Ash looked at Pikachu who shrugged. Ash turned back to N and took one of his Pokeballs out of his bag. Let's make this a triple battle, N suddenly said. Ash looked at N, confused. A triple battle? A battle using 3 Pokémon at once, N explained. Whoa, that sounds like a lot of fun. Ash grabbed 2 more Pokeballs from his bag. He tossed them all up in the air and the 3 Unova starters appeared. N observed the 3 starters. Snivy caught his attention. Snivy, you appear to distrust humans. So you must share my feelings. Snivy didn't respond but just retained her stance. Ash also didn't say anything, already having suspecting that. Shall we begin, then? Ash nodded and called out an attack. Snivy, Leaf Tornado against the Tympole. Tepig, use Flame Charge against Timburr. Oshawott, use Water Gun against Pidove. Razor Wind, Pidove. Bubble Beam, Tympole. N commanded. Pidove avoided Oshawott's water gun and fired 2 blades of wind straight at the Leaf Tornado and countered it. Tympole then stopped Tepig's Flame Charge with Bubble Beam, super effective in stopping Tepig's charge. Now Timburr, hit Oshawott with your log. Timburr ran up to Oshawott, ready to smack Oshawott with the wooden log. Ash was doing his best to keep up with everything happening. Oshawott, fight back with Razor Shell. Oshawott and Timburr were now fighting in close combat. Tepig, get up and use Ember straight at Pidove. Snivy, make sure Tympole doesn't get in the way and use Vine Whip. Pidove, use Gust at the Ember. Timburr, protect Tympole. Timburr knocked Oshawott's Scowl Chop away and ran in front of Tympole, knocking the Vine Whip away. Pidove flapped its wings creating a gust of wind and blowing the Ember back and hitting Snivy. Oh no! Snivy! Ash shouted as Snivy was struggling to stand up from the Ember. Oshawott, defend Snivy and counter anything with Water Gun. Tepig, Flame Charge at Tympole. N seemed slightly surprised at the command but then recalled the battle back in Accumula town and regained his composure quickly. Tympole, Bubble Beam at Tepig once more. Pidove, Air Cutter at Oshawott and Timburr used Chip Away at Oshawott as well. Tympole fired a spray of bubbles straight at the charging Tepig. To the side. Tepig avoided the Bubble Beam by dodging the attack and was able to land a direct hit against Tympole and was knocked out. However, by focusing solely on Tympole, Ash neglected N's other 2 Pokémon. Oshawott countered Pidove's Air Cutter with Water Gun but was struck down by Timburr strikes. Ash returned Oshawott. Thanks Oshawott. You did great. N rubbed Tympole's head then looked back at the other Pokémon. Finish Snivy. Air Cutter, Pidove. Wake Up Slap, Timburr. Pidove fired wind slashes from the air towards Snivy and Timburr charged from the ground. Tepig. Use Flame Charge at Timburr. Tepig ran straight to Timburr with enhanced speed from the previous flame charges. Snivy, Leaf Tornado to counter Air Cutter. Snivy was able to counter the Air Cutter with Leaf Tornado, but then Pidove appeared right in front of Snivy and hit her directly, body surrounded by streams of wind. Snivy. That was Aerial Ace. Ash was going to return Snivy when an explosion caused Ash to turn towards Tepig who had charged into a rock. Meanwhile, N turned to Snivy, who was on the ground unable to stand. Your trainer has failed you in this battle. Do you still want to stick with him? Snivy got up and glared at N. The two stared at each other before N turned to Timburr who was hiding behind the rock Tepig crashed into. Interesting. Very well. I looked forward to see your conclusion. Timburr, rock throw. Timburr picked up the rock it was hiding behind and threw it straight at Tepig. Ash's eyes widened as Tepig was on the ground, unconscious. Ash returned both Snivy and Tepig to their Pokeballs. Thank you both. You fought hard. Ash put the Pokeballs into his bag and let out a sigh before rubbing the back of his head. Man, triple battles really are hectic. I really had a hard time keeping up with all that. Ash looked towards N who crouched down to the 3 Pokémon. He handed each of the Pokémon an orange berry. Thank you friends. The 3 Pokémon cheered and left. N turned back to Ash. Even though I was victorious, I still am not able to see the future. It appears the world is still to be determined. Ash walked up to N, I don't think anyone can see the future. Things can always change. N looked thoughtful at Ash's words. That is exactly what I plan to do. I plan on changing the world. But I need power to do so. Power enough to make anyone agree with me. N walked over to the edge of the cliff. Now I know what power I need. Reshiram. The legendary Pokémon that, along with the hero, created the Unova region. It's my turn to become that hero. And you and I will be friends. Reshiram. Ash echoed, the name completely unfamiliar to him. N turned around, ready to leave, when suddenly a large purple and black Pokémon appeared from behind them. What's that Pokémon? Scolipede, did we disturb you? N asked, approaching Scolipede. The Scolipede roared, making N step back. Why can't I hear your voice? Scolipede. N. Get away. Ash shouted. Scolipede stomped the ground, resulting in a cliff part Ash was standing on to break. Ash and Pikachu screamed as they fell down into the forest. Ash! N exclaimed, running to the edge of the cliff, Ash now out of sight. N heard footsteps and turned around, seeing a familiar green-haired man. Getsis. What is the meaning of this? Getsis returned Scolipede into its Pokeball. I am merely ridding a potential threat. You must never utter the name of the legendary dragon around anybody. Soon the gym leaders and Elite Four will get curious and then they will become a hindrance in our plans. N turned back to the cliff. I understand. But, what did you do to that Scolipede? I couldn't hear his voice. Getsis just walked away, a small smile on his face. I did nothing. Ash was screaming as he and Pikachu were falling. Ash quickly grabbed a branch with one arm and Pikachu with his other arm. Ash was now holding onto a tree branch high above the ground. Ash used his strength and climbed up onto the tree. He and Pikachu looked down. Man, we're really high up. Ash looked back up at the cliff. I sure hope N is okay. Pikachu said, saying N will be fine. Yeah, he's really strong. He's only used wild Pokémon against us. I want to battle his Pokémon. Ash fist pumped before figuring out a way to get down. I wonder where we are. We can't be that far from Nacrene City. And even if we had Pidove with us, it's too dark for her to fly. Let's see, the cliff is right in front of us, so Nacrene City would be, that way. Let's go Pikachu. Ash pointed in a direction and began. Pikachu watched as Ash started to walk deeper into the forest. Pika. Ash turned to Pikachu. What's up Pikachu? Pikachu ran off in another direction. Hey. Pikachu. Ash ran off after Pikachu, jumping over branches and tree roots before finding his way back into Nacrene City. Stop resisting, Landorus. Cassidy of Team Rocket said, watching a large, orange, muscular Pokémon struggling inside a transparent box. The box was made of psychic power which prevented escape from any Pokémon. That didn't mean any Pokémon captured would not try and escape. Landorus continued to thrash about inside the box. Bill. Hurry up and get Landorus to stop struggling. Butch was typing on a laptop that connected to the cage. It's Butch. And it's hard to torture a Pokémon that has two weaknesses but aren't necessarily harmful. Not to mention it's a legendary Pokémon. Cassidy approached the cage and entered a stare down with Landorus. We can't proceed with our plans until you shut up and stop rebelling. So why don't you quiet down? Landorus responded by trying to tackle her but was unable to get out. It's a good thing this Landorus is so pathetically weak compared to other legendary Pokémon. If we were going up against a Kyogre or Dialga, we would be so screwed. Even a Celebi could probably break out of this cage. Landorus this time fired a hyper beam but was blocked by the cage. I see, by taunting it, you're causing it to exert all of its energy. Cassidy nodded and smirked at Landorus who was panting and glaring. You going to calm down now? Landorus responded with another hyper beam, once again unable to actually affect the barrier. At this point the Landorus was completely exhausted. Well Bobbery. Butch brought up another window. It's Butch. Landorus has less than 15% of its energy. Those hyper beams along with its anger took a lot out of it. Good. So now we need to find Tornadus and Thundurus. As well as the reveal glass. Too bad we were somehow found out. Now the entire police force is extremely cautious. I wonder how they became aware of us. I would have thought we have been doing a good job concealing our presence, Cassidy said, walking over to another laptop. I wonder if someone else found it. Cassidy continued typing on her laptop, but Butch continued. I mean, we were told Landoris was guarding it, but it's nowhere to be found. So you think someone may have gotten to it first? That's ridiculous. Don't you think Landoris would have noticed if someone waltzed up to it and took its precious reveal glass? That's what I thought was strange. So what if Landoris has a friend? Cassidy raised a brow. That ugly mug has friends? Ignoring her quip, Butch continued. And if that's the case, someone must have the reveal glass. The question is, who? That's a pretty big question. Don't tell me we have to rob every single person in Unova. Ugh. Let's report this to the boss. Hilda yawned as she woke up much later. She looked at the window next to her bed and saw the sun was already high in the sky. The door opened and Hilda saw two doctors enter her room. Ah, you're awake, the doctor said before looking at his clipboard. You're going to be fine, but just to be sure, we're going to have you stay for another night. Hilda nodded and the doctors left after explaining some health stuff that she didn't really understand, and Hilda was alone once more. Suddenly extremely bored, Hilda looked outside her window once more. Judging how she could see the top of some trees, she deduced that she was on a higher floor. So bored. Hilda put her hands on her face before feeling a familiar warmth. She immediately raised her head and looked at her hands. They were warm for some reason and she could feel her face also heating up. Please don't tell me I'm still sick. Just then the door swung open, startling Hilda. She looked towards the door and saw a familiar green beret. Hilda. Hilda regained her composure as Bianca raced over to her bed and hugged her. Honestly. You barge in without knocking. What if she was still asleep? Hilda looked over Bianca's shoulder and saw Cheren walk over to them. Bianca turned to Cheren and gave him a glare. Well, she's awake, so you can't say, what if? Cheren only shook his head. I can say that because she very well could have been woken up thanks to you. Hilda smiled as her two childhood friends bantered like always. It felt like she was a kid back in Nuvema town, just hanging out without a care in the world. Cheren sighed and turned to Hilda. So how are you feeling? Bianca turned to Hilda and blinked, as if she forgot Hilda was even there. Hilda laughed, as that would happen so often when they were kids. I'm just fine, Cheren. I really want to get out of here though, Hilda sighed. Cheren spoke after a minute of silence. You've changed, you know. Hilda looked at him curiously. You used to be quiet and patient. Hilda wondered if she had really changed. She did find herself getting a little hyperactive at times, and she definitely likes talking to others much more. She gave Cheren a smile as well. You've changed too, you know. I don't think so. I agree with Cheren. He's the same as always, still so boring and stupidly smart, Bianca stated, and soon another argument was in place. Hilda laughed before wondering if it was too early to be making that judgment. Anyways, where's Ash? Hilda asked. She had expected him to be with them. The two looked at each other before looking back at Hilda. He wasn't in his room when I went to check on him this morning, so I assumed he was already here, Cheren said. Hilda furrowed her brow, wondering where her friend was. She was about to tell them of his late-night visit but decided against it. Well, he didn't come visit. And he wasn't at the gym either, Bianca said, crossing her arms. Hilda looked at Bianca surprised. Gym. Her two rivals nodded, both pulling out their badge case and opening it. Inside were two badges. The trio badge and a purple rectangle badge. We already defeated the Nakreen City gym leader and got our badges. We didn't see Ash there. Hilda was still shocked. Her friends had already gotten their second badge in just one morning. Wow. You guys are incredible. Bianca's smile widened at the praise while Cheren merely pushed up his glasses. Not necessarily. We won using only basic strategies. Speak for yourself. That fight was difficult. Bianca exclaimed. So what Pokémon does the gym leader use? Hilda asked, hoping to gather some information. Before Cheren could speak, Bianca spoke. You'll have to find out for yourself. It's more fun when you have no idea what to expect. Cheren turned to Bianca and raised a brow. It would be advantageous if she knew what she was up against. I don't see any reason not to tell her. Before Bianca could say something, Hilda intervened. Don't worry, Cheren. I'll be just fine. I was able to defeat you after all. Cheren pushed his glasses up. I've gotten much stronger in the short time since our battle. But I won't doubt your skills. Hilda grinned and nodded. Exactly. And I'm only going to get stronger. Good. I suppose we should find Ash then, Cheren said, turning to Bianca. Bianca nodded and the two left Hilda, who immediately became bored once again. So, where do you think Ash is? Bianca asked as she and Cheren exited the hospital. His door was unlocked and empty, implying he either left early or never returned. Never returned? But didn't you deliver the wild rug'n'rolla to his room? Bianca asked and Cheren nodded. He must have left early. But where could he be if Hilda didn't know? Cheren. Bianca. Cheren and Bianca turned around and to their surprise they saw Ash and Pikachu run towards them. Hey guys, were you just visiting Hilda? Yes. But where were you? You weren't in your room this morning and you didn't come to visit Hilda. Cheren stated. Ash's sweat dropped at Cheren's expression and turned to Bianca, who just sighed. I gave Hilda's Pokémon to Nurse Joy, then I went to get something to eat. Let's just say I had a long night. Ketchum, I see. Cheren pushed his glasses up. So what is your plan for today? Ash furrowed his brows and put a hand to his chin. Before he could speak, Bianca spoke. Why don't you go and have some battles at the battle club? Ash's eyes lit up for a second at Bianca's suggestion. That sounds great. Some training would be good before our gym battle. Huh, Pikachu? Pikachu nodded in agreement. Great. We'll show you the way. Bianca exclaimed and the three headed off towards the battle club. Here we are. Bianca exclaimed, stretching her arms in front of the entrance. Ash looked up, noticing that it looked exactly like the battle club in Accumula town. Heh, just like the Pokémon centers. Entering, the three saw a familiar face. Yep. Definitely like a Pokémon center. Pikachu agreed as they approached the front counter and the man behind it, Don George. Well, if it isn't Cheren and Bianca. Good to see you two back for some more battling. Oh. And who's this? Hi, I'm Ash from Kanto and this is my partner Pikachu. Don George looked at the two of them, interested. Well met, Ash. I'm Don George, head of this Air Battle Club. And Pikachu. I hope you're as strong as you look. Ash responded with a fist pump. You know it. We've been in more battles than I can count. I guess that means you can't count. Huh. They all turned to the side and saw a brunette with an orange sweater and a teal-colored digital camera around his neck. The boy approached Ash and started taking pictures of Ash's Pikachu. What are you doing? The boy eventually stopped and took a step back. Taking some pictures. What else? Don George laughed. Ash, Bianca, Cheren. This is Trip. A new trainer, but extremely talented. He takes pictures of Pokémon he encounters for the memories. Really? That's pretty cool. Nice to meet you, Trip, Ash said. Humph, likewise. Was all Trip said before turning to Don George. Thanks for letting me train some more, Don George. I'll be heading to Castelia now. Don George nodded. Be safe. It's quite a journey. Wait. How about a battle? You sound like you're strong. Please. I don't have time to face someone from the boonies. Ash blinked as the insult just flew over his head. But he still recognized the tone nonetheless. What did you say? There's no point in battling someone who is from the middle of nowhere, Trip said before walking past Ash and heading to the exit. Bianca decided to enter the conversation. Wait. When someone challenges you to a battle you can't just say no. Trip only gave Bianca an even stare before turning to Ash. Fine. How many badges do you have? Ash was surprised by the question. Huh. Just one, why? Trip made an expression, one resembling disgust. What? Only one? Never mind. You are not even worth my time. What? Ash exclaimed. Then how many do you have? I have 2. More than you. What? You only have 1 more than me. That doesn't mean anything. Ash exclaimed, Pikachu also shouting. It means that I am stronger than you. Get another badge and we'll see. Though by the time you get another badge, I probably will have 4. Trip put his hands in his pockets and continuing to head to the exit, leaving Ash enraged, but he quickly calmed down. Hold it. Cheren decided to finally speak. You talk tough, but you only have 2 badges. You're still a novice, just like me. So I would like to challenge you myself. What did you say? I may only have 2 badges, but I'm a lot stronger than you think. I'm what they would call a prodigy. Trips got that right. They all turned to Don George, who was in front of one of the PCs. They walked over to him and looked over his shoulder. This is a record of every trainer's battle results here in Unova. Really? You can track that? Ash asked, surprised. Don George nodded. Yup. All you need to do is register a transceiver with the Unova Battle Network. Then every time you enter a battle, you select IR on the interface and you will then enter the information of the battle, such as how many Pokémon you're using and if it's a single battle, double battle, etc. Ash raised his left arm and looked at his transceiver. Wow, Unova is incredible. Trip saw this and rolled his eyes. Don George clicked some keys and soon Trip's portrait was on screen. Here it shows Trip's recorded information. 24-1 is his win-loss ratio. Ash and Bianca's eyes widened at that while Cheren's expression remained neutral. Wow, that's pretty crazy, don't you think, Cheren? Bianca said, turning to Cheren. Humph. It's impressive, sure. But that doesn't mean you can just talk down to a trainer. Cheren turned back to Trip. So do you accept my challenge or not? Trip and Cheren stared evenly for a minute before Trip shrugged. Whatever. I hope you realize what you're getting into. Cheren nodded and they were all off to the battlefield. Ash and Bianca headed over to the side while Cheren and Trip went to their respective sides. We're going to record this match. Cheren nodded and they both inputted the proper information on their transceivers. How's a 3-on-3 match sound? Cheren asked. Whatever, won't change the outcome, Trip replied, finishing inputting the information. Don George approached the referee box. This will be a 3-on-3 battle between Trip and Cheren. Let the battle begin. Cheren realized that Trip was waiting for him to send out a Pokémon. Pidove. Cheren sent out his Pidove. The Pokémon made Trip frown. A Pidove? Are you kidding me? Let's go Frillish. Out of Trip's Pokeball appeared a blue jellyfish-like Pokémon. In unison, Cheren and Ash pulled out their Pokédex. Frillish. The floating Pokémon. Frillish is a water and ghost-type Pokémon. They paralyze prey with poison, then drag them down to their lairs, 5 miles below the surface. Bianca shivered at the entry. That's a creepy Pokémon. Do you think Cheren can beat it? Bianca asked Ash. Of course he will. This is Cheren we're talking about. Ash exclaimed with certainty. Bianca laughed before turning back to the battlefield. Yeah, you're right. Cheren was always one to get things right. No matter what. Back on the battlefield, Cheren put away his Pokédex. Let's begin with Air Cutter, Pidove. Protect. A barrier surrounded Frillish and the blades of wind from Air Cutter were not effective. Now, Water Pulse. Creating a ball of water, Frillish counterattacked by shooting the ball of water and hitting Pidove directly. Pidove dodged instinctively, with no command. Air Cutter. Pidove immediately used Air Cutter and landed a direct hit against Frillish. Frillish was sent flying by the attack, surprising Trip. How can that have done so much damage? Frillish. Use Water Pulse. At the side, Bianca tilted her head and crossed her arms. How come they keep using the same attack? Ash turned to her and showed her his Pokédex. Frillish is a ghost type, so normal. Type attacks can't affect ghost type Pokémon. It's the same the other way around. Ghost attacks can't hurt normal type Pokémon. Great, am I going to have to remember all of this complicated stuff? Bianca complained before looking defeated. Ash only sweat dropped. Don't worry, soon it will be second nature to know your types. The two turned back to the battlefield where the two Pokémon keep trading attacks. Every now and then Frillish would use Protect, but would occasionally get hit. Pidove on the other hand had no problem avoiding Frillish's attack, and it wasn't before long where Frillish collapsed. Frillish is unable to battle. Pidove wins. Don George called out. Trip returned his Frillish and looked over at Cheren. Not bad. But your Pidove won't stand a chance against Dash. Trip was interrupted by Pidove, who let out a cry before glowing. Bianca stood up and her eyes widened. What's happening to Pidove? Ash also stood up but grinned. Pidove's evolving. Everyone watched in anticipation as Pidove transformed and grew. Soon a new, much taller light gray bird was in Pidove's place. Ash and Cheren pulled out their Pokédex. Tranquil. The wild pigeon Pokémon. Tranquil is a normal and flying type Pokémon. Many people believe that, deep in the forest where Tranquil live, there is a peaceful place where there is no war. Bianca clapped her hands. That's great, Cheren. Cheren let out a small smirk as he stared at Trip's shocked expression. You were saying. Trip quickly regained composure and tossed a Pokeball in the air. I was saying, your Tranquil won't stand a chance against my Tranquil. Trip's own Tranquil appeared on the battlefield, letting out a loud cry. We'll just see about that. Tranquil, Air Cutter, Cheren commanded. Tranquil summoned razor-like winds at Trip's Tranquil, the Air Cutter obviously much stronger than it was when Tranquil was a Pidove. That's not going to do much, double team. Trip's Tranquil suddenly multiplied, the Air Cutter hitting a fake. Air Cutter. The many Tranquils fired Air Cutters at Cheren's Tranquil. Only one is real, so use your new move, Detect. Cheren's Tranquil immediately avoided the real Air Cutter. Analyzing the angle of the Air Cutter that Tranquil avoided, Cheren called out his next attack. Quick attack at the Tranquil to your left and above. Tranquil flew with white light around it, hitting Trip's Tranquil directly. Ash watched in amazement. Sure, compared to tournaments this wasn't outstanding, but these were trainers with 2 badges. Just 2. Ash knew for sure that he wasn't as impressive when he obtained his 2nd badge. Speaking of which, one day I will earn my keep for that badge. And many others. Work up Tranquil. Trip called out, and his Tranquil glowed, powering up. While he's vulnerable, strike with a final Air Cutter. Using the opening, Cheren's Tranquil released some more razor-like winds and they hit Trip's Tranquil directly, sending him to the ground, unconscious. Tranquil is unable to battle. Tranquil wins. Cheren's Tranquil wins. Don George called out. Trip looked shocked by the outcome and returned his Tranquil. How? Your Pidove just evolved. Cheren glanced at Ash. You need to know when to use the right moves and take any opportunity given. Humph. I'll keep that in mind. I hate to do this, but I forfeit. Both Ash and Bianca stood up from the side bench and shouted, What? My last Pokémon is Servine, who is weak against Tranquil. Servine would lose that battle. That's basic knowledge. Ash shook his head. Just because a Pokémon has a disadvantage in type doesn't mean that it can't win. Trip ignored Ash and started to leave. Before he left, he turned to Cheren. You're not half bad. I expect a rematch. Cheren returned his Tranquil and nodded. Of course. When Trip left, Bianca immediately glared at the door. He's a real JRK, huh guys? I wouldn't judge him. He's a strong trainer. Bianca turned to Cheren and sighed. Ash just continued to stare at where Trip left. I am definitely going to battle him the next time we meet. And to do that, I need my gym badge. With that, Ash ran outside of the battle club and raced towards the gym. Of course, without a map he had no idea where he was going. I forgot to ask Cheren and Bianca where the gym is. Excuse me. Ash called out to a young girl. Do you happen to know where the gym is? You must be new. Alright, I'll tell you, if you battle me. The young girl said, grabbing one of her Pokeballs and holding it out. Ash was surprised at first but quickly grinned. Fine by me. I'll consider this as a warm-up. A warm-up? How insulting. A one-on-one battle then? Works for me. Ash then realized he had no idea who he was about to battle. Oh yeah. What's your name? I can tell you aren't too popular with the ladies judging by your attitude. But I'm Dai. Dai tilted her head. What's your name? I'm Ash, from Kanto. This is my partner Pikachu. Now let's get started. After watching Cheren battle trip, Ash was psyched for some battles. From Kanto? That's far. Well, I won't disappoint then, go Petalil. Out from Dai's Pokeball appeared a green plant bulb Pokémon. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Petalil. The bulb Pokémon. Petalil is a grass-type Pokémon. Since they prefer moist, nutrient-rich soil, the areas where Petalil live are known to be good for growing plants. A grass-type Then Tepig. Ash gripped Tepig's Pokeball before remembering Trip's words. My last Pokémon is Servine, who is weak against Tranquil. Servine would lose that battle. That's basic knowledge. Ash tossed a Pokeball and out appeared Oshawott. An Oshawott? You shouldn't underestimate me. Ash however didn't hear what she said. I'll show Trip. No matter the battle, no matter the circumstances, any Pokémon can win. Humph, if you won't make the first move, then allow me. Magical Leaf, Petalil. Dai commanded. A barrage of glowing leaves appeared from Petalil's head and headed straight towards Oshawott. Oshawott, deflect each leaf with Fury Cutter. Oshawott's Scalchop glowed white and grew into a razor. Oshawott began deflecting the magical leaves, but was unable to deflect every single one and eventually took some damage. Oshawott. Use Tackle. Oshawott charged and delivered a direct tackle attack. Petalil. Pay them back with Mega Drain. Don't let it hit you Oshawott. Petalil sent a green orb towards Oshawott who had started to run away in order to avoid the attack, and succeeded. Great Oshawott. Now counterattack with Fury Cutter. Gripping his Scalchop, Oshawott delivered a fierce blow against Petalil, knocking it back. Don't give up Petalil. Magical Leaf. Glowing leaves once again were being shot straight towards Oshawott who started to run. The leaves continued following Oshawott however. Oshawott. Magical Leaf will never miss. So deflect them once more. Oshawott nodded and once again used his Scalchop to deflect the leaves. Dai snapped her fingers. Checkmate. Leech Seed now. Petalil spat a seed that landed on Oshawott's forehead. Before they knew it, Oshawott was wrapped around by vines. Mega Drain. We have to finish this quickly. Oshawott. Another Fury Cutter. Oshawott ran up to Petalil, avoiding the Mega Drain, and slashed Petalil. Shortly after, both Pokémon glowed, Oshawott enduring pain and Petalil looking refreshed. That Leech Seed. Now that you're so close, Magical Leaf. Let's try and save energy. Oshawott. Use Water Gun instead. Oshawott shot a torrent of water which collided with the leaves, making an explosion. Out from the dust cloud, Oshawott appeared and slashed Petalil with another Fury Cutter. Once more Petalil. Magical Leaf. Weakly, Petalil managed to hit Oshawott with a Magical Leaf attack, and at this point both Pokémon were exhausted. Let's get the last blow Oshawott. Fury Cutter. Don't let them Petalil. Mega Drain. It was too late for Petalil as Oshawott delivered the final blow first. But almost immediately after, Oshawott collapsed along with Petalil. Both Ash and Dai ran towards their Pokémon. Oshawott. Thanks buddy. You did great. Take a good rest. Ash returned Oshawott to his Pokeball and stood up, watching as Dai returned her Petalil. Ash also noticed the amount of cheering around him and noticed that they gathered quite a crowd. Dai then walked over to Ash and extended her hand. That was a good battle. Your Oshawott was really strong. I guess I was the one who underestimated you. Ash shook her hand. Thanks. Your Petalil is really strong. Dai gave Ash a grin. Of course she is. But the next time we meet, it won't end in a draw. Ash responded with a grin of his own. It won't, I promise you that. I guess I should keep my part of the bargain. The gym is to the north, that way. Di pointed in a direction and Ash nodded. Well, I'll be going now. Bye, Ash. Ash waved her goodbye before turning to Pikachu. That was dumb, huh? I let my emotions get the better of me, again. Ash sighed before sitting down on the ground. If Brock was here, he'd probably give me some words of wisdom. Like. Types may not mean everything in a battle, but if handled incorrectly there will be consequences. Ash nodded. Yeah, something like that, huh? Ash noticed that he was enveloped in a shadow. He turned his head and saw a woman significantly taller than him. He stood up and rubbed the back of his head. Who are you? The woman in question had long teal hair with a striped headband, a white shirt, teal pants, and was holding an apron behind her shoulder. Lenora. I'm the director of the Necrene Museum. I'll admit, I was observing your battle with that girl and you've proven to care deeply for your Oshawott. I suggest you take on the city's gym. That was my plan. Once I heal Oshawott, anyways. Lenora smirked. Good. I hope you bring that energy with you into the gym. Ash fist pumped. I'm always psyched for a battle. Especially against a gym leader. And with that, Ash ran off towards the Pokémon Center. Lenora laughed before turning around, heading back to the museum. Welcome to the Necrene Museum. Ash blinked as a skinny man with glasses greeted him. My name is Hawes, the assistant director. Ash turned to Pikachu then back to Hawes. I think I'm in the wrong place. Oh, don't leave now. Since you were kind enough to visit, how about a tour? We have many fossils and artifacts that may interest a Pokémon trainer like you. Ash furrowed his brow. That sounds so cool, but I want to battle the gym leader as soon as I can. What do you think, Pikachu? Pikachu gave Ash a nod and cheer and Ash nodded in return. All right. We'll take you up on the offer, Mr. Hawes. Hawes clapped his hands. Wonderful. Let's be on our way now. The two then started to walk forward, beginning the tour. By the way, I never caught your name. Ash. Ash Ketchum from Kanto. And this is my partner Pikachu. Ash introduced. Hawes nodded. Nice to meet you, Ash. I heard about that battle you had. I hear you battled quite impressively. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Thanks. Hawes stopped and turned to a lady who was sitting behind a counter. This is where we restore fossils found around Unova into Pokémon. It's quite impressive. Should you ever find any fossils, I hope you bring them here for us to revitalize. Ash nodded and turned to Pikachu. Another fossil revitalization machine, huh? Up ahead is Out Museum's pride and joy. Please, stare in awe at the sight of a legendary dragon. Hawes exclaimed, arms outstretched as he stood in front of a giant Pokémon skeleton. Ash and Pikachu's mouths did indeed drop as they stared at the giant structure of bones in front of them. Wow! Impressive, isn't it? This skeleton is the very pride and joy of our museum. We've worked ourselves to the bone to complete it. I still remember the expression on my wife's face and how happy she was. Hawes stopped and laughed. Sorry, I got a little distracted. Let's continue the tour, shall we? Ash nodded and they continued, passing by various artifacts. This here is a fossil of a Pokémon that through analysis we learned had a very hard shell. Ash and Pikachu looked closely at the design on the hunk of rock and made out that it was an Armaldo. They continued and passed by a meteorite, an odd and random white stone, a mask, some plates carved with unknown scripts, a mask, and some bones. These bones we theorize used to be carried around as weapons by certain Pokémon. Ash nodded, already having a good idea of which Pokémon. Ash followed Hawes as they walked up some stairs and a large door was in front of them. This is the museum's library. Coincidentally, this also happens to be the Necrene City Gym. Hawes said. Ash took a moment to let that register. Wait, this is the gym. Before Hawes could answer, Ash turned to Pikachu. Let's get our second Unova gym badge. Ash ran straight into the library leaving Hawes alone. Full of energy, she wasn't kidding. Ash stepped into the new room and his eyes widened in wonder as he stared at the amount of books around him. Shelves. As tall as the ceiling surrounded him, each containing books dusty or new. There were 6 bookshelves in the middle of the room. This is the gym. Ash walked over to the pedestal with the gym symbol. There was a note on it. Welcome new challengers to the Nakreen City Gym. Here we will test your patience, memory, and knowledge. To reach the gym leader you must find the switch that opens the way to the basement. The switch is a book. To make things easier, I have placed hints in the 6 main bookshelves in the middle of the room. Here is the first hint. What type is normal weak against? Fighting. Ash answered aloud before looking towards the 6 bookshelves. He frowned. I have to go through all of these. Man, I wish Hilda was here right now. Ash noticed that there were stepladders in front of certain books. Ash climbed up one and opened a book that was marked with a red symbol. The Biology of Tepig. Ash blinked before putting the book back. He got down and walked over to another stepladder. Before he climbed it, Pikachu called him over to the side of the bookshelf. What's up, Pikachu? Ash looked at the side of the bookshelf and there was something written on it. Details on Pokémon. Guess type advantages wouldn't be here, huh? Ash walked over to another bookshelf. Pokémon history. Not here either. Third time's the charm. Basic knowledge. Here we go. Ash climbed up the stepladder for this specific bookshelf and took the book. Pokémon types. Part Pokémon types seem to evolve over time. Classifications are given the more diverse Pokémon become. For example, Steelix in the past was considered a rock and ground type before it was given the classification of the steel type, blah, blah, blah. All Pokémon were considered to be normal types at one point. However, it was noted that some Pokémon took more damage from a punch from a Machoke. This was the first noted super effective attack and the fighting type was established, blah, blah, blah. Ash flipped the page and a piece of paper fell out. Ash picked it up and read it. Congratulations, you found the first answer. Normal type Pokémon only have one weakness, fighting. Next question, flames burns inside its body and it gives off smoke from its head while it runs. Ash put the note back into the book and put the book back. This book should have been in the history section. Anyways, sounds like Tepig, doesn't it? I picked up a book called The Biology of Tepig earlier. Ash went back to the first bookshelf he came across and grabbed the book. He decided to skip reading and just flipped through the pages until a note fell out. Congratulations, you found the second answer. Tepig are known for breathing fire and smoke through their nose because of the fire that burns inside them. Next question, alone or with friends, cooking these with berries is a blast. Any ideas, Pikachu? Pikachu put a paw under his chin before coming to a realization. Pikachu gestured to Ash by eating an imaginary oval. Ash understood after a few seconds. Poffins. Nice one, Pikachu. Ash started to look for the geography and culture section. He eventually found the book. Cooking in Sinnoh. Once again Ash just flipped through the book until a note fell out. Congratulations, you found the third answer. Poffins are a famous delicacy in the Sinnoh region. It is said that depending on the Poffin, your Pokémon may end up being more smart, beautiful, cool, cute, or tough. Next question, Pokémon live alongside humans. Humans have been able to capture Pokémon and fight by their side. What are they called? Ash blinked. A Pokémon trainer. Ash searched and found a bookshelf dedicated to famous Pokémon trainers. He saw some familiar names such as Drake from the Orange Islands, Lance from Johto, Wallace from Hoenn, Brandon from the Battle Frontier, and Cynthia from Sinnoh. Ash grabbed the book that was marked called The Wandering Champion, Alder. Again, a note fell out while Ash flipped through the book. Ash opened it and read it. Congratulations, you found the fourth answer. For as long as we know, Pokémon and humans have coexisted side by side. They even say it was the Pokémon who approached the humans. Next riddle, go down one bookshelf, one left, two up, one right, and one down. While Ash read the riddle, Pikachu had already started running to each bookshelf. Pikachu found himself one bookshelf up from the one Ash was at. Could have just said one up, Ash mumbled before climbing the stepladder. He grabbed the marked book but this one didn't come out. Instead Ash heard a click before rumbling. Ash fell off the stepladder and watched as the bookshelf moved slowly to the right, revealing a hidden staircase. Getting up and adjusting his hat, Ash turned to Pikachu who jumped back on his shoulder and grinned. Now that was cool. Unova has some really neat gyms. Ash walked down into the gym and entered a battlefield similar to the one in the Striaton gym. Only this was not only a battlefield but an office of sorts. Welcome, Ash. For being such an impatient trainer, you were surprisingly quick to solve our test of patience, memory, and knowledge. Ash grinned at the voice of the person at the other side of the battlefield in the gym leader box, who happened to be the tall lady from earlier, Lenora. I had a feeling you were the gym leader once I found out the museum was the gym. Ash said, walking over to the trainer box. He looked to the side and noticed there wasn't a referee. We don't need a referee at my gym. I like to test all of a trainer's Pokémon. So it will be a 2-on-6 battle, alright? Lenora explained. Ash frowned. Never had he heard of such rules in an official match. But this was Lenora's gym and her way of battling, so who was he to question it? Alright, but I'm going to try my best to defeat you with just 2 Pokémon. Lenora raised a brow and smirked. Very well. Shall we begin? Lenora immediately tossed a Pokeball into the air and out appeared a Herdier. Ash realized he wasn't as prepared as he thought. He had no idea what type of gym this was, though he now assumes it's normal, and he never got a chance to properly train some of his Pokémon. I wanted to use Mana but. Ash gripped a Pokeball and tossed it into the air, revealing Snivy. Snivy, let's do this. Snivy nodded and the battle begun. Let's begin with Leer. Herdier's eyes sharpened and glared at Snivy, who took a step back, slightly intimidated. Don't let it get to you, Snivy. Use Attract. Snivy jumped into the air and winked. Hearts appeared around Snivy and floated towards Herdier. They made contact with Herdier but there was no effect. Ash gritted his teeth. So her Herdier is a female then. If you're finished playing around, Herdier. Bite. Lenora commanded. Herdier dashed towards Snivy at an incredible pace with its sharp fangs showing. Snivy. Don't let it come near. Use Leaf Tornado. Snivy conjured up a Leaf Tornado and shot it straight at Herdier to counter it. Lenora simply crossed her arms and smirked. Don't let a pile of leaves stop you. Jump. Still bearing its fangs, Herdier jumped into the Leaf Tornado, sustaining some damage, and used the tornado to gain a boost in speed and delivered a tackle at Snivy. Before Snivy could recover, Herdier bit her tail with Bite and tossed her across the battlefield. Snivy. Ash shouted, clenching his fists. He glanced back at Lenora, who was smirking, as if that was nothing. Ash saw Snivy got up and Herdier started to charge at her once again. Snivy, use Vine Whip to stop it. 2 vines appeared from Snivy's neck and shot out towards the incoming Herdier. Dodge now, Herdier. Herdier managed to avoid both vines and neared Snivy. Ash reacted quickly. Use Vine Whip to dodge. Snivy used the vines to launch herself into the air to the other side of the battlefield. Ash let out a breath of relief before thinking. The battlefield was plain. Plain with only dirt. Nothing to use for an advantage. He simply had to rely on force and strategy. Ash smirked. The last time he battled on such a battlefield was against Paul, and just the thought made Ash excited. I've got to use that experience. I can't let Paul down. Lenora only raised a brow. You know how to maneuver across the battlefield. Impressive for a beginner. Ash only laughed. Or perhaps I'm mistaken. Herdier, take down. Herdier charged straight towards Snivy. Directly above, Vine Whip. Ash exclaimed. Snivy glanced at Ash, slightly confused before obeying. Snivy once again launched herself into the air. Jump, Herdier, Lenora called out, and Herdier gave chase by taking a large leap, intending on meeting Snivy in the air. Leaf Blade. Ash shouted with a grin. Snivy's tail glowed before striking the incoming Herdier directly on the head, sending it straight into the ground with a powerful force. Lenora was stunned at the sudden power Snivy gained. Realizing Herdier wasn't going to get up, she returned her. Well done. Have a break. I must say, Ash, you're a lot stronger than I thought. Ash rubbed the back of his head. I only caught her recently, but she packs some mean punches. Lenora gripped her other Pokeball and smirked. Oh no, I meant you. For having only 1 badge, you're quite the trainer. Keep this up and you may end up in a book in my library. Ash grinned. I'll be in more than one book. Humph. It's always nice to see such young promising trainers. Watchog, let's begin. Out from Lenora's Pokeball was a new one to Ash. Out appeared a decently tall reddish-brown meerkat-like Pokémon with large cheeks and yellow striping on its chest and tail. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Watchog. The lookout Pokémon. Watchog is a normal-type Pokémon. When they see an enemy, their tails stand high, and they spit the seeds of berries stored in their cheek pouches. Ash looked up when Lenora spoke. Watchog, it's up to you. Herdier fought well. Watchog nodded and turned towards Ash and Snivy and glared. Ash and Snivy both gulped at the angry look Watchog gave them. Are you ready? Ash and Snivy both composed themselves. Of course. Good, because this will be over in 1 second. What? Retaliate. Before Ash and Snivy knew it, Watchog delivered an incredible blow with its tail and sent Snivy into the wall, knocking it out. Ash whipped his head to where Snivy was. Snivy. Ash returned her and looked at her Pokeball. Thanks. You were just incredible. Ash put Snivy's Pokeball away and looked back at Lenora, who smirked. Surprised? Retaliate is a move that does more damage if another Pokemon fainted just before it was used, Lenora explained. Ash gritted his teeth, never have hearing about the move before. But he smiled nonetheless. It was exciting to keep learning more about Pokemon. And it seems he'll have to be on his guard at all times in Unova. Pikachu seemed to know what Ash was thinking and pounded his chest, eager to go. Ash shook his head. Sorry Pikachu, but you had your spotlight last time. I choose you, Oshawott. Ash's trusty otter Pokemon appeared, ready for battle. Until he saw his opponent and ran behind Ash's legs. Huh. Come on Oshawott. This is your battle. Oshawott responded by shaking his head and pointed to Pikachu. Ash shook his own head. This is a battle only you can do. I know you can do this. So come on. Oshawott looked at Ash, then Watchog, before gulping and giving Ash a firm nod. Oshawott stepped forth and tapped his Scalchop. Let's do this Oshawott. Water gun. Oshawott shot a blast of water and hit Watchog directly in the chest. Hypnosis. Ash looked at Watchog surprised as Watchog's eyes glowed and psychic rays appeared, heading towards Oshawott. Oshawott dodge right now. Oshawott wasn't able to dodge, and was hit by the attack. Oshawott fought hard to keep his eyes open but eventually fell asleep on the ground. Oshawott. Wake up. Give him a wake-up call. Crunch. Watchog's fangs sharpened and started to run over to where Oshawott laid. Oshawott. Wake up. It was no use and Watchog bit Oshawott. However, Watchog recoiled slightly and Oshawott woke up in pain. Both Ash and Lenora noticed Watchog's slight recoil and both noted Watchog must have bitten Oshawott's Scalchop. But right now, Ash wanted to make distance between Watchog and Oshawott. Water gun. Through the pain, Oshawott fired a water gun straight at Watchog, pushing Watchog back and creating some distance between the two. Watchog, how are you doing? Lenora asked and Watchog nodded. Good. Hypnosis once again. Dodge at Oshawott. Oshawott immediately started running away but it was no use and Oshawott fell asleep under the hypnosis once again. No. Oshawott. Crunch once more. It was a repeat of before, but this time Watchog made sure to avoid biting Oshawott's Scalchop. When Oshawott awoke, Ash decided to call a direct attack instead. Razor Shell. Gripping his Scalchop, Oshawott slashed at Watchog, making it stumble back. Oshawott delivered another slash but Lenora had a countermeasure. Crunch that Scalchop. Ash's eyes widened as Watchog bit the Razor Shell and pulled it out of Oshawott's grip. Watchog then tossed it behind him. Now crunch. That Oshawott. With nothing stopping it, Watchog crunched down on Oshawott's body, making Oshawott scream in agony and Ash cringed, thinking of ways to get out of the situation. Get it off you Oshawott. Water gun. Oshawott however was unable to aim the water gun at Watchog due to their positions and size. Toss it, Lenora commanded and Watchog did just that, tossing Oshawott into the wall of the battlefield. Oshawott. Are you alright? Ash asked as Oshawott struggled to get up. Ash bit his lip, thinking whether or not he should return Oshawott. Do you want to forfeit, Oshawott? At the word forfeit, Oshawott immediately stood up, tall and proud, and shook his head. Ash grinned. That's the spirit. Let's win this. Oshawott nodded and ran back in front of Ash. Ash noticed Watchog was indeed tired and the water guns and razor shell had to have made some impact. Your Oshawott has a lot of endurance, I'm impressed. This was enjoyable, but it needs to end. Use hypnosis. Ash clenched his fists as he thought. Running away proved to be useless. Watchog seemed to be able to hit Oshawott from anywhere with hypnosis. Ash's memories flowed back to him, every water Pokémon he has seen and known. Thinking of some way to hit first. Bizel. That's it. Oshawott, propel yourself by using water gun on the ground. Oshawott followed Ash's order and was in the air. Watchog however simply changed the direction of the hypnosis to the sky. Put your hands by your side, dive straight towards Watchog. Once again, Oshawott followed Ash's order to the exact and soon found himself submerged in water. Ash grinned as Oshawott now used Aqua Jet. Oshawott however panicked and shut his eyes tight. Before Oshawott knew it, he crashed into a wall and slid down slowly. He got up and shook his head before turning back to Watchog. Ash and Pikachu were surprised when Oshawott's Aqua Jet suddenly turned and crashed into the wall. Oshawott. Are you alright? Oshawott nodded and Ash frowned. Try Aqua Jet once more. Oshawott nodded and again, Oshawott was submerged in water and shot straight towards Watchog. Once again however, Oshawott closed his eyes and crashed into the wall again. Lenora raised a brow before turning to Watchog. Let's end this, for Oshawott's sake. Hypnosis. Watchog used hypnosis but using Aqua Jet, Oshawott managed to dodge the hypnosis. But crashed into a wall again. This time, Ash noticed what was going on and when he commanded Oshawott to use it again, he yelled, "Open your eyes, Oshawott." Oshawott's eyes burst open and before anyone knew it, Oshawott hit Watchog directly in the stomach, sending it flying into the wall knocking it out. There was silence and everyone stared in shock before a grin grew on Ash's face. All right, Oshawott. Ash ran over to Oshawott and picked him up. You were amazing. Lenora let out a sigh and smiled as she returned her Watchog. Color me impressed, I sure didn't see that one coming. Ash turned to her. But I can safely say my theory was correct. You're more than just talented. You're motivated. Ash followed Lenora to her desk where she picked up a box and opened it. Inside it was a thin, rectangular badge. I must admit, I was curious to see how you would win that after that little show your Oshawott had with Aqua Jet. You think quickly on your feet and you can tell if something is wrong with your Pokémon. Your fighting style is so enchanting. It is charming. You are definitely a Pokémon trainer worthy of receiving this basic badge. Ash rubbed the back of his head, slightly embarrassed from the praise before taking the badge. He looked at Pikachu and Oshawott. We did it, guys. We got the basic badge. Lenora laughed. Make sure you never lose that enthusiasm, you hear? Ash nodded and before he could thank her, footsteps followed by a distressed voice was heard. Dear. Dear. Come quickly. That Team Plasma, they're threatening to steal some bones. The person yelling was the man who gave Ash the quick tour, Hawes. Lenora frowned. What? What's going on? Lenora quickly rushed out of the basement leaving Ash alone with his Pokémon. Ash turned to Oshawott and Pikachu and nodded, returning Oshawott, and ran after them. You're free to go, Ms. Hilda. Hilda sat up immediately as the doctor spoke those words. Really? When the doctor nodded, Hilda grinned and got out of the bed, grabbing her clothes and getting dressed. She did a few stretches and put her hat back on. It's good to be back. Hilda exited the hospital and looked at the map that she was given by Cheren. It had various notes like where the gym was located, where the Pokémon Center was, and what Ash's room number was. The first thing she did was head to the Pokémon Center and received her Pokémon but left her egg in Nurse Joy's care. She went to the room that Ash was supposed to be staying in and used the card key she was given to open it. No one's here. Hilda noticed the room was tidy and empty, as if Ash had already left for Castelia. There's no way he'd leave me. He probably went out to challenge the gym or train at the battle club. Now that I'm alone though. Hilda pulled out all of her Pokeballs from her bag and tossed them in the air. In a flash, she was surrounded by 5 of her 6 faithful friends. Well guys, I'm free and ready for action once again. At this, all her Pokémon let out a cheer, except the silent Panseer who simply nodded. First we're going to find Ash and do some training, then we'll challenge the Nacrene City Gym and win. Can't fall behind now, can we? Hilda returned her Pokémon to their Pokeballs and left the Pokémon Center. As Hilda stepped outside, she noticed someone running into an alley. Someone with familiar white clothing. That's... Hilda released Purloin. Watch my back, all right? Purloin nodded and the two gave chase into the alley. This is probably a bad idea. Hilda said to herself as she stepped over some trash. Before she knew it, she was back in Nacrene City outside of the alley. Where did they go? She then saw the identified Team Plasma member exit the city in the west and gave chase. Well. Hilda immediately stopped running and she and Purloin hid behind a bush. Out with it then. She peeked from the bush and noticed that there was an old man speaking to a grunt. This old man dressed similarly to Zinzalin from Wellspring Cave, but there were some differences, such as being bald with only a beard. We have identified that the fossil on display matches the criteria of the legendary dragon, Sage Gorm, the grunt spoke. Gorm let outa HM. Come. Let's regroup and speak there. Gorm and the grunt left, and when they did, Hilda and Purloin let out the breath they were holding in. They looked at each other and nodded before following quietly. Soon they were in a forest and Hilda's eyes widened at the sight. At least 20 Team Plasma members were lined up in front of Gorm, all saluting him. Fellow members of Team Plasma. It is time we claim the skull of the legendary Pokémon Reshiram. A loud synchronized shout filled the forest as the grunts cheered before splitting into groups to talk. Hilda looked at Purloin and thought about the situation. If I remember right, Ash and Cheren dealt with the grunts with ease at Wellspring Cave. The leader was strong, but Cheren still beat him. If only I was training instead of lying in bed all day. Hilda clenched her fists, looking outside her hiding spot at the Team Plasma grunts. Am I going to be powerless again? Am I going to fail to protect something again? What good am I if I can't even protect myself? Hilda felt something soft against her side and saw Purloin rubbing her head against her. Hilda smiled slightly before rubbing Purloin's head. Thank you. I was being a bit pessimistic, huh? That isn't like me. I'm bold and strong. I'm not going to falter. Not again. It was my hesitance that made me weak, I'm sure of it. Hilda pulled out her Pokédex and stared at it. Remember Hilda, your Pokédex is more than just a tool. It's your identity, and your friend. If you need help or information, use it. Hilda nodded as she recalled Cheren's words at the hospital. Without Ash to give me advice, I'll have to rely on this. I guess I haven't been utilizing it enough. That's probably why Cheren is so strong. Hilda looked back at the Team Plasma members, wondering how to deal with all of them. Maybe I should draw them away, one at a time. I don't have much time left though. Hilda sent out Panseer and Lillipup to help her with her plan. Ready? Let's do this. Hilda quietly moved through the bushes, making rustling noises. What was that? One of the plasma grunts asked, looking in Hilda's direction. Probably one of the forest Pokémon, another grunt answered. Oh, yeah. You're probably right. With that, the grunts didn't move from their position. Hilda grumbled at her failure but then heard Gorm speak. In the deepest parts of this forest, there's another legendary Pokémon here, Gorm said, reading a book. This got everyone's attention, even Hilda's. Gorm continued. However, it has hidden itself and will not reveal itself so easily. So I say we lure and capture the legendary Pokémon and increase our ranks and faith with the king. The members cheered even more. How would we lure it out? One grunt asked. Gorm smirked. With the element of surprise. This Pokémon in particular is known for protecting other Pokémon. I wonder what exactly will happen if a forest fire were to take place. Surely it wouldn't leave so many forest Pokémon defenseless. Exactly what I meant. They are all probably at the bottom of the lake, no more air to breathe. Hilda shuddered at the tone, a tone she heard similar to Zinzalin's back at Wellspring Cave. She then looked at the group in anger. She grew even more furious when the grunts cheered. That's brilliant, Sage Gorm. The forest Pokémon are all weak to fire. Gorm nodded. So is this particular legendary Pokémon. It may even get weakened because of the fire. Cheers erupted again and Hilda did everything she could to make sure she wouldn't give herself away by shouting. Her Pokémon calmed her down and she let out a quiet breath. Just what is Team Plasma's goal? They want people to release their Pokémon for the Pokémon's sake but have no problem killing innocent wild Pokémon. Hilda shook her head. I shouldn't think about it right now. I need to somehow stop them. Sage Gorm? A grunt suddenly asked, getting Hilda's attention. Do any one of us actually have a fire-type Pokémon? There was a silence and Gorm closed his eyes. No, but fire types aren't the only Pokémon capable of creating fires. Leave that part to me. When the time comes, I will entrust you to retrieve the skull. He's serious, how can anyone be that cruel? Hilda whispered before shaking her head. Now's not the time to think about that. Hey, think we can find a wild Pansear and help Sage Gorm out? One grunt asked. Maybe. They're pretty rare in this area, another responded. Hilda took note of that and headed deeper in the forest with her 3 Pokémon following. She kept going until she came to a small clearing. This is big enough for a battle. Pansear, go to that area and try to lure over some of those Team Plasma grunts. Pansear nodded and jumped up a tree and hopped away. Hilda waited in anticipation. She was startled when Lillipup barked suddenly. Huh? Hilda looked at her hand which was trembling. Lillipup and Purloin looked at her concerned. Hilda rubbed her hand and smiled at them. Don't worry. I'm just scared that if I fail, so many Pokémon will pay. We mustn't let that happen. The 2 Pokémon cheered and in just a few minutes some Team Plasma grunts appeared. 3 in total. Hilda took a deep breath and grew a cocky smirk as she stared at the 3 plasma grunts. What the? What's some girl doing here? Is that Pansear yours, girl? Why don't you be obedient and hand it over? One grunt asked, but was wary of Hilda's smirk. Not on your life. At that, Lillipup moved in front of Hilda and started to growl. One of the female plasma grunts laughed and stepped forward. How cute. Guess we'll have to liberate your Pokémon by force. Tossing a Pokeball, a Purloin appeared. If you think you can beat me, then you've got another thing coming. Hilda claimed before shouting a command. Lillipup, headbutt. Lillipup charged straight towards Purloin and hit it directly. TCH, annoying pup. Fury swipes. The Purloin got up from the attack and readied its claws before running straight at Lillipup. Easy. Just keep dodging left to right. Hilda called. Having trained Purloin for a bit, she learned that the regular Purloin attack with their claws in a pattern. They start with a left slash then a right and repeat. Seeing an opening, Hilda called headbutt. Lillipup delivered another headbutt, this time sending Purloin flying into a tree, knocking it unconscious. You've got to be kidding me. The grunt exclaimed before recalling her Purloin. Yeah, you lost to this brat. That's pretty sad, one of the male grunts said, stepping forward. I'm not like her, so be ready. He tossed a Pokeball and out appeared a Sandile. Hilda quickly pulled out her Pokédex to confirm Sandile's type, which was ground and dark. Hilda tossed a Pokeball into the air and her trusty starter appeared. I don't have time for this, Oshawott water gun. We're not going to stand there and take it. Dig. Oshawott fired a stream of water but Sandile quickly dug underground, avoiding the water gun. If you think cheap tricks like that will work on me, you've got another thing coming, Hilda said, raising her head slightly. The ground. Oshawott fired a water gun at the ground and projected itself into the air. When Sandile appeared from underground, Oshawott was above it with her Scalchop in hand and glowing. Delivering a quick slice with Razor Shell, Oshawott knocked out Sandile in one attack. What the? Who is this girl? The grunt exclaimed, returning his Pokémon. Oshawott is confident in you, so be confident in Oshawott. A confident girl, that's who, Hilda stated as the third grunt stepped forward. No more games, the third grunt sent out a small red and green bug Pokémon. Hilda pulled out her Pokédex. Venipede. The centipede Pokémon. Venipede is a bug and poison-type Pokémon. It discovers what is going on around it by using the feelers on its head and tail. It is brutally aggressive. Yikes, bring it. Hilda returned Oshawott and turned to Pansear. Pansear jumped in front of Hilda and let out a breath of fire. You asked for it. Roll out. The Venipede curled up and started to roll at a fast speed towards Pansear. Avoid it by dodging. Pansear jumped into the air and grabbed a tree branch, avoiding the rollout. Hilda would have called out a fire attack but didn't want to risk missing and starting the fire herself. Acrobatics. Pansear jumped down and delivered a quick strike to Venipede, sending it flying. TCH, Poison Tail. The Venipede rushed at Pansear quickly and delivered a smack with its glowing, purple tail. Pansear was knocked back and fell to one knee. Pansear. Hilda shouted, noticing something was wrong. Pansear was panting hard as he stood up and Hilda could see a purple-colored aura around him flickering before disappearing. Ash isn't here, the Pokédex. Hilda pulled out her Pokédex to hopefully see the problem. Poison. Poison is a status ailment. If poisoned, a Pokémon steadily loses HP when battling. The poison lingers after the battle. To cure it, use an antidote or Pecha berry. Poisoned. Hilda put away her Pokédex and looked worried at her Pansear. Pansear, can you still fight? Pansear nodded but Hilda was still worried. You aren't just saying that, right? Pansear turned towards her and Hilda was surprised at his expression. For the first time Pansear looked at Hilda with a determined expression. Hilda closed her eyes and sighed. She opened her eyes and smirked. If this is what you want, then who am I to refuse? Acrobatics. Pansear moved quickly and struck the Venipede once again, the super effective attack knocking it out. TCH. I'm not done yet. The grunt returned Venipede and sent out a Sandile. Dig. Sandile immediately dug underground. Up the tree. Hilda called and Pansear quickly climbed up a nearby thin tree, gaining a clear view of the area, before wincing as the poison took effect. The grunt however wasn't worried. Destroy that tree. The ground started shaking and Hilda's eyes widened as the tree started to fall. Pansear, get down from there. Pansear jumped down and Hilda saw a nest of Pidove. Purloin. Hilda shouted and in a blink of an eye, Purloin had managed to grab the nest and placed it on the ground. Hilda let out a sigh of relief before glaring at the grunt. The grunt just shrugged. What? You used the environment to our advantage, why can't I? Sandile. Sand Tomb. Sandile appeared and shot a sand tornado straight at Pansear. Hilda shook her head and glared. Pansear, dodge and use scratch. Pansear cartwheeled to the side, avoiding the sand tomb and slashed at Sandile's face. Bite that monkey. Sandile opened its mouth, ready to bite Pansear with its sharp teeth. Your head. Hilda shouted. Pansear crouched and Sandile bit Pansear's tuft, which after a second glowed and Sandile let go, unable to stand the extremely hot tuft. Flame burst. Using the opening, Pansear fired a bursting flame directly at Sandile, knocking it out. Hilda grinned as the grunt stared wide-eyed, returning Sandile. She took a step forward and they took a step back. Leave this forest and don't come back. The grunts immediately ran away, presumably to tell the other members what happened. Hilda let out a huge breath and hugged Pansear, who was now struggling to stand. You were great, Pansear. We need to get you treated. Antidote or a Pecha berry, huh? Hilda pulled out her Pokédex. There she saw what a Pecha berry looks like. She showed the image to Purloin and Lillipup. Can you two keep an eye out for this? With two nods, Hilda picked up Pansear and was about to run off when a sudden loud cry stopped her. Turning around, Hilda's eyes widened as a Tranquil was in front of the Pidove nest, glaring at her. Uh-oh, will you please listen to me? In response, Tranquil let out an angry cry, making Hilda take a step back. Purloin and Lillipup immediately ran up to the Tranquil to try and talk to it. After a minute of Pokémon talk, the Tranquil merely glared and grabbed the Pidove nest with its talons and flew off. I'm sorry for what happened. Hilda shouted until Tranquil disappeared into the treetops. Those Team Plasma guys SCK, Hilda said, clenching her fists before looking at her two Pokémon. Thanks you too. Come on, let's go and get out of this area and cure Pansear. They rushed out of the area and a few moments later 10 Team Plasma grunts appeared. Huh. There's no one here, one of the grunts who lost to Hilda said. TCH, you were probably hallucinating or something. Way to go, one of the new grunts shook his head. There was a girl here. She had some pretty tough Pokémon too. Oh please, we were all standing in the intersection between Nakreen City and the Sky Arrow Bridge. No one could have gotten past us. Listen, we fought a girl here. And lost. If we don't do something, this could mean trouble. Fine. Going after some skull is pretty boring anyways. Let's search for this girl. Two of the Team Plasma grunts looked at each other and nodded before following the other grunts. Hilda had just found a Pecha berry and took a piece and gave it to Pansear who ate it slowly. Seeing nothing change, she gave him another piece. Lillipup and Purloin were standing on guard and also chatting with a Petalil. Soon the entire berry in her hand was gone and Pansear was feeling much better. Are you alright Pansear? Hilda asked. In response, Pansear jumped out of Hilda's arms and nodded, patting his chest. Hilda laughed. That's good. Especially since we'll be having company, you're going to need to be in tip-top shape. Hilda used a super potion on Pansear and stood up. The Petalil which Lillipup and Purloin were talking to ran away and the two Pokémon were on guard. There were sounds of voices in the distance. Come on guys, we need to find another clearing, Hilda said before running off with her Pokémon following close behind. Another clearing they found, this time near a river. At least there are some water Pokémon around here, in case that fire does happen. There she is. Hilda turned around and saw the group of grunts heading her way. Wow, they weren't being crazy, one of the new grunts said. She's just a kid. Are you guys really that incompetent? The three grunts looked down in shame while the other new grunt squinted. A kid causing trouble? Didn't Sage Gorm mention something about that? Doesn't matter. Go Trubbish, the first new grunt threw their Pokeball and out appeared what seemed to be a garbage bag. Hilda immediately clasped a hand over her face while the other grunts pulled up their outfits. Ugh, what is that? When did you last wash it? Lillipup, Purloin, and Pansear weren't doing much better and struggled against the stench. The grunt who sent the Trubbish out simply laughed. Trubbish is known for spewing different types of gas, whether it be sleeping gas or poison gas. But my Trubbish is special, I've been able to coat it in a terrible stench that paralyzes opponents. While he was talking, Hilda pulled out her Pokédex. Trubbish. The trash bag Pokémon. It is a poison-type Pokémon. Inhaling the gas they belch will make you sleep for a week. They prefer unsanitary places. Ugh, Hilda returned her 3 Pokémon to spare them and thought over her choices. Roggenrola. Out appeared her rock partner. Again, Hilda wasn't sure about the biology of a Roggenrola but from what she can tell, Roggenrola didn't have a nose. Was not expecting that. Trubbish, poison gas. Trubbish belched and sent a poison gas straight towards Roggenrola. While Roggenrola seemed to not smell, as it didn't react to Trubbish, Hilda wasn't going to take any chances that a Roggenrola can't be poisoned. Mud Slap. Roggenrola quickly used Mud Slap to counter the poison gas then ran straight towards Trubbish. Now Headbutt. Roggenrola hit Trubbish directly, sending it flying back. Get up and use Double Slap. Trubbish ran towards Roggenrola and started slapping it. Hilda was confused and she pulled out her Pokédex to confirm. Rock types are resistant to normal attacks, so what's his plan? No matter, Rock Blast. However Roggenrola didn't move and instead was leaning down, appearing to be tired. Roggenrola. What's wrong? The grunt laughed. Trubbish's ability, Stench. If Trubbish deals a physical attack, the opponent may be unable to move. But for that to work. Hilda's eyes widened. Roggenrola. You can smell. Then why did you insist on fighting close? Roggenrola turned to her and while it was impossible to tell, Hilda could tell that it had a determined yet happy expression. Hilda gave out a sigh and smiled. Thank you Roggenrola. If you're done, acid spray. Trubbish fired a fluid that hit Roggenrola. Seeing nothing visual happen, Hilda pulled out her Pokédex. Acid spray. The user spits fluid that works to melt the target. This harshly reduces the target's SP def stat. Special defense. Now sludge. Trubbish this time hurled sludge which sent Roggenrola flying back much to Hilda's surprise. Roggenrola. Hilda shouted as Roggenrola stood back up. We'll just finish this with consecutive attacks. Rock blast. Roggenrola's core glowed before shooting a glowing rock, hitting Trubbish directly. 2 more were shot and Trubbish was sent flying. This is getting ridiculous. Help me out here. The grunt said to his partner, who rolled her eyes but sent out her Lillipup. 2 on 1. That's not fair. Hilda then noticed that their Lillipup was unaffected by the stench. Is this stench selective or something? Take down. Sludge. Iron defense. Roggenrola glowed before turning into metal. Lillipup ended up hurting itself more but the sludge still got through and dealt major damage. I don't think Roggenrola can take another sludge, but none of my other Pokémon can handle the stench. I got it. Well, you're useless, Trubbish. Sludge again. Excuse you. Who just cried for help? Lillipup, work up then take down. Hilda quickly released her own Lillipup. Dig. Roggenrola, dodge. As soon as he came out of his Pokeball, Lillipup dug underground. Hilda looked back to Roggenrola and saw it dodge the sludge and the opponent's Lillipup heading their way. Rock blast. Firing 5 rock blasts, Lillipup was knocked out immediately. Really? You lost already? Trubbish's trainer said. The other grunt returned Lillipup. You lost too. Huh. Hilda's Lillipup appeared from underground and struck Trubbish, landing the super effective attack and defeating it. Hilda was about to cheer when Lillipup started glowing. All the trainers watched in amazement as Lillipup changed form, growing much bigger. Hilda squealed at the sight of her new Herdier and ran up to him. Congrats Herdier. They quickly remembered their audience and glared at them. Not so tough without your leader, huh? The grunts immediately ran at the glare and Hilda was slowly getting more confident. She turned to Roggenrola and picked him up. Thanks for your hard work. Hilda grabbed a super potion from her bag and healed up Roggenrola. She looked back at her other Pokémon. I don't think we can take them all on. Soon I'll be out of potions and then we'll be in trouble. Maybe I was getting in over my head. Hilda sent out Pansear once again for lookout and started walking. Maybe I can find that legendary Pokémon before Team Plasma do. With a new objective, Hilda headed deeper into the forest. I wonder what kind of Pokémon it is. Will it be anything like Zekrom? Nah, a Pokémon that big can't possibly be in this forest. What did those grunts say? All the forest Pokémon are weak to fire. So could this legendary Pokémon be weak to fire as well? Then it has to be. Pulling out her Pokédex, Hilda checked the types. Grass, bug, and steel were all weak to fire. Hilda nodded. It doesn't make sense for a steel type to be here, so it had to be a grass or bug type. If she wanted to capture it, then she'll have to weaken it. Hilda glanced at Pansear. Pansear was slowly but surely opening his heart to her and is growing stronger as a result. Hilda clenched her fists. I've learned a lot in the short time I've been traveling, and I now know for a fact that Team Plasma is wrong. Pokémon and humans coexist alongside each other, helping each other. That is the truth, nothing more, nothing less. That is a fascinating truth. Hilda's eyes widened and she stopped in place, her Pokémon on guard. She could feel a heated stare on her back. Let's put that resolution to the test. Hilda turned around and saw a green antelope-like Pokémon. It had 2 horns, each extending from the side of its head and ending in a curl. It walked on 4 legs, its hind legs colored white along with its face. The Pokémon raised its hooves then slammed them into the ground. Leaves appeared and headed straight towards Hilda. Hilda didn't say anything as Pansear fired flame bursts and Roggenrola fired rock blasts. The leaves were now gone and Hilda pulled out her Pokédex. Virizion. The grassland Pokémon. Virizion is a grass and fighting type Pokémon. Its head sprouts horns as sharp as blades. Using whirlwind-like movements, it confounds and swiftly cuts opponents. Hilda pocketed her Pokédex and used the opportunity given by her Pokémon. Herdier, take down. Herdier immediately made a dash towards Virizion. As soon as Herdier got near, Virizion leapt into the sky at an incredible speed of which Hilda could only stare in awe. Virizion sent leaves flying straight at Hilda again, which Pansear and Roggenrola countered once again. Hilda quickly used her Pokédex to find out the attack was Magical Leaf. Roggenrola, Rock Blast. Roggenrola fired 5 rock blasts straight at Virizion, each one Virizion managed to dodge. I have to counter its speed, acrobatics. Pansear jumped and with swift movement tried to strike Virizion, but again Virizion dodged. This time Virizion charged straight at Pansear, its hind legs glowing. Pansear, get out of there. Pansear cartwheeled away as Virizion struck the ground with a devastating double kick, resulting in small craters. Hilda decided to use the opening for an attack. Flame Burst. Pansear used Flame Burst which hit Virizion but it didn't appear to have seriously damaged it. It must be really strong. So this is the power of a legendary Pokémon, Herdier, work up. Pansear, acrobatics. Roggenrola, Rock Blast. Her Pokémon did just that, Pansear being able to get Virizion to move away into a direction for Roggenrola to land 4 solid rock blasts. Now Herdier, take down. Herdier charged at Virizion again, who used Magical Leaf this time. Flame Burst. Pansear countered the Magical Leaf with Flame Burst, giving Herdier an opening to land the powered-up takedown. Virizion then glowed and suddenly green, glowing whip-like brambles appeared from its side and grabbed Herdier. Hilda didn't need Ash to tell her that this was bad. Rock Blast. Flame Burst. Her 2 other Pokémon fired the attacks and broke the green whips. Hilda checked her Pokédex and learned of the move Giga Drain. Recovers its health. I need to make sure it never gets to pull it off. Hilda looked back at Virizion who ran towards Roggenrola, its hooves glowing. Why do I feel like Virizion isn't even fighting at its full strength? Ah, Iron Defense. Hilda quickly called out, knowing Roggenrola wouldn't be able to dodge the attack. Roggenrola steeled itself for the 2 kicks but even then, Roggenrola was sent flying into a tree, barely conscious thanks to its ability. Hilda glared at Virizion. Rock Blast. Roggenrola fired some more rock blasts at Virizion who used Magical Leaf to counter. Crunch, Herdier. While Dark-type moves aren't effective on fighting types, Virizion was still flesh and getting bitten by sharp teeth usually hurts. Hilda hoped that Virizion would be affected for at least 1 second. Of course, Herdier needed to land the hit, which was difficult as Virizion jumped away and used Magical Leaf again. This is getting old. Hilda said as Roggenrola fired Rock Blast again and Herdier once again ran towards Virizion. Hilda decided to look at Virizion's feet and noticed by the way Virizion shifted it was about to dash to its left. Flame Burst to our right Pansear. Following Hilda's instructions, Pansear managed to hit Virizion's side, stunning it and allowing Herdier to use Crunch on its legs. Don't let go Herdier. Herdier only bit harder as Virizion winced and tried to get Herdier off. Virizion even slammed Herdier and its leg into a tree but to no avail. Acrobatics. Pansear ran up and did a cartwheel jump into the air before delivering a strike to the struggling Virizion, knocking it down. Not letting up, Hilda called out attacks. Rock Blast. Flame Burst. Take down. The 3 used their attacks and an explosion followed. Hilda immediately grabbed a Pokeball from her bag and pushed the button. She pulled her arm back and threw it straight at Virizion, who was then SCKED into the Pokeball. 1 shake and Hilda was trembling. 2 shakes and Hilda glared at it. And it broke free. Virizion seemed to no longer be playing around, as now its forehead started to glow and Hilda could tell this was bad news. Stop it Pansear, Flame Burst. Pansear shot the Flame Burst straight at Virizion, who with a quick swipe dispelled the attack and now there was a large, sharp blade extending from its head upwards, almost like a sword. Virizion charged and delivered a quick slice, sending Herdier flying and knocked out. The tree Pansear. Hilda called out as Virizion headed towards Pansear. Using this distraction, Hilda returned Herdier and sent out Purloin. Assist, Purloin. Pansear, jump on its face. Purloin used assist and started to glow, using Herdier's work up. Pansear jumped down from a tree branch and landed on Verizian's face. Scratch. Pansear began to deliver a consecutive number of scratches, learning fury swipes. Verizian cried out as its sword was unable to hit the monkey on its head. Verizian used Giga Drain, planning on grabbing Pansear and tossing it. Hilda noticed this and quickly called out. Rock Blast, Roggenrola. Get up close Purloin and Fury swipes its legs. Hilda planned to make Verizian completely immobile. Right now she had it trapped, and it was still feeling the effects from the crunch as Herdier's teeth marks were still fresh on its skin. Roggenrola destroyed the green, glowing vines from the Giga Drain and Purloin managed to deliver a few slashes at Verizian's legs. Verizian cried out and charged at a tree. Hilda's eyes widened. Jump Pansear. Pansear jumped from Verizian's face onto a nearby tree branch. Verizian stopped charging and turned around, sword still raised high. One leap and all of a sudden Hilda and her Pokémon were blown back by the sudden whirlwind. Purloin, sand attack. Purloin tossed some sand at the whirlwind but it didn't do anything as the winds were too strong. Hilda saw Verizian heading straight to Roggenrola. Roggenrola. Hilda watched as with a whip of its head, Verizian slashed at Roggenrola, sending it flying again. But Hilda noticed something and that was Verizian now had mud on its face. Hilda turned to Roggenrola and quickly returned him. A last-second mud slap, thank you Roggenrola. Hilda watched carefully as Verizian struggled to walk and stand straight. I need to bring it down again. Purloin, assist. Pansear, acrobatics. Purloin's paws glowed before a jet of water appeared and sprayed Verizian, unfortunately getting rid of the mud. Hilda almost cursed at her luck before Pansear managed to strike Verizian again with a seemingly more powerful acrobatics, knocking it down again. Hilda grinned and tossed another Pokeball. It was 3 shakes before Verizian broke free again, though this time it was much more exhausted. Verizian clearly underestimated Hilda and as a result took a lot more damage than it expected. Hilda looked at her 2 Pokémon, and Purloin looked ready to fight. Pansear was really worn out even though he didn't show it. Hilda was surprised when Verizian collapsed on the ground, kneeling and its sword disappearing. Hilda stared in shock before smiling. She turned to Pansear and returned him. You were amazing. Thank you. She looked at Purloin and nodded before walking to Verizian. Hilda gripped her empty Pokeball but was hesitant. You have the opportunity to seize me. Hilda blinked at the sudden voice and turned her head but the only ones around were her Purloin and Verizian before she realized it was Verizian. She decided not to question it and respond. Yes, but I can tell you don't want to be caught. Besides, I heard you protect the Pokémon here. If you were gone, then who would do that? Hilda looked at the Pokeball in her hand, still thinking about what she should do. She then went through her bag and frowned, realizing she had just 1 regular potion left. No doubt it would be of little effect on a Pokémon as strong as Verizian. Interesting. Your resolve, it's strong. Admirable, for a human. Thanks. Hilda scratched the back of her head and took off her cap. Hilda was about to open her mouth again when all of a sudden she and Verizian were surrounded by a ring of fire. Hilda jumped and Verizian stood up. Hilda put her hat back on and adjusted it. What the? Hilda looked up and saw smoke fill the sky. She looked back down when someone spoke. I must thank you. Hilda's eyes widened at the familiar voice she heard minutes ago. From the flames a familiar old man appeared. Not only were you able to draw out the legendary Pokémon Verizian, you even managed to weaken it despite your trainer rank. Team Plasma Sage Gorm. Hilda clenched her fists and Purloin readied her claws. I wonder if Zinzalin was incorrect about his assessment. After all, you have plenty of potential yourself. Gorm stroked his mustache. No matter. Any potential must be eliminated. Cofagrigus. Behind Gorm a coffin appeared. A coffin with 4 shadowy arms extending from its back and 2 glowing, red eyes. Hilda pulled out her Pokédex. Cofagrigus. The coffin Pokémon and the evolved form of Yamask. Cofagrigus is a ghost-type Pokémon. They pretend to be elaborate coffins to teach lessons to grave robbers. Their bodies are covered in pure gold. I have seen you fight, you do not stand a chance against me, Shadow Ball, Gorm said as Cofagrigus created a ball of dark energy and fired it at the 3. Dodge purloin, then pursuit. Hilda called out before realizing she was going to be hit. She suddenly felt Verizian bite the back of her shirt and leapt away with her, saving her from the attack. Purloin was able to quickly dodge the attack and strike Confronting, dealing moderate damage. Verizian stepped in front of Hilda and glared menacingly at Gorm, who didn't seem affected. Purloin then stepped in front of Verizian, who stared in surprise and turned to Hilda, who had a potion in her hand. Hilda sprayed the potion on Verizian and patted Verizian's side before giving it a determined look. "We'll deal with him. You need to go save the forest Pokémon." Verizian didn't hesitate and nodded before taking a leap and creating a whirlwind which dispelled the flames before disappearing into the forest. Gorm raised a brow. "Normally I'd follow, but you won't leave me, would you?" Hilda shook her head and Gorm sighed. "Troublesome. So you survived a cold swim, let's see you survive a hot oven." Will-o-wisp. Confronting shot several bluish-white flames at the surrounding area, lighting the forest back on fire and surrounding them in a ring of fire once again. Hilda adjusted her cap and glared at Gorm, sweat trickling down her face. "I won't falter, I will survive this hot oven. The question is, will you survive my fury?" As Hilda said that, Purloin dealt an incredibly powerful slash at Confronting, being assurance. Gorm furrowed his brow. "What are you? Do you not only have one gym badge?" "This, Confronting, disable." Confronting's eyes glowed and then Purloin glowed. Hilda's Pokédex told her exactly what disable did, though it wasn't hard to guess. Now Nightshade. Once again Confronting's eyes glowed and a ghostly monster appeared in front of Purloin and then swiped its claw, hitting Purloin. Hilda checked her Pokédex which detailed the attack. Purloin, it was nothing but a mirage. Counterattack with pursuit. Purloin slashed and struck Confronting again, the effects of the attacks showing. Will-o-wisp. Confronting shot the bluish-white flames at Purloin, landing hits but not doing any damage. "Huh?" Hilda asked as she used her Pokédex again. "You are awfully reliant on that tool." "I'll save you the trouble, Will-o-wisp doesn't deal damage but instead burns the opponent. This is especially devastating on a Pokémon who like to deal quick strikes. It's even worse when you're up against a Pokémon like my Confronting. Hex. Confronting created a dark energy ball with that had an eye in the center and threw it straight at Purloin. "Dodge it." Purloin leapt out of the way and used pursuit again. Purloin was then engulfed in flames. Purloin. Burn makes you take damage over time, just like poison. Hex again. Once again, Confronting generated the dark ball of energy and shot it at Purloin, dealing massive damage and sending it flying. Hilda quickly caught Purloin in her arms before Purloin flew into the flames. "I watched you fight Verizian. I know your Pokémon well. You don't have anything that can face me." Hilda returned Purloin and glared at Gorm. "I have one more Pokémon." Hilda sent out Oshawott who gripped her Scalchop. Water gun. Oshawott immediately used water gun, though Confronting quickly dodged. The water gun ended up hitting the flames and dousing it. "Are you going to battle me, or put out the fire?" Will-o-wisp. "I'll do both and one better, defeating you." Water gun. Oshawott countered the incoming flames with water gun and started to run towards Confronting. Now, Razor Shell. Oshawott leapt in the air and delivered a slash with Razor Shell. Shadow Ball, we won't lose to this peasant. Peasant. I'll show you, Razor Shell. Oshawott sliced through the Shadow Ball and was going to strike Confronting again but was grabbed by its arms. Oshawott. The hierarchy of old, while forgotten, was effective. Much more effective than it is now. Now trainers have the belief they can do whatever they want, disregarding the safety of Pokémon. We, Team Plasma, aim to fix that, and if not a peasant, then you are an enemy that must be eliminated. Will-o-wisp. What's with you guys? Talking about saving Pokémon, then explain Wellspring Cave. Or this fire. Hilda shouted. Oshawott picked up on Hilda's emotions and blasted Confronting with a close-up water gun, breaking free from its grasp. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good. Wellspring Cave, however, is a different novelty entirely. One day you'll understand, should you survive today. Disable. Once again Confronting's eyes glowed and Oshawott followed, her water gun disabled. Shoot, Razor Shell. Now you are stuck with close combat, Will-O-Wisp. Destroy those flames. Oshawott, using Razor Shell, cut each flame dispelling the attack and jumped again to slash at Confronting, who was able to quickly float up and avoid the attack. It tried to grab Oshawott again but Oshawott kept its distance with Razor Shell. I still have Pansear but, he's really tired. Oshawott can do this, I know it. Right before Hilda gave a command, a scream filled the air. Hilda whipped her head in the direction it came from. Virizion! Hilda exclaimed, the cry sounding similar to Virizion's telepathic voice. Never take your eyes off the battle. Hilda turned around and saw Oshawott get hit by Will-O-Wisp. Looks like I didn't need to follow. My subjects managed to claim the legendary Pokémon, all thanks to your efforts. Hilda clenched her fists. There you go again with that talk, subjects. I don't understand your motives, but there's no way you're doing this for the Pokémon. I'll save Virizion, after I defeat you. Grab it. Razor Shell. Oshawott did another slash with its Scout Chop but was unable to deflect the hands as her Razor Shell was weakened considerably. Confronting grabbed Oshawott. Hex. At a close range, Confronting generated the dark energy with the eye and tossed Oshawott in the air. It fired the attack, hitting Oshawott who was sent flying to the side into the flames. May your Oshawott rest in peace. You on the other hand. Wadash. Confronting's arms wrapped around Hilda's neck and pulled her up into the air. I will eliminate you now before you become a thorn in our side. Hilda's eyes widened as Confronting opened its coffin, revealing nothing but black, empty space. Why are you doing this? What will you gain from separating Pokémon from humans? Killing them even. Gorm raised a brow and watched as Hilda tugged on Confronting's shadow hands. Gorm turned around and put his hands behind his back. Humans refuse to listen. So we must show them the results of their action to trap and use Pokémon. Then this was a setup. And with the right evidence, we can trick the region into believing this fire was their fault. The blame will then fall on the Pokémon League. I took a huge risk, and I think it paid off. What? Gorm turned around before watching as his Confronting was shot by a torrent of water, dropping Hilda on the ground. Ow, Hilda groaned as he stood back up, rubbing her neck. She turned to the side and saw her Oshawott standing proud with steam coming out of its body. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Oshawott. Gorm was at a loss for words. I was tricked. Nightshade. Before Confronting used the attack, it was engulfed in flames and took damage. Burned? But, Hilda was also confused, and pulled out her Pokédex to find out Oshawott had learned Scald, a water-type move capable of burning the opponent. Alright, with a ranged attack, we can finish this. Scald. Oshawott shot the blast of boiling water at Confronting again, dealing much more damage than water gun. This makes me so mad. Gorm put a hand to his head as he watched Oshawott attack Confronting relentlessly, allowing no chance for a command. I won't forget this. Regardless, the mission should have succeeded, we should have gotten the Dragon Skull and the legendary Pokémon. I will take my leave. Confronting disappeared into its Pokeballs suddenly, surprising Hilda. Wait. Hilda and Oshawott ran forward but Gorm disappeared into thin air. He's gone. Hilda wiped her forehead and looked at Oshawott. You were amazing. Let's hurry and find Virizion. Scald. Oshawott immediately fired Scald to put out the fires around them. When Hilda was certain the fire in the area was put out, she and Oshawott ran off in the direction of Virizion's cry. Dear! Dear! Come quickly! That Team Plasma, they're threatening to steal some bones. The person yelling was the man who gave Ash the quick tour, Hawes. Lenora frowned. What? What's going on? Lenora quickly rushed out of the basement leaving Ash alone with his Pokémon. Ash turned to Oshawott and Pikachu and nodded, returning Oshawott, and ran after them. As soon as the three exited the library, all they could see was smoke covering the entire museum and hear employees and visitors screaming. What's going on? Lenora ran up to the smoke but quickly backed up as a Pokémon and person stepped forward. Out of the smoke, a Watchog and a Plasma Grunt. Ash meanwhile looked carefully at the smoke. It wasn't a poison gas or smog, nothing that can specifically hurt people, but could hinder vision. It was either a smoke bomb or a Pokémon attack. Ash doubted it was the former because no smoke bomb he's seen covered an entire room, so it had to be an attack. Ash felt some sort of familiarity with this smoke. This is a haze attack, Ash muttered, wishing he had Pidove with him. Ash started to think of all the Pokémon he's seen in Unova capable of learning such an attack, but he didn't have enough knowledge of Unova to be able to determine that. Lenora glared at the plasma grunt. Explain yourself. We're here to reclaim something. Something you have taken and placed on display for the purpose of humiliation. The plasma grunt exclaimed. What are you going on about? I will not stand by and let you do as you please. Lillipup. Lenora sent out a Lillipup to fight the grunt's watchog. Ash, you go stop them. Ash nodded and ran into the haze. Lenora turned back to the plasma grunt. Heh, you think you can beat me with a Lillipup? Lenora smirked. You seem to not know who I am the gym leader of Nacrene City, the master of the normal types. Watch, as your big, tough watchog falls to the cute Lillipup. Thunder Fawn. Lillipup's mouth started to electrify as it jumped and bit watchog hard. Hidden power, ball of energy appeared around Lillipup, who fired them straight at watchog. Gur, revenge watchog. Watchog ran up to Lillipup, ready to deliver the fierce strike. Lillipup stood its ground as watchog sent it flying with the super effective, stronger attack. Heh, checkmate. Yes. I win, reversal, Lenora said as Lillipup glowed before charging straight at watchog, sending it into the museum wall, knocked out. You're kidding. What? The plasma grunt returned watchog and was about to flee but was stopped by Lillipup and an Audino. Audino quickly detained the grunt and Lenora walked up to him. Ash saw red eyes piercing the haze. Pikachu. Pikachu jumped off of Ash's shoulder and used Thunderbolt, striking the Pokémon, which was a Patrat, and knocking it out. What was that? Hey, it's that kid with the foreign Pokémon. Ash turned around but all he could see was the black haze. We must liberate it. Such a rare Pokémon doesn't deserve to be captured by a trainer who will do nothing but mistreat it. Ash kept turning at the voices but was unable to see anyone. How can they see? Do they have some sort of goggles? Stop hiding in this stupid haze. Who are you to make demands of us? Ash was about to say something until he heard Pikachu scream. Pikachu was hit by an attack and Ash had no idea what it was. It was a fast attack, but was it a physical attack or a ranged attack? And I don't want to hurt any innocent people. Ash then heard Lenora speak from her fight. You will tell me everything. Don't think we League associates have been just ignoring everything you plasma people are doing. What is this all for? The grunt glared before declaring their motives in an extremely loud voice. To liberate Pokémon. Break them from their shackles. Save them from humans. In response, Ash heard a few dozen cheers from the haze and was surprised at the amount of plasma grunts in the museum. Doesn't matter if there are 100 of them. I'll defeat them all. And how do you plan on doing that when you can't even see? A grunt asked, hidden. Simple. Pikachu, come back. Go Munna. Ash released Munna and heard the grunt laugh. This is too convenient. Go. Defense curl. Munna rolled up as she was hit by an attack. Despite putting up her guard, she still took some damage. Ash watched carefully and took note that it was a Purloin this time. Ash looked at Pikachu, who was also watching carefully, and used Thunderbolt, hitting Purloin and knocking it out. Awesome Pikachu, Munna. Munna floated over to Ash, who responded by petting her head. Ash heard the grunt sniff as they returned their Purloin. How cruel. Using your Pokémon as mere bait. This is why we must liberate Pokémon from trainers as cruel as you. Ash's eyes widened as he heard the sounds of multiple Pokeballs opening from around him. He clenched his fists as he was no doubt surrounded. Tranquil, Gust. Ash turned to the entrance only to put his arm in front of him as gusts of wind filled the museum, blowing the haze away. Ash put down his arms and saw two familiar faces standing at the entrance. Cheren. Bianca. Ash exclaimed, surprised by their appearance. Ganging up on someone isn't very nice. Flame charge, Pig Knight. Bianca exclaimed, and her pig knight that was standing by her side was engulfed in flames before charging at all the Pokémon the Team Plasma grunts released, knocking out one by one. Cheren approached Ash and pushed up his glasses. We heard some screams and shouts, so we decided to see what was going. I didn't imagine this. Before Ash could say anything, he just heard the grunts shouting to retreat, and soon the museum was empty with just the visitors and them. Ash then turned to Bianca. Wow, you've gotten much stronger, Bianca. Before Bianca can say anything, Cheren interrupted. She had an easier time because of this. Cheren pulled out an orange gem. Ash and Pikachu looked at it in amazement. This is a fire gem. Bianca happened to be lucky and found 2 in Wellspring Cave before we even got there. It boosts a fire-type move by a significant amount but can only be used once, it seems. Wow, that's amazing. Those would definitely be useful in a battle. Cheren nodded and handed Ash the gem. You can have this one. Bianca gave it to me, but at the moment I do not have any fire-type moves. Ash accepted the gem and put it in his bag. Thanks, Cheren. Cheren nodded and returned tranquil. Ash also returned mana and Bianca returned Pig Knight before walking up to them. Anyways, Ash, we were wondering if you've seen Hilda. Huh? No, I haven't visited her today. I was going to after I got my badge though, Ash said, tilting his head. Why, what's up? Cheren and Bianca shared a glance before looking back at Ash. Hilda was discharged earlier today. Problem is, we can't find her anywhere. That got Ash's attention and he grew a worried expression. Even worse, no one has seen her since she left the hospital. Cheren. Cheren turned to Bianca, who was glaring at Cheren. Don't say stuff like that so bluntly. You've made Ash worried. Cheren turned back to Ash and noticed Ash was looking down with his hands clenched, appearing to be in deep thought. Cheren sighed. You make it seem like we aren't worried either. We're her best friends. I don't think I could stand it if something happened to her again. But that's why we need to stay calm and think about this, right, Ash? Ash looked up and took a deep breath before nodding. Yeah, you're right, Cheren. But I just can't stand here and do nothing either. So if you've got a plan, say it, otherwise I'm dash. Ash was cut off by a shout from Lenora. The 3 trainers turned around to see Lenora and Hawes looking horrified. What's wrong, Mrs. Lenora? Cheren asked. Lenora glared at the dragon statue in front of her. Those plasma scum stole my dragon skull. What? Ash and Bianca exclaimed before looking up at the statue, and sure enough, the skull was missing. Why would they want the skull of a dragon? Bianca asked before shivering. That's just creepy. They said they wanted to reclaim something, but this skull belongs to no one but that dragon, Lenora said before heading to the exit. Cheren, Bianca, mind guarding the museum? Ash, come with me and help me search for the skull. Ash looked between Cheren and Bianca. The 3 had similar thoughts, each wanting to help Lenora but also wanting to search for their friend. A minute passed in silence until Cheren spoke. Let's help Mrs. Lenora. If I had to guess, Hilda probably chased after Team Plasma already. If I'm right, you better find her quickly. Ash nodded and followed Lenora out of the museum. As soon as they exited the museum, they stopped at the large number of police officers and spectators. It seems my husband called the police and people learned what happened. News spreads fast around here, Lenora said looking over the crowd. A man appeared, waving to an officer, before approaching Lenora and Ash. He has brown hair which was curled. He was wearing a green V-shirt along with pink pants with green stripes and a red scarf. Good day, Lenora. How have you been? Find any good fossils lately? Lenora put a hand to her forehead. What makes you think that, with all the police around here? Lenora shook her head and turned to Ash. Ash, meet Berg. He's an artist who suffers artist's block more than any artist I know. Berg placed a hand over his heart. Now that's a cruel introduction, Lenora. Artist's block is very serious. Berg turned to Ash and extended his hand. Good to meet you, Ash, I'm Berg. A famous artist as well as the Castelia City gym leader. Ash's eyes widened as he shook Berg's hand. Really? You're a gym leader? Ash's eyes shined for a second before remembering their objective. He turned to Lenora. We should start looking fast. Lenora nodded and Berg looked at all the police officers. Things seem hectic around here. What's up, Lenora? Lenora turned to Berg and put her hands on her hips. What's up? Those plasma goons you said were harmless stole an exhibit, that's what's up. Despite this sudden outburst, Berg remained calm and put a hand under his chin. Now, let's be calm about this. They can't escape from me, I'll string shot them and bring them back here. I'll go check the pinwheel forest. Good. Ash, go with Berg, make sure he doesn't get distracted. I'll go check the east. Berg, you show Ash the way. I'm counting on you too. Lenora headed off and Berg turned to Ash. Well, Ash, you raring to round up our robbers? Ash grinned. You bet. Berg nodded. I like that. I feel I can get some inspiration soon. Come on, follow me. The two headed off to Pinwheel Forest. On the way there, Ash noticed the area seemed familiar. Hey Pikachu, didn't we fight in here? Pikachu thought about it before nodding. Yeah, it was up there. Ash pointed to the top of a cliff. Lenora was worried about me being distracted. Berg laughed and Ash immediately went back to following Berg, until Berg himself got distracted by a wild throw and Timple. Oh, that pose. How inspiring. Ash sweat dropped as Berg quickly dug out a sketch pad and started to sketch. Berg, come on. We can't waste time here. While this may be considered wasting time to you, it's actually strategy for me. What? Now Swadloon. Berg tossed a pokeball and appeared a yellow-colored Pokémon that was surrounded in a cloak of leaves. The throw was about to kick the Timple but Swadloon quickly used string shot on the thrower's legs, making it trip. Berg walked over to the Pokémon. Now. No need for violence, what's wrong? The Timple and Throw both started to speak and Ash noticed the Timple was injured already. Berg looked around the area and noticed some rocks were destroyed. Well, isn't this something? Seems like there was a big fight. Ash looked around and noticed Berg was right, but what did that have to do with these two Pokémon? You wouldn't happen to have fought with people who look like this, would you? Berg flipped some pages in his sketchbook before stopping at a sketch of a teen plasma grunt. Throw nodded while Timple started to shake at the image. It's a shame I can't understand what they are saying, Berg said, crossing his arms. But it seems like Team Plasma had attacked these two and presumably other Pokémon in the area. Ash had an idea and turned to Pikachu who knew what Ash wanted and jumped down from his shoulder to converse with the Pokémon. When Pikachu was finished, he started to relay everything to Ash. Timple's entire family was captured by Team Plasma, but Timple was left because it was too weak. Throw was walking by and scared Timple who attacked it. Berg looked at Ash in amazement. Are you able to communicate with Pokémon? Ash rubbed the back of his head as Pikachu jumped back on his shoulder. Not exactly, it's just Pikachu and I have been with each other for so long we just understand each other. How incredible. I believe an image is appearing, yes. I can see it now. The next masterpiece. Now let's hurry and retrieve this exhibit so I can head back to Castelia. Berg returned Swadloon and turned around and started heading off to the forest. Wait Berg, Ash said suddenly, making Berg turn around. Ash glanced at the two Pokémon. How did you know something was wrong? How could you tell what attack Throw was going to use? What was the point of all this? To answer your first question, seeing two Pokémon as different as Throw and Timple conversing is unusual. Second, by this. Berg showed Ash the quick sketch he made of Throw. An artist sees details that a normal person doesn't. With the way Throw posed and shifted its leg, I knew it was going to use low kick. And third, to resolve an innocent conflict and gain information. With this, we now know Team Plasma has headed this way. The respect Ash had for Berg went up significantly. Ash then glanced back at the Timple, as Throw already left. The Timple kept looking at the two trainers. Hey Berg, why don't you take Timple with you? Berg looked back at Timple. Sure, why not? I could use a variety, and this little Timple looks like it could grant me a whole different type of inspiration. Berg tossed a pokeball and caught Timple with ease. With that, the two entered the forest. Well, what do we have here? Berg's voice made the many people in front of them turn around. In front of Ash and Berg were over 20 Team Plasma grunts. It's that kid from the museum. It's a gym leader. The grunts looked between themselves before two stepped forward and sent out two Pokémon, a Patrat and a Pidove. It was very nice of you to not go into hiding, Berg said, sending out a Whirlipede. Trample them. Whirlipede rolled and crashed into the two Pokémon, knocking them out immediately. We don't stand a chance against a gym leader. First some girl, now a gym leader. The plasma grunt started to run. This caught Ash's attention and he quickly grabbed on by the hood. Some girl? Who? The grunt squirmed under Ash's glare. Some girl who decided to meddle with us. Sage Gorm left after her, she'll be getting what she deserves soon enough. The grunt was then tied up in a string shot by Berg Swadlun. I'll be taking him with me to the north and blocking the exit there. Ash, continue going deeper into the forest and find the exhibit, and your friend. Ash's eyes widened, not recalling telling Berg about Hilda. How did you? Berg smirked. I simply read into what you said to this poor sap, that and your eyes are full of worry. The only people who worry that much over some hunk of rock are Lenora and Clay. An artist can see the smallest of details, you know. So get going. Ash nodded and ran off. Man Pikachu, Berg is going to be one tough gym leader. Ash kept running until he heard some voices. What luck. I caught a Panseer. Don't use it in battle, we need it at its full strength. Ash decided to step out. Hey. There was a total of 4 grunts. Shoot, it's the kid. The gym leader isn't with him, let's liberate his Pokémon. Yeah. 3 of the 4 grunts sent out their Pokémon, which were Lillipup, Herdier, and Venipede. After quickly scanning Venipede, Ash sent out Munna and Tepig and Pikachu jumped off his shoulder. Psybeam on Venipede, Flame Charge at Herdier, Thunderbolt on Lillipup. Venipede and Lillipup fell immediately without doing anything while Herdier was still standing. Herdier, take down. Herdier charged straight towards Tepig. Munna, Psybeam. Tepig, Ember. The 2 Pokémon used their attacks to stop Herdier's charge. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pikachu jumped and slammed his ironclad tail on Herdier's head, knocking it out. Well? Are you going to help out? The 3 grunts returned their Pokémon and looked at the 4th grunt. The 4th grunt shook his head. That girl from before took out my other Pokémon. Girl from before? Did she have an Oshawott? Or a Purloin? Or a Panseer? Ash asked. The grunt nodded before coming to a realization. Oh great, you two are friends. No wonder she was so strong. Cocky too, Sage Gorm will give her the ultimate punishment for interrupting us. What do you mean by that? Ash asked, stepping forward with his 3 Pokémon. He means Sage Gorm will get rid of her, like we will of you. A grunt sent out a Panseer. Incinerate everything. The Panseer opened its mouth and fired flame blasts at their surroundings, even at Ash once. What do you think you're doing? Pikachu. Munna. Pikachu and Munna used Thunderbolt and Psybeam respectively at Panseer, but the grunt quickly returned Panseer. I would say it's been fun, but it hasn't. Good luck, kid. The plasma grunts then ran off. Just as Ash was about to give chase, the flames in front of him intensified greatly, blocking his path. Team Plasma. Ash shouted in rage. He turned to his 3 Pokémon. Ash returned Munna and sent out Oshawott, who was completely exhausted after the gym battle. Ash walked up to Oshawott and used a potion. Oshawott, can you use water gun to put out these fires? Oshawott nodded and began doing just that. Ash jumped at the sound of something falling nearby. He turned and saw a tree had fallen. Maybe I should call the Squirtle Squad, too bad they're in Kanto. Ash's eyes widened when he saw several Pokémon start running from a spreading fire. Oshawott. Over there. Oshawott turned around and immediately fired another water gun, but it wasn't enough to put out the spreading fire. Quickly taking off his hat and bag, Ash ran and grabbed the running Pokémon who were unfamiliar to him and pulled them away. Are you guys alright? He asked the Pokémon who were shaking. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Sewaddle. The sowing Pokémon. Sewaddle is a bug and grass-type Pokémon. This Pokémon makes clothes for itself. It chews up leaves and sews them with sticky thread extruded from its mouth. Cottony. The Cotton Puff Pokémon. Cottony is a grass-type Pokémon. They go wherever the wind takes them. On rainy days, their bodies are heavier, so they take shelter beneath big trees. Ash noticed the Pokémon were slightly burnt and gritted his teeth. He needed to remain calm, so the Pokémon stayed calm. It's going to be alright. Don't worry. Ash stood up and watched as Oshawott kept using water gun to put out the fire but was getting tired. Hang in there, Oshawott. Hopefully Berg is also helping out with his Timpole. Pikachu and Tepig let out a shout and Ash turned around to see them pointing at a pit-of nest in a tree that was slowly getting lit on fire. Oshawott! Ash shouted as he raced to the tree with Pikachu following. Oshawott put out enough fire to let Ash and Pikachu climb the tree to save the nest. Ash grabbed the pit-of nest and jumped down, though regretted it immediately after. Ow! Then in an instant, the fires in the area were blown away by a wind blast. Ash turned and saw a Pokémon in front of him, looking enraged. Pulling out his Pokédex, Ash is standing in front of Virizion. A protector of the forest Pokémon, oh thank goodness. Ash stepped forward. Virizion, I'm so glad you dash. Ash was cut off as Virizion used Magical Leaf straight at him. Tepig quickly stepped in and used Ember to counter it. What was that? 4. Virizion. Please, listen to me. Ash noticed a cloth on Virizion's horn, a white cloth. Is that a Team Plasma? Virizion charged straight towards Ash, its sword exposed ready to cut anything. Tepig, Oshawott, and Pikachu fired their elemental attacks, only Pikachu doing damage and stopping Virizion in its path. The Pokémon tried to get Virizion to listen but it was to no avail. Come on Virizion, please. When Virizion used Magical Leaf again and Tepig, again, countered it, Ash ran a hand through his hair. You need to calm down. Oshawott, Aqua Jet. Oshawott put his arms by his side and soon blasted himself in a jet of water straight towards Virizion. Before going off course and hitting a tree. Oshawott. Ash returned Oshawott and smiled slightly. Looks like we need to work on that, huh? Virizion ran towards Ash with its sword glowing. Tepig, Flame Charge. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Virizion avoided the Thunderbolt with ease and slashed at the charging Tepig, sending him flying into a tree and knocking him out in one blow. Ash quickly returned and thanked Tepig before focusing on Virizion with Pikachu in front of him. Virizion's sword glowed and it charged towards Pikachu. Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail turned to iron and he jumped into the air and struck Virizion's sword with his tail, neither Pokémon letting up. Generate some electricity Pikachu. While holding off Virizion, Pikachu started to charge up electricity in his tail before suddenly a ball of electricity appeared and then exploded, sending both Pokémon back a bit. Virizion didn't let that slow it down and sent Magical Leaf straight at Pikachu. Counter Shield. Pikachu got down and began to spin while using Thunderbolt, sending jolts of electricity everywhere completely blocking the Magical Leaf. Virizion ran forward again, this time vines appearing from its back and grabbing Pikachu before sapping his health. Giga Drain, Thunderbolt, Pikachu. Pikachu let out a Thunderbolt which carried through the vines and struck Virizion, who ended up letting go of Pikachu. Still in close proximity however, Virizion's sword glowed and Virizion slashed at Pikachu, sending him flying. Virizion then immediately started running towards the flying Pikachu, sword still glowing. Ash saw this and clenched his fists. Pikachu. Volt Tackle. Pikachu quickly opened his eyes and landed against the tree with his feet and propelled himself before being engulfed in electricity. Pikachu met Virizion head-on with Volt Tackle, both struggling to overpower the other. The collision eventually led to another explosion and both Pokémon were at a fair distance from one another. Let's not let it keep making the moves. Quick Attack. Pikachu charged at Virizion with an incredible boost in speed and was able to hit Virizion. We're not letting up, Thunderbolt. Pikachu used Thunderbolt, shocking Virizion once more but Virizion didn't stand there and take it. Virizion charged through the Thunderbolt with its hooves glowing, kicking Pikachu twice into the air. Pikachu. Ash shouted and Pikachu once again quickly regained his senses in the air. Ash laughed quietly. The whole reason I'm here, but we won't make that same mistake again. Volt Tackle Iron Tail. In the sky, Pikachu engulfed himself in electricity and charged towards Virizion downwards. Virizion's sword glowed, ready to meet the attack. Now. Iron Tail. Doing a flip, Pikachu met Virizion's sword with a Volt Tackle Iron Tail combination. The electricity began to charge around the Iron Tail before that ball of electricity from before appeared again and exploded. This time, Pikachu was standing and Virizion was only getting more injured and tired. Ash's Pokédex beeped. Electro Ball. The user hurls an electric orb at the target. The faster the user is than the target, the greater the damage. Ash blinked and pulled out the Pokédex from his pocket to confirm what the Pokédex just told him. Pikachu, you have a new move, Ash said in surprise before grinning. Putting his Pokédex back into his pocket, Ash decided to test it. Electro Ball, Pikachu. The ball of electricity appeared at Pikachu's tail, which then Pikachu sent flying towards Virizion and hitting it directly. However, it didn't do much damage. Ash scratched his cheek. I guess Virizion is really fast. Virizion used Magical Leaf and again sent leaves flying straight towards Pikachu. Ash didn't need to say the next move as Pikachu was already spinning on the ground and using Thunderbolt to bring up the counter shield. Ash was surprised though when Virizion then dashed forward with its sword glowing and cut through the shield and almost slashed Pikachu, who jumped away at the last second. Should have known that wouldn't work twice. Volt Tackle. Charging again, the two Pokémon clashed and another explosion. Ash noticed both Pokémon were getting tired. Virizion knew this and vines appeared from Virizion's back again. Thunderbolt. Pikachu used Thunderbolt, but the vines maneuvered around the Thunderbolt and grabbed Pikachu. Virizion glowed and tossed Pikachu quickly before he could use another Thunderbolt. TCH, you're not taking any chances. You must really be at your limit. Ash looked at Pikachu, who was really tired now, especially now that his health was sapped by Virizion. Thankfully, not much of his health could be drained as Virizion released Pikachu almost immediately after using the attack. Every attack we counter, or Virizion counters. We need to land one solid hit. Iron Tail. Ash called out as he saw Virizion's sword glowed. He still didn't know what that attack was, just that it was powerful. Ash took the continued attacks between the two Pokémon as time to think. We have to trap Virizion. Then deal the blow. Ash's eyes widened as he thought of an idea. He put his hands in his pockets, looking for an certain ribbon before realizing he left it in his old jeans. Shoot, I hope Mom empties out the pockets before washing, anyways. Pikachu. Quick attack around Virizion. Pikachu didn't question Ash and did just that, running around Virizion in circles at an incredible speed. Now Thunderbolt, same way. Pikachu realized what Ash was doing and grinned as he used Thunderbolt. The results were a Thunderbolt ring surrounding Virizion. Now. Jump. Pikachu jumped into the air and the Thunderbolt ring closed in on Virizion, shocking it. Ash fist bumped the sky. Let's go, Thunder. Pikachu shot a much more powerful and wicked Thunderbolt which, along with the Thunderbolt ring, dealt severe damage to Virizion. Virizion let out a loud scream that made Ash wince with guilt. Ash and Pikachu watched carefully as Virizion stood, electricity surrounding it, before collapsing on the ground. Ash and Pikachu let out a breath and Ash grinned at their accomplishment. Ash grabbed his bag and approached Pikachu and Virizion. He used a potion on both of them. I'm sorry Virizion. Will you now listen to us? Virizion looked at Ash, its eyes tired and no longer filled with hate. We didn't do this. Those Team Plasma guys did, we were only trying to help. Virizion stood up slowly and just nodded slightly. Ash smiled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked around and noticed a majority of the fire was put out. Virizion's whirlwinds definitely helped. Ash heard a sound from behind him and saw a Pokeball. Ash quickly put himself in front of Virizion and the Pokeball hit his head. Ow, who's there? Ash asked while rubbing his head. Out of the nowhere an old man appeared in clothing that reminded Ash of Zinzalin. I thought that girl was a threat, but you single-handedly defeated the legendary Virizion. You're the leader, aren't you? What happened to Hilda? The girl? Gorm's eyes narrowed. She's probably burned to a crisp by now. This time, Virizion glared but Gorm didn't pay it attention. Why you dash? Now. I'm done. Everything we did here was for naught. A shame too. Gorm reached into his sleeves and pulled out the dragon skull. This is what you're after, isn't it? Then here. Gorm placed the skull on the ground. Ash was on guard. Why? You guys caused so much trouble just for that skull. Gorm sighed. Yes, we went through great lengths, only to realize that this skull isn't the skull of the legendary dragon. Ash blinked. Well, dragonites are rare but, legendary dragon of Unova rare. So you knew. You may be more knowledgeable than you let on. I have a feeling you're not going to let me catch Virizion. In that case, I hope you burn. Flames appeared surrounding Ash, Pikachu, and Virizion. And farewell. Gorm disappeared into thin air. Ash quickly realized the flames were drawing closer and taller. Ash wiped some sweat from his chin. Virizion, can you get rid of these? Ash turned to Virizion who shook its head. Oh, right. You need to build up some speed. And Oshawott is unable to battle. Sweat dripped down Ash's face for many reasons. Scald. Ash turned to the direction where the voice came from and saw the flames around him die down before getting hit in the face by the water. Hot. 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 My face. It burns. Oops. Oshawott, water gun. Ash was then met by a much cooler water gun to the face. Ash rubbed his face and looked at their savior, as it was none other than Hilda. Ash had never felt so relieved in his life to see a friend. Hilda, you're all right. Hilda could hear the extreme relief in Ash's voice and her expression softened. Yeah. Sorry for making you worry, Ash. Ash didn't know what overcame him then, but he stepped forward and pulled Hilda into an embrace, which Hilda gladly returned by putting her own arms around him. I'm so glad, Ash whispered. They released each other and Ash stepped back. Hilda was slightly bruised but was otherwise all right. Hilda also observed Ash, who was covered in burn marks and had some leaves in his hair. At this Hilda giggled and approached him, picking some of the leaves from his hair. What were you doing, climbing trees? Ash chuckled nervously and Hilda rolled her eyes but kept smiling. They then turned to Virizion and walked up to it. Hilda petted Virizion's head. When I heard your cry I was so worried. I guess it was Ash's fault, huh? Hilda turned to Ash. So, are you going to catch it? Ash blinked. Nah. Legendary Pokémon are special and are needed to protect the world. They should remain free. I never thought about it like that. But still. Hilda looked back at Virizion. Well, whatever you say, Ash. I guess you should go and check up on all the other forest Pokémon, huh? Virizion nodded and was about to head off. Virizion, I know you held back against me. So one day, when I'm stronger, please battle me again at your fullest. Virizion looked back at Hilda and smirked before leaping away. Ash looked at Hilda impressed. Not everyone challenges a legendary Pokémon. You gained a lot of courage, huh? You think so? Ash nodded and Hilda looked down at Oshawott. Well, that's good. I wasn't going to get anywhere if I kept doubting my partners. Well, who do we have here? Ash and Hilda jumped at the voice and turned to see Berg picking up the dragon's skull. You did a good job, Ash. Finding your friend and getting the exhibit back. More like she found me, Ash said, rubbing the back of his head. The three laughed and Berg looked at the area. Something happened here that's probably a much more interesting story than mine. Anyways, care to introduce me, Ash? Yeah, this is my friend Hilda. Hilda, this is Dash. Berg, the amazing artist as well as the gym leader of Castelia City and the maker of the Berglove perfume and designer of the Sewaddle Silk outfit series, and even once had a cameo in the movie Enter the Beartick. I'm a huge fan. Ash sweat dropped as Berg and Hilda conversed about Berg. Drop by Castelia and I may grant you a free Sewaddle Silk tea that I've been working on. That would be awesome, thank you. Ash laughed as he went over to where he placed his hat and placed it back on his head where it belonged. Berg then turned to Ash and handed him the dragon's skull. Why don't you return this to Lenora? I'll be heading back to Castelia. I've got some prisoners I'd like to draw out information from, heh. Prisoners? Skull. Lenora. Ash, what's going on? Hilda was completely confused and Ash just laughed before looking at Berg. You can count on me. But, what do you mean by prisoners? Did you capture some Team Plasma members? That's right. And I hope to see you two soon. I can't wait for our battle. With that, Berg left to the north, leaving Ash and Hilda alone. The two looked at each other again and Ash scratched his cheek. It's so strange, it's been only a few days, not even 1 day since we last talked, but it's felt much longer. Probably because you have so much adventures in just 1 day. You're going to have to tell what you've been up to. Ash nodded and put on his bag. I'll tell you everything on our way back to the Zekrom Museum. Then we'll head back to the Pokémon Center for a change in clothes. Hilda smiled. Sounds like a plan. So you, Cheren, and Bianca went to the Battle Club, met some rude trainer, you then challenged the Zekrom gym which was in the museum, beat it, then Team Plasma stole some skull, you met up with Berg to search for them, and then fought Virizion and won. Does that sum it up? Ash blinked. Why yeah, that was much faster than my explanation. Hilda rolled her eyes. Yeah, 'cause you kept going into extreme details on your battles. Ash laughed and they soon approached the gym. There they saw Lenora, Cheren, and Bianca. The two teenagers lit up when they saw Hilda while Lenora looked happy at the skull in Ash's hands. Thank you so much Ash. You have no idea how grateful I am. Someone as kind as you, I know your Pokémon are in good hands. Here, Lenora pulled a stone out of her pocket. Take this. A moon stone. Ash exclaimed as he accepted it. Are you sure? I know moon stones are rare. Lenora laughed. They're rare, even valuable, but that's nothing compared to my museum. Lenora the noticed Hilda. And who's this? Is she the one you told me about Bianca? Bianca nodded. This is our childhood friend, Hilda. She's been sick for a while, but is back in action. Right? Hilda nodded. It's nice to meet you Mrs. Lenora. I hope you'll accept my challenge. Of course. I'd say tomorrow is a good day, our Pokémon will be fully rested as well as us. Besides, you should catch up with your friends. They've been worried sick. Now if you'll excuse me, with that, Lenora headed into the museum, leaving the 4 trainers. Ash took a sip from his drink as he, Cheren, and Bianca listened to Hilda's story of how she chased Team Plasma from the Pokémon Center to Pinwheel Forest. They were at the Pokémon Center at one of the tables and they left their Pokémon to be healed. Bianca was completely fascinated by Hilda's story. Wow Hill. That's amazing. You're like a real-life superhero. While I think Bianca isn't taking this seriously, she has a point. Bianca stuck out her tongue at Cheren. You were impressive. Your Lillipup even evolved and you got closer to your Pokémon. You even found out some more info on Team Plasma's motives. I'd say this couldn't have turned out better for you. Hilda scratched the back of her head. Yeah I guess. I still smell like a bonfire though, Hilda sniffed her vest. Seeing this, Ash also sniffed his sleeve. Probably should shower soon. Yeah, we're just glad you're okay. Cheren wouldn't admit it, but he was practically tearing his hair out in worry for you. Bianca exclaimed. Cheren turned red and shook his head. Don't accuse me of your actions. I was certain she'd be fine. Bianca and Hilda laughed and Ash smiled before looking at Cheren and Bianca. So what do you guys plan on doing next? Cheren spoke immediately. Head to Castelia City. I'll get my next badge and move onwards. Though I would like to catch some more Pokémon. Me too. Castelia City is the second-most place I want to go to. It's the biggest city in Unova so it has almost any shop imaginable. Bianca exclaimed. Ash nodded. We'll be right behind you guys after Hilda beats Lenora. That's right, which won't take long so you two better get going if you don't want us to get ahead. Hilda exclaimed. Bianca nodded enthusiastically while Cheren sighed and adjusted his glasses. This isn't a competition. Not yet anyways. Oh yeah, Ash. There's some tournament being built in a few months. I don't know the exact date, it's in Driftvale City. Just thought you might want to look into it. Anyways, I should get going. Bye. Hilda and Bianca waved Cheren goodbye while Ash was thinking about what Cheren said. Or rather, why he told him specifically. Bianca left soon after, wanting to check out the cafe nearby, leaving Ash and Hilda alone. I guess we should grab our Pokémon and prepare to sleep, huh? Ash nodded though neither got up. Hey Ash, one day, we'll battle, alright? Ash looked at Hilda in surprise. What brought that on? Hilda shrugged. I don't know. I guess your randomness and passion for battle has rubbed off on me. So? Ash laughed and grinned. Of course. That will be a battle I'll never forget. Hilda smiled. Good. I was worried at first, I thought battles only worsen friendships, but battling with my Pokémon made me realize it does the opposite. I've only gotten closer to my Pokémon and I've gotten closer to the trainers. Well, not Team Plasma but Sinnoh, Cheren, even that boy from the beginning, I've gotten closer to. Ash nodded, agreeing with everything Hilda said before suddenly standing. Now you've got me psyched for then. Let's keep at it and never give up. Ash exclaimed and Hilda also stood up. The two grinned and left to grab their Pokémon and get some rest from a very long, eventful, day. Two trainers in cloaks hidden in an abandoned warehouse were staring intensely at a figure on their laptop screen. Well? The figure asked. They did not appear, Giovanni sir, one of the two figures, Cassidy of Team Rocket said. Giovanni swiveled in his chair and turned around. How strange. Dr. Zager had guaranteed to us that the other two Swords of Justices will make an appearance. What about Virizion? Cassidy and Butch looked at a bag behind them with annoyed expressions. Those forest Pokémon refused to let Virizion to be captured and we ended up capturing worthless Pokémon instead. Until Landorus follows our orders and can be caught, we don't stand a chance against the legendary Pokémon, Butch explained. But that Team Plasma were able to weaken Virizion a great deal? Giovanni asked, still turned around. From what we analyzed, Cassidy started, bringing up a picture of the worn-out Virizion destroying several of their equipment before sending it to Giovanni. Virizion took a lot of electrical attacks. Team Plasma is weak, I don't think they could do this much damage to Virizion. Giovanni turned around to look at the picture that Cassidy just sent him. So you're saying there's a third party at work here, also trying to capture the legendary Pokémon? That or Team Plasma have elite members who are half-decent, Butch said before realizing something and turning to Cassidy. Hey, what about that annoying trainer with the Pikachu? He's here remember? We fought him back in Accumula town. Before Cassidy could respond, Giovanni interrupted them, not looking impressed. This wouldn't happen to be the same Pikachu those three clowns have been chasing all these years. The two nodded, making Giovanni scowl. I refuse to believe that a Pikachu can defeat a legendary Pokémon. End of that story. They nodded again and Giovanni pulled up a map of Unova. Right now simply focus on finding the other two forces of nature. Search for heavy rainstorms within the region. Without Landorus, they won't stop fighting. And don't forget to keep an eye out for the reveal glass. After two simultaneous nods, Giovanni ended the call, leaving Cassidy and Butch to look at each other before starting to look through various Unova weather broadcasts. Hilda was lying on the ground, staring at her egg capsule. It had been a few days since she got the egg, but she couldn't remember holding it for more than 30 minutes due to the events that transpired. She got back her egg when she got back her other Pokémon as well as switching around her team, specifically bringing back Gothita and sending Herdier to Professor Juniper. How long does it take for an egg to hatch? Hilda asked aloud. Next to her was Oshawott and Purloin who didn't know the answer. I'll just ask Ash then. Hilda glanced over to Ash's bed which had his own egg capsule and his bag. Ash and Pikachu stayed at the Pokémon Center's cafeteria for more food. Hilda couldn't help but wonder how he could eat so much. Her plate looked like she was on a diet compared to Ash's. When the egg showed no sign of hatching, Hilda got off the ground and stood up, stretching before looking at her Pokémon. Thanks to Bianca, we have no idea what type of Pokémon Lenora uses as she told Cheren and Ash to not tell us. But we'll still come out on top. We won't lose again. Hilda jumped when the door behind her opened. She turned and saw Ash grinning at her. That's the spirit. Now let's go get your gym badge. Hilda's sweat dropped and looked at her two Pokémon then back at Ash and crossed her arms. Why do I have a feeling you're more excited for my gym battle than I am? Ash blinked before shrugging. And how can you not be excited? You'll be one step closer to the Unova League. With that, Ash exited the room and Hilda sighed. Leave it to Ash to completely put a forest fire and battle with a legendary Pokémon behind him like it was nothing. With that, Hilda returned her 2 Pokémon and followed Ash to the museum. What? Hilda stared blankly at Ash, who scratched the back of his head. Oh yeah, I forgot about the gym's puzzle. I don't really remember the solution, huh? Ash laughed nervously as Hilda was unamused. She did not feel like searching the biggest library she's ever seen for tiny scraps of paper that were clues. Ash walked over to a bookshelf. I just know this one was where the staircase was hidden under. With that, Ash tried to push it but it was no use. Hilda walked over to the gym pedestal to read the first note and she began solving the puzzle. Ash watched amazed as Hilda swiftly made her way through the library and solving each of the riddles, sometimes asking Ash for help, before finding the switch that opened the way to the basement. Ash approached Hilda, still shocked at how fast Hilda solved it. That was amazing, Hilda. Hilda tilted her head. Huh. You did that puzzle so quick. It took me a while and would have taken me longer if it weren't for Pikachu. Ash scratched his cheek while Pikachu let out a cry in pride. Well, I'm not that much of a bookworm as Cheren, but being his friend meant a lot of study dates in Nuvema's library. I guess all that searching for books came in handy, Hilda chuckled before going down the stairs. Ash watched as Hilda went down before turning to Pikachu. Study date? Pikachu, you think Hilda and Cheren dash? Pikachu immediately slapped the back of Ash's head. Ash chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, you're right. They would have been too young. Though they have known each other since childhood, and they are pretty close. Wait, what am I even thinking about? Ash followed Hilda and went down the stairs, though he couldn't help but wonder why he cared. Ash entered the familiar battlefield, now patched up from Oshawott Aqua Jets. Ash headed over to the bleachers and sat down, Pikachu jumping down from his shoulder and giving Hilda a cheer that he learned from their last traveling companion. Hilda came over to give him her egg before returning to the trainer box. Hilda giggled at Pikachu's cheers before focusing her attention on her opponent. Lenora smirked as she gripped a Pokeball. I heard about your deeds from Berg and Cheren. I must thank you for what you've done. But you're not here for compliments, you're here for a battle. A 2-on-6 battle will be the format and I won't be allowed to substitute normally. Hilda thought the absence of a referee was strange, but now the rules made her even more confused. Huh. But, shouldn't it be 2-on-2? My duty isn't to win, it is to test the trainers. See if they are worthy of their Pokémon license. And to do that, you must defeat me with your Pokémon, doesn't matter how many. Hilda nodded. Right. I'm ready then. I only have 5 Pokémon on me right now. So a 2-on-5 Pokémon battle. Then meet my first Pokémon. Lenora pressed the button on her Pokeball and out appeared a Pokémon that made Ash's eyes widen. Watchog! Ash exclaimed as Hilda pulled out her Pokédex to scan. Ash looked at Pikachu, worried. Why do you think she chose Watchog first? Isn't Watchog her strongest Pokémon? Seems powerful. The only weakness a normal type has is fighting, which I don't have, so I'll just choose a Pokémon that resists normal. Roggenrola. Hilda pocketed her Pokédex after checking over the type chart and tossed a Pokeball and out appeared Roggenrola, ready to battle. Lenora smirked. Whenever you're ready. Rock Blast. Roggenrola's core glowed and then fired 3 consecutive rocks and each hit Watchog, who merely flinched at the attack. Hilda bit her lip, that didn't do much. Watchog, Hypnosis, Lenora called out and Watchog's eyes glowed, staring directly at Roggenrola. Hypnosis? That doesn't sound good, Roggenrola, move away and don't stare at Watchog. Roggenrola listened and started running to the side. Follow it, Watchog. Watchog started running and the speed difference between the 2 Pokémon was clear as Watchog was quickly standing in front of Roggenrola and was about to use Hypnosis. Don't let it stay near you, Headbutt. Roggenrola took a step back before charging into Watchog, making it stagger back and creating a bruise on its stomach. Now, create some distance and use Rock Blast. Roggenrola stepped back and fired several rock blasts at Watchog, using the slight knockback the rocks granted to move back. If you insist, I'm fine with range. Let's see how well you know your status ailments. Confuse Ray. Watchog's eyes glowed before a dark energy ball appeared in front of it. The ball then raced across the battlefield and hit Roggenrola directly. Hilda wasn't sure what had happened and just watched as Roggenrola started to act strange. Roggenrola, are you alright? Instead of responding, Roggenrola ran straight towards the wall of the battlefield and slammed into it. Roggenrola. Roggenrola is confused. Hilda whipped her head towards the gym leader. It is a status ailment where a Pokémon may not be able to hear their trainer's voice and lose control. It can end up with your Pokémon defeating itself. The cures are to either hope it survives the confusion or a Persim berry. Ash winced as he watched Roggenrola charge into the wall. He remembered the final fight against the Pyramid King and how hard he tried to make his first grass type come to its senses. But there was no way Hilda was going to go the extra mile, not yet. So Ash could only lean back while Pikachu began to cheer even harder. Hearing Pikachu's frantic cheering made Hilda calm down slightly, but she was still worried as Roggenrola kept slamming into the wall, even knocking its head against the floor at times. She called out to it several times but it was no use. Roggenrola. Please. Rock Blast. Roggenrola stopped moving, seeming to have heard the command. Hilda let out a sigh of relief as Roggenrola's core began to glow. Watchog braced itself for the impact, before becoming lax. Hilda noticed and was confused before looking back at Roggenrola, who was now aiming directly above him. 3 rock blasts were fired directly up, 2 colliding and the third falling straight back down. Ash knew that if he was in the trainer box, he would have ran over and shielded Roggenrola, but since he wasn't he could only watch as the rock blast, slightly powered up from the acceleration due to gravity, made contact with Roggenrola. Hilda however couldn't watch and looked away while closing her eyes and heard the sound of the collision between Roggenrola and the rock blast. Roggenrola is unable to battle. Hilda's eyes snapped open at Lenora's voice and looked back at her Roggenrola, who was lying on the ground unconscious, a small indent in the ground. Hilda silently returned Roggenrola and placed his Pokeball near her heart. Thank you. You were incredible. Placing Roggenrola's Pokeball into her bag, she pulled out another and took a deep breath. Normal types are much more diverse than other Pokémon. They have so many different ways of attacking, they're the best for testing trainers. Lenora outstretched her arms. That was your first Pokémon, now show me what else you got. Hilda nodded firmly before tossing a Pokeball which opened and revealed Gothita. Ash became slightly concerned as he knew Watchog has Crunch, which was a dark type move, but at the same time Ash knew types weren't everything. Psybeam. Hilda wasted no time calling the attack and Gothita's hand glowed before firing a purple-colored beam straight at Watchog. Lenora watched on calmly. A bit slow. Watchog began running towards Gothita, avoiding the incoming Psybeam. Crunch. Baring its fangs, Watchog started running faster towards Gothita. Keep firing, but prepare to cry. Lenora raised a brow and began attempting to decipher the meaning out of Hilda's command. Gothita continued firing Psybeams at Watchog, each Watchog was able to evade. Lenora snapped her fingers when she finally understood. I see now. Trying to be strategic. I'm afraid I've seen it all, dear. Close the gap, Watchog. Watchog, who was still avoiding the incoming Psybeams, gained a sudden burst of speed and got close and bit down hard on Gothita's head before Gothita could react. Confusion, Gothita. Hilda shouted, hoping Gothita would be able to get Watchog off her. Shake. Watchog began to shake Gothita while still biting her. You see, dear, a psychic type's power comes from their mind. Watchog has disrupted your Gothita's concentration. It would be for the best if you recall Gothita. Hilda gulped and did all that she could to not turn to Ash for advice. She gripped Gothita's Pokeball and returned her. Does that mean I lose? Lenora blinked before laughing lightly. Of course not. This is a 2-on-5 match, remember? And your Gothita isn't knocked out, so you can use her later. Hilda nodded and tossed out another Pokeball, this time Pansear appearing with a flip. Flame burst. Pansear wasted no time firing a bursting flame straight at Watchog, who dodged the attack in a similar fashion to how it dodged Gothita's Psybeams. Hypnosis. With glowing eyes, circles of psychic energy appeared and were about to hit Pansear. Acrobatics. Hilda called immediately. Panseer started moving nimbly towards Watchog, staying out of its line of sight, and once he drew near, struck Watchog hard with a punch. Watchog staggered back, as Panseer hit the bruise Roggenrola had created earlier. Lenora clapped her hands. That was quite the maneuver. I don't think Watchog stands a chance against that Panseer. So, work up, Watchog. Did Watchog knew work up when we fought it? Ash asked Pikachu, who shook his head. Then, did she teach her Watchog that? Or is it a completely different one? Panseer, quickly. Flame burst. Being closer than before, Panseer's flame burst his Watchog directly in the chest, making it skid backwards. Now dash. Baton pass. Lenora called urgently, and with a glow, Watchog was sent back into its Pokeball. Hilda only watched in surprise as another Pokémon appeared. In Watchog's place was a gray chinchilla-like Pokémon with big ears and long fur that acted like a scarf. Ash and Hilda quickly pulled out their Pokédexes. Sinnoh. The Scarf Pokémon. Sinnoh is a normal-type Pokémon. Sinnoh's body is coated in a special oil that helps it deflect attacks, such as punches. Baton Pass, the user switches places with a party Pokémon in waiting, passing along any stat changes. Wait, so that means Sinnoh has the buffs that Watchog gave itself before it switched out with Baton Pass. Lenora finished with a smirk. This is a true strategy. Hilda would normally be in awe at the beautiful, pure Pokémon if it wasn't for the aura of power it exuded. Oil, huh? Hilda mumbled, looking back at her Pokédex before pocketing it. If Lenora wanted strategy, then she'll give it to her. Acrobatics. Panseer struck at Sinnoh but was easily deflected by its scarf. To Hilda's surprise, Panseer was sent flying across the battlefield. Your Roggenrola used this attack earlier, Rock Blast. Materializing large rocks out of thin air, Sinnoh fired the rocks at the recovering Panseer. Outstretching her arm, Hilda called out acrobatics to dodge. Since Panseer was so close to the battlefield wall, he jumped up avoiding the first rock and wall, jumped off the wall to avoid the second before cartwheeling to avoid the third, and began running towards Sinnoh. Hilda wants Panseer to get close, but she knows it won't be that easy. Iron Tail the ground. Sinnoh slammed its scarf into the ground, causing the battlefield to shake and stopping Panseer from advancing. Flame burst. Hilda commanded Panseer to retaliate and he did, but Sinnoh avoided the flame burst with a slightly panicked look on its face. Need to get even closer. Rock Blast. Sinnoh quickly recomposed itself and fired a rock straight at Panseer, whose eyes widened as the rock that was just as big as him hit him square in the stomach and sent him flying. He flew past Hilda where time seemed to slow down for him. He saw every detail of her expression. The worry. The tears. The moving lips. Before pain erupted and he crashed into the wall. This time, Hilda didn't waste any second to run up to Panseer and pull him out from behind the rock. Panseer was still conscious, it seemed, but for how long was anyone's guess. Are you all right? Panseer? Panseer stared at Hilda for a second before nodding, his eyes no longer half closed like Hilda was used to. Panseer got out of Hilda's arms and stared straight back at Sinnoh. Panseer half turned to Hilda, indicating he was awaiting her order. Hilda was shocked but nodded quickly. Flame burst, but try and make it a spread shot. Panseer nodded and with his tuft slightly glowing red, fired 3 bursting flames towards Sinnoh. Tail slapped the ground. Sinnoh once again slammed the battlefield with its scarf, this time using a piece of the battlefield to deflect the flames. When the rubble was destroyed, Lenora and Sinnoh were surprised to see Panseer running straight towards Sinnoh. Rock Blast. Acrobatics and Flame Burst. Cartwheeling and spewing bursting flames, Panseer's attacks were extremely sporadic and prevented Sinnoh from attacking him as Sinnoh focused on its defenses. Panseer eventually managed to get close to Sinnoh and leapt upon it, gripping onto its scarf. Lenora however wasn't having any of that. Tail slap it off you. Using said scarf, Sinnoh began hitting Panseer extremely hard. Hang in there, Panseer. Keep using Flame Burst. For the first time, Panseer managed to land several direct hits with Flame Burst and Sinnoh only squealed in pain as its entire body was engulfed in flames. Lenora gritted her teeth and shouted, "Get it off you and roll." Cinchino increased the speed of its tail slaps while Pansear continued using Flame Burst, holding on for dear life while his tuft continued to glow brighter. It was a matter of endurance at this point, though with the extra boost from Watchog, Cinchino had the clear power advantage. Or so they thought. Ash stared at Pansear, whose tuft wasn't the only part of Pansear glowing. Rather, Pansear's entire body started to glow a bright red. Ash stood up and leaned forwards, gripping the rails in front of the bleachers as he watched in anticipation for the climax. The sounds of fire exploding on contact and slaps were the only thing heard on the battlefield while Hilda and Lenora watched on. Lenora was surprised that still Pansear was able to hang on to Cinchino despite receiving so many direct hits. Until it hit her. Has Cinchino been hitting Pansear's head? Squinting, Lenora noticed Pansear moving its head wherever Cinchino's scarves are going to slap, and since Pansear tufts can reach up to 600 degrees Fahrenheit, Pansear's head was basically an attack of its own. Forget it, Cinchino, roll. Cinchino hesitated however, and Hilda took seize of the opportunity. Come on Pansear, one big flame burst. Hilda shouted and Pansear responded in kind, giving a loud cry before his body was now glowing an extreme bright red, releasing an extremely large flame at the chinchilla, resulting in an explosion of hot air that filled the entire stadium. Pikachu, who was on Ash's shoulder, was blown back with Ash's hat while Ash only gripped the rail harder as he stared in amazement. That was overheat. Or blaze. Hilda and Lenora were both forced to cover their faces with their arms until the smoke dissipated. On the battlefield, laying on the ground unconscious was Cinchino. Standing up, glowing but panting heavily was Pansear. Lenora blinked before running a hand through her hair while returning Cinchino. I must say, I didn't see that coming. Hilda grinned as she cheered. That was great Pansear. I don't know what you just did, but I couldn't be happier. Hearing Hilda's excited voice made Pansear close his eyes and think about what he just did and why he did what he did. He didn't even notice Hilda returning him to his Pokeball. Thank you again. Don't forget, you still have one more Pokemon to defeat, dear, Lenora reminded before tossing a Pokeball into the air, revealing Watchog, who was clearly exhausted after fighting 3 Pokemon. Hilda gained a surge of confidence thanks to Pansear's show and gripped Gothita's Pokeball. I didn't forget. But this battle is as good as mine. There's no way I'm letting Pansear's efforts go to waste. Gothita appeared out of her Pokeball, and when Watchog glared at her, Gothita returned the glare with an even more menacing one. Wasting no time, Hilda called out an attack, Psybeam. Gothita fired a psychic beam straight at Watchog, who avoided it and started running straight towards Gothita. Hypnosis. Eyes glowing, Watchog attempted to make Gothita fall asleep. Hilda knew Gothita wouldn't be able to run away from Watchog, so she could only think of another way to avoid the attack. Confusion on yourself. Levitate. Hilda shouted. Gothita stared at her trainer, surprised, before doing as told and lifting herself into the air. Hilda grinned at Gothita's levitation while Watchog could only stare. Jump and use Crunch, Lenora called out. Bending its knees, Watchog suddenly leapt into the air with speed and opened its mouth. Psybeam. Hilda quickly reacted to Lenora's command. Gothita's hand glowed before firing a beam at Watchog. As Gothita used Psybeam however, she fell straight to the ground, making the Psybeam miss its mark. Gothita. Are you alright? Gothita stood up and winced before puffing her chest out to prove she was fine. Watchog, who also missed his attack due to Gothita falling, landed perfectly fine in front of Gothita. Seeing how close they were, Hilda had 2 options. Fake tears. Gothita immediately started bawling, making Watchog hesitate and take a step backwards. Don't be fooled. Lenora's voice made Watchog nod and glare, before suddenly bursting into laughter. Lenora's eye twitched as she kept calling out commands. Watchog. Crunch. Hypnosis. Iron Tail. Eventually Watchog was able to smack Gothita away and get out of Gothita's tickle attack, but it was too late as soon it was struck directly in the chest, the bruise given by Roggenrola, by Psybeam. There was silence until a sigh broke it. Lenora returned her Watchog and placed a hand on her forehead. I'm afraid I've seen it all, I said, ha. Lenora then quickly grew a big, proud smile. You exceeded my expectations greatly. Here I thought your friends talked you up, but I see their words are true. Congratulations, Hilda. You are the winner. Hilda took a second to let the words register before hugging her Gothita. Thank you, Gothita. You were amazing. It's quite hot down here, why don't I reward you upstairs? Lenora proposed, and soon the two left the battlefield, leaving Ash in the bleachers. Ash released the railing and fell backwards onto a bleacher. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and stared at the battlefield until Pikachu came into view wearing his hat. Laughing, Ash scratched Pikachu's back just the way he liked it, making him let out a ka-cha. Hilda's getting pretty good, huh? But Panseer, what was that? I'd assume overheat since Panseer was exhausted after using that attack, but he was still glowing. Ash stood up suddenly and stretched. I can think about it later. Come on, Pikachu. Hilda probably got her badge already. Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder, throwing his hat in the air for him to catch. Ash grabbed his bag and the 2 egg capsules and quickly walked up the stairs, out of the battlefield. As Ash walked up the stairs, he saw Hilda placing the basic badge into her trainer case. Oh whoops. Did we leave you behind? Sorry, Ash. Hilda apologized and took her egg from Ash, who just waved his hand. No worries, I know how easily it is to get carried away once you win a badge, Ash said, and the 2 women laughed. I suppose you two will be heading to Castelia City then? Lenora asked, and the 2 trainers nodded. You will have to go north through the Pinwheel Forest, then cross the Sky Arrow Bridge. I suggest stopping by a town near the bridge, Luxuria Town I believe. Ash nodded and Hilda bowed. Will do. Thank you, Ms. Lenora. Lenora laughed and shook her head. If there's anyone who's grateful, it's me. You two are welcome here anytime, why here? With that, the 2 trainers left the gym and returned to the Pokémon Center. This is quite something. Your eggs are suddenly getting close to hatching. Nurse Joy exclaimed while examining the 2 trainers' eggs. It had been an hour since Hilda's gym battle and they decided to get one final checkup for their eggs. Really? Hilda asked, surprise and excitement in her voice. They were exposed to hot air recently, it seems. Do either of you have a Pokémon with flame body? Nurse Joy asked, and the 2 shook their heads. Hilda mentioned the attack Panseer pulled off during the battle. That must have been quite the attack to get through the glass of the capsule. Nurse Joy praised, and Hilda rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. So, how long do we have to wait? Hilda asked. Not long, I can say that. I don't think you'll be out of the forest by the time they hatch. Nurse Joy exclaimed, making Hilda even more excited. With that information, the 2 bid farewell to the Nakreen Nurse Joy, who they got to know over the past few days, and went to a restaurant to eat. Ash noticed Hilda eating slightly faster than usual with a big smile on her face. Ash would have pointed it out, but he didn't want to bring up the events at Wellspring Cave, so he just focused on his own food, glancing at Hilda's beaming face every so often. So Luxuria Town, Ash started. Anything of note there? Hilda swallowed her food before shrugging. She pulled out their map and found the town. Not really. Just a battle club. Ash nodded. Perfect. Once we finish our training in the forest, we can test ourselves there. Huh? Training? Ash nodded once again. Of course. I need to work on Oshawott Aqua Jet. I even transferred a Pokémon from back home to help. Hilda put a finger to her chin. I'd love to train Panseer, but I don't think it's a good idea to do that in the forest. Ash's sweat dropped. Probably not. Hilda clapped her hands. I know. I can work on Gothita's levitation. It'd be great if she could levitate and attack at the same time. Ash nodded. Sounds good, Munna could help out too. Bizel, come on out. Ash tossed a Pokeball and out appeared an orange weasel Pokémon with an inflatable yellow collar, 2 blue fins, and a split tail. Bizel crossed his arms and gave a smirk as he looked at Ash. It's been some time, huh Bizel? I want you to meet my new partners. Ash gestured to Hilda and all their new Pokémon, who all greeted Bizel with cheers, and Bizel responded with a cool nod. Bizel. The Sea Weasel Pokémon. Bizel is a water-type Pokémon. It spins its 2 tails like a screw to propel itself through water. The tails also slice clinging seaweed. Hilda pocketed her Pokédex and stared in amazement. Wow, he looks so cool. Bizel only let his smirk grow with that comment and Ash knelt down to pat him on the back. You won't meet another Pokémon who likes battling more than him. Hilda laughed. So I take it Bizel is going to help Oshawott with his Aqua Jet? Ash had already described Oshawott's problem when he told Hilda everything that transpired while she was in the hospital. Ash nodded and gestured over to Oshawott. Oshawott, Bizel is going to help you train to use Aqua Jet, alright? While Ash's smile was comforting, Bizel's smirk made Oshawott uncomfortable and inferior. Oshawott turned around and crossed his arms, surprising Ash. Huh? What's wrong Oshawott? Bizel this time dropped the smirk and tilted his head. Oshawott glared at Bizel before walking off with an arrogant attitude, making Ash frown. Don't tell me you don't want Bizel's help. Oshawott, Bizel is the perfect Pokémon to help. He could even help you gain power in your attacks. Oshawott glared, as if Ash was claiming Oshawott was weak. Ash seemed to understand Oshawott and tried to reason. Oshawott, there's always room for improvement, and Bizel's just the Pokémon to help out. Oshawott simply turned his head with a humph gesture. Ash and Bizel simultaneously scratched their heads while looking at each other. Hilda, who watched the entire display, walked over to her own Oshawott. Unlike Ash, she saw a small spark between the two sea otters. Hey Oshawott, think you can convince Oshawott to train with Bizel? Hilda's Oshawott nodded and walked over to Ash's stubborn Oshawott. They all watched as Hilda's Oshawott spoke to Ash's and eventually the two walked over to the trainers. Ash's Oshawott grabbed his Scalchop and pointed it at Bizel. You want to battle Bizel? Ash asked before turning to Bizel. Well? What do you say? Bizel gave an enthusiastic nod as he entered a battle stance. Ash turned to his Oshawott. Don't hold back Oshawott. With that, Ash and Hilda walked over to the other Pokémon, Hilda's Oshawott staying to watch the two water types duel. Munna, you think you can help Gothita learn how to levitate and attack? I guess, split her focus. Hilda looked at Ash curiously. You sound unsure. Ash rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I've never owned a psychic type before. Munna nodded and floated over to Gothita, who unlike Ash's Oshawott, fully accepted the training. You know, my mom always said Pokémon tend to act like their trainers. I think Oshawott gained that stubbornness from you, Hilda teased, making Ash chuckle. A friend once said the exact same thing a long time ago. Anyways, Pikachu, Pidove, why don't you two work on hitting each other and dodging, but try and limit your thunderbolts Pikachu. Actually, Ash. Hilda started making Ash turn to her. Can Purloin train with Pidove? I'd like for her to learn how to hit airborne Pokémon. Ash blinked before nodding enthusiastically. That sounds good. Change of plans Pidove, you'll be training with Purloin. Pikachu, you're on egg guarding duty. At that Pikachu's expression died and his ears drooped, making Ash sweat drop. Hey, it won't be long since they're hatching soon. Besides, when was the last time we owned an egg? Remembering his long-nosed friend from Johto, Pikachu perked up and ran over to the two eggs. Ash chuckled before turning to Hilda who was issuing training orders to her other Pokémon. Roggenrola, speed isn't your strong suit so let's focus on defending and counterattacking. Pansear, you're just going to go in and get out quickly. Ash decided to go back to where Oshawott and Bizel were battling and saw Oshawott let down his guard and get blasted by Bizel's powerful water gun. Ash quickly ran and caught Oshawott before he hit a tree and fainted. Phew, that was a close one. Oshawott opened his eyes, expecting pain but only saw Ash's smile. Well? What do you think of Bizel? Oshawott turned to Bizel who was approaching them and jumped out of Ash's arms. He stared at Bizel before bowing down, surprising both Ash and Bizel. Ash smiled and looked at Bizel. I guess you got yourself an apprentice. Ash laughed and patted Oshawott on the head. His Aqua Jet needs a bit of work. He also closes his eyes when he uses it, so I'm counting on you. Bizel nodded and started to give orders to Oshawott, who nodded and was listening intently. Hey Hilda. Ash called out to his companion who was staring at Purloin and Pidove. We got to do some training too. Hilda blinked. What? Don't tell me you plan on only letting your Pokémon get stronger. Come on, 10 laps around this field. What? Hilda groaned as she sat down next to the eggs and Pikachu. Pikachu patted her shoulder making Hilda sigh. Thanks Pikachu. That trainer of yours, sure is something. Hilda sighed before something glowing caught her eye. Ash gulped down a canteen of water as he watched Bizel and Oshawott spar, Razor Shell vs Ice Punch. According to Bizel, Oshawott got the hang of Aqua Jet but still needs some more training. Oshawott, watch your right side, don't abandon your left side defense. Ash furrowed his brow as he tried to think of a way Oshawott could be better with Razor Shell. Ash recalled the duo a trainer had from a while back and how it had 2 Scalchop. If Oshawott were to evolve, but what if he doesn't want to? I'll worry about that when it happens. Suddenly, Ash heard Pikachu running and shouting towards him. HM. What's up Pikachu? Ash asked and Pikachu started to explain, making Ash's eyes widen and run off. The 2 egg containers were glowing simultaneously, surprising Ash. They're both gonna hatch. So this is what happens when they're about to hatch, Hilda noted. Take them out of the containers. Make sure they only see you when they hatch. Hearing Ash's panicked voice made Hilda panic. What? How do I do that? The button at the bottom. It wasn't long before the eggs rested on Ash and Hilda's lap as they and their Pokémon waited in anticipation for the grand reveal. It's odd that they're hatching at the same time, Hilda said. Yeah, the daycare owners must have known, Ash said, and before long the eggs glowed a bright light nearly blinding the 2 before the 2 Pokémon were revealed. On Ash's lap, was a yellow and cream lizard-like Pokémon with yellow skin around its legs. On Hilda's lap was a small avian Pokémon with a blue body and a large white plume of feathers that covers its head. Hilda gave her Pokémon a motherly smile and whispered, "Hey there little guy." Ash just smiled and rubbed the head of his Pokémon. The 2 Pokémon then looked at each other, then the other's trainer, before back at their own trainer. Hilda's Pokémon immediately rubbed his head against her in an affectionate manner while Ash's just stared at him while Ash continued to pet him. I think they're good now, Ash whispered, and Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder while Hilda's Oshawott walked next to her. The 2 baby Pokémon stared at Pikachu and Oshawott, before suddenly attacking them with a headbutt and a peck. Ash and Hilda could only blink as Pikachu was knocked off Ash's shoulder and Oshawott rolled back. The 2 baby Pokémon turned around and stared at the rest of the Pokémon before going on the assault. Ash placed a hand on his forehead while Hilda tilted her head and stared in wonder. Just great. Alright, that's enough. Ash grabbed Scraggy just when he was about to headbutt Pitto for the second time. Scraggy retaliated by headbutting Ash's head, making Ash let go of him. Ow, good thing he's still young, otherwise that could have hurt. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Scraggy. The shedding Pokémon. Scraggy is a dark and fighting type Pokémon. Proud of its sturdy skull, it suddenly headbutts everything, but its weight makes it unstable, too. Ash scratched the back of his head. He's like the complete opposite of Donphan. Regardless, Ash wasn't unfamiliar with Scraggy's personality traits, having encountered hundreds of species. So once again, he grabbed Scraggy, and when Scraggy was about to hit him, Ash countered with his own headbutt. You've got a lot of energy, huh? I know what'll get rid of all that energy. Ash turned his head to Hilda, who was chasing her Rufflet around the clearing before finally managing to grab him. She let out a sigh and pet his feathers. You are really excitable, geez. Hilda laughed before realizing Ash was staring at her. What's up, Ash? I was thinking we let these 2 battle. It will definitely help them calm down, don't you think? Hilda blinked before nodding. Yeah, but Rufflet's a flying type. Won't you be at a disadvantage? Ash shook his head. The point of this battle is to calm them down. Winning doesn't matter. Besides, if one wins, then the other loses, and that could affect their self-confidence. Ash noticed that the 2 baby Pokémon were glaring at each other, sparks already flying. This will also give me a chance to see how much Hilda's developed as a trainer. After using the Pokeball provided on the capsules to capture the baby Pokémon, after much struggle the 2 trainers were standing across from one another in the clearing with all their Pokémon watching from the sides. Remember, Hilda. They're baby Pokémon, so don't expect too much. Ash advised, making Hilda puff her cheeks. I know that. Geez, I've got 2 badges now. I'm practically your equal. Hilda claimed, though knew that was far from the case. Ash raised a brow but grinned nonetheless. Alright, my equal, show me what you got. Especially since this Scraggy is special. Rufflet, let's start with Leer. Ash laughed. Give them a Leer of your own. The two baby Pokemon's eyes sharpened as they leered at each other. The result was each baby Pokemon shivering. Low kick. Pulling up his yellow skin around his legs that acted like pants, Scraggy ran towards Rufflet. Avoid it by flying. Hilda called out, and with a simple flap of his wings, Rufflet was in the air. Scraggy stopped his charge and stared at Rufflet in awe. Peck, now. Rufflet dived down with his small beak glowing. Scraggy didn't need to be told to run as he started fleeing from the incoming Rufflet. Ash would have told Scraggy to do a backflip and strike Rufflet's back, if Scraggy wasn't a newborn. I didn't want to use this so soon, Ash sighed as he scratched his head before grinning. Stop and use Ice Punch. Huh. Hilda blinked as Scraggy skidded to a stop and turned around with his fist glowing blue before colliding his fist with Rufflet's beak. The moves that were super effective on one another were evenly matched, both Pokemon pushed with all their strength to overpower the other. Even though Ice Punch was a more powerful move, it seemed Rufflet had slightly more strength than Scraggy and was able to deliver a final push that caused Scraggy to be sent flying back. Scraggy, are you alright? Ash asked, in which Scraggy got back up with gusto and looked more determined than ever. Ash grinned before looking back at Rufflet, who shook his head to get rid of the icy remnants left by the Ice Punch. Even though Rufflet overpowered Scraggy, it seemed Scraggy had better defense as Rufflet took equal damage as Scraggy. Jump. Scraggy blinked before giving a small hop, making Ash nod as he began thinking about where Scraggy should improve when they begin training. Hilda, however, wasn't wasting time, unlike Ash. Peck again. When Rufflet was about to make contact with Scraggy, Ash gave his command, Ice Punch. Scraggy's fist glowed, ready to deliver a counterattack. Up in the air. Rufflet immediately flew upwards into the air, making Scraggy miss and stumble. Rufflet did a somersault in the air and headed straight back down, hitting Scraggy directly in the chest and sending him flying once more. This time, Ash was surprised. Scraggy. When Scraggy got back up, Ash turned to Hilda, who gave him her own traditional grin. Ash was about to ask, but Hilda cut him off. I saw that coming, Ash. Your counterattack, I mean. You're also underestimating these two. Just 'cause they're young and not as strong, doesn't mean they don't have spirit. Ash blinked and looked back at the two baby Pokemon, both staring at each other with determination. Ash was still surprised though. That he, the unpredictable trainer, was red. Maybe it's because we've been traveling together, but still. I've always thought of obscure strategies. But she, just beat me. With such a simple maneuver just because, is that it? Have I let my experience get the better of me? Have I been underestimating everyone here? Ash had thought he fought with everything he had this whole time. He knew he didn't hold back against Virizion. But the other trainers in the region, he wasn't too sure. Whatever. Ash shouted, startling Hilda and the Pokemon. Scraggy, I'm going to put my faith in you, got it? So charge. Scraggy broke out into a run towards Rufflet. It's going to end the same way, but if you insist. Peck, Rufflet. A repeat of the very beginning of the battle was about to play out again. Hilda quickly began scrutinizing the battle and Ash. She knew Ash had something up his sleeve. He wasn't going to let things repeat, so he was going to change something. Maybe instead of Ice Punch he'll use Headbutt or Leer. Perhaps he's planning on using the environment to his advantage, but how? Scraggy isn't the fastest Pokemon. Hilda continued to think of possibilities and counters, but even though she was the one who said not to underestimate the baby Pokemon, it was a fact they didn't have much experience or moves to work with. Low kick the ground. Ash shouted when the two Pokemon closed in. Scraggy smashed his foot into the dirt. It wasn't a powerful kick, but it was enough for Ash's strategy, which was to get dirt flying and hit Rufflet, pausing Rufflet's attack. Ice Punch. Ash did a punching motion that Scraggy unknowingly mimicked and sent Rufflet tumbling back. Ash looked at the two panting baby Pokemon. He was confident that Scraggy will win now, but Ash knew that it would be for the best if the battle ended in a draw. The loser of this battle would end up with serious damage to their confidence. They were newborns after all. Hilda watched as Rufflet got back up and let out a breath she was holding the moment Rufflet was hit. She turned her gaze to Ash, who had a smile as he returned the gaze, making Hilda grit her teeth. He think he's won. Is he underestimating us again? I need to hit him with something that not even Ketchum would expect. Rufflet. This is going to be difficult, and you're young. But I believe you can pull this off. Rufflet nodded his head immediately, his pride backing him up. If Rufflet's trainer mother says it's difficult, all the more reason to do it. Up in the air and dive using peck. Steel yourself, Scraggy. This is going to be interesting. Ash worded his sentence like that because he was genuinely interested in where this was going. He could guess, in fact if he did he'd more than likely guess right, but that wouldn't be fun. Spin Rufflet. Rufflet began spinning while using peck and was soon spinning so fast you couldn't even see Rufflet's body as he charged straight at Scraggy, spinning with a glowing beak. Rufflet made contact and there was a small explosion from the impact. The smoke cleared quickly and Hilda's eyes widened in surprise while Ash grinned. Scraggy had blocked Rufflet's attack by pulling up his elastic pants. The attack was still forceful enough to make Scraggy skid back, but otherwise Scraggy was able to reduce the damage. If Ash could, he'd have ended it there claiming it was a draw, but now he realizes both Pokémon have their young, baby prides on the line. Ash was now confident Hilda would be able to fight hard enough to make it end in a draw without Ash pulling some strings. Hilda, Rufflet, you two better give this everything you got. Hilda took offense to that. We've been serious this entire time. We plan on winning. Ash laughed. Of course you were. I'm not holding back anymore. Leer. Scraggy gave Rufflet a quick glare, making Rufflet step back. Low kick then ice punch. Scraggy kicked Rufflet's feet making Rufflet fall over, then was ready to punch Rufflet with his glowing fist. Toss a feather. Similar to a ninja, Rufflet tossed a feather straight at Scraggy. It was nowhere near as sharp or blunt as one would expect, but it was enough to make Scraggy stumble, giving Rufflet enough time to fly back into the air. Circle it. Back down to ground level, Rufflet began flying in circles around Scraggy. Don't keep your eyes on it, Scraggy. Just look straight ahead. Scraggy did just as told and would shift his eyes left and right whenever he'd see a glimpse of Rufflet. Hilda knew no matter which direction Rufflet attacked, Ash and Scraggy would counter. However, at this point Rufflet would become exhausted, so she had to act. Peck now. Rufflet charged at Scraggy from behind, but Ash was also quick. Behind you. Headbutt. Scraggy turned around and leaned his head back, and as soon as Rufflet was in range, swung his head forward and delivered a serious blow. However, the Rufflet was able to land his peck attack as well, and as a result both Pokémon were sent flying in the directions of their opposing trainers. Ash caught Rufflet and Hilda caught Scraggy, both Pokémon knocked out. Ash smiled as this was the best case scenario he was striving for. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. It's a draw. All of their Pokémon cheered at the intense battle. Even though the attacks were lackluster and the power of the baby Pokémon were quite low, it was still an impressive battle for two baby Pokémon. Hilda walked over to Ash, who had walked over to his backpack to get the potions. They swapped their Pokémon and initiated conversation. I'd expect no less from the great Ketchum, being able to even the playing fields with a disadvantage, Hilda teased. Ash laughed. I thought I'd have to make it end as a draw on my own. I'm glad you proved me wrong. Why would you do that? If one of the baby Pokémon were to lose their debut battle in front of a crowd, Ash gestured to all their Pokémon. That would hit their self-esteem pretty hard. Hilda frowned. That may be the case, but imagine if you forced a draw. Won't Scraggy feel betrayed? You would be orchestrating Scraggy's movements to get your desired outcome. I don't think that would have been good for your relationship. Ash blinked. Ah, you're Dash. Absolutely correct. Ash and Hilda whipped their heads in the direction of the voice. Ash was very surprised to see the green-haired boy, N. Ash said before letting out a breath of relief. I'm glad you're all right. After what happened on the cliff, I was worried the Scolipede attacked you. N's expression changed to being neutral. Pokémon would never hurt me. Yet you'd hurt Pokémon. Ash and N turned to Hilda, who was glaring at N. N was taken aback at the accusation. Me? I would never dash. Explain her then. Hilda all but shouted while pointing to her purloin. Seeing the purloin who he fought with back at Accumula town surprised N, I did not anticipate this. I did not mean any harm when we parted ways, dear purloin. And yet, you were captured by another trainer. Ash decided to work on healing the baby Pokémon while silently listening to their conversation. Their Pokémon were all watching N, making sure he made no sudden moves so he wasn't too worried. Purloin stood in place, shocked at seeing her former trainer not too long after they parted ways. You say that as if it's my fault, Hilda said, glaring at N. Purloin chose to come with me. She chose me as her new trainer. But no matter what, a Pokémon will never forget their original trainer. N. Answer me this. Why did you release Purloin? Hilda was furious, anyone could tell, and Ash could only shiver, and he wasn't the one under her heated glare. N however didn't seem to flinch. I can fulfill that request. I release all Pokémon who fight for me. They are much happier in the hands of nature than humans. That is what I believe. Ash recalled the battle atop the cliff. The Pokémon who fought for N were all wild and returned to the wild after the battle. Ash couldn't imagine living like that. That's so lonely, Ash whispered. You make it sound like every single Pokémon and human are the same. Don't act like that is the truth of the world or anything. Hilda knew she was inexperienced when it comes to the world. But she also knew that she cared for Pokémon, as well as Ash and the gym leaders. So N's statement had to be incorrect. N sighed. In the end, Pokémon are used by humans to accomplish their selfish goals. There's much more to this world than you know. I will always refuse to believe the voices of despicable humans. Then listen to the voices of our Pokémon, Ash suggested, gesturing to all of his and Hilda's Pokémon. N only lowered his cap over his eyes as he listened to their voices. His expression didn't change, but his mind was in turmoil. In all his travels he hadn't heard voices as happy as these Pokémon. He was so used to the voices of pain that these new voices were almost foreign to him. This wasn't the first time either. In Accumula town and the outskirts of Nakreen, Ash had shown him possibilities of a future he never even considered. Looking at Pikachu, whose voice was the loudest and happiest, and couldn't help but feel somewhat doubtful. Even if your Pokémon are happy, it is through experience that I know the majority of all Pokémon experience pain because of humans. Just because you too have Pokémon who love you doesn't mean that everyone is like that. Before you say not every human is a despicable creature, I can guarantee more humans treat Pokémon badly than good. Hilda was about to say more, but out of the corner of her eye she saw Ash shake his head and she simply grit her teeth. Ash knew that N's opinion wouldn't change. When two people disagree on something, sometimes words won't be enough. Ash learned that from his long-standing Sinnoh rival. N, let's for now agree to disagree. But, how about we test this theory of yours? We're going to Luxuria town and going to check out the battle club. Why don't you come with us? Hilda looked at Ash with an incredulous expression while N was slightly surprised by the proposition. Interesting. Perhaps I'll be able to learn more about you. Do not let me hold you back from any training you need to do, N said, accepting Ash's invitation. Ash grinned, knowing that while N may dislike Pokémon battles and trainers, he was still very skilled. And maybe his bonds will show N how Pokémon battles are a way to develop bonds. Great. I'll start making lunch then. Pidove, Scraggy, with me. Ash said before walking off to his bag with the two Pokémon, leaving Hilda, N, and the rest of their Pokémon. There was an awkward silence and Hilda, who was petting Rufflet, couldn't help but glance at Ash every now and then, hoping he'd hurry up and finish lunch. I don't think I got your name. The sudden statement made Hilda surprised as she saw N looking at her. Ah, I'm Hilda from Nuvema town, simple and short. Hilda kept it and N nodded. Are you a new trainer? Hilda nodded and then closed his eyes. I see. Hilda raised a brow. Are you underestimating me? N opened his eyes and shook his head before giving Hilda a small smile. Not at all. I'm only fascinated by how you have so little experience yet have such a big heart towards Pokémon. It's truly marvelous. Hilda couldn't help but shiver at N's monotone voice, despite being praised. Hilda sat down against a tree, watching Munna and her Gothita train their psychic powers while holding her new baby Pokémon in her arms. After a decent lunch filled with an awkward silence, Hilda just wanted to get away from N. Just looking at him made her blood boil. Especially since his words mirrored that of Team Plasma, who caused her Gothita to be released. She looked to the side to see Ash's Oshawott approach her. He sat down next to her and Hilda decided to rub his head. "You done training with Bizel-sensei?" Hilda teased. Oshawott gave a sigh of exhaustion and collapsed on Hilda, nodding into her leg. Hilda looked up and saw her own Oshawott training with Bizel. Ash suggested Bizel to teach her Oshawott water pulse and right now, her Oshawott was failing spectacularly. But she was trying her hardest, and that's what's important. Looking across the field, she could see Ash and N watching Pikachu and Scraggy. It appeared Scraggy considered Pikachu as an older brother and was listening to Pikachu intently, Ash adding a comment or two. Since they were far away, Hilda couldn't hear them but Hilda assumed they were talking about something involving with defense and counterattacking while trying to train up Scraggy. Above her, in the rustling trees, was Purloin and Pidove training. Purloin training to land a hit on an airborne enemy and Pidove training to land a hit on a swift ground enemy. Hilda was going to have to ask Pidove to help train Rufflet soon. Now that I think about it. Hilda looked down at Rufflet before digging into her bag and pulled out Het Pokédex. Rufflet. The Eaglet Pokémon. Rufflet is a normal and flying type Pokémon. They will challenge anything, even strong opponents, without fear. Their frequent fights help them become stronger. Hee, fierce, aren't you? Hilda put away her Pokédex and ruffled Rufflet's head, making it squawk in content. So your Pokémon, together with you, train to become strong. But not for the purpose of defeating others, but for their own happiness. Ash nodded without looking at N. Instead he was watching Pikachu merely sidestep out of Scraggy's headbutt attack, trying to STMLT Scraggy's mind to think about more than just the opponent in front of him. I cannot say I'll ever understand that notion. Battles create happiness between Pokémon and trainer. N shook his head and narrowed his eyes. Capturing Pokémon to do battle, no other choice for them. There are plenty of people who give their Pokémon a choice. Remember Accumula Town? N nodded, recalling when Ash's Oshawott stepped in to battle for him. And that was before Ash properly owned Oshawott. That was a first for me, and I am well traveled. So am I, Ash quickly added. And I have seen plenty of people who mistreat Pokémon. But that doesn't excuse Team Plasma for forcing their beliefs upon people who already have a bond. Team Plasma merely made people rethink their bond with Pokémon. And considering how many people released their Pokémon, it is clear the bond they shared wasn't strong. Ash furrowed his brow, trying to think of a response but kept silent. Nothing would change this man's convictions, like he thought. Well, I hope you see one day that your truth is wrong. Or perhaps it is your truth, or rather, ideals, that is wrong. Nothing will change my beliefs. Then you know how I feel, in that regard. Ash sighed as Scraggy was starting to anticipate Pikachu's movements and headbutting where he assumed Pikachu was going to be after dodging. Your Scraggy is a newborn, correct? Ash blinked when N asked the sudden question. Yep. Hatched earlier today. N turned to face Ash. Then please grant me a battle between your newborn and mine. Ash blinked before narrowing his gaze. Wait, you want to battle? Now that I think about it, you don't like battling and yet. N raised his hand to stop Ash. I despise battling. However, in order to get people to listen to what we have to say, we must defeat them first. I think I get it. Ash said before looking over at Scraggy. Sure. Hey Scraggy. Want to have a proper battle? Before they knew it, Scraggy was at Ash's feet nodding eagerly. With a smile Ash turned to N. N nodded and walked back before tossing a Pokeball onto the ground, and out appeared a small, white Pokemon. Vanillite, let us battle this worthy opponent. Vanillite hovered in the air, nodding and stared down Scraggy. Ash put his hands on his hips. You can do this, Scraggy. Let's begin. N lowered his cap and whispered. Icicle Spear. The air around Vanillite froze and formed into spears that soon flew straight toward Scraggy. Out of instinct, Scraggy pulled up his elastic pants, defending him from the spears that flew straight towards him directly, but he was still knocked over. Low kick. Ash called out. Scraggy jumped back on his feet and rushed to the Vanillite. Cap still lowered, N whispered the same attack. Vanillite once again summoned icicle spears that flew straight to Scraggy. Scraggy avoided one that was heading straight towards him but ended up running into another one, causing him to cry out in pain. He spread out his attack so no matter how or where Scraggy dodged, he would get hit. Ash muttered, nodding his head. Again Scraggy. Scraggy turned to Ash with his mouth hung open and eyes wide before seeing Ash's grin. The same grin that he wore when he turned the tables around in the battle against Rufflet. Scraggy ran forward, his foot glowing. Icicle spears quickly appeared again. Break the ice with your kick. Scraggy jumped in the air and shattered the oncoming spear with his leg. Landing again, as the other spears hit the ground around him, Scraggy resumed his rush and kicked Vanillite hard enough to send it flying. Water pulse. It was quiet, but Ash could hear the slight panic in N's voice. Vanillite caught itself in the air. A blast of water shot straight towards Scraggy. Your pants. Ash quickly commanded. It was unnecessary for Scraggy was already pulling them up and managed to take the brunt of the attack. We're not letting up, Scraggy. Nodding, Scraggy raced towards the Vanillite and once in arm's reach, bent his head as far back as he could. Water pulse. Before Scraggy could pull off the headbutt, a sudden force of water hit Scraggy in the chest, sending him across the field, rolling across the dirt. It was a clear knockout. Ash and Pikachu quickly raced over to Scraggy and Ash scooped him in his arms. That was great, Scraggy. You really were amazing. We'll get him next time. Scraggy nodded weakly before passing out. Ash sighed but smiled nonetheless. He looked over to N, who had fed his partner with a citrus berry. Good battle, N. I am not sure what that means. N mumbled before returning his Vanillite. Ash walked over to where his bag was and began treating Scraggy. So you've beaten me twice now. And I've beaten you once. Looks like I've got some training to do. N raised a brow. You do not think the circumstances surrounding our battles were unfair? Seeing Ash's confused expression, he continued. Our first battle we both used wild Pokémon we weren't familiar enough with, but our love for them allowed us to use them. The second time, I challenged you to a battle format you had little experience with. And now I've challenged you to a fight where you fought with a Pokémon born today. Ash smiled sheepishly as he applied a potion to Scraggy. You know, I probably would have complained and used those excuses. But when I think about everything I've been through, if you can't adapt no matter the situation, can you really be considered a Pokémon master? Pokémon master. It's my goal. I don't really know what it means anymore though. At first, I thought it meant catching every single Pokémon in the world. Then I thought it was about becoming the strongest trainer. Now, I have no idea. Pokémon master, does such a person exist? Ash shrugged, not even sure himself. Right now he just wanted to prove his training and experience meant something. I haven't thought about it much, was all Ash said. Intriguing. N muttered before walking off. What do you want? Hilda bluntly asked the approaching N. I am merely curious about those two Pokémon. N was gesturing towards the two training psychic types. Munna is Ash's and Gothita's mine. How did you find such rare Pokémon for having only started your journey? Hilda let out a scoff. Team Plasma. Gothita's trainer, released her. And Munna. Hilda shook her head. How we met Munna sealed the deal that Team Plasma are in the wrong. I'm not going to say any more because I don't want to think about it. Would you say they experienced pain? Hilda gave N a glare, however he didn't react. Of course they did. To be separated from the trainer you trusted and loved for so long, to be hurt like that. Do you see, then? How humans treat Pokémon? N closed his eyes. The suffering Pokémon endure because of humans. Liberation is the best course of action for Pokémon. It allows them to find what truly makes them happy. It was Team Plasma's fault. Hilda gritted her teeth. If Ash didn't finish healing her Oshawott and his Bizel soon, she was pretty sure she was going to hit the green-haired boy. It was because of them that the Pokémon found true happiness. Or would you say they are not happy? Of course they're happy. But all you're saying is the end justifies the means. N nodded. Correct. While the parting may hurt, liberation will help both humans and Pokémon realize true happiness. That saying is the truth of the world, no matter how much you may deny it. Your Gothita is the perfect example. Hilda glanced over to Gothita, who was trying to levitate using her psychic powers. Suffering from heartache at the loss of her partner, only to find someone with a bigger heart. Someone who will show her love like none other. That is a different type of happiness than the one I envisioned. However, it does not change the fact she is still happy. Hilda's mouth opened but no words came out. The end justifies the means. Hilda muttered as N walked away. She looked back at Gothita before turning down to the sleeping Rufflet in her arms. She thought. Back to Accumula town and the amount of people releasing their Pokémon. Will those Pokémon really find happiness? Immediately flashbacks to Wellspring Cave filled her mind and she shook her head. Nothing can justify that. That must be Luxuria town, Ash said, pointing to the town in the distance before pausing. Next to the town was a bridge. An extremely large bridge. Whoa. Hilda stepped forward beside him, looking at the map in one of her hands while her other arm was holding on to her rufflet. Yep. Luxuria town is a place for people who finish the walk across the Sky Arrow Bridge. Ash turned his head to her and gave her an incredulous look. We have to walk across that. N stepped forward as well, gazing at the town in front of him, letting the voices of Pokémon fill his ears. When he heard a painful cry, he looked in the direction of the bridge. I have something to take care of. I shall rejoin you at the Pokémon Restoration Facility. Pokémon Restoration Facility? Ash asked, furrowing his brow. Pokémon Center, Hilda quickly supplied before giving N a suspicious glance. What do you have to take care of? N pulled his cap down. If you cannot hear them, then there is no point in telling you. Goodbye. Quickly, he strode off down the hill. I don't trust him. Hilda quickly stated, even though N wasn't even out of view. He's got his own set of beliefs. Too bad he's on Team Plasma's side, Ash sighed. He's a good trainer, kind, and smart. Maybe if he saw what we saw back in the cave. Hilda shivered involuntarily, making Ash give her a worried glance. She didn't notice and walked forward. Well, we might as well check out the battle club, right? Ash's face lit up and he nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. Cheren's not here. Or Bianca. Hilda frowned as she talked to the manager, Don George. Afraid not. I don't know. No, Cheren and a Bianca came and left after having 2 battles, Don George replied while showing Hilda a list of recent trainers. Oh, thank you, Hilda sighed as she made her way back to Ash who was struggling with the touch screen in front of him for searching for trainers. Are you alright? Yep, just fine. Contrary to his statement, Ash's brow was furrowed and he kept touching the wrong buttons, causing him to struggle to return to the previous screen. Okay, if you're fine, then I'll just go to my match. Hilda grinned and started to walk away before a sudden gloved hand on her arm pulled her back. No, I need your help, Hilda. Hilda laughed and ignored the tingling sensation of his fingers on her arm. Now by his side, Hilda touched a few buttons and returned to the original screen. Okay, 2 badges. Any type preference? Ash shook his head. There we go. Ash blinked. That was fast. Hilda rolled her eyes. Of course it was. You're just not used it. How do you even know how to use it? You don't grow up in Unova without a U-pad, Hilda exclaimed while Ash and Pikachu stared at her blankly, not understanding what she said. Sighing, she rectified her statement. You don't grow up in Unova without a transceiver. Ash looked down at the device on his wrist. Yeah, this is definitely really cool. Nothing like it back in Kanto, or even Sinnoh. Pokechas were close but transceivers allowed communication, which was a huge step up. Hey, a guy named Trip seems to be at your level. Trip? Ash tried to think of a reason for the very familiar sounding name. Well, sure, I'll accept. Hilda hit the accept button for Ash and to their surprise there was an immediate response. Hilda frowned. Huh. He declined. Huh. Why? Ash decided to look at the profile picture of the trainer before gasping. That's the guy who was making fun of me back at Nakreen. Oh, that's the guy you were telling me about. Want to leave a provocative message? Hilda asked, already typing it out. Too scared to fight someone from the boonies, done. Wait, what did you do? Hilda shook her head with a grin. Don't worry about it. Oh look. He's accepted. Boys, so predictable. As they walked towards the battlefield, Ash slowly pieced together what Hilda did inside. I hope nothing bad happens. Hilda shrugged. Didn't think you were the type to be afraid of a little trouble. I don't want to be kicked out for unsportsmanship-like conduct. Hilda stared at Ash with a neutral expression, not responding. Anyways, I'll watch your battle. I'm curious about this Trip guy. It really is you. Turning around, the two saw a brunette with a digital camera approach them. Let's get this over with. Trip strode over to his trainer box, leaving Ash and Hilda to stare after him. He seems really touchy, Hilda muttered before walking over to the spectator bench while Ash walked over to the other trainer box. We're recording this battle, Trip announced and began activating his transceiver. Ash thankfully was able to recall what he learned from Nakreen and managed to get the transceiver to work. Ash tossed a pokeball into the air. Okay. Let's start. Pidove. With a quick aerial spin, Pidove landed on the ground surprisingly gracefully. Trip rolled his eyes and tossed his own pokeball. Out appeared a familiar bird that stood proudly. His tranquil, Ash mumbled, remembering the battle between Trip and Cheren. Let's get this over with. Air Cutter. Flapping its wings, Tranquil boosted into the air before firing blades of wind towards Pidove. It took no instruction for Pidove to also fly in the air, avoiding the attack with ease. Training with Purloin helped Pidove's evasion greatly. Give him your own Air Cutter. Blades of winds appeared again and were fired towards Tranquil. Like Pidove, Tranquil avoided the attack and was suddenly flying straight towards Pidove. Aerial Ace. Glowing, Tranquil hit Pidove directly, sending Pidove crashing into the ground. Pidove. Pidove managed to get back up, not too injured. Ash sighed in relief. Ash looked at the battlefield they were using. A typical rock battlefield covered in sand. Grinning, Ash adjusted his cap. Let's get it out of the sky. Double team then aerial ace. Suddenly, almost 50 Pidove filled the battlefield, each one of them glowing and charging straight towards the soul Tranquil. Before over 50 Tranquil appeared around the many Pidove. Trip shook his head. You're not the only one with double team. This time, Ash shook his head at Trip. Maybe. But. Trip's eyes widened when his Tranquil, the real one, cried out in pain. It was struck by Pidove. Aerial Ace. Never misses its target. Tranquil fell to the ground, its clones disappearing and Pidove swept down, glowing once more. Air Cutter. Tranquil flapped its wings in Pidove's direction, sending a silver blade of wind towards the incoming bird. Pidove rose into the air and looped around, back on course. Tranquil fired more air cutters, each one Pidove managing to dodge, and then Tranquil was struck in the chest by Pidove's aerial ace. Tranquil collapsed on the ground, clearly unconscious. Trip couldn't help but let out a TCH as he recalled his Pokémon. Ash on the other hand smiled as he complimented Pidove. Trip didn't say anything as he tossed another Pokeball. A grass snake standing tall and proud appeared, its head held high. Servine. We aren't losing this. In response, Servine nodded sharply before entering a battle stance. Pidove, Air Cutter. Flying back into the air, Pidove fired blades of wind at a fast pace. Servine was quickly moving around the battlefield, avoiding each blade. Get it out of the sky. Servine jumped backwards and glowed green for a second before summoning a lot of leaves that started to swirl. Soon the leaves were spinning in a tornado that headed straight towards Pidove. Gust. Pidove flapped her wings repeatedly, but it did nothing to slow down the leaf tornado that hit Pidove directly, sending her into the ground. Cut. As soon as Pidove got up, above her was Servine's tail, which glowed white before slamming down on Pidove, knocking her out. Ash returned Pidove and looked at the Pokeball with a warm smile. You did great. Placing the Pokeball back on his belt, he sent out his next Pokémon. Amuna, Trip murmured before taking a picture of the floral patterned Pokémon. Leaf Tornado. Not wasting any time, Servine conjured another tornado of leaves that headed straight towards Mana. Psybeam. A ray of psychic energy was fired from Mana's mouth straight towards the tornado. It did nothing as the tornado continued and hit Mana directly. Ash looked up at the sky and was thankful for the transparent roof. Moonlight. Mana's body glowed a brilliant white as her energy returned to her quickly. When her health was restored, Mana let out a cry that sounded similar to a battle cry. Ash grinned as Mana fired a Psybeam at the Servine. Servine managed to avoid it by jumping to the side and conjured up another leaf tornado. Mana, float above the tornado and fire into it. Ash didn't know what to do, but that was the first thing that came to mind. Mana tried to do just that, but was unable to and was knocked away and landed on the ground. Leaf tornado again. Trip said, not letting up as it seemed like Ash had no way of countering this attack. Mana this time immediately hovered as high as she could into the air, much higher than the tornado, and fired into the center. The tornado shook but didn't disperse like Ash hoped. Some leaves did fall out, making the tornado considerably less powerful though. Straight to Servine. Mana floated down towards the grass snake as fast as she could, her head glowing a mystical pink color, and tried to give Servine a headbutt but missed as Servine dodged. Servine's tail glowed and was about to hit Mana, who rolled away in time, leaving a small crater in the ground where she just was. As a reply to that, Mana fired another Psybeam which hit Servine in the chest, making it skid backwards. Servine glared at the pink Pokémon before beginning to conjure another tornado, only to be interrupted when Mana headbutted it to make him fall over. Servine leapt into the air and somersaulted before landing his tail on Mana's head, who responded by curling up to increase her defense. Mana managed to take minimal damage, only skidding slightly, and Servine jumped back cautiously. As soon as Mana uncurled herself, she fired another ray at the snake, who once again dodged and was running towards her, in which Mana responded with another Zen headbutt. Servine staggered slightly and Mana followed up with another headbutt, leading Servine to fall over. Rising into the air, Mana fired a Psybeam at the defenseless grass snake and an explosion occurred, dust rising covering the two Pokémon. When the dust cleared, Servine flew into the air before landing on the ground, rolling a bit before stopping completely. Mana was panting hardly, leaves on her body. Servine had attempted to pull off a last-ditch attack but failed. "All right, Mana." Ash cheered and Mana mimicked Ash's cheer in her own way. Trip stared in shock as his starter had fallen to a slow, psychic-type Pokémon. Silently, Trip returned his starter and gripped his next Pokeball. He simply pressed the button on it and out appeared his blue ghost. Nightshade. Mana blinked and suddenly her vision went black, before seeing an image that terrified her. Screaming in pain, Mana immediately charged in a random direction, crashing into a wall. Hilda placed Rufflet down and ran over to Mana, who crashed near her. Picking her up, it was clear Mana was unable to battle. "Is Mana all right?" Ash called out, his face wearing a clearly worried expression. Hilda nodded, petting the small dream Pokémon. "She can't battle though." Ash and Pikachu both let out a simultaneous breath of relief before realizing N was sitting next to Hilda. Turning back to Trip, he pointed a finger at him. "I choose you, Pikachu." Pikachu ran onto the field from Ash's side and spread his legs into a proper battle stance, his cheeks sparking. "Nightshade," Trip called out once again, banking on Pikachu being just as wimpy as that Mana. The same Mana that beat his Servine. Just thinking about that made Trip cringe. Pikachu stopped moving, his mind clouded by images of a Groudon opening its mouth as it drew near. Pikachu screamed but stood firm before firing a Thunderbolt at the Groudon. The Thunderbolt ended up hitting Frillish head-on, and as quickly as the battle started it ended. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Scaring Pikachu only makes him go all out. Ash laughed as Pikachu regained his senses, looking around before seeing a knocked-out Frillish with static around it. "That was a good battle though, Trip." "Trip?" Trip recalled Frillish and immediately strode out of the club, an irritated expression on his face. "My third loss." His new win streak was broken again. By someone from the boonies. N was running, ignoring the looks people were giving him as he ran past them at an almost inhuman level of speed and endurance. It wasn't long before he reached the massive bridge he saw. With Ash and Hilda. More specifically, he was below the bridge by the support beams. He looked up in the sky where a few ducklet were flying before landing next to him. In the water was a Swanna. Face first into the water that was colored red. Where'd it go? I think it crashed near here. N didn't turn around at the voices, and instead touched one of his Pokeball, releasing a large, bipedal, fox-like Pokémon. Screams were heard behind him, but he paid them no mind. Instead, he reached over to the Swanna, touching it gently. His childlike part of his mind hoping that, like a happily ever after fairy tale, the Swanna would rise as beautiful as ever. Tears flowed from his eyes and he made no effort to stop them. He could hear sirens nearing him, so he stood up. He turned to the person behind him, who gave him a nod, before picking up each of the people it knocked out. Blood stained their clothes and guns, but N could care less. The person dragged them away from N to give him time. N raised his transceiver and pressed a button. Gets this. A Pokémon has departed. We need to return it to Celestial Tower. The tower? Created by humans? Getsis smirked, though N did not know why. Just give this Pokémon a deserved farewell. Very well. Rude shall be sent to your coordinates post-haste. N closed his eyes, letting his final tears trail down his cheeks. Thank you. N turned off the transceiver and looked back at where the men were. On the ground were Pokeball, which N picked up and immediately released. The Pokémon that appeared were aggressive, but N wasn't afraid. Even when the large ice bear approached him menacingly and was about to swipe at him, it took N but a second to grab the hand and hold it in place. I am not your enemy. I am your friend. You have been corrupted by evil. Allow me. Slowly, N released the Beardic's hand and proceeded to crush each Pokeball, effectively releasing the Pokémon. You have been liberated. The Pokémon were confused and N let them be and walked off, followed by the trio of Ducklet. His breathing was shaky, the image of the dead Swanna infested his mind. Humans did this, N growled. Turning to the Ducklet, he rid his scowl and grew a sad, but warm smile. I can only offer my sincerest apologies, little ones. The trio of ducks cried and all three rushed into N's arms. The person from earlier who dragged the bodies away returned, their expression sour, matching N's. Thank you. The person nodded and N recalled them into its Pokeball. Sighing, he looked back into the distance towards the town. I should return to Ash and Hilda. If they aren't at the Pokemon Restoration Facility, they will be at that battle facility. Looking back down at the three Ducklet who refused to leave his side, he once again cried.